Faced with this unexpected qualification for the trial, Lin Feng had long steeled himself, ever ready to enter the game. Yes, an idea flitted through Lin Feng's mind, compelling him to a swift resolution. In an instant, a dazzling radiance surged forth, enveloping his body. As darkness clouded his vision and a sensation of weightlessness overcame him, he vanished from his home on the spot. The unsettling feeling forced him to endure a rising nausea. Yet he felt he had already left, launching uncertain where he had been teleported. This game was indeed shrouded in mystery. Moreover, the sensation arrived with such swiftness as to vanish just as quickly. Tap! Lin Feng's foot struck the ground. In that moment, he blinked awake, quickly lifting his head to survey his surroundings. Around him lay soft earth and a lush green jungle, their pervasive silence striking him as strangely peculiar. Not far off, there also stood towering stone structures, now appearing rather decrepit and in ruins, as if on the verge of collapse at any moment. What an authentic tactile sensation! Observing the scene, Lin Feng reached out to touch the surrounding trees, which felt as real as those in the everyday world. Truly marvelous. Lin Feng observed these tips, a faint smile playing upon his face. In this battle royale game, the talent enabled him to assume a soul-like state akin to true invisibility, rendering his tactics remarkably cunning. Surviving until the end would be a breeze. Perhaps even without equipment, he could secure a top 3 ranking. But I, however, am of the aggressive sort. Let me become Futimo. I certainly wouldn't be pleased. And backstab players with amplified damage. It's simply outrageous. A faint smile played on Lin Feng's face. Shortly thereafter, he lowered his head once more, only to realize that he could no longer even see his own body, entirely immersed in a soul state. After all, as a mere human, how could one ever see a soul with the naked eye? Even he was unable to perceive it. Ordinary players certainly could not. Only the sound of footsteps will persist. That remains somewhat bothersome. It appears I must tread lightly. Is this an intentional drawback imposed upon me to curb my invincibility? To prevent me from being utterly invincible? Lin Feng's expression turned somewhat resigned. Yet even if the average person heard footsteps and glanced around in the absence of any obvious threat, they would typically pay little heed. Moreover, this top-tier SS-level talent, Linghan Genie Soul Concealment, seemed to possess an additional trait-like functionality. It enabled him to pass through walls, albeit at the cost of momentarily revealing his presence for 1 second before revanishing into invisibility. It was rather unnerving, even to the point of being downright frightening, like that of a ghost. Could it be that he could turn this into a horror game? This wall-piercing skill, I must master it well. If misused, it might very well lead to my demise. That thought lingered in his mind. Although he was capable of becoming invisible, if his form were to be exposed, it might invite a ferocious ambush. Of course, as long as he could endure that 1 second, he would immediately revert to his soul state. Essentially invisible, completely imperceptible to ordinary onlookers. Thus, this minor drawback was of little consequence to him. Shortly, another in-game prompt emerged. Lin Feng already understood this rule, for the system had informed him long ago. However, some of the test players were likely now sinking into despair. Those chosen for the survival game test naturally enjoyed exceptional fortune. By making the most of the 3-day testing period when the public beta arrived, these individuals could soar to great heights, surpassing a multitude of other players. Yet where some soared, others would inevitably plummet. It was entirely possible that some test players would suffer a significant reduction in their lifespan. This was a reward for the strong and a punishment for the weak. Game, start. The prompt resounded once more. In an instant, Lin Feng's expression grew resolute as he dashed toward a distant building, intent on scavenging for supplies. Murmuring the word map under his breath, the map function soon materialized before him. He found himself in a rather secluded location enveloped by jungle, while the map's edges began to be marked with creeping dark blotches. This was likely the toxic gas mechanism. In the end, the play area would constrict around the safe zone center, or what was referred to as the Destiny Circle. Players who managed to advance to the final circle would no doubt be equipped with commendable gear and talents, with even their skills exhibiting a touch of rarity. As Lin Feng sprinted toward the building, he concurrently reviewed his current attributes. Lin Feng's attributes: Strength 10, Endurance 10, Agility 10, a Defense 10, Spirit 10. Staring at these even numbers, he was dumbfounded by their perfect balance. The attributes of an ordinary person are by nature all 10s. This indicated that he was entirely normal, a fact underscored by his disciplined lifestyle. There were no remarkable strengths, yet no glaring weaknesses either. Lin Feng couldn't help but chuckle at the balance of his attributes. It was in its own way commendable. Perhaps some individuals' attributes were even inferior to his. Soon he arrived at a dilapidated building and discovered sparkling objects lying on the ground. Fortune had favored him, as supplies were indeed present. A smile of delight spread across Lin Feng's face as he hurried forward to pick them up. He immediately collected everything into his backpack and began equipping the items. Lin Feng once more examined his attributes and found that they had undergone a change. Lin Feng briefly searched the building, but found no useful supplies. His expression darkened as misfortune struck. At that moment, he discovered that the toxic circle was already closing in. His spawn point was abysmal to be born, so near the toxic circle was sheer misfortune. However, Lin Feng glanced at the counter in the top left corner, showing remaining players 94. Are players already dying? So soon? he wondered. Lin Feng's face registered surprise, but he quickly left the building consulting his map as he headed for the safe zone. Fortunately, he had picked up a pair of boots earlier. The boots enhanced his agility and increased his speed as he fled. Moments later, he arrived at the safe zone, a gathering area dotted with numerous village houses. He even spotted the corpses of fallen players, their aftermath grim and brutal. There's a sound. Turning around, Lin Feng discerned the clamor of a brawl emanating from the gathering area. In haste, he ran over and found two players engaged in fierce combat, one armed with a dagger and the other with a large axe. Nearby, two bodies lay motionless, evidence that a skirmish had already erupted in the area. The duel was intense, though both players' health was visibly dwindling. The axe wielder held the advantage, his weapon inflicting heavy damage while his robust health made his strikes devastatingly rapid. How intriguing, he mused. Their equipment is remarkably luxurious. My opportunity has arrived. Lin Feng observed that both players were nearly fully decked in defensive gear, and even their weapons outclassed his rusty iron sword. His spawn point was so dismal, while these players possessed such fine loot. Irritated, Lin Feng strode over with defiant swagger. In his soul form, invisible to other players, he was undetectable save for the sound of footsteps. However, the combat was so fierce that there wasn't even time to notice any footsteps. And even if they were heard, they would simply be attributed to the nearby fighters. Damn it, muttered the dagger wielder. His E-class axe is far superior, while my dagger is only F-class. Cursing under his breath, the dagger user, nearly depleted of health, turned to flee in desperation. Crucially, at this moment, death would cost him nearly 10 months of his lifespan. Fortunately, that penalty was momentarily waived. He couldn't afford to die so soon. He needed to survive long enough to climb the ranks and earn points. Activate F-class talent. Triple high jump. The dagger wielder gritted his teeth and shouted the command. In an instant, his legs surged with power as he leapt onto the adjacent rooftop, a testament to his innate talent. Each use required a 15-second cooldown, enabling a jump of 3 to 5 meters. Do not escape. Do not run. The axe wielder, seething with anger at the display, realized he could not match that leap. He too possessed an F-class talent, 50 increased endurance. This talent was passive, granting extra health right from the start. With a base endurance of 9 amounting to 90 health points, the boost naturally left him with considerably more vitality than ordinary players. This explained why the dagger wielder couldn't overcome him. If he amassed enough points to strengthen his genetic cells, his 50 endurance boost would soon transform him into a veritable juggernaut. Yet game points were not so easily acquired. Enhancing one's genetic cells was nearly as arduous as scaling the heavens. Haha, if you dare come up here. The dagger wielder taunted, a sneer playing on his face, secure in knowing that staying on the rooftop kept him safe. Get down and meet your end, he retorted. You lack healing items, although I have none either, but my damage and health far surpass yours. Soon enough, the toxic circle will engulf us. I doubt you'll come down. The axe wielder remained unruffled, crouching beneath the rooftop, ready to strike as soon as his foe descended. You, damn it. The dagger wielder spat, his face contorting in panic as he realized the dire situation. With his health nearly depleted, one blow from the axe would be fatal. Observing that the axe fighter still retained half his health, any hope of a counterattack was futile. Moreover, lingering meant both would soon succumb to the toxic circle. I now have the patience, sneered the axe wielder. If you dare stay up there, he mocked with sinister glee. At that moment, a rusty iron sword whistled through the air to violently pierce the dagger wielder's chest. Instantly, the dagger wielder stared in disbelief before collapsing on the rooftop, his body slowly tumbling down. What's happening? A scream erupted. Who are you? Where did you come from? The axe wielder cried out in shock upon seeing a young man suddenly standing atop the rooftop. Who am I? He replied coolly. None of your business. With a slight smile, Lin Feng paused for a second before slipping into his soul form of invisibility and vanishing. Utilizing his talent to phase through walls, he swiftly traversed onto the rooftop and delivered a lethal stab to the dagger wielder. Earlier, he had merely observed their brawl from afar. When the dagger wielder faltered, Lin Feng intended to ambush him, but found that his target had already leaped onto the rooftop. However, it made no difference. He could still dispatch him. Moreover, as he ended the dagger wielder's life, the game prompt chimed. You dealt 41 points of damage to the target. You killed target number 00624. You gained 5 points in all attributes. Without hesitation, Lin Feng opened his attributes page. Lin Feng strength 26, endurance 15, agility 21, defense 19, spirit 15. Equipping his rusty iron sword and plain boots, his strength, defense, and agility received a boost. After slaying the player, he gained an additional 5 points in every attribute. Not bad, Lin Feng remarked as he promptly picked up the loot dropped by the dagger wielder and equipped it. His attributes shifted once again, nearly breaking 30 in every category. Killing foes is truly the swiftest path to enhancement. He thought there's still another ahead. Lin Feng's gaze turned icy as he fixed his eyes on the axe wielder below. Every kill would add an extra 5 points to all his attributes. It was simply exhilarating. Damn, and what the hell, eh? And this guy is damn sneaky. And the axe player's heart pounded wildly as Lin Feng vanished before his very eyes. No need to think twice. It had to be his innate talent. And this player can actually turn invisible. And damn it, and why does he possess such an extraordinary talent? A twinge of envy flickered across the axe player's mind. Yet fear coiled tightly in his chest. If Lin Feng launched a surprise attack, he'd never react in time. Compounding his peril, he wasn't at full health. Should combat erupt, he'd undoubtedly be at a severe disadvantage. And run, now, and I can't beat him. The axe player whirled around and bolted without hesitation. Ni's current gear was solid. This area had recently erupted into a massive free-for-all. Exploiting his remaining health advantage, he'd slipped through the chaos unscathed. In the end, he'd claimed this mighty axe, its damage output soaring so high that most players stood no chance against him. But now, he faced Lin Feng, the prodigy incarnate. Incompletely invisible Lin Feng was utterly beyond his sight. In victory, utterly impossible. Trying to flee, not a chance. Lin Feng leapt from the rooftop to the ground and silently fell into step behind the fleeing axe player. With superior equipment and attribute boosts earned from slaying opponents, his speed surpassed the axe player's. He closed the distance, swiftly drawing near from behind. And then suddenly, Lin Feng raised his rusted iron sword and struck with lethal precision. 35. The axe player's health plummeted, teetering on the edge of oblivion. You bastard, die. Right now. Terrified beyond reason, the axe player swung his axe wildly, blindly lashing out. Blind to Lin Feng's presence, he could do nothing but flail. And had he steeled himself, he might have heard Lin Feng's footsteps and avoided this humiliating desperation. Alas, no man incapable of calm cannot perceive what lies just beyond sight. Pathetic. Just accept your fate. Lin Feng stepped back twice, standing motionless, watching unscathed as every blow missed by a wide margin. Without hesitation, he darted forward, deftly evading the axe's arc, and delivered a single decisive strike. You dealt 37 points of damage. You have slain target 04189. You gained 5 points in all attributes. The axe player crumpled, his entire set of gear clattered onto the ground. This axe isn't half bad, and definitely superior to my rusted iron sword. Lin Feng gazed upon the imposing weapon, snatched it up, and quickly scanned its attributes. Bloodrand Cleaver Tier, E42 attacks 6 strength durability, 280 in weapon trait charge slash, deals 125 damage. This weapon packs serious punch. Far better than that junk iron sword of mine. And it even carries a unique trait. Near perfect. Without pause, Lin Feng equipped the Bloodrand Cleaver. Then, Nei noticed the fallen defensive gear and inspected each piece. Tattered Armor Tier F11 Defense, 4 Endurance Durability, 120 in Tattered Bracers Tier F9 Defense, 3 Agility Durability, 100 in Tattered Helm Tier F9 Defense, 5 Spirit Durability, 100 in, well. A complete set, just like that. No wonder my attacks barely scratched him. What a rich haul. A flicker of astonishment crossed Lin Feng's face. To fall so ignominiously beneath Lin Feng's blade. This foe must have been bitterly frustrated. With gear like this, surviving to secure a top 30 ranking would have been effortless. Alas, Nei carried no healing items, and blinded by Lin Feng's invisibility, Nei was ruthlessly ambushed and cut down. All of this is mine now. Lin Feng equipped the gear in swift succession. Instantly, Nei's attributes surged dramatically. Lin Feng's strength 64 in endurance, 39 in agility, 37 in defense, 61 in spirit, 34 Naviri stat had nearly doubled. Pity about defense. It hardly matters. After all, I'm invisible, ordinary players can't spot me, let alone land a hit. Lin Feng sighed inwardly. According to the game's rules, only 3 tiers of gear were currently accessible on this map. Tier F, Tier E, and Tier D. Tier D gear couldn't be found at supply caches. It only dropped via airdrops. None had descended yet. Still, this is more than enough. 2 kills granted me 10 points across all attributes. But I must keep moving. Keep hunting. Lin Feng glanced at the elimination counter. 83 players remained. The others had begun adapting, realizing their paths to greater rewards were clear. Either survive passively for rank, or hunt players to grow stronger. Lin Feng wasted no time, he resumed his search. Scavenging supplies held little appeal. Hunting players was the swiftest path to power. Moments he melted into the jungle, guided by the map, toward a major convergence zone. Such zones often yielded Tier E gear, and likely teamed with players. Roar. Suddenly a furious roar echoed from deep within the jungle. That sounds like a wild monster. Lin Feng's gaze sharpened with uncertainty. Though well-equipped, he possessed not a single skill. True combat demanded technique. Raw stats alone wouldn't suffice. Shall I investigate? After all, I'm invisible. With that, he vanished deeper into the thicket. Within moments, he spotted the beast. A colossal boar the size of an elephant, its bristling hide, ruffled eyes burning crimson with feral might. Raging Boar King Tier E, Wild Beast in HP, 550 in attack, 46 in defense, 32 in skill, frenzied impressive. Lin Feng studied the stats. This was no foe ordinary players could overcome. Only Tier F or E skills, or superior gear from the convergence zone, could tip those odds. Otherwise, slaying such a beast this early remained daunting. And after all, barely 3 minutes had elapsed since the match began, and wild beasts were fearsome in the opening phase. Lin Feng, however, was no ordinary player. In 2 kills had elevated all his attributes. He wore a full set of Tier F armor, and wielded the Tier E Bloodrend Cleaver. Facing the Boar King posed no insurmountable challenge. And yet, I remain invisible. And surely the beast cannot target what it cannot see. That thought flickered across Lin Feng's mind, and he resolved to test it. And if he succeeded in slaying the Boar King, the loot, dear, perhaps even a rare skill, would be extraordinary. Lin Feng did not hesitate and walked over with a swagger. Suddenly the wild Boar King seemed to have heard the footsteps, its blood-red eyes quickly scanning its surroundings, but it did not see any creature. It even sniffed the air for any surrounding sense. Still there was no trace of any creatures. Unfazed, the wild Boar King lay down on the ground and began to rest. Did it really not discover me? No, that's not right. Although the wild creature heard my footsteps, it did not actually see me. Its intelligence seems to be quite low. The drawback of my talent is that I only produce sound when I move, and I don't even emit any scent existing in a soul state. It seems this talent is quite powerful, truly worthy of being an SS grade talent. Watching the wild Boar King relax its guard, Lin Feng felt a surge of excitement and tightened his grip on the blood axe. Soon Lin Feng was standing right next to the wild Boar King. Even though the wild Boar King was puzzled by the sound of footsteps, it was unwilling to rise without seeing any creature. Charge slash. Lin Feng began to utilize the characteristics of the blood axe, charging for a full 3 seconds, and then a blood-red light suddenly struck down on the wild Boar King's head. You dealt 122 critical damage to the frenzied wild Boar King. This strike directly depleted 1/5 of the wild Boar King's health. Moreover, this was a critical attack, increasing the damage even further. Howl! The wild Boar King let out a mournful cry. It quickly rolled over and got up, looking around cautiously for any creatures. However, after this observation, still no creatures appeared, as if the previous attack was merely a figment of its imagination. The wild Boar King's pupils became a bit dazed, struggling to comprehend the situation. Yet the pain it felt was certainly real. It had indeed been attacked. At that moment, Lin Feng's charge slash was ready again, and he tightened his grip on the blood axe, striking down once more on the wild Boar King's head. You dealt 124 critical damage to the frenzied wild Boar King. In an instant, the wild Boar King cried out once more. A torrent of crimson blood flowed from the wild Boar King's head. Unable to endure the pain, it immediately entered the berserk state. Howl! This caused the wild Boar King's size to begin to swell, exuding a terrifying aura that warned others to stay away. What a show-off. Berserk is completely useless. Slash again. Lin Feng was not intimidated by the wild Boar King. Even without his invisibility, he could still confront the wild Boar King heathen. As long as the cooldown for charge slash was ready, he would relentlessly hack at the wild Boar King, causing its health to steadily decline. Eventually, accompanied by the wild Boar King's wails, it collapsed to the ground, utterly humiliated. In its final moments, the wild Boar King had no understanding of what creature was attacking it. Crucially, it had not seen its attacker, so it could not determine the source of the attack. This made it exceedingly easy for Lin Feng to slay the wild Boar King. The wild Boar King's body began to shimmer and break apart into light, vanishing from sight, leaving behind a sparkling treasure chest. A grade treasure chest. This is your loot for defeating the wild creature. Open it to receive an A-grade item reward. Oh, a treasure chest. Lin Feng's eyes lit up, and he directly opened the chest. Please choose one of the following items: piercing spear, a grade, attack 47, agility 11, durability 255, weapon trait 10, chance to ignore 30 of player's defense, elite helmet, a grade, defense 49, spirit 14, durability 270, berserk, a grade, skill book, enter berserk state for 20 seconds, attributes increase by 100, defense drops by 100, cooldown 60 seconds. For choices, Lin Feng looked at the options and felt a bit helpless. However, he did not mind. At this time, he had 2 A-grade items. As for the weapon, he already had the blood axe, which was sufficient. In terms of defense, players wouldn't even be able to see him. The demand wasn't too great. This skill is actually the wild Boar King's berserk. It's quite impressive. Lin Feng's gaze fixed on the description of the skill. Reducing defense by 100. He didn't need that, as long as his attributes were strong enough, a single axe blow would be enough to slay a player. I choose the skill book Berserk. Lin Feng confirmed this option and learned the skill directly. You have learned the skill Berserk, a grade. Hearing this pleasant notification, a broader smile spread across his face. But players are dying a bit too quickly. There are still 73 left. This won't do. I must head to the gathering point and eliminate the remaining players. Lin Feng directly opened the map function and began to head towards the large gathering point on the map. Furthermore, the poison circle was starting to shrink. The area within the circle, surprisingly, contained a large gathering point. Surely there must be players inside. Hopefully these players can hold on and not die too quickly. Enter the circle. Kill. Berserk. Lin Feng even wanted to quickly enter the safe zone and immediately activate the skill with blood-red light enveloping him. All attributes doubled with defense reduced by 100. In an instant his speed surged. His agility attribute should now be around 80, with every 2 points of agility equating to 1 meter per second. Lin Feng was now moving at a speed of 40 meters per second. His speed was astonishing. On this 200 by 200 map, he could be considered a fast mover. Moments later, Lin Feng successfully reached the safe zone and entered the large gathering point, discovering several corpses on the ground and sensing that the atmosphere was amiss. There are still players here. Lin Feng narrowed his eyes and quickly deduced. He hurriedly searched for traces of players in the surrounding buildings. Lin Feng showed no signs of hiding, even making loud footsteps as he stomped on the ground, jumping in place and stomping wildly. It seemed he wanted to attract the players' attention. Sure enough, as Lin Feng's footsteps echoed, a beautiful face emerged from a window at the edge of a building, a woman trying to observe any signs of players. However, Luo, she did not see anyone, and she felt a bit puzzled. Quickly, she withdrew her face back into the building, feeling somewhat anxious. Why do I feel a bit of danger? My talent is activating. Grade talent. Foreknowledge of life and death. This was her talent. Previously at this gathering point, there were still 6 players left. When the players fought, she seized the opportunity to kill one and escaped. She knew that if she didn't escape, she would surely be surrounded and killed, and this was the warning her talent was giving her. Just then, Lin Feng raised his head and spotted Luo Zai's position, a subtle smile appearing on his face as he activated the wall-piercing skill to enter the building. Hide and seek has officially begun. What is happening? Luo Zai's emotions began to tense up as if she had entered a life-and-death situation. She increasingly felt that something was amiss. This was her rank talent. Death foreknowledge had been activated. Once in danger, Luo, she could detect this state. This talent could only alert her, providing no enhancements in combat. It could only prompt Luo Shi to leave the scene quickly, otherwise she would be in mortal danger. But I clearly haven't noticed any players. Why is there danger now? Luo Zai's expression was gloomy, yet she still heeded the talent's instruction and hurriedly planned to leave her original position. Just at that moment, Lin Feng utilized his wall-passing ability to enter the building, revealing his true form for a split second, and he appeared directly blocking Luo Zai's exit. Oh, who are you? Luo Shi suddenly saw Lin Feng, who looked like a ghost. She was so scared that she hurriedly retreated to a corner and drew a short sword in an attempt to defend herself, although its quality seemed to be only frank. However, just at that tense moment for Luo, she actually noticed that Lin Feng's body began to disappear from sight, completely vanishing. Am I encountering a ghost? Or is it a special scene in the game? How could this happen? It seems a bit terrifying. Luo Zai's face turned pale with fear, yet the sense of danger had not completely dissipated, instead it intensified. This indicated that the previous ghost player seemed to be real. The intense sense of danger was so overwhelming that Luo, she wished she could leave this place immediately. She knew, if she didn't leave soon, she would certainly die here. Currently, there are 65 players left in the game. If she died here, she would lose about 6 months of lifespan, although the penalties were temporarily waived in the first test. On the other side, Lin Feng looked at the pure and cute player before him, who was trembling in the corner, and he couldn't help but smile. However, he was unwilling to show mercy. He didn't know Luo Shi at all, so he naturally wouldn't let her go. In this survival game, every time you kill a player, you can become stronger. Otherwise, if Lin Feng enters the final circle without sufficient attributes, even killing a player would be a struggle. In an instant, he stepped forward, gripping his blood axe tightly as he walked towards Luo Shi. Lin Feng could see that Luo Zai's equipment was not very good at all. She was even lacking proper defensive gear. It appeared that Luo Zai's defense was not high. If he charged his blood axe and struck her vital points, it would undoubtedly lead to her demise. Wait, can we not fight here? There are still players around. If we start fighting, others will definitely take advantage of it. Luo Shi sensed the danger within her had reached its peak. This was a crisis of death. Without hesitation, she shouted, I know you are still here. My talent is activating, and my previous scream might have alerted nearby players who are rushing here. However, Luo Zai's shout was completely not directed at Lin Feng, as if she were talking to thin air. Upon seeing this, Lin Feng wore a calm expression, ignoring her completely, not even responding. The charged blood axe emitted a crimson glow as it swung down. Bang! The wall was shattered by Lin Feng, revealing a large hole through which the outside scene could be seen. Luo Shi, hiding in the corner, felt the sense of danger wash over her, and she hurriedly rolled to the side, narrowly avoiding the attack. She actually dodged it. She clearly didn't see me. What kind of talent does she have that allows her to predict the attack's approach? Lin Feng was a bit surprised that when he attacked, there was not even a sound, and Luo, she couldn't react at all. As for that, Lin Feng finally began to speak, his voice cold. What is your talent? Tell me quickly, or he'll just cut you down. After saying that, Luo Zai's expression turned fearful as she looked at the wall that had been broken through. Fortunately, she had dodged. If it had struck her, she would certainly not have been able to withstand it. It should be noted that Lin Feng's attack power could even overwhelm wild monsters. Not to mention Luo Shi, who had low defense and health. My talent. Fine. He'll tell you. Can you not kill me first? Just let me die later. Luo Zai's face was somewhat tense as she said timidly. She couldn't even see Lin Feng, nor did she have any signs of an attack. In this situation, Luo Zai's talent couldn't possibly let her evade every attack. You don't have any means to negotiate with me. 3 seconds. If you don't say it within that time, you can consider yourself out. Lin Feng's tone was filled with coldness as he spoke slowly. Luo, she could only grit her teeth in resignation. She had to tell Lin Feng or else dying here would be too much of a loss. I have a rank talent, Death Foreknowledge. It allows me to detect any lethal danger and enables me to leave dangerous places in advance. That's it. I am not deceiving you. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng's eyes showed some surprise. He recalled that the system had told him most players should currently possess rank talents. He did not expect that this female player actually possessed such a talent, which was quite a high standard. The system had previously informed Lin Feng. In the game's rank talents could not appear, the highest would be your rank talents. Unlike Lin Feng, whose talent started at SS rank, he stood at the pinnacle of existence. No wonder I couldn't detect me, or she could even evade my attacks. It turns out she has this kind of talent. Huh, wait. Her talent should be able to detect players, right? As long as she encounters danger, it should indicate the appearance of wild monsters or players. She seems like she could be of use to me. She could directly become my radar detector, searching for players and wild monsters. A perfect tool. Lin Feng suddenly considered this possibility, and his gaze towards Luo, she began to heat up. In an instant, Luo, she trembled slightly. She felt a fiery gaze upon her in the air. I want to go home. This wretched game actually chose me as a test player. How annoying. Can your danger prediction talent locate other players? If you can do that, lead me to them, and I will make it so you will not die for the time being. I can even boost your ranking. With your current gear, trying to reach the final circle would be nothing short of suicide. Lin Feng paused for a moment, then spoke to Luo Shi. She replied in surprise, asking whether he could refrain from killing her. Really? Luo Shi blinked, failing to grasp the gravity of his words. Lin Feng's face darkened with incredulity. The female player seemed a little dazed. He cleared his throat and repeated himself. I ask you now, can you find players? If you cannot, you are of no use to me. I will deal with you directly. At those words, Luo Shi finally registered his threat, her expression tinged with helplessness. Find players. I am not very sure, but I can try. Please do not attack me, okay? Her talent was a life and death premonition. If within range there were players or monsters posing lethal danger to her, she would perceive them. That premonition translated directly into Luo Zai's emotions. For example, she could sense there was danger nearby, and that danger in this moment was the presence Lin Feng radiated. But because Lin Feng existed in a soul form, she could not truly pinpoint his position. Why could she not locate this player? She wondered. When she had encountered dangerous players before, she could sense a direction and thus evade them. But now confronted with this player, she felt nothing but a blank pulse of danger. Luo Shi frowned and puckered her lips in frustration. She did not realize that Lin Feng's talent was inherently superior to hers. It was a matter of talent suppression. Lin Feng's only weakness was that his footsteps could betray him, but when he struck, there was not even a sound. It was an unseen, unheard method. Sharp eyes glittering, he said, all right, then lead the way. I will keep my word. If you help me find the remaining players, I will raise your ranking and spare you from death for now. Luo Shi had no choice but to comply. She turned in place, her emotions wavering as she began to act. Soon she detected a faint trace of danger to the southeast. That area lay within a thicket of jungle. It was most likely a monster there. Southeast, I sense danger, but it is probably a wild beast, she murmured without hesitation. Lin Feng peered out the window. Indeed, the place she indicated was deep within the jungle. Within the jungle, wild beasts were the likeliest threat. There were no supply caches there, and players rarely ventured into such foliage unless they intended to hunt monsters. Keep looking. Are there any players at the supply points? Lin Feng shook his head. He had no intention of entering the jungle. It was too far and would waste time. Luo Shi looked resigned, but still used her talent to scan for danger near the supply areas. She turned her head, and the tremor in her emotions swelled, expanding like radar waves as she scanned the surrounding area. Found them. There are 2 players here, and they are quite close to one another. Luo Zai's eyes widened with a hint of delight. Where? Lin Feng demanded. Follow me, Luo, she said, and she hurried out of the building, leading him toward the danger. As they drew closer, the warning pulses intensified. Her talent urged her not to approach further. Yet these pulses were nothing like the peril she had felt from the player who had spoken to her earlier. That one radiated a far greater danger. He must possess a talent stronger than mine, she realized. Luo, she felt the disparity keenly. Lin Feng's danger signature was far more alarming than that of an ordinary player. She was fortunate he had spared her. Otherwise, she would not have stood a chance. In his invisible soul form, Lin Feng was invincible. He said quietly, there is a player on the 2nd floor in the corner. Luo, she pointed to the building and whispered, careful not to alert anyone. Lin Feng nodded slightly. All right, stay put and do not move. I will deal with this player and be back at once, he promised. He invoked his wall-passing trait and materialized before Luo Shi. His silhouette surged through the structure. Walls could not bar his passage. In an instant, he vanished into the building and out of Luo Zai's sight, for she could not see through the walls. My heavens, she breathed such a formidable talent. I envy you, Luo, she admitted, her eyes bright with excitement. If she possessed such an ability, dispatching other players would be effortless. Had she lacked her life and death premonition, she would already have been eliminated, perhaps in an earlier skirmish among players. In a sense, she owed gratitude to her own talent. Used properly, it could easily carry her into the final circle. Meanwhile, Lin Feng slipped through the wall and into the building. Sure enough, someone on the 2nd floor was still scavenging supplies. A second later, Lin Feng returned to his soul form and became invisible. He crept up on the player, minimizing the sound of his footsteps. The player remained oblivious to the danger behind him, happily looting items from the ground. Charged slash. Lin Feng's blood axe brimmed with a crimson light as he swung it toward the player's skull. You dealt 249 points of damage to the target. You killed target 08124. You gained 5 points to all attributes the game notified. The player stared at the world with disbelief and fell to the ground. He struggled to turn his head, desperate to see who had ambushed him, but there was no sign of another player. No other players. Then how did he die? And how could the damage be so monstrous? He had almost a full suit of defensive gear for this major supply point, missing only a helmet. He even possessed a piece of a great equipment. By all rights, he should not have been one-shotted. Soulform backstabs grant a 150% damage bonus. Charged slash itself deals 125% damage. Striking the head counts as a vital blow and further increases damage. One swing, and he was dead. My damage must be outrageous, Lin Feng thought, and I have not even activated my berserk skill yet. If I did, damage might approach 500. Terrifying, he muttered, staring at the fallen player with a trace of astonishment. He had not expected his damage to be so high. If that player had survived, he intended to finish him off. He did not expect the enemy's defenses to be so flimsy. Lacking even a protective helmet, no wonder a single axe blow ended him. After effortlessly slaying the player, Lin Feng began searching through the dropped equipment. This one has an A-rank item. Not bad at all. Lucky I felled him with a single axe strike. Otherwise, if had fled, I'd have had to activate my berserk skill just to catch up. Lin Feng noticed something unusual about the loot and hastily picked it up for inspection. Agility boots, A-rank 30, agility 9, spirit, durability 250. Such a massive boost to agility was astonishing. According to the stat conversion, every 2 points of agility increased movement speed by 1 meter per second. These boots alone granted 15 meters per second. This was absurdly high. Lin Feng's own agility stood at a mere 37 points. Even accounting for base attributes, this player's speed must have rivaled, or even surpassed, Lin Feng's. Now they're mine. Lucky my damage output is explosive. I cleaved you down in one stroke. A grin spread across Lin Feng's face as he equipped the boots. Immediately, he felt markedly more nimble. A-rank gear could only be obtained either through abundant resource points or from slain monsters. Drank gear, however, appeared exclusively in supply drops. Thus, acquiring A-rank equipment conferred an extraordinary advantage to any player. This pair of agility boots is truly the only worthwhile item here. All his other gear is inferior to what I'm already wearing. Still, he carried 7 healing bandages. Must be quite the cautious survivor. Lin Feng gathered the useful supplies and promptly exited the building. He still needed to locate Luo Shi, and this resource point likely harbored other players. Moreover, he recalled Luo Shi mentioning that 2 players were somewhere in this direction. One had just fallen. Where then was the other? No, someone's attacking her. Lin Feng suddenly heard the clamor of combat erupting on the street outside, and his expression hardened instantly. Though he barely knew Luo Shi, her unique talent allowed her to track other players' whereabouts, an ability that directly amplified Lin Feng's combat effectiveness. If she perished here, he would not abide it. Dare you lay a hand on my essential ally? You've sealed your fate. In an instant, Lin Feng accelerated. His current speed of 30 meters per second rendered him nearly invisible. Within seconds, he burst from the building onto the street. Hey girl, don't run. Just surrender and die quietly. Li Xingyi, broad-shouldered and thick-muscled, his face rough with aggression, pursued Luo Shi relentlessly. His base stats were formidable: 13 points in strength, 12 in defense, and all other attributes exceeded those of ordinary players. In the real world, he'd been a professional boxer. Within this survival game, years of actual combat experience gave him an irreplaceable edge, far beyond the reach of common players. Thus, early on, he'd already eliminated 3 opponents and seized control of an entire resource point, granting him surprisingly lavish gear. 2 A-rank items, the rest Frank. And even in Frank's skill scroll. Heavy strike, Frank skill scroll, your attack inflicts a 0.75-second stun effect. Cooldown 15 seconds. This inflated Li Xingyi's confidence. Equipped as he was, he believed himself fully capable of entering the final circle. Arg, why hasn't he returned yet? I'm practically dead. Luo Shi fought back tears as she fled wildly down the street. Her gear was subpar. Her earlier victory over another player had been sheer luck. She'd been critically wounded at the time. Now facing Li Xingyi, she could do nothing but flee in terror. Ha ha ha. You helpless lamb ready for slaughter. Run, yes, run as fast as you can. Slow down and you'll die instantly. Li Xingyi relished the thrill of the hunt. His stats vastly outstripped Luo Shi's, yet he deliberately held back, savoring the chase. Moreover, he was luring other players from this resource point, confident that even against 2 foes his gear would carry him through. And should things turn dire, with his current stats, escape would certainly be possible. Damn it, am I really going to die here? I should have hidden instead of standing here waiting for him. What a fool I was to trust him so completely. Oomph. A flush of frustration colored Luo Shi's cheeks. The him she referred to was of course Lin Feng, whose prolonged absence had left her disheartened. Suddenly, stop running. Stay right where you are. I'll eliminate this opponent for you. I'm already beside you. He can't see me, so I'll dispatch him instantly. A familiar voice rang out beside Luo Shi. There he stood, Lin Feng motionless at her side, cloaked in invisibility. He spoke only to anchor her lest she flee too far. In that instant, Yuri here? Quick, help me deal with that man behind me. I'm on the verge of death. Her beautiful eyes widened in astonishment. She knew Lin Feng defied ordinary measure, and so placed her faith solely in him. Relax. I won't let you die. Lin Feng replied calmly, eliciting a quiet spark of delight in Luo Shi. So he does know how to speak kindly. Yet his next words dampened her mood. After all, you're my indispensable ally. You simply cannot perish so soon. Luo Shi opened her mouth to retort, but then caught sight of Li Xingyi closing in and darted hastily into a nearby building. Girl, still trying to run? Then you clearly wish to die now. Seeing Luo Shi vanish inside, Li Xingyi charged in, determined to end her life with his own hands. But Lin Feng, still invisible, stood squarely in the doorway, axe raised across the threshold. As Li Xingyi rushed forward, he collided headlong with the blade's edge. 49. Li Xingyi's health bar plummeted, the durability of his armor likewise eroded. Since Lin Feng hadn't actively attacked, the damage remained modest. Had Lin Feng chosen to strike, even a single axe blow might not kill Li Xingyi outright, but it would surely leave him broken and bleeding out. What the hell? What did I just hit? Seeing his health drop, Li Xingyi recoiled in panic, only to find the doorway utterly empty. Is this some kind of ghost, eh? His eyes bulged wide in disbelief, prompting a delicate, knowing smile to bloom across Luo Shi's finely sculpted features inside the building. She understood perfectly. Lin Feng was toying with Li Xingyi, and now things were about to get very interesting. What's going on? Why am I losing health? After noticing the sudden drop in his vitality, Li Xingyi observed that the young woman did not flee in panic. Instead, she remained calmly inside the building, even flashing a faint mocking smile. This irked him. Earlier, when Luo Shi had fled, he had pursued her with fearless ferocity, yet now he dared not even step across the threshold of the structure. Let me test it. Li Xingyi proceeded, cautiously stooping to pick up a stone from the ground. He hurled it straight toward the building's entrance. Elsewhere, Lin Feng watched Li Xingyi's wary expression, a faint, enigmatic smile curling at the corner of his lips. Who truly was the prey? And who, the hunter? That much was already unmistakably clear. Suddenly, Li Xingyi flung a small stone forward. Lin Feng's gaze sharpened. He instantly grasped his opponent's intent, yet chose deliberately to toy with him. In an instant, Lin Feng's blood-tinged axe cleaved through the air and shattered the stone into dust. Damn, is there a ghost here? Li Xingyi's eyes bulged at the sight. He could not see Lin Feng, so to him the stone had disintegrated midair as if by spectral force. But how did that girl slip inside? This is absurd. Li Xingyi gritted his teeth in frustration. He regretted sparing Luo Shi. He could have gained 5 points across all attributes by eliminating her. Clearly, this building harbored something deeply unnatural. Without delay, he pulled out a health-restoring item and began replenishing his vitality. Should he still pursue Luo Shi? Yes. I am the hunter. How could I leave the lamb unslaughtered? A little health loss means nothing. It must be some kind of debuff mechanism. Li Xingyi's face twisted with savage resolve, and in the next breath he lunged forward, determined to force his way into the building. How intriguing. I had only meant to tease you slightly. But since you've chosen to rush headlong toward death, I shall act without restraint. Upon sensing Li Xingyi's shift in demeanor, Lin Feng gathered his power, his blood axe blazing with a dangerous crimson radiance. In a flash, charge strike. Lin Feng swung his axe in a devastating arc, triggering a luminous prompt in the air. You dealt 124 damage to the target. He survived, so his defense is surprisingly robust. And since this wasn't a backstab, the damage output was naturally diminished. The explanation flashed instantly through Lin Feng's mind, yet the blow still slashed Li Xingyi's health down to 2/3 of its maximum. Damn, what is wrong with you? What cursed mechanic targets me specifically? And why drain so much of my health? Struck by the assault, Li Xingyi was sent flying, crashing hard onto the ground in disarray. Yet, a system prompt rang out, freezing his blood. Player 00886 dealt 119 damage to you. What a... Another player? Could this be that girl's doing? Or is someone lying in ambush for me? The thought struck him like lightning. His face paled with dread. When? How? Had he truly been ambushed? And more critically, who was this player? He had never landed a hit on Luo Shi, so he possessed no knowledge of her player ID. Thus, the identity of player 00886 remained entirely unknown to him. Wait, just now I glanced at the kill board. This 00886 killed another player just 1 minute ago. As for earlier kills, I didn't notice them. Li Xingyi strained his memory. He monitored the kill board, constantly noting any serial killer's IDs so he might track them later. 1 minute ago, he'd still been chasing Luo Shi, so it couldn't possibly be her. No. I must retreat for now. His damage output is dangerously high and my health stands at barely over 300. 2 more strikes, and I'm finished. Sweat glistened coldly on Li Xingyi's brow as he turned to flee. His stats were formidable. He had already eliminated 3 players and his gear was fully equipped. Within seconds, he neared the edge of the street, prompting a chilling, icy smile to spread across Lin Feng's face. Run. Do you truly believe you can escape? Rage. Lin Feng activated his rank skill Rage. A torrent of scarlet light flooded his entire body. All attributes doubled. Defense reduced to 0. So what? He cannot see me, nor can he hope to land a blow. You will not escape. Lin Feng's attributes surged wildly. His agility alone soared past 100, granting him near 60 meters per second. In the blink of an eye, he closed the gap behind Li Xingyi, wind roaring violently in his wake. At such staggering speed, Lin Feng nearly lost his footing and tumbled. Fortunately, he steadied himself. No need to tarnish his dignity with an undignified fall. Though truth be told, no one could witness it. He was still invisible. What's happening? Li Xingyi spun around in alarm, hearing violent gusts and heavy footsteps surging from behind him. There was no one there. Absolutely no player in pursuit. Then what were those sounds? Could it truly be a ghost hunting him? I don't care if you're human or specter. Show yourself. Bracing his courage, Li Xingyi raised his greatsword and slashed blindly backward. 217. A massive damage number erupted into the air, yet his blade struck only empty air. There really is a ghost. What the hell? Even air hits deal damage. His eyes widened in rising terror. That bastard, daring to strike me. He actually grazed me. Pure dumb luck, like a blind cat stumbling upon a dead rat. Utterly humiliating. Lin Feng glanced at his own health bar, plummeting sharply. Fortunately, with all stats doubled, his HP exceeded 600, but with 0 defense, Li Xingyi's strikes hit harder than ever. Without hesitation, Lin Feng sidestepped, darting over a dozen meters to evade further attacks. And his Bloodstorm axe blazed with ominous crimson light once more. Charge strike. With the killing technique fully primed, Lin Feng surged forward, accelerating with drift-like fluidity, and buried the axe deep into the back of Li Xingyi's skull. 479. Doubled power from rage, 150 critical backstab damage, 125 charge strike amplification, and a perfect strike to a vital point. Li Xingyi collapsed, slain instantly. Crack. Boom. Suddenly, Lin Feng's Bloodstorm axe fissured violently, shattering into fragmented light before vanishing entirely. Durability, completely depleted. I recall gear can be repaired. I simply haven't acquired the required materials yet. Lin Feng stood stunned, his E-rank weapon gone in an instant. A pang of genuine regret pierced his chest. The blood axe, a weapon that fit his grip perfectly, shattered and vanished into nothingness, leaving Lin Feng with a pang of regret. After all, it possessed a unique trait. After a 3-second charge, it dealt an additional 125 damage. The system notifications appeared as expected. You dealt 479 points of damage to the target. You have slain target 00222. You gained 5 points in all attributes. I've memorized your ID. Every time I encounter you again, I will kill you, without mercy. Lin Feng did not know Li Xingyi's real name. He could only see the player's numeric ID. Let me take a look at this fellow's gear. He began inspecting Li Xingyi's dropped equipment. As he reviewed the loot, his expression shifted to one of quiet astonishment. The gear was no weaker than his own. Rampant Cleaver, rank E, attack 49, agility 6, a durability 250. Weapon trait 20, chance to inflict bleed, 15 damage per second for 5 seconds. Exquisite Greaves, rank E, defense 34, constitution 11, a durability 250. Alas, Li Xingyi could neither see him nor possibly stand against him. Had Li Xingyi been able to perceive him, he might at least have mounted some resistance. Even worse, Li Xingyi hadn't activated any innate talent before falling, dying here utterly humiliated. Loot. Equip. Without hesitation, Lin Feng claimed everything. The cleaver was indeed a fine weapon, but compared to it, he still preferred the blood axe. Next, he opened his attribute panel. Lin Feng. Strength 79. Endurance 58. Agility 69. Defense 72. Spirit 53. Having slain 4 players, he had gained a cumulative 20 bonus to all attributes. Indeed, slaying players yielded tremendous growth. If I unleash my frenzy skill, I'd be unstoppable. Even gods would fall before me. But my defenses remain negligible. If another player lands a hit, the damage would be devastating. I'd perish instantly. With only 580 HP, I must tread carefully. A faint smile curled Lin Feng's lips. This advancement was substantial indeed. Moments later, the frenzy effect faded, entering its 60-second cooldown. Lin Feng seized the opportunity to return and locate Luo Shi, only to find her crouched tightly in a corner, trembling with fear that more players might appear. Come on, don't stay huddled here. Are there any other players nearby? Point them out immediately. I'll eliminate them without delay. Lin Feng spoke with wry exasperation. Instantly, Luo Shi startled at the voice, turning her head left and right, yet seeing no trace of him. She could only reply thus. There are 2 more players. But the sense of danger is fading rapidly. They're likely preparing to leave this supply point. Once they depart, I'll lose track of them entirely, so act now. A pause. Then she asked hesitantly, but, did you kill that player just now? Lin Feng smiled faintly. Yes, I killed him. 1 axe strike, and he was gone. He was weak, though still stronger than an average player. It still took me effort to bring him down. Luo Shi's beautiful eyes widened slightly. How could someone so formidable fall so easily beneath Lin Feng's axe? Thus, she promptly indicated their positions, urging Lin Feng to hunt down the 2 players before they escaped. Each death elevated her rank, and so she fervently hoped Lin Feng would slay as many players as possible. Perhaps then she'd earn even greater rewards. Stay here and wait for me. I'll return shortly. Don't attempt to flee. I'll hunt you down without mercy. Before departing, Lin Feng fixed their coordinates in memory and issued his final instruction. Understood. Don't worry. I'm clinging tightly to your coattails, senior. Climbing the ranks like this feels surprisingly good. Luo, she sighed, helplessly pouting her rosy lips. Instantly, Lin Feng's footsteps receded. With his current agility stat, he moved with breathtaking speed, 35 meters per second, closing the distance in mere moments. Moreover, his damage output had soared. A single slash struck a player's back, hitting a vital spot, and triggered catastrophic damage, killing him outright. In short order, he dispatched both players, earning another 10 to all attributes. The toxic zone is beginning to contract. Wait, what's that? As Lin Feng rushed back toward Luo Shi's position, he opened his map and spotted a small red dot. Is it an airdrop? Has the airdrop timer finally triggered? Rank D equipment. Rank D skill scroll. Such treasures always appear within airdrops. These thoughts flashed through Lin Feng's mind, and his gaze burned with fierce intensity. This bounty belonged to him alone. For ordinary players, such gear would be wasted. First place, he would never relinquish it. Yet once the airdrop descended, legions of players would surely converge upon it. 43 players remained. Without delay, Lin Feng sprinted back to Luo Shi and recounted the airdrop's arrival. Excellent. I'll follow you wherever you go. Victory by proxy. It truly feels wonderful. Luo Shi declared aloud, to empty air. To outsiders, she might seem unhinged, but Luo Shi knew Lin Feng's abilities were extraordinary. He could move in near-perfect invisibility. He could even phase through walls and solid objects, utterly undetectable, silent as shadow. Slaying the remaining players would be effortless. Time waits for no one. Keep up with me. Lin Feng dashed from the building toward the airdrop site, only to pause abruptly. He glanced back. Where was she? Vanished. He doubled back, only to find Luo Shi trailing behind, albeit far too slowly. After slaying 6 players and equipping rank E gear, Lin Feng's agility had surged to 80, propelling him at 40 meters per second. Luo Shi, by contrast, had only slain 1 player, and hadn't even assembled a full set of gear. Her stats lagged behind even those of an average player. Chasing Lin Feng was utterly impossible. You are rather slow. Sigh. I'll carry you instead. With no other option, Lin Feng swept her into a princess carry. His immense strength made carrying her effortless. Her weight was nearly imperceptible to him. Oh. Startled Luo, she flushed deeply at the sudden embrace. Yet from her vantage, she appeared to float midair, eerily suspended, defying gravity itself. Any ordinary player witnessing this would leap in terror. Enough. If I'm not embarrassed, why should you be? We must reach the airdrop zone. No one else may claim it. Lin Feng muttered under his breath, words that reached Luo Shi's ears clearly. She pouted faintly. After all, she was a girl. Being lifted suddenly by a boy, of course she'd blush. Especially since this was the very first time she'd ever been carried by a man. The pitch-black dots on the map began to advance at an accelerated pace. The game's rhythm naturally followed suit, continuously quickening. The poison circle started to shrink wildly, forcing players out of hiding, and now the airdrops on the map were visible to all. The airdrop contained the most powerful equipment and the strongest skill books available on this map. If one could acquire the gear and skills from the airdrop, they would undoubtedly wreak havoc. To this end, a multitude of players began heading towards the airdrop's location, which was also the next safe zone. This would inevitably lead to an even fiercer player clash within the safe zone. Lin Feng held Luo Shi in his arms, and his speed of 40 meters per second made her scream. Wow, wow, wow. You're running way too fast. You're practically a superhero. Who could possibly compete with you now? Plus, you can turn invisible. You're simply invincible. With that, Lin Feng's expression remained calm, and he smiled faintly. This is just normal operation. The first place is naturally mine for the taking. It was already destined from the start of the game. One must know he possessed an SS-level talent. If he couldn't secure the first place, he would indeed be too weak. Big guy, we're about to enter the airdrop area. I've noticed many dangerous fluctuations around us, but none of these fluctuations come close to your level. You should currently be the strongest player. Now your opportunity has arrived. Go forth and eliminate them. Luo, she held the map, her eyes fixed on the small red that was getting closer. Moreover, within the surrounding area, Luo, she could sense the dangerous fluctuations and quickly reminded him, be careful. Lin Feng replied calmly, when the fighting starts, you need to stay hidden. Oh, I may not be able to protect you while I eliminate the players. Luo's eyes face lit up with excitement as she quickly nodded. Don't worry, I don't want to die so soon. Moments later, Lin Feng and Luo, she truly entered the safe zone. This safe zone was situated in an open area, with the farther part being densely forested. No player dared to venture into the open area directly for fear of being targeted by the remaining players. Is this the airdrop? And the remaining players are hiding in the surrounding forest. Why is everyone so afraid to show themselves? Lin Feng looked at the airdrop slowly descending from the sky. According to the current descent rate, it would reach the ground in about a minute. Based on his estimation, there were about 10 players in this safe zone. The moment the airdrop landed, chaos among the players would ensue. Only the survivors could claim the rewards from the airdrop. Interesting. These players are all like turtles hiding in their shells, too afraid to show themselves. Indifferent. I can even wait right under the airdrop. The moment it touches the ground, I'll seize it. Lin Feng's face revealed a faint smile, showing no fear of being mobbed by players. The players couldn't even see him, making the idea of a mob attack irrelevant. As the time for the airdrop to descend grew shorter, there were still 30 seconds left. This prompted the hidden players to prepare to strike and remain vigilant of others in the surrounding forest. Player number 00888. Stay hidden in the forest, don't come out, understood. Lin Feng looked at the player number above Luo Zai's head and reminded her once again. Okay. Luo, she nodded obediently. Her survival until now and her current ranking were entirely thanks to Lin Feng. Otherwise, at the original gathering point, if she encountered a player, she would undoubtedly be hunted down. Although she possessed the talent for precognition of life and death, it would mean nothing in an actual battle. Go. Lin Feng gently set Luo, she down on the ground. Luo, she cautiously observed her surroundings. After not sensing any nearby danger, she quickly dove into the grass and remained motionless. A ground dweller. Lin Feng watched this scene with his eyelids twitching. He could only smile helplessly, remembering this spot to find Luo, she after everything was over. There are about 20 seconds left until the airdrop lands. My Berserk skill lasts for 20 seconds. I can still take out a few players in this time. Berserk. Lin Feng's eyes sparkled with dangerous light as he activated his skill. In the next moment, Lin Feng charged forward, his attributes double defense reduced by 100, and at a speed of 80 meters per second, he darted through the forest. Thud, thud, thud. The sound of his footsteps was remarkably loud, leaving the players in the forest in disbelief, some even panicking. What sound is that? Is that footsteps? How can footsteps be so fast? Which player is that? A strong enemy. The remaining players kept their eyes peeled, ready to retaliate if any player attacked them. However, all they could see was a cloud of dust rising, obscuring their vision completely. Indeed, this airdrop is out of my reach. I should just be cautious in the upcoming battle and not participate. One player witnessing this scene murmured to himself, filled with shock. You don't need to be cautious. Just go die right now. Lin Feng's figure flickered unpredictably. He suddenly appeared behind this player and struck down with his blade. You dealt 439 damage to the target. You killed target number 01269. You gained 5 points in all attributes. With a high damage output, he instantly killed this player, their head rolling to the ground. Lin Feng showed no hesitation as he struck again, his figure drifting swiftly through the forest. The players left here were now mere lambs to the slaughter. After this, his attributes would undoubtedly crush the remaining players. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. With every place Lin Feng moved to, a player fell, and in a short moment, he had taken down 5 players. Right there, he gained 25 points in all attributes. The airdrop is about to drop. The duration of my Berserk skill is almost up. I'll seize the rewards from the airdrop first. Lin Feng's gaze shifted as he changed direction, heading towards the airdrop that was about to hit the ground. The tragedy in the jungle went unnoticed by any players, for those who discovered it had already met their demise at the hands of Lin Feng. If not for the time constraint, he would have stealthily eliminated all the players. Regarding this, Lin Feng planned to take all the rewards from the airdrop before striking again to extinguish the remaining players' lives. However, the durability of these weapons was deteriorating far too quickly. It felt like this large cleaver would shatter at any moment. Lin Feng gazed at the weapon in his hand, which was already showing cracks. Without a repair item, it would soon meet the same fate as the blood axe, shattering instantly. Meanwhile, the remaining players were already prepared to strike at the impending airdrop. A multitude of players could no longer contain their excitement and were stealthily heading towards the airdrop's location. However, Lin Feng was already positioned at the airdrop's landing spot, hidden from view, displaying such ruthless cunning. I wonder if the airdrop will cause any damage when it lands. To avoid any potential issues, I should keep my distance, Lin Feng thought as he looked up at the descending airdrop and quickly took 2 steps back. Moments later, a loud thud echoed as the airdrop hit the ground. Only then did Lin Feng see the true nature of the airdrop. Boom! It was an extraordinarily brilliant golden treasure chest, radiating a towering golden beam of light, seemingly attracting all players across the map. Players who had not ventured into this area even from a great distance could see the striking golden light, which was incredibly alluring. However, these players were well aware that obtaining the rewards from the airdrop was akin to climbing to the heavens. If they failed to seize the airdrop's rewards, they might even fall here on the spot. For players who were eager to maintain their rankings, this was naturally undesirable. The higher the rank, the greater the points earned. This also led some players to completely disregard the airdrop. They believed that if a large number of players fought over the airdrop, many would surely perish. After the event, the remaining players' rankings would naturally surge wildly. The golden treasure chest should correspond to great equipment and skill books. Now let me see what rewards this golden treasure chest holds. Lin Feng reached out to touch the golden treasure chest. In an instant, a game prompt appeared. Slaughterer Armored Grade Defense 95, Stamina 36, a Durability 1000, Slaughterer Leggings Grade Defense 75, Agility 25, Durability 900, Attribute Transfer Crate Skill Book. You can freely transfer other attributes to one attribute, automatically restoring within 5 seconds, cooldown 30 seconds. Note, all items from the airdrop can be picked up. Holy crap. These rewards are terrifying. There's even a crate item reward. Whoever obtains the equipment from the airdrop will have a killing spree. Fortunately, I came here to stealthily take it, otherwise if other players got it I might not even stand a chance. Lin Feng looked at these rewards, his eyes wide, filled with shock. If someone were to obtain the first 2 pieces of equipment with such defense, even he would be unable to break through. The damage dealt would undoubtedly be minimal. He possessed special damage abilities. For instance, if Lin Feng attacked a player's back or struck a vital point, it would certainly result in a one-hit kill. However, if other players possessed these 2 pieces of equipment with his current damage output, he would definitely not be capable of achieving a one-hit kill. Moreover, one piece of equipment increases health, while the other boosts speed. This was truly somewhat unscrupulous. In this skill book, it's actually a crate, a rare item only obtainable from an airdrop. If all attributes were transferred entirely to defense, who could even touch me? Even I wouldn't be able to harm myself. If transferred to agility, I'd run to the heavens. Holy crap! Lin Feng exclaimed again, astonished by the rewards from the airdrop. Therefore, he began to look around. The remaining players in the jungle could no longer contain their excitement and were rushing over. This is mine. Who dares to snatch it? Lin Feng immediately picked everything up and equipped it, his attributes soaring. Learning skill book. He also learned the skill, as each player could have up to 3 skills in their skill bar. Lin Feng now possessed 2 skills without exceeding the limit. Berserk doubles all attributes, but defense drops drastically. Attribute transfer, freely convert all attributes to one attribute, automatically restoring within 5 seconds. Officially declaring, I am invincible, you are free to act. Lin Feng's face was full of joy. Even without an SS grade talent, he felt unbeatable against any player. In that moment, he looked at the players rushing over, a bloodthirsty smile spreading across his face. They probably had no idea. The rewards in the golden treasure chest were already all taken by him. The next moment, buzz. The golden light of the treasure chest suddenly began to fade, becoming dull and lifeless. This left Lin Feng, who was beside the golden treasure chest, momentarily stunned. This seemed to be somewhat embarrassing for him. It appeared that after he took the rewards inside, the golden beam phenomenon had already vanished. It doesn't matter. Let the slaughter begin. Attribute transfer. Lin Feng immediately activated his new skill to test its practicality. On the other side, what happened to the airdrop? Why isn't it glowing anymore? Which bastard players secretly took the rewards from the airdrop? The rewards from the airdrop must be in the hands of you players. The players rushed over but discovered that the golden treasure chest's glow had vanished, and various complaints arose. In an instant, these players could not calm down. They looked around at each other and began to brawl. Damn it. You died? Do you think you're worthy of me dying? It's more like I'll make you die. I will kill all of you so I can pick up the equipment from the airdrop. At that moment, Lin Feng, still at the location of the golden treasure chest, began to reveal a sinister smile. Now let you all witness ultimate violence. Although it only lasts 5 seconds. 5 seconds of a real man. As his voice fell, he activated attribute transfer, agility. In an instant, Lin Feng crossed over 100 meters, suddenly appearing behind a bewildered player. Attribute transfer, strength. Lin Feng swung the cleaver in his hand, fiercely striking down on this player's head. 1328. An astonishing damage number suddenly appeared above this player's head. How is this even possible? And what kind of damage is this? As the player drew his final breath, he stared in utter disbelief at the colossal damage number floating above him. The damage now exceeded 1,000, truly unimaginable. Yet amid the chaos of battle, his collapse went unnoticed by the other players. All players fought wildly, desperate to slay those before them and seize their gear. At that very moment, Lin Feng's speed surged to its absolute limit, his form blurring into afterimages as he raced toward the fallen player. 5 seconds may seem fleeting, but within them he could cut down multiple opponents. And this was sheer, overwhelming dominance. Die! Razor-sharp blades slashed through the air, felling another bewildered player in an instant. Lin Feng's movements were erratic and elusive, his cleaver swung wildly, relentlessly. In just 5 seconds, he had already felled 3 more players, bringing his tally to 14, counting the 11 he'd slain earlier. He was unstoppable. Gods fell before him, Buddhas crumbled beneath him. Not any player who crossed his path met a single decisive blow, and staggering damage numbers erupted ceaselessly. On the kill leaderboard, Lin Feng's player ID flooded the screen. Bodies began piling up across the battlefield, blood pooled thickly on the ground. The remaining players finally sensed something amiss. What's going on? How are they dying? I only saw them suddenly collapse, just like that. The kill leaderboard, this player is flooding it. Is he actually here? Run now. But it was already too late. Crack. Thud. Lin Feng's cleaver shattered, its durability exhausted, reduced to fragments. 5 seconds. Still not quite enough. Had it been 10, I could have slaughtered every last player here. Lin Feng gazed at his broken weapon, a faint trace of resignation crossing his features. Yet 4 players had already fled, their figures receding rapidly from the battlefield. I'll spare you, for now. Lin Feng had nearly given chase, until the safe zone shifted again and the toxic circle began contracting inward. For a moment he scanned his surroundings, finding no adversaries nearby. then swiftly vanished into the depths of the jungle, heading straight for the original patch of tall grass. There Lin Feng located Luo Shi, crouched low in the grass, a master of stealth. In player ID 00888. Come out, now. The toxic circle is closing in. We're moving into the final zone. In glancing at the map, Lin Feng noted 15 players remained. He knew with certainty this would be the last safe zone. A soft rustle emerged from the grass. Luo Shi scrambled out, revealing delicate, charming features, and a voice tinged with pleasant surprise. Senior expert, did you eliminate everyone outside? Lin Feng watched as she spoke, her back turned entirely toward him, exposing her slender frame. Clearly Luo Shi couldn't detect his presence, only the instinctive, chilling aura of danger he radiated. Yet her posture betrayed utter vulnerability. To any ordinary player, such exposure would have invited immediate ambush, because Luo Shi's gear remained utterly unupgraded. Among the 15 surviving players, hers was indisputably the weakest, without exception. Yet Lin Feng harbored no such predatory intent. He simply possessed unshakable confidence. That confidence lay in his absolute authority to decide who would claim second place. In the first place, already his by divine right. No, I've only taken 8 lives here so far. Add the 6 before that. And my total stands at 14. Still underwhelming. Had my weapon not shattered from exhaustion, I'd have claimed 2 more. Lin Feng replied with serene composure. Then, without waiting for her reply, swept Luo Shi into his arms and strode toward the carnage-strewn battleground. Whoa, so many corpses. Senior expert, may I loot their gear? Look how terrible my equipment is. Luo Shi's expression turned heartrendingly plaintive. Her gear truly abysmal, perhaps no more than 4 pieces clad her entire frame. Lin Feng found himself unable to bear the sight. And after all, Luo Shi was now his indispensable ally. She deserved better than this pitiful state. Yes. Hurry. It's 20 seconds, then we move into the zone. Lin Feng nodded firmly, then began gathering gear from the fallen players himself. Some of the looted gear was already sufficient to replace his current Frank equipment. Moreover, his weapon had fractured anew. He needed fresh arms, urgently. Their gear isn't half bad. Each corpse carries at least 1 rank item, passable at the very least. Take it, equip it immediately. Lin Feng surveyed the spoils, genuinely surprised. Alas, against a monster like him none stood a chance. Especially with his attribute transferability, he was effectively invincible, perpetually cloaked in spectral invisibility. Who could possibly withstand that? Suddenly, what kind of weapon is that? Few impressive. Lin Feng knelt beside a fallen player, one he recalled cutting down with a single casual stroke. Yet this player's weapon was astonishingly rare. He picked it up and inspected its properties. Striking bow, rank D105, attack 28, agility max, range 50 meters, durability 1000. Quiver, rank F, contains 20 arrows, 7 expended, 13 remaining. Good heavens. I recall this map is set in a pre-gunpowder era. Most weapons are swords, axes, hammers, spears. Yet here stands a bow, the ultimate long-range weapon of antiquity. This player must have had extraordinary fortune to acquire such a rarity. Lin Feng studied the bow with genuine astonishment. Rank gear he remembered appeared only via airdrops, or by slaying elite beasts directly. I wonder how he managed to kill a Drank beast. Pity, it belongs to me now. That question flickered across Lin Feng's mind. Yet the fallen player had acquired the bow by sheer accident. Deep in the jungle, he'd lured a massive Drank beast, the violent grizzly, into a narrow cave where its size became its undoing. Entrapped, the beast could not strike back, and the player slew it himself. From the 3 rewards offered upon victory, he chose this bow. Nan later used its superior range to eliminate 3 opponents. Now, however, it rested in Lin Feng's hands. Senior, I've already looted all the gear. Shall we set off? Luo Shi collected equipment from the fallen players. Her spoils were so abundant that her inventory overflowed. Even her gear selections leaned toward ornate aesthetics, feminine preferences for flamboyant appearances. Pragmatic gear would have been the wiser choice. Though Luo Shi knew full well, every piece of equipment she now possessed had come solely through Lin Feng. Yet clinging to such a powerhouse felt strangely exhilarating. Initially, she had been deeply wary of Lin Feng. Yet as she observed him, calm, composed, unexpectedly approachable, her natural vivacity gradually reemerged, unfurling like spring blossoms. After all, in this survival game, every player fought alone. That reality had forged in Luo Shi an instinctive wariness toward anyone she encountered. My current gear is undoubtedly the most opulent on the battlefield. Combined with my innate talents and skills, I could take on 10, or even more. Lin Feng surveyed his own equipment: 2 Class D defensive items, the rest all Class defensive gear, and 1 Class D ranged weapon. As for skills, he possessed 1 class ability, Rage, and 1 superior Class C technique, Attribute Transfer. Alas, slaying other players yielded only their equipment, not their skills. Skill manuals were exceedingly rare. Finding one at a resource-rich node was nearly impossible. Only defeating wild beasts offered a high probability of such a drop. Let me check my attribute interface now. Lin Feng summoned his stats panel. Having eliminated 8 players onside, his base attributes had surged by 40 points across the board, and with the massive gear upgrades accumulated, his overall stat growth felt astonishing. Whoa! A soft chime echoed, the system notification. Lin Feng. Strength 236. Endurance 142. Agility 157. Defense 225. Spirit 124. TCH. Though mentally prepared, Lin Feng still drew a sharp breath upon seeing the numbers. He was now, at minimum, 3 times stronger than before. No player alive could rival him. With that certainty, Lin Feng turned his gaze toward Luo Shi. Player 00888. What are your current attribute values? I need them as a reference. His words hung in the air. Huh, you're asking me. Luo Shi glanced around, straining to locate the source of Lin Feng's voice. But his voice drifted like mist, elusive, directionless, leaving her utterly unable to pinpoint its origin. Yes, your attribute values. What are they? Lin Feng repeated, calm and firm. Luo Shi offered no hesitation. She projected her entire stat panel without reserve. Luo Shi. Strength 53. Endurance 42. Agility 36. Defense 65. Spirit 41. Her stats were almost entirely gear dependent. With so many fallen players scattered about, she'd had the luxury of selecting the finest defensive gear available, making defense her highest stat. She had slain only one opponent thus far, gaining just 5 points across all attributes, a modest increase admittedly. Yet this was measured against Lin Feng's staggering benchmark. Even so, Luo Shi's current gear was sufficient to enter the final circle. Whether she could defeat other players, however, was highly improbable. Her innate talent was purely supportive, and she wielded no skill at all to overcome another player in combat. It was simply unthinkable. Only this much. Lin Feng's eyes scanned her stats, and his expression tightened faintly. Her numbers were abysmally low. By comparison, his stats alone could overwhelm nearly 5 Luo Zais. Yet quantity never eclipsed quality. Even if 10 Luo Zais attacked him simultaneously, he would cut them down without hesitation. Enough. We advance into the circle, now. This time I won't carry you. We'll move in together step by step. The safe zone is shrinking too rapidly. If I carry you, you'll become an easy target, surrounded the moment you appear. To other players, you'd be floating helplessly in plain sight. After a brief pause, Lin Feng issued his instructions. All right. A subtle flicker of disappointment dimmed in Luo Shi's eyes. She had secretly hoped Lin Feng would carry her all the way to the safe zone, because just being near him felt like sanctuary. So long as she remained beside Lin Feng, death held no dominion over her. The toxic zone is contracting swiftly. Lin Feng studied the map, black specks spreading like ink, soon to consume the entire battlefield. His gaze then shifted to the remaining player count. Current players remaining in this match 13. While he and Luo Shi had been looting, 2 more players had fallen, reducing the count from 15 to 13. Strikingly, both deaths bore the same perpetrator's mark. This player is formidable indeed. To eliminate 2 opponents in such short order. Let us see player 00005. What extraordinary means do you wield? A faint anticipatory smile touched Lin Feng's lips. Deep within his eyes, battle lust stirred. Move out. Don't stand there dazed, or I'll leave you behind. Lin Feng lightly tapped Luo Shi's shoulder, a gentle but firm reminder. Okay, I'm coming. Luo Shi hurried toward the safe zone. After all, she stood under the protection of a true powerhouse. Should any foe dare attack her, she trusted Lin Feng would intervene without delay. Moments later, Lin Feng and Luo Shi reached the edge of the safe zone. At that very instant, another player perished. Yet that player fell within the toxic zone, confirming the remaining count at 12. Excluding Lin Feng and Luo Shi, the 10 remaining players were unknown to him, and thus earned no mercy. This safe zone has spawned inside an urban district. Troublesome. Frustration clouded Lin Feng's expression. He preferred open terrain. Even dense forests offered tactical advantages he could exploit. But an urban spawn forced opponents into concealment. Hunting them down would demand patience and precision. An urban zone. Admittedly inconvenient. Yet I possess a radar detection device. I shall reduce you all to despair. Lin Feng glanced at Luo Shi beside him, and a quiet smile warmed his face. Fortune had granted him this invaluable asset. Without her, tracking down hidden players would have been infinitely more arduous. Big shot. There is a dangerous fluctuation in the number of players in the city area. I can already feel it clearly. Do you need to take action now, eh? As soon as Luo Shi arrived in the safe zone, she began to sense the danger in the city area. However, with her current gear, after careful selection, Luo Shi also started to possess combat power. The feeling of danger has already started to subside, slightly, no longer causing such heart palpitations. Now facing these players, she at least can still resist, unless she truly encounters a monster player like Lin Feng. Otherwise, she wouldn't be directly eliminated. Lin Feng's expression was calm as he spoke directly. Naturally so. If I don't take action, what am I here for? Which direction has players? Tell me directly now. As the words fell, Luo Shi closed her beautiful eyes and her talent began to take effect, carefully probing the surrounding dangerous fluctuations. The probing was like a droplet falling into a lake, the ripples growing larger, the range beginning to expand. In the city area, there were surprisingly 7 dangerous fluctuations, and 3 more dangerous fluctuations were in the open wilderness. It appeared likely that they came from wild monsters. The wild monsters currently in the finals should be level wild monsters which are hard for players to kill. At least the 3 dangerous fluctuations behind are even more intense than the 7 in front. Luoshi received feedback and directly informed Linfeng. Big shot. Inside the city, I found 7 players. As for the dangerous fluctuations behind us, they also exist, but I cannot distinguish if they are players or wild monsters. Upon hearing this, Linfeng looked somewhat surprised. 7 players in the city. The ones behind. Are they players or wild monsters? This still needs to be investigated. However, the players inside the city, they still need to be cleared out. All players in the city must be eliminated, otherwise leaving them could lead to trouble. He must eliminate all potential threats. For this, Linfeng pondered for a moment and then spoke directly. Wait for me here. If you encounter danger, just shout loudly. If I can't hear you, I will come out to help you. Luoshi nodded excitedly. All right, I understand. Big shot, good luck. In the next moment, Linfeng remembered the direction of the 7 players that Luoshi mentioned. He immediately began to rush into the city area. With his current agility approaching a speed of 80 meters per second, he created a cloud of dust. Wow, big shot, you're so amazing. Luoshi looked at the dust before her delicate features filled with surprise. Fortunately, she was not an enemy of Linfeng. Otherwise, she would have already been lying on the ground, turned into a player's corpse. This match, that player with the number 000886, actually killed so many players. His attributes now likely far exceed those of the surviving players. I cannot confront him. It seems I can only rely on wits. If all else fails, I will just focus on surviving in the rankings. The higher the ranking, the greater the rewards. A player leaned against the wall, his face filled with confusion. Previously on the kill list, this player with the number 00886 had killed enough players to flood the screen. He was simply a monster. This left the surviving players in panic. The player with the number 00886. Now no one wanted to touch him. Touching him meant certain death. Fortunately, this safe zone is actually positioned near me. It's simply a divine circle. I should have no problem making it to the top 5. Heaven helps me. This player took out a map and looked at the safe zone, a delighted smile spreading across his face. However, thud, thud, thud. The sound of commotion erupted. This noise immediately put this player into a state of readiness. What's happening? What is that sound? Why is it so loud? The ground is even shaking. This player noticed the ground starting to tremble. He thought he was experiencing an earthquake, but this was a game, and such disasters shouldn't occur. Let me take a look. This player peeked out and looked at the scene outside the window. Suddenly, whoosh. A cloud of dust rushed in. The source was directly aimed at him. My God, what's going on? This player saw this scene, his eyes bulging full of shock, unable to close his mouth. This scene completely left this player unable to react. Suddenly, this player's finger throbbed. It seemed something had stepped on it, crushing the bone on the spot. This pain surged deeply into the player's brain. Fortunately, this was in a game, so the sensation of pain was somewhat diminished. Go dot. Who told you to be closest to me? Otherwise, you wouldn't be eliminated so quickly. A cold voice rang out. Oh no. The player felt goosebumps all over his body. He wanted to pull his finger out, but found it completely impossible. Why? What had stepped on his finger? Whoosh. Accompanied by the sound of something slicing through the air, an arrow struck directly into this player's head, dealing astonishing damage. 769. How is that possible? This player looked at the damage information before dying, unable to close his eyes. Then he saw the kill message. You have been killed by player 00886. The sound of this number seemed to mock him. How did he kill me? I didn't even see him. And the damage. It's truly terrifying. This player's vision began to dim, ultimately leaving this game, but this question remained buried in his heart. There, Linfeng stood at the edge of the window, currently at the height of the 2nd floor, utilizing such astonishing speed. Moreover, with his current strength, he was capable of performing actions that ordinary humans could not imagine. He easily jumped onto such a tall building. However, this player was a bit unfortunate, accidentally having his finger stepped on by him. For this, he did not hesitate, knocking an arrow and shooting it out. The arrow struck mercilessly into this player's head. Poor thing. But rest assured, all players present will die. You are not the first to die, and you will definitely not be the last. Linfeng left behind these cold words and charged towards the next player. Immediately, thud, thud, thud. The sound of commotion erupted again. His speed was too fast, and with his power surging, he stepped onto the ground, causing cracks to appear intermittently. This led to a scene resembling an earthquake occurring on the spot. For a moment, Linfeng's figure darted back and forth in the city. Each time he stopped, an arrow would be embedded in a player's head, resulting in a tragic death, with players dying with their eyes wide open. In a mere moment, the remaining players in the city began to sense something was amiss. That is to say, Linfeng's player ID started to flood the chat once again. Within these 2 minutes, 4 players fell once more at the hands of Linfeng. In an instant, these players realized they could not stay in the city any longer, for they had also heard the deafening sound of an earthquake emanating from the center of the city. It seemed as though the source of this sound was rushing towards them. If they continued to stay like this, they would also meet the same fate as the previous 4 players. In no time when Lin Feng arrived at the scene, he discovered that there were no players left in this area. Strange. Why has everyone fled? I have only killed 4 players. Is it really necessary for them to be so afraid of me? Lin Feng's expression turned peculiar as he noticed their exaggerated reactions. However, his gaze subtly shifted to the upper right corner, revealing that he had already eliminated an astonishing 18 players. No wonder these players were so terrified. Normally in a game match, if he encountered such a monster player, he would also want to escape as far as possible. Forget it. I can't find these players anyway. He'll head back to look for the support character first. Lin Feng continued to search the city for players, yet he still found no trace of them. It appeared they had already left the city. But what if these players had left the city? Once in an open area, he could still kill them, and perhaps even do so with greater ruthlessness. Moreover, he still had 9 arrows left to deal with the next 8 players, which posed no problem at all. Among these 8 players was naturally Luo Shi. In his eyes, the support character remained just that, a tool. The fact that he could help Luo Shi reach her current rank was already the maximum assistance he could provide. If Luo Shi did not possess this radar-like talent, he would have eliminated her. Players who were of no use only dragged him down, and he did not need that. Suddenly, whoosh, Lin Feng's figure vanished from his spot, heading towards the designated meeting point with Luo Shi. At that moment, Luo Yin walked through the desolate area, observing the player IDs above the heads of players in the distance. Her face was filled with coldness as she slowly spoke. This player is not the player with ID 00886. I truly want to see what he is capable of. What methods does this numbered player possess? To think he could kill so many players. As she spoke, she looked up at the kill count in the upper right corner. You have killed 7 players. Not enough. Still not enough. This player with ID 00886. I expect to see him kill at least 10 players on the leaderboard. Moreover, the number of players he has killed is likely even greater than 10. I truly want to battle this numbered player. Who is stronger, you or I? Just let me witness it. Luo Yan's beautiful eyes sparkled with battle intent, and her originally cold and exquisite face began to reveal a smile. The next moment, bang, she extended her fair arm, and a greenish-blue whip suddenly struck the ground, producing a loud sound. Since you are not the player with ID 00886, then I shall kill you now. Attire talent, shadow clone technique. Just as Luo Yin took a step forward, her delicate figure began to blur, and in the next instant 2 identical clones appeared right in front of her. These 2 special clones possessed 20 of her stat values, lasting for 1 minute with a 5-minute cooldown. The clones could not change the equipment on their bodies, but could follow her orders. Having previously killed 7 players, she naturally had no shortage of equipment. In an instant, she began rummaging through her game backpack, pulling out a giant hammer, a shield, and a large amount of defensive gear, most of which were great. She had the 2 clones equip them. Although Luo Yin could control these 2 clones, forcibly managing them during a battle was somewhat challenging, as it could lead to her distraction. Thus, these 2 clones were not meant for attacking, but to entangle the player. This way, Luo Yin would have the opportunity to forcefully beat this player to death. The next moment, charge. Luo Yin commanded the 2 clones to rush forward, immediately entangling the player. What kind of talent is this? Damn it. A tier talent, blink. This bewildered player, seeing 2 identical clones, was filled with panic and immediately used his talent, allowing him to blink 3 meters forward, unable to pass through objects with a 15-second cooldown. Luo Yin watched this scene, her features displaying a cold smile. You weakling. Deserve to die. How dare you attempt to escape? As her voice fell, the greenish-blue whip in her hand lashed out, wrapping around the player's wrist. Come back. Luo Yin pulled with all her might, directly bringing the player down to the ground. In an instant, the 2 clones engaged in a fierce struggle. Having killed 7 players, she had gained a total of 35 points in all attributes, along with the support of her equipment. She believed only the player with ID 00886 had a strength attribute greater than hers. Damn it. It's nothing special. I can kill these clones with just 5 strikes. This player was fighting back and discovered that his attacks were causing the clone's health to drop by 1/5. This was to be expected. After all, Luo Yan's clones could only possess 20 of her attributes, and without the support of equipment, they would definitely not be able to withstand it. However, Luo Yin did not mind. These 2 clones could only last for 1 minute. Even if they died, she could summon them again after 5 minutes, but once the clones died, their equipment would disappear. This made it difficult for Luo Yin to maintain her clones. After all, each time she summoned clones, the equipment consumed was truly excessive. Her game backpack could not hold much equipment. This led to Luo Yan's clones being of no help during the early stages. By the time you kill my clones, you will have already fallen. Tire skill, Frenzied Swing. Luo Yin was filled with confidence, using this skill to instantly unleash 3 attacks, dealing 95 damage. In an instant, this player could not fight back. The 2 clones in front of him were far too entangled, and he could not touch Luo Yan's true self. Half a minute later, this player lay on the ground with an indignant expression, utterly unwilling to die here. A player was once again eliminated. Lin Feng returned directly back to Luo Zai's side. He had originally thought that once the players in the city left their spots they might encounter Luo, she allowing him to continue slaughtering them. However, he felt a bit disappointed as these players hurried away, leaving the city in just a short moment, as if a plague had been unleashed from within. Yet in the empty field there existed wild monsters with level and a-level creatures already occupying that area. Once players entered the territory of the wild monsters, they could easily attract the monsters' ire, leading to a direct confrontation. Oh, this player number 00005 actually killed another player again, daring to kill players in the final circle. It seems this player must be quite confident. I will personally test your strength later. Lin Feng suddenly noticed that player number 5, whom he was paying attention to, had killed other players again in the final circle. In an instant he reached out and patted Luo Zai's delicate shoulder, directly speaking, player number 888. Are there any players left in the city? After I killed 4 players, I haven't seen any trace of the remaining ones. Lin Feng's voice was always mysterious during every conversation. This made Luo shiver every time she heard it, and she hurriedly replied, "Ah, Big Shot, you're back. I haven't sensed any danger fluctuations from the players in the city. It seems they've all gone to the empty field. Also, I suddenly felt a wave of dangerous fluctuations which should be apart from you, Big Shot. A relatively lethal wave. I think this must be the player number 5 who is starting to kill players in the final circle." She had also seen this player number 5. Furthermore, she realized that this dangerous and lethal wave must be considered the strongest player in this match, excluding Lin Feng, of course. "Oh, you've already detected this player's presence. Quickly take me to see." Upon hearing this, Lin Feng's expression changed slightly as he urged, "First eliminate this powerful player. The remaining players are not worth mentioning." Luo, she nodded excitedly, "Okay." After saying that, she hurriedly headed towards the direction of the dangerous and lethal wave. With every step she took, the impact of the warning from her level talent, the gift of life and death, grew stronger. However, she was not worried. With Lin Feng's presence, she found any player seemed incredibly vulnerable. A few minutes later, the poisonous circle shrank again, resulting in the death of 3 players. 1 player died at the hands of another, but the surviving player also began to perish outside the poisonous circle, while another player fell victim to the wild monsters. Outside the poisonous circle, it was pitch black, with visibility reduced to 0, completely devoid of any light. Even Lin Feng felt a sense of trepidation upon seeing this scene, not daring to venture into the poisonous circle. Suddenly, Luo, she stopped moving. After clearly seeing the scene in the distance, she quickly bent down and stealthily hid behind a rock, whispering, "Big Shot, this player number 5 is right ahead fighting with other players. Do you want a sneak attack?" As her words fell, Lin Feng quickly peeked out from behind a rock. With his invisible state, he naturally was not afraid of being exposed. For now it was only Luo, she who stealthily followed behind this player number 5. "Oh, a female player. What kind of strange talent does she have? She even has 2 clones. This talent is quite interesting. No wonder she is considered, aside from me, the strongest player in this match." After observing the scene in the distance, Lin Feng's expression slightly changed as he realized Luo Yan's talent was surprisingly astonishing. However, the talent of these 2 clones must have restrictions such as the duration of appearance, possibly unable to last for a long time. After all, similar to his SS level talent, it also has constraints. It just so happens that the benefits of SS level talents outweigh the drawbacks. Thus, the disadvantages are minimized, amplifying the advantages comprehensively. Immediately, he continued to observe the battle. Luo Yan's advantage was growing. With the assistance of her 2 clones, she continuously suppressed this player, making him suffer immensely. Additionally, this player's talent was of the support type, providing no help in combat. The reason this player could rank so high was mainly because Lin Feng had not targeted him yet. Seeing this player's health dwindling, Luo Yan's cold expression gradually broke into a smile. "Is that all? You weaklings actually think you can win against me? Why don't you just lie down already?" Luo Yan's greenish whip suddenly began to whip out, aiming to end this player's life, suddenly stealing the kill. "This is mine." Lin Feng, witnessing this scene, directly activated the skill Rage, doubling all attributes while reducing defense by 100. In an instant, his agility soared, and he crossed into the vicinity of the dying player. He drew an arrow, knocking it on the bowstring, and shot it out explosively. This action was smooth and completed in an instant. Whoosh! The sharp sound of the arrow piercing through the air suddenly rang out. An arrow like a ghost suddenly pierced into the player's head, resulting in a high damage output. 1126. This player's health did not exceed 500, even at full health he could not withstand it. Thus this player fell to the ground, revealing a corpse filled with a sense of death. "Who dare to steal my kill in front of me? What? It turns out to be you. You were hard to find." Player number 886. Luo Yan, seeing the kill she was about to secure, was robbed and looked furious as she glared at the kill leaderboard. After looking at this, her expression abruptly changed, as she never expected. It was actually player number 886 who dared to steal her kill. An arrow. A ranged attack. This player number 886 actually snuck in from afar. Luo Yan's gaze fell upon the arrow lodged in the back of the deceased player's head. Thus she quickly scanned her surroundings, finding only a rock not far away to take cover. "He's over there. You can't escape." Luo Yan tightened her grip on the whip, her eyes revealing combat intent. However, she was completely unaware. At this moment, Lin Feng was already beside her, preparing to draw an arrow, aiming for the back of Luo Yan's head, ready to strike. He would not hold back just because Luo Yan was a girl. Sorry, he intended to take her down fiercely. Die. And without hesitation, Lin Feng released the arrow from his finger. It shot forth like a streak of rainbow light. Meanwhile, Luo Yan was rushing toward the rocky outcrop. Her two clones had not yet dissipated and automatically closed and flanking her left and right. As a result, the arrow struck one clone squarely. Its body crumpled to the ground lifelessly, and a towering damage number bloomed into the air, 1342. Clones naturally possessed low defensive attributes, and Lin Feng, currently in a state of doubled stats, could effortlessly eliminate such a construct. So this clone still serves as a decoy, and it actually blocked the arrow. Lin Feng watched the clone collapse, his eyelid twitching faintly. Originally, had that arrow struck Luo Yan directly, she would have been instantly obliterated. Nonetheless, it had been intercepted by the clone, nullifying its lethal impact. What's happening? I was clearly watching the rock. I should have seen player 886 draw and fire. Yet my clone has inexplicably perished. Where precisely did player 886 launch this attack from? Luo Yan suddenly registered the scene. Her face paled with alarm. Such ghost-like, untraceable strikes were beyond even her capacity to evade. Man, that damage. How was this possible? The damage had shattered the 1,000-point threshold. And even though her own defenses far surpassed those of her clones, a direct hit would almost certainly mean instant annihilation. Player 886 was nothing short of a monster. How many lives must he have claimed to attain such devastating one-shot lethality? FWSH. Na sharp whistle sliced through the air once more. Cold light flared. The arrow erupted from the center of the open field, sudden and merciless. Luo Yan instantly grasped the danger. Her expression froze in disbelief. With no time to evade, she commanded her clones to hurl themselves bodily into the arrow's path. In an instant, both clones fell again, and her innate talent entered cooldown. Luo Yan's gaze sharpened with astonishment as she began analyzing the situation. What is this player's talent? Could it be a unique offensive ability? That arrow materialized out of thin air, in the very center of the open field. No wonder his finishing blows leave no trace. And she had not imagined Lin Feng possessed the earth-shattering ability of invisibility. Now, with both clones gone, she had no shield left. Should the arrow strike, true elimination was inevitable. Only 4 players remained. If she fell here, she would claim 4th place, a result she refused to accept. Luo Yan resolved at last to confront Lin Feng directly. Yet she could not even glimpse Lin Feng, already reduced to such disarray. Her face flushed with humiliation. How could she hope to engage him when she couldn't even locate him? At this rate, she would perish here, struck down by an attack invisible to eye and mind alike. Just then, senior expert, save me. This player is trying to kill me. And he's even lured a wild beast this way. I refuse to die between its fangs. Senior, I'd rather die by your hand. This beast is terrifying. Suddenly a petite, vivacious female player burst from behind the rocks. Her face contorted in panic as she sprinted wildly, screaming for help. Trailing closely behind her slender frame was a diminutive player sprinting in sheer terror, his eyes wide with dread, willing his legs to move faster still. If he failed to overtake her, they would become the beast's next meal. HSSS. A colossal python, thick as a water barrel, erupted from the earth. Its scales gleamed with razor-edged clarity. Crimson glacial light burned in its eyes as its maw gaped wide, poised to swallow the smaller player whole. Above its head floated a stark identifier, inching lean Serpent King Class D, wild beast, and damn it. The tiny player shrieked in panic, twisting aside just in time to evade the serpent's snapping jaws. Yet the Qinglin Serpent King's gaze turned frigid. Its sinuous tail lashed out with terrifying speed and coiled tightly around the helpless player. He struggled in vain. The serpent's strength dwarfed his own. No. Why did I provoke this beast? I never should have ventured near the toxic zone's edge. That territory is guarded. I can't accept this. Rage contorted his features. He drew his weapon and hacked desperately at the serpent's armored scales. Metal clanged sharply against scale, failing even to scratch the surface. In the next breath, the Qinglin Serpent King yawned open its fanged maw once more and swallowed the player whole. Its belly rippled visibly, as if digesting its prey within the esophagus itself. Senior expert. Help me please. I know you're right beside me. Luoshi whirled around, and her pupils contracted in primal fear, her breath coming in ragged gasps. She harbored a deep-seated phobia of serpents. Now a monstrous python loomed before her, large enough to devour a human whole. Her legs trembled violently, so much so that movement itself felt impossible. Yet this was a game. Such physical paralysis should not exist. Dying by another player's hand might leave no lasting scar, but perishing in the jaws of the Qinglin Serpent King would haunt Luoshi with terror for weeks to come. A Class D wild beast. And who is this girl? Her player ID. 888. So she is not player 886. Still, this beast is formidable. If she falls, I'll be left defenseless against it. My clone talent remains on cooldown. Luo Yan observed the serpent and Luoshi, her mind racing for a countermeasure. And then, suddenly, a sigh drifted from beside her, its source unmistakably male. And sigh. And what an inconvenient tool user. Fine. I'll see this through to the end. And after all you did help me, tracking down countless players. And I'll grant you a small reprieve. Lin Feng watched Luoshi's panic from afar and murmured softly, skill, attribute transfer, and coupled with his still active frenzy skill. His next strike would detonate with catastrophic force. And as for Luo Yan, she was already as good as dead. Lin Feng would not spare Luo Yan. During attribute transfer, his vitality plummeted to its lowest ebb, making him fatally vulnerable to her counterattack even if she could not see him. Yet if she somehow stumbled upon him, by blind chance, he would hemorrhage health instantly. And to eliminate that risk, Luo Yan had to die first. In an instant, the combination of two skills resulted in Lin Feng's attributes skyrocketing. Attribute transfer, strength. Lin Feng shot another arrow at speed, transcending all reason. This was an attack that human beings could not react to at all. Whooshed. This arrow directly killed the stunned Luo Yan, turning her into a cold corpse that fell to the ground. The highest damage in this match was directly born. You have dealt 2,782 damage to target player number 00005. With all attributes doubled in fury and all attributes concentrated on strength, coupled with the bonus damage from backstabbing players while in stealth, his damage was naturally extraordinary. After killing Luo Yan, he had already eliminated 20 players in this match. However, before she died, a slight smile appeared on Luo Yan's cold face as she recalled, player number 00886. I clearly understand your talent. You should be able to be invisible. With such means, no wonder you are so powerful, even able to steal kills in front of others. But knowing your talent, I will eventually defeat you. I look forward to the moment I defeat you. What kind of expression will you have? As her voice faded, her consciousness began to dim as she exited the game. However, if Lin Feng knew Luo Yan's thoughts, he might not be able to help but burst into laughter. You must understand that his game talents in each match are never the same. In the next match, he would no longer possess the SS level talent, Soul Cloak. Instead, it would be an entirely new SS level talent. For Luo Yan to defeat him, this was completely impossible. For Luo Yan to catch up to him, perhaps there was a slight possibility. The next moment after dealing with Luo Yan, Lin Feng looked towards the distant Qinglin Python King. As the skill duration still persisted, he shouted without hesitation. Player number 00888, if you don't want to die, get down quickly. Otherwise, this arrow will pierce through your body. After saying this, Lin Feng's eyes filled with killing intent. With two players remaining, it was naturally him and Luo Shi. If he could eliminate Luo Shi like this, it seemed like a good choice, allowing him to easily claim first place. However, making such a choice would undoubtedly deal a blow to Luo Shi. If he encountered her again in the future, he wouldn't be able to utilize her talent abilities. For now, let me save you once. Although you will die in my hands later. Attribute transfer, strength. Lin Feng, with a helpless expression, knocked an arrow onto his bowstring and shot it out fiercely. Whooshed. The arrow shimmering like a rainbow shot forth. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. Under such astonishing power, the air around the arrow seemed to create violent friction, producing a piercing sound. After he shouted this, Luo Shi naturally heard him. She obediently laid down on the ground, even with a joyful expression, mumbling to herself. The big guy is so nice to me. There are only two players left, just me and the big guy. He could have ignored me, letting me die at the hands of this wild monster, and he could have claimed first place. But he still came to save me. What a charming man. I love it. Although Luo's eyes later words were somewhat joking, she still held a favorable impression of Lin Feng. On the other side, the Qinglin Python King gazed coldly at Luo Shi, who lay on the ground, too scared to move. It was eager to devour humans again, twisting its body and opening its massive jaws filled with fangs, intending to swallow this petite and adorable player. At that moment, an arrow burst forth with a cold light, instantly striking the enormous body of the Qinglin Python King, piercing through it. The once imposing Qinglin Python King began to gaze vacantly as it collapsed to the ground, gradually transforming into fragments of light, vanishing from sight, leaving behind a great treasure chest. You have dealt 1953 damage to the target Qinglin Python King. Lin Feng heard the game's notification and discovered that the defense of this wild monster was surprisingly impressive, as the damage didn't even exceed 2,000. However, the Qinglin Python King's health was still below 1,200 points, making it possible to achieve a one-hit kill. The skill duration seems to have completely expired. But now there is still this tool. How should I deal with her? Lin Feng realized that the powerful sensation in his body had begun to fade, and he started to contemplate how to deal with Luo Shi, feeling somewhat troubled. For a girl, he naturally couldn't use violence. He had to use love to persuade her. The main reason Luo Shi was useful to him was that if she were like Luo Yan, a female player, he would have dealt with her directly. Big guy. Thank you. Before, I would rather die in your hands than in the mouth of this giant python. Luo Shi looked at the lifeless Qinglin Python King behind her, her delicate features blossoming into a radiant smile that could not help but evoke pity from the boys. She didn't even pay attention to the gray treasure chest behind her. She didn't care about it, as she wasn't the type to be ungrateful. as she said she would rather die at Lin Feng's hands because she was truly grateful to him. If it weren't for Lin Feng's presence, she wouldn't have achieved such a ranking and would have long since perished in the safety zone ahead. It's a small matter. Consider it mutual assistance. You actually helped as well. This time I was able to kill so many players. I still need to thank you. Lin Feng looked at the playful and adorable Luo Shi, and seeing that she had no intention of resisting, he reached out to gently pat her head. Luo Zai's hair was smooth and emitted a pleasant fragrance. Big God. Luo Zai's face turned slightly red as she felt shy at Lin Feng's gesture. However, she still mustered her courage and couldn't help but ask, Big Guy, can you tell me your name? I still don't know your name, and I would really like to get to know you. Let me introduce myself first. My name is Luo Shi. Luo, as in falling, and Shi as in hope. What about you? Lin Feng heard Luo Zai's words and narrowed his eyes, starting to think. His current identity was somewhat special. Lin Feng didn't doubt Luo Shi, but his possession of the system would make his fame soar in the survival game. Fortunately, the online game survival game completely protects all players' information, preventing exposure, thus avoiding special offline violence incidents. Therefore, if he exposed his name now, it was very likely that Luo Shi would inadvertently reveal it. Whether to say it, he needed to consider carefully. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Feng ultimately decided not to reveal his name to Luo Shi, as doing so carried certain risks. Although he had a decent impression of Luo Shi, it did not mean he trusted her at this point. Just think about it. In the online game survival game Global Battle Royale, it is claimed that one can enhance genetic cells, exchange lifespan, and extract abilities and items within the game. With the existence of his current system, his future was bright, and he could rapidly become powerful in reality within a short period. He must not let Luo Zai's inquiry about his name jeopardize his future, a point he had already considered. One day, when he possesses great strength in reality, he will share his name with Luo Shi. For now, Lin Feng directly changed the subject, his expression serious. Luo Shi, is that your real name? Luo Shi, I hope you won't be so naive in the future. In this online game, your actions can determine your future status. Do not show mercy to anyone. You must give your all. As for your real name, just tell me within this game, but do not share it with others. Otherwise, if a true villain finds out, they could use real-world connections to locate you. How will you defend yourself then? As for my name, I will respond when I feel like it. As his words fell out, Luo Zai's expression turned somewhat dazed. She hadn't expected Lin Feng to warn her like this. However, as she pondered the matter, cold sweat appeared on her back, causing her to feel a bit frightened. Indeed, within the game, all players' privacy would be kept confidential, and no player could inquire about another player's private information. However, if a player accidentally reveals their information, it could become extremely dangerous. If they encounter a real villain, real-world connections could lead to their demise. Big shot. Thank you for your warning. I will remember it. But I trust you. I believe you are not a villain. Luo Zai's delicate features were filled with joy. Without Lin Feng's warning, she might have encountered serious trouble in reality. Good people ultimately remain in the minority. Especially with the emergence of this game, humanity can reach an unimaginable level. In the aftermath, society as a whole would change. As long as you understand. Lin Feng looked at Luo Zai's strong expression, feeling somewhat comforted. For no matter how one looked at it, Luo Shi resembled an ignorant girl. He believed that a slight warning would lead her to realize the situation. Soon Lin Feng's gaze fell upon a nearby drank treasure chest. Even though the game match had reached its final stages, he couldn't help but choose to open it. As a result, the rewards dropped by the wild monsters appeared quite ordinary: 3 pieces of common drank equipment and not even a skill book. After casually selecting one reward and equipping it, the other 2 rewards vanished, as defeating a wild monster only yielded 1 reward. If he had received airdrop rewards, he could have obtained all 3 rewards. Big shot. You can choose to kill me now. This is your first win. It is also your honor. And I would like to give you some rewards. Because I do not dislike you, I hope you do not refuse me. Luo Shi looked at the current map, with only her and Lin Feng surviving. She was already satisfied, believing that becoming the second place would be quite good. To this end, Luo Shi extended her fair fingers and began to touch Lin Feng's face. Although she couldn't see him, she imagined him to be quite handsome. Big shot. Don't move around. Let me handle it. Luo Shi rose on her toes, leaning closer, and finally kissed Lin Feng on the cheek. After the kiss, her face turned slightly red with embarrassment, and she shyly closed her eyes. Thankfully, she couldn't see Lin Feng, otherwise she would feel even more ashamed. In her mind, she kept pondering, is this my first kiss? It shouldn't count, right? I only kissed his cheek, and this is just a game. Would the big shot think I am a frivolous girl? Clearly this is my first attempt at such a thing. I have never even touched a boy's hand before. Oh dear. How embarrassing. Luo Shi hurriedly covered her face with her small hands, fearing Lin Feng would see her flushed cheeks. On the other side, Lin Feng gazed at Luo Zai's boldness, his eyes widening in surprise. Luo Shi, you are truly bold, he thought to himself. However, this game match was already coming to an end. Since Luo Shi had agreed, Lin Feng began to plan to conclude this game match. The next moment, he still chose a merciful way to end it. Lin Feng transformed his palm into a blade, striking directly at the back of Luo Zai's neck. The impact caused her to faint, interrupting her wandering thoughts. In this state of unconsciousness, Luo Shi would not feel any pain feedback from the game. What an interesting girl. If I encounter you again, I will still guide you. But it all depends on the game's matching mechanism. If luck is not on our side, we may not meet again. Lin Feng looked at the unconscious Luo, a gentle smile appearing on his face. However, he still took out an arrow, knocked it on the bowstring, and shot it without hesitation, directly ending Luo Zai's life in this match. He thus achieved his 21st kill. The game's notification message popped up. Congratulations, player No. 00886 has achieved victory in this match. Now beginning settlement of survival points. Survival ranking 100 points. Talent score 256 points. Equipment score 35 points. Skill score 32 points. Player kill score 21 points. Total 444 survival points. It should be noted that the second place Luo, she only received 42 points. Her equipment was very ordinary, and she had not even killed a player. The third-ranked Luo Yen received 43 points as she had killed 7 more players than Luo Shi, and her equipment was slightly better. However, due to her lower ranking, her points were reduced, barely surpassing Luo Shi by 1 point. From this perspective, Lin Feng was 10 times the points of the second and third places. Not to mention the rankings of the players behind him. He directly surpassed all players. Such a lot of points. Lin Feng looked at the survival points settlement, this time, still feeling a bit puzzled. System, could you explain these score points to me? Lin Feng began to inquire about the system, wanting to thoroughly understand these score points. Understood. The system began to respond. After a moment, Lin Feng had somewhat clarified these score points. The score points of the survival ranking are only awarded to the victor who ranks first, a fixed value of 100 points. The second and third places do not receive such rewards, and may even face penalties such as a deduction of lifespan, while other score points will also significantly decrease. The score points for talent score are awarded based on the level of talent, with level talent earning 1 point, a level talent 2 points, level talent 4 points, level talent 8 points, and so forth. This is why he could earn 256 points, as his SS level talent grants a fixed reward of 256 points. The higher the utilization, the higher the score. The score points for equipment score are calculated based on the level of equipment and the number of items collected. This score is actually not substantial, since his current game rank is too low, resulting in no equipment above level being encountered. The score points for skill score are determined by the level of skills, the degree of user development, and compatibility, calculated similarly to the equipment score. Currently his rank is too low and he has not yet encountered high-level skills. The score points for player kills grant 1 point for each player killed, making this score relatively rare among the point categories. Moreover, the system had mentioned that there is still another score point that remains locked due to his failure to meet special requirements in the game. However, the system had already revealed this information directly. The score points for attribute score are automatically activated when a player's attribute exceeds 300 points during the calculation of reward points, with every 10 points of attribute, equating to 1 survival point. Reach 300 points in attributes. No wonder I haven't unlocked this score point requirement yet. In this round, I killed 21 players, and with the boost from equipment, my attributes barely reached 200 points. It seems to be somewhat difficult. When Lin Feng learned this, he felt that this score point was rather strict. If he found it hard to unlock, ordinary players would surely find it even tougher. However, upon further reflection, he realized that the equipment and skills in this map were not high level, so it was normal for the attribute score point to remain locked for now. Additionally, this game match was merely the first one, and every player was likely still somewhat clueless. Even he was the same, as the pace had started off rather slow in the initial match. It's time to leave. Lin Feng looked up at the pitch-black poison circle, which was beginning to spread. Fortunately, he had already secured victory and could leave this match. In the next moment, he was enveloped in darkness and the sensation of weightlessness returned. When Lin Feng opened his eyes again, he found himself back in his original home, as if nothing had ever happened. Entering this survival game, he felt as if he had vanished from this world, and no one could find Lin Feng's presence. It seemed that this was also a protective measure for players against offline ganks. Now I have 444 points of reward survival points. I must be the player with the highest survival points among the 10,000 currently being tested. These 444 survival points can be exchanged for lifespan enhanced genetic cells and extracted game equipment and items. Without further ado, let me see. After returning to reality, Lin Feng was eager to experience whether the so-called survival points could indeed be exchanged for these things. He began to silently chant Survival Mall in his heart. In an instant, various panels typical of game malls appeared before his eyes, with a dazzling array of products available. These game equipment and abilities must have been unlocked by him in the game to be extractable. If he had not encountered certain equipment and abilities, he would not be able to see them. For instance, he had successfully seen the abilities of Berserk and attribute transfer in the shop, but the required points for extraction were too high for him to exchange at the moment. However, he did not pay much attention to this aspect, but instead focused on the prompts. Enhanced genetic. Each point of survival points can enhance a certain attribute by 0.02 points. Exchange lifespan. Each point of survival points can be exchanged for 15 days of lifespan. Each point can be exchanged for half a month of lifespan. It seems not worth it for ordinary players. Lin Feng observed these two prompts and found the survival game to be rather harsh. In this game, even if you become second, you still face penalties and have to deduct lifespan. However, the points earned from higher rankings increase, so facing penalties means that utilizing points to exchange for lifespan allows one to recover, making it ultimately more profitable. But that's not my concern. As long as I ensure that I am first in every match, what other players is of no consequence to me. Lin Feng's gaze turned cold. He was not a saint, and the lives of those players were naturally not his concern. In the next moment, he began to contemplate that the equipment and abilities in the game did not need to be exchanged for now, because once extracted they could only be used in reality, and in the game every match still relied on the player's skill. As for lifespan, he was not anxious, he was not short-lived, and naturally had enough lifespan. From this perspective, strengthening genetic cells would be the best choice. After all his current attributes, each attribute reaching 10 points was quite balanced, with none particularly strong or weak, representing a standard level. Lin Feng gazed at the requirements for genetic enhancement, a faint sigh escaping his lips. Such exorbitant costs stirred a pang of reluctant hesitation. Each point of credit could elevate only 0.02 points of a given attribute. With his current 400 credits, he could enhance just 8 attribute points, and that applied to only one attribute, not all. Still, by the late stages of the game, I had become virtually superhuman, capable of feats beyond ordinary human comprehension. Were such attributes realizable in this world, I would be nigh invincible. Lin Feng recalled the blistering speed with which he traversed battlefields in-game, the surging power deep within his body, the razor-sharp clarity of his senses and mental acuity, the extraordinary resilience of his physique, and his formidable defensive capacity. These 5 attributes directly enhanced the player's capabilities, and if manifested in reality, they would render conventional means of harm nearly futile against him. So it is in fact reasonable that genetic enhancement demands such staggering credits. Yet even for me the cost feels daunting, let alone for ordinary players who could scarcely afford even a single point of enhancement. No gain without sacrifice. Every credit I invest now will sharpen my rhythm and dominance within the game. These thoughts crystallized in Lin Feng's mind, and he made his decision. For now, exchanging credits for extended lifespan or extracting in-game abilities held no appeal. Comprehensive attribute enhancement remained the unequivocal priority, and extracting abilities or equipment was prohibitively expensive. Even in frank piece of equipment demanded 100 credits to extract. Yet such gear, commonplace and underwhelming, likely offered less protection than standard real-world armor. And frank skill required a staggering 100 survival credits for permanent full access, or alternatively 100 credits for a single-day temporary extraction. Most players, even those securing first place, earn no more than 150 credits per match. Few could rival Lin Feng's anomaly, consistently surpassing 400 credits per match, and he believed he could secure first place match after match without fail. For ordinary players, claiming first place every round would be infinitely more arduous, for Lin Feng possessed an SS tier talent rendering victory almost effortless, who would willingly expend hard-earned credits on skill extraction, only to find those skills unusable within the game itself. Far wiser to strengthen innate attributes, elevated attributes amplified skill efficacy in reality, and in turn superior performance in-game yielded even greater attribute gains. Ordinary players who begin with only in frank talent, and deem it useless, may still unlock random talents using survival credits. Unlocking a random frank talent costs 100 credits, a rank requires 200, scaling progressively upward. Yet the highest tier attainable through this method remains a rank. No pathway currently exists for acquiring rank or higher talents. However, unlocking a talent does not grant immediate in-game usage. It demands an additional investment hundreds of times the original cost. Wait, do I actually lack survival credits? Fortunately, my innate talent is SSS-Rank. I needn't fret over such limitations. This line of thought led Lin Feng to reflect deeply upon the immense hardship ordinary players endured. Low-tier talents were largely marginal, offering negligible utility capped by inherently low ceilings, granting only fleeting advantages that rarely sustained competitive edge. In contrast, an SS-tier talent established both an exceptionally high floor and an extraordinary ceiling, the sole variable being the wielder's mastery and execution. But if I were to extract my SS-tier talent for real-world use, would it truly cost 256 million credits? That figure feels utterly unattainable, even across a lifetime. His expression tightened with incredulity. Even if he claimed victory in every match, amassing 256 million credits remained implausible. Was this survival marketplace deliberately predatory? Such astronomical pricing rendered even prodigies like himself incapable of purchase, leaving ordinary players no choice but to gaze upon these offerings from afar. At that moment, the system registered Lin Feng's discontent and responded. Host, your current rank is too low. Your base credit yield per match remains inherently limited. Elevate your rank. Higher ranks activate credit multiplying mechanics. Once you reach silver rank, I shall detail this mode further. The words faded. Lin Feng's eyes widened slightly. Credit multiplication. Rank progression. So, 256 million credits might yet be within reach. Yet for now, strengthening his core attributes remained the most reliable path to enduring growth. Each attribute amplifies distinct faculties, but as the ancient maxim declares of all martial arts, swiftness reigns supreme. Enhancing agility accelerates my reflexes, bolsters evasion speed, sharpens neural response, and refines limb coordination. I shall focus exclusively on this attribute then. After brief contemplation, Lin Feng reached his decision. He spent 400 credits, leaving 44, and gained 8 attribute points, all allocated to agility. His attributes shifted instantly: Lin Feng's strength 10, endurance 10, agility 18, defense 10, spirit 10. He sensed an immediate difference. Limb coordination and neural responsiveness now felt markedly sharper. His reaction time already surpassed that of elite professional and national-level athletes. A few swift punches confirmed the change. He truly moved faster. Ordinary players typically possessed only 10 points of agility. Sedentary homebody players often scored as low as 7. Elderly players likely hovered near 5, reflecting natural age-related decline in mobility and coordination. This game shows no mercy. Thankfully, I maintain regular exercise, though modestly. Hence my agility remains merely average. Yet for real-world professionals, national athletes, boxers, special forces operatives, these attributes would confer decisive advantage far exceeding those of ordinary individuals. Lin Feng sighed again, awed anew by the widening chasm between himself and ordinary players. But as a test participant, he must seize this window and ascend without pause. From here onward, no player would stand in his way. After adjusting for a moment, Lin Feng chose to enter the game again. To earn more points, he needed to put in effort, and more effort. With such a system in place, if he did not intend to work hard, he couldn't just wait for points to fall from the sky. That would be completely unrealistic. Therefore, he must seize the time, strive to achieve higher scores, and elevate his attributes comprehensively. Ding! The all-talented system is starting up. Congratulations. You have drawn the top-tier talent beast companion SSS. You can form a friendship with any beast, and they will not attack you. The beasts will fully obey you, even willing to fight alongside you in life and death. As a friend of the beast, you can gain 30 of their total attributes. As a friend of the beast, you can acquire some of their skills. As a friend of the beasts, each time you cooperate with them to kill a player, you will gain equipment equivalent to the beast's level. As a friend of the beasts, if you are attacked by players, the beast will share the damage with you. This talent only takes effect in the game. If you wish it to take effect in reality, you must spend points to extract it. Note this map is set in the cold weapon era, and there are still no firearms available. This SS-level talent beast companion is surprisingly powerful. It seems I can run rampant in this game. Lin Feng listened carefully to the details of his SS-level talent, a smile of delight appearing on his face. As the name suggests, he can now summon beasts on the map to fight against the players in this match. Moreover, he will receive 30 of the beast's stats, gain some of their skills, and they will share damage for him. Even after killing players, the beasts can actually provide him with equipment. For example, if he summons Flevel beasts and kills a player with them, he can obtain Flevel equipment. Why does this feel even more powerful than my last SS-level talent, Soul Concealment? No, wait. My last talent was also quite impressive. If the Soul Concealment talent faced off against this beast companion talent, the former would likely be more annoying, as beasts cannot see through the hidden state under the soul form. But it doesn't matter. This SSS talent is mine alone, none others can have it. With such a talent, I can still rampage. Lin Feng thought it over. After all, these two talents belong to him, and no other players can obtain them, so he paid them no mind. Soon the game prompts appeared. Map specifications: cold weapons. Game mode: you can kill players to gain a 5-point boost to all attributes, valid only in this round. You can also kill beasts, which can drop equipment and skills. When a player dies, all their equipment will drop. When a player dies, they will lose up to 12 months of lifespan, according to their ranking. The game will conclude and points will be tallied based on performance. This time there are no penalties for removal. Punishments will truly descend. Lin Feng looked at this final line, his eyes narrowing in surprise. True punishments will begin in this round. If a player falls and dies at the game's start, that player will lose 1 year of lifespan. The previous round was merely to allow players to adapt to the environment. In the first match, penalties were temporarily waived. This time is different. The players in this game have surely already experienced a match. So these players should already be clear on the game's pace. Interesting. Let me see the strength of you players. No matter who you are, I will crush you without mercy. Lin Feng was filled with confidence and began to survey the surrounding environment. This time he spawned in the wilderness. His expression darkened, filled with resentment. What kind of spawn point is this? Other players spawn in resource-rich areas. I spawn in this barren wilderness. I suspect the system is targeting me. However, upon reflection, being in the wilderness might allow him to quickly find beasts. This is highly advantageous for his current talent. So in terms of resources, he didn't need to be overly anxious. Looking at it this way, it doesn't seem to be targeting me. Lin Feng continued to survey the surrounding environment, but his expression suddenly changed, filled with surprise. There's a small black dot over there. Let me take a closer look. It's actually a player. Not far away, about 100 meters away, Lin Feng could see a player who also appeared in this wilderness. This player's face looked quite dark, probably also an unlucky one. Lin Feng appeared in the wilderness, and he could leverage his talent, but this player was in a dire situation, having nothing at all. There were no resource points in this wilderness, and beasts could show up at any moment. Wait a minute. I feel like I recognize this player's ID. Have I met him before? Lin Feng looked at the distant player's ID, feeling as if he had encountered him in the previous round. After all, there are only 10,000 players in the current game test, and that's not a large number. So encountering players from the previous round is a fairly high probability. On the other side, Li Xingyi found the surroundings pitch black and couldn't see clearly as the game hadn't started yet. He was still listening to the game's prompts. Finally, the prompts finished introducing, and he could now see his surroundings normally. What the hell? What kind of spawn point is this? Why is my luck so bad? I didn't even see a resource point. Li Xingyi looked around, his face filled with anger as he cursed, I just spawned in the wilderness. Is the game trying to target me? His death in the last round was utterly inexplicable. He hadn't even seen his killer. In the last round, his equipment and skills were quite good, and he should have been able to work his way into the rankings, so reaching the final circle wouldn't have been a problem. But he died in such a bizarre way. Li Xingyi was extremely displeased and filled with rage. Fortunately, the game recorded the player who killed him, numbered 00886. If he could meet this player in person, Li Xingyi would definitely take this guy down. Using such inexplicable means to cause his death in the game, he had completely remembered this grudge. A player. At that moment, Li Xingyi also noticed a player not far in the wilderness, seemingly observing him. Therefore, Li Xingyi squinted his eyes, scrutinizing this player's ID. The next moment, his expression suddenly changed, filled with shock and rage. The player numbered 00886. Is it him? He's actually here. Heaven helps me. I must take him down. Li Xingyi watched Lin Feng approach, his emotions surging with excitement. After the humiliating death in the last match, he was determined to exact vengeance in this round. In real life, he was a boxer and a former champion. His physical prowess considerable. Because of that, he carried a natural advantage into the game. His attribute values would naturally exceed those of ordinary players, giving him an edge. After all, points were hard to come by now, and strengthening attributes was extraordinarily difficult. He hurriedly checked his own attributes. Li Xingyi, Strength 13, Stamina 11, Agility 11, Defense 12, Spirit 10. Never underestimate the significance of a mere 2 or 3 points. Consider this: 100 survival points only grants a mere 2-point increase to a single attribute. This meant Li Xingyi possessed a faint but real advantage in the early stages. To a certain extent, such a slight edge could let him flourish early on. In the current matches, most ordinary players simply did not match Li Xingyi in attributes. Even Lin Feng, a special player at present, only surpassed Li Xingyi in agility. You actually killed me last match. This time I'll make you pay. Li Xingyi's frustration flipped into fierce resolve. In raw strength, he now likely outmatched Lin Feng. And he was a boxer with real sparring experience. An ordinary player would find it difficult to defeat him unless their attribute values utterly trounced his. Otherwise, Li Xingyi would not be so easily eliminated. At the start of the game, his attributes were after all quite respectable. Facing any opponent, his confidence swelled. For a moment, he taunted the other as a brat and urged him to come die. I will hammer you with my fists today, he growled. Let me show you my boxing. It'll reduce you to ruin with a single barrage. Li Xingyi fixed his gaze and sprinted toward Lin Feng without hesitation. If he could kill Lin Feng now, he would gain 5 points to every attribute. Such a boost would grant him a far greater advantage in subsequent rounds. He intended to give everything and fight for first place. Lin Feng watched Li Xingyi running toward him with a look of mild surprise. He recognized the player's target ID, number 00222. You dared to shatter my blood axe in the last match, he thought indignantly. I quite like that silver blood axe, he murmured. Besides, I once said, whenever I see you again, I will kill you. And now I must kill you. You are a walking 5-point bonus to all attributes. Lin Feng's face grew feverish. His agility was nearly twice that of an ordinary human. His confidence stemmed from the fact that he had spent 400 points to boost his agility. His neural reflexes, limb coordination, and attack speed now far exceeded Li Xingyi's. Li Xingyi would be unable to land a blow. No matter how strong he was in reality, in the martial world, speed was decisive. Lin Feng's agility had already surpassed Li Xingyi's, and he trusted that gave him the upper hand. Even if he could not overpower him in a fight, could he at least outrun him? Lin Feng challenged without stepping back. He planned to test Li Xingyi's level. In the last match, Li Xingyi's equipment had not been shabby. He presumably still retained some strength. Yet, if he met a player like this prodigy, Li Xingyi might well be reduced to despair. For the moment, they were 100 meters apart. They began closing the distance, both emboldened, each secretly believing he could topple the other. Suddenly a howl. 3 lithe gray wolves burst frenziedly out of the woodland. Above their heads glowed an grade wild monster indicator. Seeing this, Lin Feng and Li Xingyi halted on the spot and ceased advancing. Wild monsters, they both exclaimed. Lin Feng's face lit with a pleased smile. He felt no need to kill Li Xingyi by his own hand. On the other side, Li Xingyi's face darkened, and he swore under his breath. Damn it, already encountering wild monsters at the very start. No matter how strong I am, he thought, I still can't beat wild monsters without equipment or skills. My talents aren't for battle. How could I possibly defeat an grade wild monster? Terrible. I have to run now. He'll have that brat stall them for me, he decided. Ordinary players with no gear or skills simply could not hope to beat wild monsters at the outset. With that, Li Xingyi prepared to flee. Because the three gray wolves had appeared on Lin Feng's side, they would buy time and allow him to leave the wildlands without being attacked. Although he had missed the chance to kill Lin Feng, Li Xingyi felt a twinge of regret. Killing a player earned 5 points to every attribute, which was invaluable early on. Run. Li Xingyi took off at once, not daring to glance back at the grade monsters. Lin Feng looked after the wolves approaching him with a gentle smile. He possessed a special sense and did not find the wolves threatening. On the contrary, he felt they were strangely friendly. Hey, one of the wolves cried. Human, I find you different from the others. How about this? The three of us follow you from now on. The three gray wolves closed in on Lin Feng, but did not attack. Instead, they howled, and the words were automatically translated into his head. They had sensed a peculiar charm on Lin Feng and had immediately submitted, even offering to face life and death at his side. I can even understand their beast speech. Lin Feng mused, amusement growing on his lips. This talent was unexpectedly intriguing. Without hesitation, he issued an order in return. Hey, three wolf brothers. Do you see that human over there? He annoyed me before, and I despise him. Go and tear him apart. At his command, the three gray wolves answered confidently. No problem. Leave it to us. Let's go and eat this human. In an instant, the three wolves surged forward with incredible speed, lunging madly in pursuit of Li Xingyi. Incredible speed. Lin Feng watched the gray wolf beast sprint, its pace even swifter than his own. Though he had enhanced his agility attribute, wolves as wild predators were naturally built for blistering velocity. For this reason, he already deemed Li Xingyi doomed. Li Xingyi's agility was likely inferior to his own. Evading an assault by three gray wolves was nothing short of a fantasy. Even resistance seemed nearly impossible. Three gray wolves in the early game could effortlessly slay a player barehanded and unequipped. How tragic. Yet we are rivals. And I shall show no mercy in slaying you. Lin Feng shrugged indifferently. You must be cursed with the unluckiest bloodline, drawing me as your first opponent. Truly, fortune has abandoned you utterly. As his words faded, his gaze swept toward the distance, where the three gray wolves had already closed in on Li Xingyi. Their eyes blazed crimson with bloodlust, cruel and unblinking as they circled him tightly, trapping him at the center. Awoo. In perfect coordination, they lunged, tearing and gnawing at Li Xingyi's flesh, chewing ravenously. What is happening? These beasts. Are they insane? Li Xingyi paled in shock, his eyes darting toward Lin Feng in the distance, who stood perfectly unharmed. Why had the beasts turned on him? Why? Was his flesh somehow more tender or more fragrant? Nonsense. What kind of talent does he possess? How utterly shameless. Li Xingyi instantly surmised Lin Feng must wield some mysterious ability, though he could not yet fathom that Lin Feng could command beasts. In his mind, Lin Feng likely possessed a rare technique, such as concealing one's aura, explaining why in their previous match Li Xingyi had sensed no trace of him before death. Damn it. Li Xingyi stared in horror as his health plummeted, his face drained of color. If he died here, the penalty would be severe. 1 full year of lifespan would be forfeited. An ordinary player would collapse into despair, screaming in anguish. But Li Xingyi was different. He bore a Class D talent, indomitable will. He would never yield. Moreover, he possessed 30 tenacity against crowd control effects, allowing him to break free ahead of time. Though merely supportive in nature, Li Xingyi cherished this talent deeply, for in his view, a true man never surrenders. That was the ultimate truth. Back off. Dare you surround me? Die, you wretches. Li Xingyi hurled a furious punch, striking one wolf squarely in its soft underbelly. The beast crumpled instantly, its furred body trembling in pain. Yet the damage dealt was pitifully small. 21. Li Xingyi scowled. This feeble output was absurd. And Frank Beast's vitality was far from fragile enough for instant annihilation. His blow had been a mere tickle, even landing on a vital weak point, damage bonuses notwithstanding. Without any weapon and relying solely on his base stats, he stood no chance against the beasts. Owl. Brother 3, is everything all right? One wolf cried out, rushing to its fallen kin. Owl. Elder brother, devour this accursed human. Another snarled, fury contorting its muzzle. The downed wolf staggered upright, growling bitterly. Owl. Elder brother, second brother. I'm barely alive, but that stung like hell. In that instant, their primal ferocity erupted fully. They charged Li Xingyi without hesitation or fear. Even as Li Xingyi fought back with blind fury, he realized it was futile. A lone gray wolf. He might prevail, but 3. Hopeless. Damn it. Player 00886. I'll remember you. Just wait, you'll see. I will kill you. With those final roars of defiance, Li Xingyi fell, his health bar empty, his spirit extinguished in bitter regret. At that moment, an frank item materialized, a random drop upon the ground. Fascinating. Commanding beasts to slay players triggers guaranteed loot, gear matching the beast's rank. Lin Feng strode forward, retrieved the item, equipped it instantly, and inspected its attributes. Tattered helmet, frank defense 11, durability 100. A notification flickered. You have slain player 00222. You have gained 5 points to all attributes. Even kills executed by beasts granted him this reward. Moreover, I now possess the full stat profile of an frank gray wolf. Yet only one of these 3 wolves contributes 30 of its attributes to me. Why, wait. These three wolves function as a single entity. Lin Feng suddenly grasped this crucial insight. After all, a solitary gray wolf did not qualify as an frank beast. Li Xingyi himself could have slain one solo at game start. A lone wolf was trivial to kill, only when assembled in a pack of 3 did they attain frank status. Thus the trio constituted a unified entity. The pack itself was the frank beast. That explained why only one wolf conferred 30 of its attributes, because the 3 together formed a singular cohesive unit. Inspect. Lin Feng summoned the Gray Wolf stat sheet. Gray Wolf Frank Strength 12 Endurance 9 Agility 21 Defense 9 Spirit 6. No wonder they outrun me. Their agility reaches 21. Lin Feng smiled faintly. He would absorb 30 of these attributes, and had already equipped the tattered helmet at game onset. His momentum surged from the very first moment. Who then could possibly stand against him? At the outset, he killed Li Xingyi. This filled Lin Feng with great delight as he began to check his current attributes. Lin Feng, Strength 19, Endurance 18, Agility 30, Defense 29, Mind 17. The 5 points from killing Li Xingyi along with the 30 attribute value from the Grey Wolf monster have successfully been added to his total attributes. Not bad. This is my starting attribute. I feel ready to take on 10 of them. Lin Feng's face was beaming with joy. Although there were no resource points in the wilderness, he possessed the SS-grade talent Beast Friend, allowing him to develop rapidly. In no time, without any hesitation, he began to inquire about the Grey Wolf monster. Wolf brothers, are there any beasts around here? Owl. No, this is the territory of the 3 of us. The Grey Wolf monster shook its head and answered directly, displaying a silly demeanor. There are no beasts here. Hiss. These monsters actually have territorial ideas. What a hassle. Looks like I need to head to a resource point to hunt some players. Lin Feng's expression turned helpless. He originally planned to find a batch of monsters in the wilderness to quickly boost his attributes. However, it seemed that monsters were also rare. Even players with strength would soon have to hunt monsters to obtain the rewards they dropped. Monsters had a high chance of dropping skills. Once he acquired skills, it would surely give him a significant advantage in upcoming battles. But Grey Wolves are grade monsters. They don't seem very strong. They don't even have skills. Lin Feng had just discovered that Grey Wolves, being grade monsters, indeed lacked skills. It was very likely that the Grey Wolves were not strong enough, leading to the absence of skills. Otherwise, he could have obtained the Grey Wolf skill. 3 wolf brothers, follow me. They'll take you to feast on flesh and blood. Lin Feng opened the map function and marked the destination, ready to head to that place, but naturally he had to bring the Grey Wolf monsters along. If they encounter players, they can just gang up on them. Owl. Flesh and blood. We 3 brothers must go. The 3 Grey Wolves were filled with excitement, their tails wagging joyfully. Follow me. Lin Feng instantly unleashed his agility, sprinting at full speed. At this speed, even the Grey Wolf monsters couldn't keep up. After all, his agility had reached 30 points, while the Grey Wolves only had 21 points in agility. If they could catch up, it would be a miracle. Lin Feng slowed down a bit, otherwise the Grey Wolves would still be lagging behind when he reached the resource point. Inside the affluent resource point, there were currently 6 players inside, vigilant of each other, while stealthily gathering resources, not yet engaged in full-scale chaos. However, these players were already aware that if they could kill other players first, they would have a significant advantage. Luo Yin was also here, urgently searching for powerful weapons. Finally, she entered a room and discovered a shimmering silver sword in the center. A silver-grade weapon. This isn't a grade weapon. You players here. I will crush you all. Luo Yan's gaze turned icy as she hurried over to pick it up and equip it. Starting with a grade weapon, her attack power could easily make ordinary players wish they were dead. She believed she could easily take down a player with just a few strikes. Suddenly, Luo Yin slightly raised her head, noticing that players had begun to die on the kill leaderboard. It hadn't even been half a minute since the start. This player met their demise, probably losing a year of their lifespan, which was rather tragic. They literally dropped dead as soon as they landed. However, upon seeing the killed player, Luo Yan's expression slightly changed, her eyes filled with fervor. Player 00886 killed player 00222. It's you. We actually matched up. It seems fate wants me to avenge myself. Luo Yan still remembered encountering Lin Feng, this monstrous player, in her last game, resulting in her unfortunate demise and only securing 3rd place. She was quite displeased. If Lin Feng had defeated her heathen back then, Luo Yan wouldn't be feeling this way. The key was, she had died in a completely inexplicable manner, shot dead by Lin Feng with a single arrow. She hadn't even seen Lin Feng. What kind of death was that? It was simply infuriating. However, she later inadvertently discovered Lin Feng's talent. But I think I know your talent. Or is that a skill, eh? No matter what it is. It seems you can maintain an invisible state. In this state of invisibility, I believe you can't hold on for long. So, whether it's a talent or a skill, I am already prepared. I hope you don't die too quickly, I will come looking for you next. Then I will defeat you, shatter your confidence for daring to ambush me, a victory without honor. Luo Yan's beautiful eyes were filled with fighting spirit. She was a persistent person. If she didn't defeat Lin Feng, she would never be at ease. Soon, a grade talent, shadow clone technique. Luo Yin gripped her silver sword tightly and activated her talent, summoning 2 clones with 20 of her attributes. Next, she planned to clear out the players in this resource point area so that she could gain the boost to all her attributes. She believed that in the upcoming game match, she would be able to thrive and develop quickly. Then she would face player 00886. Phew, this starting point is ridiculous. I ran all the way to this resource point, and it was so far away. Just running here took me a minute and a half. And I have 30 points in agility. If I were an ordinary player, I would have probably dropped dead right at the start. The poison circle will start shrinking in half a minute. I should still make it. Lin Feng, now leading 3 gray wolves, finally arrived at the nearest affluent resource point. Suddenly, go. Wolf brothers, use your scent to find the players inside. Directly kill them, and the flesh and blood will be yours. Lin Feng led the 3 gray wolf monsters into the resource point. Wolves, being such beasts, could rely on their sense of smell to locate players, which shouldn't be too difficult. Sure enough, the 3 gray wolves lowered their heads, sniffing the ground for scents, beginning to search for the nearest players. Once they found them, they would undoubtedly face a brutal gang beating. The 3 gray wolves had keen senses, and within a short moment, they detected 3 distinct human scents at this resource point. These 3 unique scents belonged to 3 different players. In an instant, the gray wolf monsters relayed the situation to Lin Feng. 3 players. Very well. Kill them all. First, go after the player closest to us. Lin Feng's expression shifted slightly, but he paid it no mind and issued the order. In the blink of an eye, the 3 gray wolves charged into the resource point. Lin Feng naturally followed closely behind the gray wolves. Without any weapons, he only had a bronze helmet. Even with slightly enhanced attributes, he couldn't easily eliminate a player. What is that? One player was picking up equipment from the ground when he suddenly turned to see the 3 ferocious gray wolves lunging at him, his face instantly turning pale with fear. However, he was also a player who had participated in a game before, and his mindset had matured somewhat. If he were to die in this game, there would be a death penalty. A shocking penalty that deducted lifespan. I cannot die. The player raised his grade shortsword and thrust it fiercely at the 3 gray wolves. Suddenly, a long arm seized the player's wrist, the strength so great that he was unable to resist. Who are you? The player turned his head in panic, only to see a young man smiling at him, completely focused on the 3 gray wolves behind him, unaware of what was happening. Who am I? I am the player who is going to kill you next. Die. Lin Feng smiled slightly, his fist tightening, as he suddenly unleashed a punch that struck the player's abdomen with great force. 37. The player's eyes bulged, blood spewing from his mouth as he collapsed to the ground, his health rapidly diminishing to 1/4. Even without the advantage of weapons, Lin Feng's current strength attributes still matched the damage of an F-grade weapon. I will kill you. The player was furious, abruptly turning back and swinging his shortsword in a furious slash. Now he had a weapon, while the young man before him appeared to be unarmed. Victory was within his grasp. This futile resistance is meaningless. Lin Feng watched the player's furious attack, and he could clearly see the trajectory of the shortsword, which seemed somewhat slow, allowing him to react effortlessly. Next, Lin Feng easily dodged, and the player's attacks completely failed to land on him. From this perspective, his agility attributes completely surpassed those of the player, making his reflexes and coordination remarkably sharp. Damn it, how can this kid dodge so quickly? The player gritted his teeth in rage. He had no defensive gear and had only picked up a short sword and a healing item at the start, but using the healing item in battle could easily be interrupted. Moreover, there were other players at this resource point. Thus, he dared not act too recklessly at the beginning, opting instead to stealthily gather resources and plan for a more luxurious equipment loadout before striking. Unfortunately, now that he encountered Lin Feng, the outcome was already clear. Have you forgotten something? Watch your back. Lin Feng stepped back abruptly, a dark smile creeping onto his face. What did I forget? Not good. The player squinted his eyes, but suddenly remembered the presence of the 3 gray wolves behind him, his face filled with terror. In an instant, whoa. This human is so arrogant, daring to ignore my 3 brothers, kill him. The leader of the grade gray wolves shouted furiously. In a flash, the 3 gray wolf monsters pounced on the player, their sharp teeth sinking violently into his neck, blood spraying out in a brutal display. No. The player attempted to resist, swinging his grade shortsword in an effort to hurt the wolves. Lin Feng was quick and agile, stepping directly on the player's wrist, causing the shortsword to fall from his hand. In a brief moment, you have killed player number 07562. You have gained 5 points in all attributes. The player lay dead, eyes wide open, his flesh devoured by the gray wolves, and random grade equipment began to spawn at the spot. The SS grade talent proved to be quite powerful. Killing players alongside beasts could spawn equipment equivalent to the level of the monsters. Oh whoa, a feast. The 3 gray wolves lay contentedly on the ground, preparing to rest. They had originally been stationed in their territory. Without Lin Feng's command, they would not leave and would remain in the wild. You guys are so lazy, gluttonous, and idle. Lin Feng watched this, seeing his expression filled with helplessness. However, he picked up the grade shortsword and found it could increase damage by 11 points with a durability of only 120 points, barely usable. He also picked up the random grade armor, which provided 17 points of defense and had a durability of 150 points. This guy even had a healing item. Huh, this must be a tool for repairing weapons and equipment, right? Lin Feng began to examine the dropped items, discovering new resources he had never seen before. One-time repair tool grade repairs 150 durability, so this is what it is. I never picked one up before, but I need to pay attention to the durability of equipment in this game, as it can easily be destroyed. Lin Feng picked it up directly, feeling that he couldn't afford to be lax regarding what needed attention in the game. Suddenly, the three gray wolves sprang up, their eyes gleaming with ferocity as they relayed the news to Lin Feng. Humans are coming. 2 humans. Eat them. As the words fell, Lin Feng's eyes filled with indifference as he issued the command. Follow me and attack directly. Let's take down these players. You hold one player, and I will handle the other. Do you understand? The 3 gray wolves nodded eagerly, then dashed out, clearly eager to start. Lin Feng hurried to follow. The gray wolf monsters were only grade and not very strong, so they could easily be defeated. However, after dealing with the players here, he would need to search for stronger monsters again. The grade gray wolves could not meet his current needs. If he could get powerful monsters to assist him, he would be able to walk with confidence. Big brother. Ahead is where the battle took place. I think we should proceed with caution. In the last match, we were not matched together, which left our rankings far from ideal. Lin Yongping stared at the houses ahead, narrowing his eyes as a vague unease rose, then warned, I think I hear wolves howling. There shouldn't be beasts at our supply point. At once a youth who looked exactly like Lin Yongping answered directly, now that the twins fight side by side, are we to fear any other player? If we encounter another player, we rush in and kill them. Lin Yongping spoke with a placid face, but a wild madness burned deep within his eyes. Lin Yongping could only shake his head helplessly. His brother remained so hot-tempered and contemptuous of other players. Still, now that the twins were matched in the same game, they could wreak havoc together. They held an enormous advantage over any solo player. After all, the current matches were strictly single-player affairs. There was no concept of duo queue. The survival game was still in its testing phase, and only 10,000 players had been selected to participate. Thus, Lin Yongping and Lin Yongping had the rare chance to be matched together. In reality, they were twins bound by blood and naturally would not slay one another. Moreover, both of their player talents derived from a clever aptitude, Qixin Xieli. Qixin Xieli united effort, your attacks gain a 10 damage bonus. If you and a companion cooperate in battle, both of you receive an additional 50 attack damage bonus. Perhaps because they were twins, their talents were identical. If only a lone player possessed such a talent, it would scarcely deserve the clever designation. Yet when 2 players share this talent and fight in concert, its effect ascends to the strength of a level aptitude. In the previous match, Lin Yongping and Lin Yongping had not been matched together, which made their early survival arduous and left their final rankings unsatisfactory. They were eliminated prematurely. This time they intended to reclaim their standing. Besides, the current stage of the game carried real penalties. They dared not underestimate those punishments. They diminished one's lifespan. A woo! The sudden fierce chorus of wolf howls cut through the air. The twins' gazes tightened, disbelief flickering as they spoke in unison. Wolves. How could wolves appear at a supply point? For a moment they prepared to charge in, but 3 agile gray wolves leapt out, eyes feral and fixed upon Lin Yongping. Humph! Filth! Lin Yongping sneered, unconcerned. He recognized the 3 gray wolves as Flevel wild monsters. He and his brother now enjoyed the special Qixin Xieli buff. Slaying such Flevel beasts was effortless. Wait, Lin Yongping murmured, there is another player. Why were the wolves not attacking him? He realized that behind the wolves stood a young man, wearing a smile, his gaze trained on them. Lin Yongping studied the wolves and that youth before speaking. Brother, you deal with these gray wolves. I will take care of that player. All right. Lin Yongping nodded without hesitation. With the Qixin Xieli buff, he and his brother no longer feared any other player. Viewed from the outside, their tactics were brazen and unscrupulous. Since the match format was solo only, there was no official 2-player option to forbid such conduct. Consequently, when they encountered a formidable opponent, they could gang up on them. Fortunately, they were twins bonded like kin. Otherwise, ordinary players could not employ such a tactic. In this game, every other player was simply an enemy. Even twins, if they found themselves ranked first and second, would ultimately have to determine a victor to slay the one nearest to them by their own hands. In the next instant, Lin Yongping lunged forward, swinging a massive warhammer with a fearsome air. The wolves howled, charging with savage intent. Eat him! The feral chorus seemed to cry out. The 3 gray wolves engaged Lin Yongping, exchanging blows and snarls. Yet Lin Yongping's damage output was so high that the wolves swiftly fell into disadvantage. It was only a matter of time before they died by his hand. Twins. Lin Feng watched the 2 players with surprise. Their faces were exactly alike. No wonder they had not fought one another. They were real brothers. Still, this felt underhanded. Was it a form of illicit teaming? Lin Feng perceived the crux of the problem. In single-player matches, one could indeed encounter such anomalies. Clearly, the player base was still too small. Once the player pool expanded, the odds of the twins being placed in the same match would all but vanish, unless the game later introduced a duo option. In 3 days, he thought this game will open to the whole world, to players across the galaxy. I must work harder. Otherwise, how will I crush those players? Lin Feng's vision grew long-term and ambitious. He aspired to trample the players of Earth and then every other planet. To achieve that, he would need overwhelming strength. From what he knew, inhabitants of some planets possessed special constitutions inherently stronger than the citizens of launching. Such galactic players would naturally enter the game with attributes that outclassed ordinary users. Points, he muttered. I need more survival points. I will grow stronger. I will crush all players across the galaxy. His eyes burned with a fierce flame as if fueled by supreme resolve. These twins thought to block his path. Absurd. Whoever stood in his way he would kill without mercy. Die. How dare you belittle me? Lin Onping closed on Lin Feng, delighted to find him momentarily distracted, and brought his warhammer crashing down. But Lin Feng merely lifted his head, his expression hardened, and he murmured to himself as his stance changed. With such ant-like speed, you would strike me. In a flash, he drew an Flevel short sword and unleashed an astonishing burst of attack speed. Lin Feng now possessed agility triple that of an ordinary player. In the span of a heartbeat, he swept out 3 slashes. 32, 37, 35. Lin Onping's health plummeted to the brink, reduced to a mere sliver. Damn it. His damage is terrifying. Nearly one-shot me. And his attack speed. How could it be so blindingly fast? What kind of monstrous player have I just encountered? Lin Onping stared in horror at his plummeting health bar and immediately retreated in panic. Though he currently possessed a damage-boosting buff granting 50 bonus damage alongside Lin Yongping. What use was that buff if his strikes failed to land? It would be utterly meaningless. He had to use a healing item immediately, restore his health before he died here. Yet, ordinary healing items would interrupt instantly if he were struck mid-cast by another player. Brother, hurry and help me. This player is extremely dangerous. I can't defeat him alone. We'll overwhelm him together. Lin Onping had no choice. His health was critically low. One more slash from Lin Feng would end him right there. Thus, he could only call for Lin Yongping's aid. In direct combat, he was utterly incapable of countering Lin Feng's lightning-fast assaults. At that moment, Lin Yongping was still effortlessly handling 3 gray wolves. He had already reduced 1 wolf to near death, ready to finish it off. What a... Hearing Lin Onping's frantic cry, Lin Yongping's expression shifted instantly. He whirled around, without even glancing back at the wolves behind him. After all, if his elder brother perished, their twin-tier class talent, synchronized resolve, and its unique damage-boosting buff would vanish entirely. Without it, their advantage would evaporate, rendered virtually non-existent. Brother, he has only a sliver of health left. How is this possible? In a single exchange, he's already been routed. That's impossible. With synchronized resolve active, his damage output should be extraordinary. Why is he so overwhelmed? What went wrong? Lin Yongping lost all composure. Seeing his brother's threadbare health, he bolted forward in sheer terror. He hadn't foreseen the fatal flaw of their talent. The 50 damage buff was useless if their attacks missed their target. Brother, hold on. Lin Yongping rushed forward, frantic with worry. But then, a woo. Hurry, we must stop this human from interfering with our master. The 3 gray wolves instantly blocked Lin Yongping's path, sinking their fangs deep into his ankle and yanking him off balance. Instantly, Lin Yongping lost control of his footing and crashed face first onto the filthy ground. Damn it. Dare you, mere frank beasts, dare impede me. Die. Enraged, Lin Yongping swung his broadsword with furious force. In an instant, a whoa. The already grievously wounded wolf collapsed, its fur-covered body fracturing into shimmering stardust before vanishing entirely. All these beasts now willingly sacrificed themselves for Lin Feng. Yet the wolf's death ignited the fury of the remaining 2. They lunged in savage, relentless assault. Even as Lin Yongping struck back, they refused to retreat, fighting with brutal, wound-for-wound ferocity. Within moments, both wolves fell to critical health, but Lin Yongping's own vitality began to dwindle dangerously, dropping rapidly past 2/3. Brother, get over here now. I'm under immense pressure. Lin Onping dared not glance back, sweat pouring down his face as he sprinted desperately, desperate to evade Lin Feng's pursuit. Then whoosh. A gust of wind swept past, followed by a sudden blur of shadow. Lin Feng stood calmly before him, his expression serene, his voice cold and detached. Your brother just killed my beasts, so I'm feeling rather displeased. Now, you shall pay with your life. As his words faded, shoo, Lin Feng vanished in a flash, reappearing with a single thrust that pierced Lin Onping's chest straight through the heart. He withdrew the blade in one smooth motion, a crimson arc spraying across the earth. How is your speed so impossibly fast? Blood gushed from Lin Onping's mouth as he tried in vain to raise his massive hammer toward Lin Feng. But the match system had already registered him as deceased, his body locked unresponsive. Moments later, Lin Onping lay motionless upon the ground, breath extinguished. His talent-activated random Frank gear materialized on the ground. Lin Feng picked it up indifferently, Frank armor identical stats, and tossed it aside without hesitation. Duplicates held no value. Target player 00110 eliminated. Gained 5 all attributes. Why is your speed so fast? None of your concern. Lin Feng turned away without a glance at Lin Onping's corpse, his gaze sharpening with lethal intent toward Lin Yongping in the distance. Unexpectedly, this player Lin Yongping dealt staggering damage. He'd even slain the Grey Wolves. This extraordinary output must stem from his talent. Lin Feng had witnessed it firsthand. Lin Yongping's damage output surpassed even his own, an impossibility under normal circumstances. Dared you kill my beasts? Then both twin brothers shall perish here. Let this be your punishment. Lin Feng surged forward, short, sword drawn, and ready. Arg! Beast! Die! Lin Yongping roared, finally slaying all 3 wolves and scrambling upright, only to see his elder brother lying dead, eliminated from the match. Current player count 92 remaining. Lin Yongping suffered a penalty of nearly 11 months lifespan. Brother! No! You bastard! I'll kill you! Gazing at Lin Feng's charge, Lin Yongping abandoned all restraint, lunging forward with violent, uncalculated fury. Foolish! Your brother couldn't land a single hit on me, and you presume to strike me? Lin Feng remained unruffled. The sword arcing toward him moved with agonizing slowness. Effortlessly readable, effortlessly avoidable. Even with all Frank Grey Wolves slain, the stat bonuses granted to him remained intact, explaining his utter lack of emotional reaction to their demise. Ultimately, these beasts were merely tools, stepping stones on his path to strength. Coldness. Ruthlessness. That was the only mindset he required now. Get out of my way. Lin Feng noted Lin Yongping's health, down to 1/3. Clearly those Frank Wolves had exacted their toll. Instantly, he sidestepped, evading the blow with contemptuous ease, then counterstruck with surgical precision. The blade cleaved downward, striking Lin Yongping's skull. Critical hit multiplier activated. 71. Target player 0111 eliminated. Gained 5, all attributes. Lin Feng claimed another life. Effortless absolute. Soon after, the death of the player Lin Yongping gave rise to great equipment at the spot. Lin Feng picked it up directly and discovered it was a pair of grade grass shoes that could increase agility by 7 points with a durability of only 80 points. Coincidentally, he did not have this equipment, so he planned to equip it right away. Then he began to check the dropped equipment from the 2 twin players and picked up all the suitable gear to equip. However, he found that these 2 players, surprisingly, had no great equipment at all. After all, this was just a small supply point, and the chances of a great equipment appearing were quite low. Now I've lost in grade wild monster the Grey Wolf. However, I've gained a total of 20 points in all attributes along with the enhancement from these equipment attributes. It's not a loss, in fact it's a small profit. However, without the Grey Wolf's keen sense of smell, I won't be able to find other players. This is a bit of a headache. Without being able to kill players, I can't quickly become stronger. Lin Feng's expression was calm as he began to evaluate the gains from this battle. Up until now, 2 minutes into the game, he had already killed 4 players, gaining 20 points in all attributes. His speed in killing players was not slow. With enough agility in the early game, he possessed a significant advantage over any player he faced. However, Lin Feng noticed that Lin Yongping's damage was quite abnormal. It was likely that his brother Lin Yongping was similar. But since Lin Yongping hadn't attacked him, he hadn't experienced his damage yet. Lin Feng currently had no idea what talents these 2 possessed that could enhance their damage. There were indeed too many bizarre talents. Yet in the world of martial arts, speed is king. If you can't even hit me, what's the point? I won't lose any health at all. Attribute interface. Lin Feng directly checked his current attributes. Lin Feng. Strength 45. Stamina 37. Agility 45. Defense 62. Spirit 33. These attributes, at this point in time, have already surpassed a large number of players, but I feel it's still not enough. I still need to look for even stronger wild monsters. Lin Feng looked at his attributes, still unsatisfied, and took out a map to check the areas on it. The poison circle had already begun to shrink. However, he was still within the safe zone, so he didn't have to worry about this issue. Huh, what area is this? Is there actually a war fog covering it? Lin Feng's eyes widened slightly as he looked at the map and saw a special area completely shrouded in gray mist. This area was not within the poison circle, which piqued his curiosity. Should I go take a look? This thought floated through Lin Feng's mind. As the saying goes, the bolder the person, the greater the rewards. It's not that you can't do it, but it's that you never thought of it. He now remembered this saying vividly. Why not go take a look? After all, the spawn locations of these wild monsters are quite strange. Maybe I can get some benefits. Lin Feng immediately made his decision. With his current agility attributes, it would take him nearly 5 minutes to run over. Looking at it this way, if he reached that location, the next poison circle would already start refreshing. However, Lin Feng felt that if he could reach this special area, he would surely gain something. This was his intuition. Therefore, without hesitation, he began to rush towards this special area. Huff, huff, huff. I almost died here. But now I am the victor. A bunch of weaklings. Luo Yan's exquisite features flushed, and she began to breathe heavily as she looked at the corpses of the players on the ground, her beautiful eyes filled with pride. In this affluent supply point, 6 players were concentrated, and a massive brawl broke out. Amidst this chaotic player battle, even Luo Yan was almost unable to hold on, but fortunately her 2 clones helped to absorb damage, allowing her to barely survive. In this chaotic battle, 2 players were surprisingly attacking her. In the end, she killed 3 players and managed to survive. After defeating these players, she found 2 great pieces of equipment among the dropped gear. Combined with the long sword she held, she had reached a total of 3 great pieces of equipment. This was enough to advance to the final circle. An ordinary player with one grade piece of equipment can enhance their combat power. After all, in the current game, higher-level equipment had not yet been unlocked. Only grade and grade. A grade equipment is already quite good. A grade equipment can only be obtained from airdropped golden chests where you can choose 3 grade pieces of equipment at once or even obtained grade skill books. Moreover, there is a very low chance of obtaining grade items from the airdropped golden chests. However, currently players are still unaware of this mechanism. Players can also earn a choice of 1 grade equipment or even a grade skill book by killing grade wild monsters. However, grade wild monsters are like bosses, ordinary players wanting to kill grade wild monsters. This is akin to a pipe dream. In the eyes of grade wild monsters, ordinary players are merely food for the cracks in their teeth. If a player dares to approach the grade wild monster, would dare to kill that player. Right now, my attributes are strong, stronger than in my last game. This game is a favorable start. Player 00886, the trajectory of the upcoming game, is in my hands. In the last game you could rampage freely. This time it's my turn to rampage. And I hope you don't die too quickly, or I'll see you in the final circle. Luo Yin looked at her attribute interface, her face filled with surprise and her expression full of smiles. After killing 3 players, she gained 15 points in all attributes and is now equipped with 3 grade pieces, making her the strongest player at this moment. Even Lin Feng at this moment could not compete with her. Because he currently only had a full set of grade equipment and not a single grade item, even though he had killed 1 more player than Luo Yin and received the enhancement from a grade wild monster, his attributes still lagged behind by a little bit. However, the proud Luo Yin was still unaware. Soon a terrifying aerial assault would descend upon the entire field. Even Lin Feng had not anticipated that his journey to the special area would lead to the game ending quite quickly. This left the proud Luo Yin feeling quite confused as she could not face Lin Feng at all. Next, Lin Feng would step on the faces of all the players. He would crush all the players to death. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A fierce whirlwind swept through this peculiar area, accompanied by dark mist that dispersed outward. Ordinary players upon reaching this zone would find their vision severely limited. The environment here is exceptionally unique, dominated by a singular monotonous color, pure black. This pitch-black atmosphere is quite oppressive. Wow, wow, wow. The hoarse cawing of crows filled the air enough to send chills down the spines of ordinary players, making them hesitate to advance. This area is truly strange, Lin Feng observed as he looked around, and noticed there were no resource points, with the eerie sounds of crows echoing in the surroundings. Feeling quite uneasy, he glanced back at the region behind him, where the blue skies and white clouds met the dark green grassland, so comfortable compared to the ominous area ahead. All around was an expanse of pure blackness with strong winds swirling around, creating an eerie atmosphere. Lin Feng dared not venture deeper into this area. The thick black mist had already limited his vision. The bizarre environment sent shivers down his spine, making him yearn to escape. But I have already spent nearly 4 to 5 minutes here. The poison circle has begun to shrink. I need to leave this place now. I haven't received any rewards yet. Isn't that a total loss? Lin Feng, with a calm expression, resolutely decided to delve further into the dark environment. In an instant, whoosh, his figure flickered as he rushed into the depths of the area without hesitation. A group of eerie crows with black eyes subtly shifted, fixating on Lin Feng's figure with peculiar gazes. Go report to the king, a creature seeking death is approaching the king's resting place. The crows cawed loudly. Soon one of the crows, moving at an incredible speed, entered deeper into the area, where the black mist thickened to the point of obscuring one's hand. The crow quickly circled and reported, "Wow, my king, our territory is under invasion by a creature. Please take action to eliminate it." As the words fell, the thick black mist began to ripple. A creature, a pair of lantern-like red eyes suddenly opened, filled with murderous intent. Soon the black mist dissipated, revealing a massive crow the size of a helicopter. Every feather on this large crow's body resembled sturdy scales, firmly adhering to its form and shining with a chilling light, seemingly possessing tremendous power. Above its head a game prompt appeared. Violent Feather Crow King Crank Wild Monster. This area, filled with dense black mist, has yet to be liberated, meaning all creatures within cannot leave. However, if attacked by external creatures, those within will defend their territory and eliminate all intruders. You may leave now. Oh, I am already aware of this matter. Allow me to deal with this invading creature. The Violent Feather Crow King gazed indifferently at the ordinary crow. If it were not a significant event, no one would dare disturb the Violent Feather Crow King during its slumber. Even if it were a creature of the same species, it would ruthlessly eliminate them. Yet the invasion of an external creature could not help but awaken the Violent Feather Crow King. The ordinary crow quickly departed, sensing the king's displeasure. "You dare invade my territory. You must die." The Violent Feather Crow King spread its black-feathered wings, flapping them rapidly, its massive form darting forward like a black rainbow, instantly dispersing the surrounding black mist. In just a few seconds, the Violent Feather Crow King had advanced nearly 1,000 meters. Such speed was utterly unimaginable. Is this the little creature? It doesn't seem very strong. I could easily kill it. The Violent Feather Crow King circled in the air, quickly discerning the peculiar creature on the ground. just as it was about to unleash a lethal attack on this creature. Suddenly, what is happening? The violent Feather Crow King found itself inexplicably drawn to this peculiar creature, not wanting to harm it. Instead, it desired to get closer. Such complex and unusual emotions puzzled the violent Feather Crow King, yet it refrained from attacking, its gaze fixed on this unique creature. At that moment on the ground, whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Lin Feng noticed the violent winds swirling as if some creature was moving at high speed. He quickly looked up, spotting a dark shadow spiraling in the sky. In the next moment, Lin Feng's face filled with shock as his worldview began to shatter. My heavens! What kind of blackbird is this? Its size is enormous. Upon closer inspection, this black bird bore resemblance to a crow. However, this crow was simply too large. It left him utterly incredulous. Huh, is this really the crank wild monster violent Feather Crow King? As Lin Feng studied the violent Feather Crow King, he suddenly noticed the crank wild monster prompt above its head. Something felt off. According to the current map specifications, only drank wild monsters should be allowed. The formidable attributes of a crank would likely annihilate all players in the area. Lin Feng, unaware, did not realize that this area had yet to be liberated. He was the only brave enough to venture here. However, even if other players dared to enter such an area, they would be swiftly eliminated by the crank wild monsters residing there. In that moment, Lin Feng began to think of his current SS-Rank talent, Beast Affinity. Logically, the violent Feather Crow King should not attack him. Moreover, even if he wanted to escape now, he likely couldn't. Therefore, he decided to take a chance. Hello, I would like to get to know you. Could you come down and talk with me? After a moment of contemplation, Lin Feng shouted loudly. In an instant, I can actually understand. The violent Feather Crow King spiraling in the sky could actually comprehend Lin Feng's words. It felt curious. Normally, the violent Feather Crow King, who often slept, felt quite lonely. However, as the king of its species, it wouldn't naturally converse with ordinary crows. Regular crows did not even qualify as frank wild monsters, let alone be worthy. Yet this peculiar creature, Lin Feng, made the violent Feather Crow King's psychological burdens vanish entirely. It was now willing to engage in a brief conversation with Lin Feng. Primarily, the violent Feather Crow King felt that Lin Feng possessed a special charm that was alluring to it. This human. In what matter brings you to speak with me, eh? Storm Feather Crow King gazed with keen interest. Regarding Lin Feng, this being stirred genuine affinity within it. So much so that it spoke unprompted. If you have no urgent purpose, I must ask you to leave my domain. This land is the sacred birthplace of the Crow clan, and no foreign species may dwell here. Indeed, this was the first time the Storm Feather Crow King had ever adopted such a courteous demeanor, and had any other being intruded uninvited, the Storm Feather Crow King would already have struck to kill. And how unlike now, when it actually asked Lin Feng to depart. To any trespasser, without exception, the Storm Feather Crow King would strike without mercy. Yet, before Lin Feng, it sensed an extraordinary charisma emanating from him. A resonance so profound it stirred awe within its heart. This is true magnetism. And deeper still, an instinctive urge to kneel. Still, as sovereign of its race, the Storm Feather Crow King suppressed that impulse. Though with each passing moment the compulsion grew stronger, more undeniable. It was astonished. This human before it inspired not just loyalty, but willingness to lay down its life. And no ill intent lingered in its mind. Harming Lin Feng was utterly unthinkable. Elsewhere, Lin Feng stood before the colossal Storm Feather Crow King, a delighted smile lighting his face. Its restraint, its refusal to strike, was already a telling sign. The matter was clear. His SS steer talent, Beast Kinship, had activated. And if he could secure the Crow King's fealty, what awaited in the next match? No laugh escaped him. In with the Storm Feather Crow King at his side, victory would be effortless, absolute domination. The sheer might of a Class C monster would shatter every player's resolve. And thus Lin Feng steeled himself, his expression grave as he spoke. Storm Feather Crow King. And, do you wish to leave this place? And as the words settled, the Crow King tilted its head, perplexed. And leave. You seek to banish me from my sacred birthplace, and I refuse. This is my sovereign domain. I will never abandon it. Lin Feng recognized the misunderstanding and swiftly shook his head. And I do not mean for you to forsake this land forever, nor to sever all ties with it. Have you never yearned to witness the world beyond? And does this endless darkness no longer feel ordinary to you? With your flight speed, you could return here at any moment. And who in this realm dares challenge the Storm Feather Crow King? Lin Feng well knew monsters guarded their territories with fanatical devotion, and persuading one to depart was akin to scaling heaven itself. Yet he had done it before, leading 3 gray wolves from their wild domain to a supply depot. Of course, that feat was made possible only by his SS steer talent, Beast Kinship. And under ordinary circumstances, encountering a monster meant immediate combat, kill, claim, reward, move on. But this match was different. Here monsters were not prey, they were his path to prosperity. And this Class C monster, the Storm Feather Crow King, was nothing short of a golden opportunity, sudden staggering wealth, and temporarily leave, and that may not be impossible. Hearing Lin Feng's words, the Storm Feather Crow King felt an undeniable stirring, desire long dormant, now flickering awake. And normally it slumbered deep within this restricted zone bound by immutable laws. Each time the thought of departure arose, it was violently suppressed, transcending those laws invited erasure. When players, those anomalous beings, appeared, its duty was absolute: eliminate them instantly. Its charge was to guard this land and never depart. Yet now, facing Lin Feng, that ancient restraint trembled and fractured. This rupture existed solely because Lin Feng had arrived. And moreover, the desire to step beyond these borders, to glimpse the wider world, burned fiercely within it. With its full-speed flight, returning here would take mere moments. And cease deliberation. Stand beside me in battle. And is this eternal stillness not wearisome? And such power demands recognition. You, the Stormfeather Crow King, must declare yourself sovereign of this entire map, and proclaim it far and wide. Any species daring to assault your domain shall perish without reprieve. Lin Feng continued his entreaty, sensing the Crow King's resolve softening, and pressed harder. At last the Stormfeather Crow King's eyes blazed, not with fury but with raw, unadulterated hunger. And I am the strongest being here. How intriguing. It longed to see what other races dwelled beyond, were any worthy of its strength. An endless slumber held no meaning. Very well, and I shall ride forth with you into war. And let us discover. And which creature dares stand against me, the Stormfeather Crow King? Pride radiated from the Stormfeather Crow King. It was monarch of the Crow clan, and mercy toward outsiders was not in its nature. And besides, every word Lin Feng uttered resonated like enchantment, deepening its fascination. Inhuman. By what name shall I address you? Its gaze upon Lin Feng grew warmer, irritation replaced entirely by quiet delight. Call me as you please, and I hold no attachment to titles. And if you insist, call me Feng. Lin Feng shook his head. He would not reveal his surname. In Feng, in that suits. In Feng, mount my back. I shall carry you forth. Without hesitation, the Stormfeather Crow King lowered its massive frame, offering its broad feathered back as a throne, ready to bear Lin Feng away. In that instant, Lin Feng smiled faintly. A Class C monster as mount, especially one capable of flight, was a turning point of immense significance. And this match, he declared inwardly, was now unwinnable for anyone but him. In absolute supremacy had begun. In gods would fall, Buddhas would shatter. With a Class C monster at his side, he need not fear 10 opponents. And he would dominate every player across the entire map. And swiftly Lin Feng climbed onto the Crow King's broad back, a profound sense of safety flooding his being. So long as he remained near this sovereign, death could not touch him. Wait. I wonder, what are the Stormfeather Crow King's attributes? And let me inspect them. And Lin Feng activated his query function. Stormfeather Crow King, Class C monster in strength, 324 in stamina, 312 in agility, 423 in defense, 363 in spirit, 300 in skill, Skyfall feathers. The Crow King unleashes dozens of hardened feathers that strike targets with explosive force, dealing damage equal to twice its spirit attribute. Cooldown 30 seconds. And truly monstrous stats. Its agility, nearly supersonic. And Lin Feng stared eyes wide. This was fortune incarnate. So powerful. Lin Feng looked at the attributes of the current Stormwing Crow King, filled with shock and immense excitement. The stronger the attributes of the Stormwing Crow King, the stronger he naturally became. Due to Lin Feng's SS level talent, Beast Friend among friends, he could receive a 30 attribute boost from wild monsters. In an instant, Lin Feng's strength 153, stamina 141, agility 186, defense 183, spirit 133. Lin Feng's attributes surged crazily. Clearly, he had just killed 4 players and was equipped with level gear, which shouldn't have granted him such attributes. However, his current attributes were about to reach the peak moment of the previous game session. Remarkably, less than 8 minutes had passed. With these attributes, I can crush all the players. Lin Feng gasped as he looked at his own attributes, truly terrified. He had only received help from a clever wild monster, yet his attributes had already surpassed all the players present. It had to be said his SS level talent was truly monstrous. Moreover, he was lucky to have found a clever wild monster. Ordinary players encountering a clever wild monster would probably end up as corpses. Unlike him, he actually had the aid of a clever wild monster. How many players are left now? Lin Feng's eyes were filled with curiosity as he quickly checked. Remaining players in this round 76. The number of players was dwindling because this game session had real penalties. Everyone was afraid to attack directly, as failing to defeat the opponent would result in a loss of life in reality. Now surviving to rank was paramount. Unless players were truly confident, no one was willing to strike. After all, the penalty of losing life was quite terrifying. Feng, you need to hold on tight. If I go all out, I can cover hundreds of meters in an instant. Just don't throw me off. The Stormwing Crow King turned to look at Lin Feng, its gaze filled with concern, fearing that it might accidentally throw Lin Feng off during flight. Immediately, Lin Feng smiled helplessly but still held on tightly to the Stormwing Crow King to avoid being thrown off. Don't worry. I don't want to die in such a pathetic way. Now you can leave here. Let's go. With those words, they took off. Boom. The Stormwing Crow King began flapping its wings, soaring into the sky, like a streak of dark rainbow light rushing toward the outer region. Its massive form and the wind generated by its wings sent Lin Feng's hair flying wildly. The incredible speed instantly twisted Lin Feng's face, and the fierce wind nearly brought tears to his eyes. This survival game was made far too realistically. It could simulate to such an extent almost as if it were true reality. However, the mystery of this game has yet to be uncovered by any personnel. Where it truly came from, only the citizens of all planets knew. This is a game like crafted by deities. In the survival game, as long as you are powerful enough, you can exchange rewards in true reality. Strengthen your genetic cells, exchange for life limits, extract abilities, and equipment from the game. As long as you can do it, these rewards will satisfy you. However, to truly succeed, you must step over the corpses of countless players to move forward, cutting through thorns and slashing obstacles without mercy. What incredible speed! Lin Feng struggled to open his eyes, looking at the surrounding scenery, now a blur clearly indicating that the Stormwing Crow King was moving at high speed. In an instant, whoosh, a streak of dark rainbow light surged across the sky. This special dark area. In a brief moment, the Stormwing Crow King had already crossed over. This is the outer region. It's truly beautiful. My original territory was so chaotic. This can't be compared at all. Oh, I truly envy it. The Stormwing Crow King's pupils slightly constricted as the blue sky, white clouds, vast green pastures, and fresh air constantly reminded it that the outer region is the area it truly yearned for. It had always guarded the special dark area, always sleeping deep inside. It was truly a prison. For this reason, the Stormwing Crow King was grateful to Lin Feng. Without Lin Feng's arrival, it would still be sleeping, still bound by the game rules. Now that it had left its original area, the Stormwing Crow King didn't even want to go back. The previous place was far too boring. I want to battle across all regions with Feng. No matter who it is, all beings must die. As long as all these beings die, my territory can expand outwards. The Stormwing Crow King was filled with combat intent. Since Lin Feng had let it out, all beings in the outer regions would understand the might of their crow species king. In this regard, the Stormwing Crow King turned to ask Lin Feng, "Feng, where are we going now?" Because the outer region was unfamiliar to it, it was better to consult Lin Feng. Where to now? Wait a moment. Let me take a look at the map. Lin Feng's expression froze for a moment, but he quickly called up the map function to check for the safe zone. For this reason, he looked seriously at the safe zone, discovering that this time the safe zone was located quite remotely. Presumably, there were still players who had yet to reach the safe zone. In an instant, Lin Feng's face revealed a deranged smile. To the players coming next, I will let you witness what is indiscriminate bombing. He clearly remembered that the Stormwing Crow King possessed skills. The dark feathers on the Stormwing Crow King could be shot out, and if they touched an object, they would trigger an explosion. Now Lin Feng felt the Stormwing Crow King was the true battle bomber. In the current map specifications, everyone was in an age of cold weapons, with players having only bows and crossbows, which were slightly ranged weapons. However, Lin Feng had already boarded the bomber air combat weapon. How could he possibly lose now? If he lost, he would directly roast the Stormwing Crow King and eat it. The next moment, Lin Feng's face turned serious and he directly commanded, "Stormwing Crow King, head southeast, and if you encounter beings like me on the way, eliminate them all." With those words, the Stormwing Crow King felt a bit puzzled, as Lin Feng's words seemed to suggest killing its kin. But it didn't matter. After all, if they weren't creatures of its crow clan, the Stormwing Crow King would naturally strike down the foes. All right, hold on tight. The Stormwing Crow King began to charge forward at full speed, heading southeast where the safe zone was located. Numerous players were rushing towards the safe zone. Next, they would encounter the bomber in a rampage. The toxic zone is contracting, and this time the safe zone lies in such a remote location that only a handful of players have actually entered it. Approximately 40 players have reached the safe zone so far, while another 30 are still racing toward it. Because this secluded corner lacks abundant supply points, acquiring high-quality gear early on demands venturing into richer, more perilous zones. Yet some players reason that although affluent supply zones offer class equipment, they also harbor greater danger. So it may be wiser to play cautiously and prioritize survival over aggression. But this safe zone seems to toy cruelly with every player. Those who fail to arrive in time will face unforeseen assaults from the encroaching toxic zone. Within the toxic zone lies absolute darkness. No one knows what horrors lurk there. The unknown remains humanity's most primal fear. Players would rather confront rivals or wild beasts than risk entering the toxic zone, a sentiment now shared by all. Consequently, legions of players are sprinting frantically toward the safe zone. For the toxic zone is shrinking at an ever-accelerating pace, especially during the final circle. Should a player's agility fall short, they may not even outrun its contraction. Foam, and I've already spotted your kin. And would you like to confirm? The Crow King of Storm Feathers surged forward at blinding speed, its gaze sweeping the ground below, soon identifying human players like Lin Feng. What? And you've already found them, and quick, let me see. Hearing these words, Lin Feng's face lit up with excitement. He leaned out eagerly only to be nearly knocked off balance by a violent gust of wind, prompting him to clutch desperately at the Crow King's feathers. At this moment, the Crow King soared at an altitude nearing 1,000 meters. Fortunately, this remained a game. If reality, Lin Feng would already be gasping for breath. From this height, the landscape below shrank into mere specks. How could he possibly discern individual players? After all, he lacked the Crow King's avian acuity. Lin Feng hurriedly explained, "Crow King of Storm Feathers. At this altitude, I can't see anything clearly. Please descend slightly." "Understood." The Crow King nodded and instantly tilted downward, plunging headlong. In whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The violent downdraft nearly tore Lin Feng away. "And damn it, and watch where you're going. And I'm about to fall." Panic flooded Lin Feng's face as he clung tightly to the Crow King. Falling from this height would reduce him to pulp no matter how formidable his defense or how vast his health pool. Fortunately, his strength was extraordinary. He gripped the Crow King's feathers with raw power, anchoring himself against the gale. Thankfully, the Crow King's feathers were exceptionally resilient. Otherwise, they'd have been plucked clean within seconds. In mere moments, the Crow King stabilized at a 100-meter altitude, its colossal form casting a vast, ominous shadow across the land below. At this height, Lin Feng's enhanced attributes enabled him to perceive everything on the ground with crystalline clarity. "In Feng, look ahead. Those beings are likely your kin." And the Crow King fixed its gaze upon a hillside where 5 players scrambled urgently toward the safe zone. Each maintained a 20-meter distance from the others, armed solely with melee weapons, no ranged arms in sight. An unspoken truce held none would attack before reaching safety. They chose to enter the safe zone first. Combat now would leave them vulnerable to the toxic zone's relentless pursuit, hence their restraint. Indeed, if they glanced back, they'd behold the toxic zone, a churning wall of impenetrable blackness surging toward them like the harbinger of apocalypse. Yet the Crow King's sudden descent and hover at 100 meters sent shockwaves through the group. Heads snapped upward, bodies trembled, faces paled with disbelief at its arrival. They even glimpsed the glowing indicator above its head. Class C wild beast. A Class C beast. Why does one appear here? Is it staring at me? How terrifying. I'm doomed. I've invested 8 months of life into this match. Wait, it hasn't attacked. Could it be friendly? Boss. A true apex boss. While Class D beasts may fall to coordinated groups, or even solitary elite players. Class C beasts are dungeon-level superbosses. Even the mightiest solo players struggle to defeat them, and often perish instead. With a single gesture, a Class C beast can obliterate scores of players, exactly as the Crow King of Storm Feathers was capable of doing. Elsewhere, Lin Feng observed the Crow King's stable hover at 100 meters and peered down, confirming the presence of 5 players on the ground. Yet these 5 remained wary of one another, unwilling to lower their guard until safely within the zone. 5 players, is scarcely more than appetizers. Crow King of Storm Feathers, eliminate them. Lin Feng's initial astonishment vanished, instantly replaced by icy detachment as he issued the command. Every player was now his target, indiscriminate annihilation. As you wish. Featherfall Tempest. The Crow King had waited for this moment. Jet black feathers erupted from its body, like volleys of arrows raining down with lethal fury upon the 5 players below. Danger. Run. It's no ally. This is a monster. As ink-black feathers filled the sky, the 5 players realized the Crow King had unleashed its wrath. But flight was futile. Boom, boom, boom. Each descending feather detonated upon impact, unleashing deafening explosions. Concussive blasts rippled across the mountain range. Boulders shattered and sprayed outward. Fissures split the earth deep as ravines. Entire mountainsides fractured and collapsed, crashing down with thunderous force. The players were obliterated. No corpses remained, nor any dropped gear. Terrifying. So this is a rule-transcending Class C beast. What devastation might a higher-tier beast unleash? This game grows ever more enigmatic. Yet my current rank remains too low to access higher-tier maps. Lin Feng gazed down at the apocalyptic ruin. His eyes widened in awe, his expression frozen in stunned silence. Such overwhelming power meant even he standing on solid ground would not have survived. Truly unmatched. The Crow King of Storm Feathers, a Class C beast beyond compare. The Storm Feather Raven King slaughtered these 5 players, thus the kill rewards naturally accrued to Lin Feng. Even without lifting a finger, merely reclining in leisure, he still claimed the bounty. This was the sheer supremacy of an SS Steer talent. Tell me, could an ordinary Steer talent possibly achieve such a feat? Not in the slightest. An SS Steer talent is unattainable by any known means. Even with accumulated game points, players may only redeem talents up to a tier at most. Perhaps, on some distant day, a special in-game event within this survival MMORPG might bestow an Steer talent as reward. Even so, Lin Feng remained unrivaled at the apex of all beings. And who could say whether even higher tiers of talent existed beyond SSS? In an instant, 5 notifications flashed across his vision. You have slain players 09501. You have slain players 06891. You have slain players 00156. and 3 more identical messages erupted simultaneously. Slaying 5 players granted him a total of 25 points distributed evenly across all attributes. Combined with the 4 players he had previously eliminated, his tally now stood at 9. On the kill leaderboard, Lin Feng's player ID surged anew, flooding the screen. Across the entire map, players stared at 00886, their pupils widening in stunned disbelief. Even veterans from the previous match, upon spotting that same ID once more, could only murmur in awe, a prodigy. In the last round, Lin Feng himself had slain 21 players, instilling deep dread among countless others at the mere sight of ID 00886. What made it especially unnerving was the ID itself. Each kill triggered nothing but that cold, impersonal notification. It felt almost like a farewell, see you later. Truly, comparing oneself to others was enough to drive one to despair. This time he had annihilated 5 players in rapid succession, effortlessly seizing the top spot on the leaderboard. A pity. All their gear has been utterly obliterated by the blast. Otherwise I might have salvaged at least an A-tier item. I recall that post-match scoring for equipment hinges upon both quantity collected and quality attained. Right now I possess only a few F-tier items, and 1 F-tier short sword. How frustrating. It seems this round's equipment score will inevitably fall short. Lin Feng gazed upon the cratered ground, marveling at the sheer destructive force of the explosion, knowing full well that even he could not withstand such devastation. Moreover, because the Stormfeather Raven King exceeded the game's designated monster tier, its kills yielded no randomized tire equipment. Had it been a tire monster, the 5 fallen players would already have begun transforming into 5 random tire items upon impact. Lin Feng sighed inwardly. His SS tier talent did not outright override game mechanics. It merely exploited a loophole, inadvertently summoning the Raven King beyond its intended bounds. Yet he voiced no complaint. With the Stormfeather Raven King at his side, he could obliterate every opponent instantly. Tire gear. Desirable, yes, but hardly indispensable at this moment. Having witnessed firsthand the terrifying power of tire monsters, Lin Feng now approached them with heightened caution. In future encounters, prudence would be paramount. He must avoid catastrophic failure, for though monster kills bore generous rewards, one's own life remained the ultimate stake. Stormfeather Raven King Lin Feng commanded, studying the edge of the safe zone on his map. Advance along this perimeter, scour for any remaining players. Any player yet to reach the safe zone would be eradicated, without distinction. The indiscriminate bombardment had not yet ceased. Understood. As you command. Without hesitation, the Raven King complied, the designated range trivial for its transcendent speed. The Raven King even lingered, savoring the vistas beyond the arena, so enraptured that it briefly contemplated relocating its ancestral breeding grounds here. After all, dwelling eternally in its original birthplace had grown profoundly tedious. Alas, that notion remained impossible. Once Lin Feng exited the game, the Raven King would revert to its native realm, bound by game law to slumber once more. Its overwhelming power rendered true liberation untenable. For should a tire monster manifest freely, it would surely bring ruin upon the surviving players. At the safe zone's periphery, boom, boom, boom. The Stormfeather Raven King beat its wings furiously, countless obsidian feathers cascading like a tempest, striking the earth and detonating with thunderous force. Another wave of players fell. Stormfeather Raven King Lin Feng ordered calmly, continue. Show no mercy. Eliminate every player you encounter. Watching the fallen, Lin Feng felt no flicker of emotion. He remained seated atop the Raven King's broad back, serene, even drowsy. Such detachment was natural in this world. It was either kill or be killed, the very essence of the survival game. Even if these players escaped his hand, they would sooner or later perish at another's. Strength is born of solitude. Weakness, meanwhile, rings the death knell in darkness. He would never descend to that level. He existed solely in sovereign isolation. Soon the Stormfeather Raven King swept clean every player beyond the safe zone's boundary. All those who failed to reach Sanctuary now lay dead by its talons and Lin Feng's will. Notably, Lin Feng himself now wielded the Raven King's skill rain of feathers, a legacy inherited directly through his SS tier talent. Yet each time he prepared to unleash it, the Raven King had already finished its work. Perhaps on occasion a stray survivor slipped through. But such stragglers were merely delayed sacrifices, destined for the chopping block all the same. In that moment the kill leaderboard shimmered. Lin Feng's ID, 00886, dominated the screen, refreshing ceaselessly as if delivering a stinging slap to every player's pride. The toxic zone is contracting. We cannot remain here. Lin Feng turned, watching the churning black miasma surge toward them. He knew it was time to enter the safe zone. This place was no longer safe. Though monsters might disregard the toxin, he, a human player, was acutely vulnerable. The miasma drained health and its deeper dangers remained unknown. Better to withdraw immediately. Yet as Lin Feng reviewed his tally, you have slain 17 players. Remaining players 32. A massacre. Nothing less than wholesale slaughter. Lin Feng shook his head faintly. His stats were rapidly approaching those of the Stormfeather Raven King. Were it not for his abysmal equipment, he would have already closed the gap. A pity. His SS tier talent included the ability to convert slain monsters' kills into randomized gear, yet that function remained inert. The Raven King's tier was simply too high. Tire gear could not manifest. Still, its capacity for aerial flight made it the perfect mount. Lin Feng saw no need to trudge across the ground. Stormfeather Raven King, he commanded, proceed forward to the safe zone. He wished only to conclude this match swiftly and claim his survival points. He wondered, would this round's survival points surpass those of the last? Meanwhile, Luo Yan's fair hand gripped a snow-white longsword, the scarlet blood dripping slowly from the tip onto the ground, exuding an eerie aura. Before her lay a fallen ordinary player, equipment scattered all around, dazzling to behold. However, she felt no joy. Luo Yan's pupils were filled with desolation, her voice trembling. He is still killing. Why? What means does he possess? Even with invisibility, he cannot possibly slay so many players in an instant. I thought this game would allow me to take revenge. It seems I was merely daydreaming. He is simply not human. A true monster. The officials need his existence. This survival game is about to enter open beta, sweeping across the globe and all galaxies. What might the future hold? The officials cannot predict at all. Even Blue Star could very well be in danger. After all, many planets are eyeing Blue Star with greed. Luo Yan gazed at the rapidly scrolling kill list, her eyes growing numb, filled with despair. She no longer believed that she could kill Lin Feng now. He had already grown too powerful. Lin Feng was far ahead, dominating the life and death of all players in this game. He was like a tyrant. With a single word, he could take your life. All players began to hide, as if playing a childish game of hide and seek. These players were terrified of being caught by this tyrant. They no longer dared to confront the special player, numbered 00886. The game could have ended here. Players lacking fighting spirit could not continue to battle. Within the safe zone, Lin Feng now seemed like the embodiment of death. Every time he appeared, he could take away a multitude of players' lives. The number of players was rapidly decreasing as they failed to hide well. Once a player was inadvertently discovered by Lin Feng, the chaotic bombardment of the Stormwing Crow King would ensue. Even if players hid in buildings, they could still be obliterated. Any scene in the game could cause destruction. Many players, fearing Lin Feng's existence, took a risky approach, planning to stay at the edge of the poison circle, too afraid to reach the safe zone, hoping to cling to their rankings. The earlier the ranking, the higher the points, and the lower the penalties. As a result, the poison circle gradually expanded, its speed increasing, and the agility of ordinary players could no longer keep up with the shrinking poison circle. These players met a tragic end within the poison circle, leaving no corpses, as if truly swallowed by the void. Inside the poison circle, it was pitch black with faint, eerie howls echoing. Even Lin Feng, witnessing this scene, hurriedly instructed the Stormwing Crow King to leave, feeling an odd sense of dread. The number of players killed has reached 29. It's as easy as squashing ants. Some players even saw me and ran straight into the poison circle, not even planning to give me the kill rewards. That's truly wicked. Lin Feng looked at the current kill count. He was still not satisfied. However, these players were indeed quite clever. After all, the more players he killed, the higher the survival points he'd gain later, enhancing his genetic cells in reality, making him stronger. In the future, if he were to encounter these players again, it would naturally be a nightmare for them, as he would undoubtedly be even more powerful then. Remaining are 11 players. It seems they have all hidden in the resource points. Lin Feng gazed at the remaining number of players, unable to detect their locations. They might have already concealed themselves well. Even though the Stormwing Crow King could destroy buildings, there were so many structures here that it would take some time to destroy them all. Moreover, the Stormwing Crow King's skills required a 30-second interval before they could be cast again. However, Lin Feng could also unleash his skills now. Might as well coordinate a little. Stormwing Crow King, let me down. You cast from the air while I cast from the ground, achieving a level of synergy. The union of land and sky is simply invincible. Lin Feng felt the need to take action, swiftly resolving the battle. He knew that his attributes had reached a new height. Lin Feng's strength 278, endurance 266, agility 311, defense 308, spirit 258. Although his attributes had not yet reached the level of a class wild monster like the Stormwing Crow King. However, Lin Feng was already far stronger than an ordinary class wild monster, nearing the level of a class wild monster's attributes. Moreover, the players in this game had not developed at all. Want to kill him? It's simply a fool's errand. Soon the Stormwing Crow King placed Lin Feng on the ground, then soared into the sky, ready to strike at any moment. In this safe zone, players no longer dared to leave the buildings. Once they stepped outside, they would be attacked. If they stayed inside, there remained a slim chance to achieve a higher ranking. Interesting. Are you all playing hide and seek with me here? In the safe zone, only this place had buildings. I believe that all players are hiding inside here, because I have thoroughly searched the open areas outside with the Stormwing Crow King and found no players. Lin Feng suddenly realized this, a faint smile playing on his lips. The next moment, rain of feathers. Lin Feng activated his skill. In an instant, black feathers began to coalesce around his body, gleaming with a cold light, and shot out rapidly. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Dozens of black feathers pierced through the buildings, exploding instantly. Debris flew, dust swirling. A large number of buildings began to collapse, and the players hidden inside were suddenly annihilated, their bodies and dropped equipment shattered. Meanwhile, the soaring Stormwing Crow King also began to unleash its skills, raining down double bombardments, instantly reducing the buildings here to dust. Retreat. Lin Feng watched as the buildings collapsed, his speed erupting instantly, like a shadow darting away from the fallen debris. Though his defense was decent now, being struck by the collapsing buildings would still cause him to lose health. In just a short moment, the area became riddled with destruction, looking like a wasteland. There's actually still a player alive. Lin Feng noticed the game wasn't over yet, raising his eyes to the upper left corner, where 2 players remained. One was him. The other player. Who could it be? Soon from amidst the ruins, a frail player slowly crawled up, her health at a sliver, yet her gaze was filled with determination as she muttered. Player number 00886. The officials need you. Blue Star needs you. Who are you? Why do you seem so familiar? Lin Feng gazed at Luo Yan as she emerged from the rubble. Strangely, he felt a flicker of recognition. It did not take long before Lin Feng recalled this player, Luo Yan. Her talent was extraordinarily rare. Etched deeply into his memory, she could summon 2 independent avatars. Such a combat-oriented ability would undoubtedly grant her an early advantage against ordinary players. And of course, that advantage held true only against ordinary players. Against a prodigy like Lin Feng, however, it was utterly meaningless. Player no. 00886. I surrender. Moreover, I speak now in my official capacity, and wish to negotiate with you. Luo Yan crawled out of the ruins, her face etched with exhaustion. In her hand, a white flag signaled her complete submission. At once, the Stormfeather Raven King, hovering high above, fixed its gaze upon Luo Yan and lunged downward to strike. Official, you're affiliated with the authorities. Wait, Stormfeather Raven King, hold your attack. I'm halting you directly. Lin Feng commanded, raising his hand to intervene, then turned and instructed the Raven King. She poses no threat to me now. I'll hear what she has to say. Until then, you may survey the surroundings at your leisure. His tone brimmed with unshakable confidence. Not present, only the Class C wild monster, the Stormfeather Raven King, could possibly slay him. Yet the Raven King obeyed him without hesitation, rendering Lin Feng for all intents and purposes invincible. Understood. The Stormfeather Raven King soared higher, circling the landscape with growing fascination, already pondering whether to relocate its nesting grounds here. Elsewhere, Lin Feng looked down upon Luo Yan with detached indifference, his voice calm, yet commanding. I despise hesitation. You have precisely 30 seconds. Speak everything you must, then I shall end your life. Countdown begins, now. As his words fell silent, Luo Yan's expression shifted subtly. She lifted her gaze toward the Stormfeather Raven King, and her eyes filled with raw dread. So that was why player no. 00886 had slaughtered so recklessly, entirely reliant upon this Class C wild monster. And what kind of talent did he possess? Could he control wild monsters? And not just any. This one was a Class C entity previously deemed non-existent within the game. And hadn't his prior talent been invisibility? Bewilderment clouded Luo Yan's mind. Yet with only 30 seconds remaining, she hurriedly explained. Greetings, player no. 00886. Would you consider joining the authorities? Within this game, anomalies have already drawn official scrutiny. Experts warn that should full public release proceed, it could trigger global catastrophe, spanning every planet across the Milky Way. Interplanetary warfare may erupt. Planetary annihilation itself is possible. For this game possesses the terrifying capacity to extract skills, talents, and equipment into reality, potentially plunging civilization into chaos. Imagine ordinary players acquiring formidable abilities, then manifesting them in the real world. A society of awakened powers would soon emerge. And if malevolent individuals gained such power, countless innocent lives would be lost. And thus the authorities seek players whose in-game talents are exceptionally potent to avert greater calamity. Take myself. I am captain of an elite unit possessing an Class A talent. With that, Luo Yan rapidly delivered her entire message. In her previous match, she had earned survival points and applied them to genetic cell enhancement. She could feel herself growing stronger. The change remained subtle, but undeniably real. And still her survival points were insufficient. And she could never rival Lin Feng's prodigious ascension. Lin Feng had immediately allocated 8 points to agility, granting him overwhelming early-game dominance and heightened sensory awareness. His neural response speed now approached twice that of an ordinary human. Luo Yan watched him intently, hope glinting in her eyes. If such a force joined the authorities, their strategic advantage would become unparalleled. An awakened society future, Luo Yan could scarcely fathom it. Their humanity's primal instincts would surge unchecked, and who would willingly submit to restraint. And with overwhelming power, the very concept of a Rulio-Flaw society would vanish. Yet the game remains in testing phase, so exceptional talents must be secured now before full release. Join the authorities, and having heard Luo Yan's plea, Lin Feng remained impassive, his mind already weighing the implications. And truthfully, he would never align himself with them. He was uniquely anomalous, especially regarding his talent, and even he did not know its nature. Each match reset his talent entirely, granting him a new SS tier ability at random. An ordinary player's talents, by contrast, remained permanently fixed, unless exchanged for exorbitant survival points. Those points carried staggering costs. Even Lin Feng, upon seeing the price, had sighed in dismay. Exorbitant. Should his anomaly, and the system embedded within him, ever be exposed, the authorities' intentions would be unknowable, and thus lethally dangerous. To entrust oneself to such peril. Never. In true strength resides solely within the self. Lin Feng believed this with unwavering conviction. He would not reveal himself, not until he stood unassailable. Unfortunately, the online game survival game enforced absolute player privacy, so long as names, addresses, and other identifiers remained undisclosed. All personal data remained rigorously protected. Nan, an awakened society. And did she truly believe survival points came easily? Reaching such a threshold would demand immense time, far beyond immediate possibility. And Luo Yin was clearly attempting to deceive him. He would not naively walk into institutional control. And after a moment's silence, Lin Feng spoke, his voice glacial precise. I regret to decline, and I refuse to be bound by any organization. And I offer only this assurance: for now, I shall remain no villain. However, if provoked beyond reason, if fury consumes me utterly, and my subsequent actions will astonish even your highest authorities. His words hung in the air, and under Luo Yan's stunned gaze, Lin Feng drew an entire short sword and struck, ending her life in an instant. A crimson arc traced the sky before splattering onto the earth. The 30 seconds had elapsed, and Lin Feng honored his word without hesitation. His tally of slain players now stood at a staggering 13, pure, unrelenting dominance. And now, only the game's conclusion, and the final calculation of survival points, remained. The moment Luo Yin, this player, perished, the game's notification flashed across the screen. Congratulations. You have secured victory in this match. Survival points are now being calculated. This round ended rather swiftly. Lin Feng mused inwardly. Approximately 20 minutes, quite brisk pacing. From the outset, he had already devised a strategy for the final circle. His plan was to summon large numbers of rank and drank wild monsters, then march boldly into the final circle to slaughter opposing players. Yet, he encountered a crank wild monster outright, accelerating the entire match beyond expectation. Soon his survival point tally finalized. Survival rank, 100 points in talent score, 442 points in attribute score, 39 points, 1 point awarded per 10 attribute points, exceeding 300 in equipment score, 4 points in skill score, 37 points in player eliminations, 39 points in total, 661 points. Only 4 points for equipment. And surely this is a jest. I can't help but laugh, and admittedly my gear this round was abysmally poor. I won't deny that. Yet my attributes now far surpass those of the crank wild monster, the Featherstorm Raven King. After all, nearly 40 players contributed 200 points across all attributes, and I gained a 30 power boost from the Featherstorm Raven King himself. To fall short would be near impossible. Lin Feng surveyed his score summary with deep satisfaction, until his gaze fell upon the paltry equipment score, which instantly deflated his elation, nearly drawing laughter from his lips. Nevertheless, his talent score this round was exceptionally high. Last time it had been the fixed value of 256 points, the baseline for an SS tier talent. If one fails to fully leverage such a talent, only the static 256 points are awarded. But Lin Feng's performance this round was nothing short of extraordinary. He had located a crank wild monster outright, triggering perfect talent activation. With 44 additional survival points carried over, his cumulative total now stood at 705 points. That was already an impressive tally. For ordinary players to amass such points, they would need to secure first place consecutively. Yet achieving consecutive victories remained extraordinarily difficult. Even Luo Yin, who possessed an ranked talent, had yet to claim first place. Primarily because across her 2 matches so far, she had faced Lin Feng each time, and each time she failed to take first. Were she matched against anyone else, she would surely dominate without restraint. Humph. When will the promotion tournament begin? These survival points still fall short. The system once informed me that ascending to a new rank unlocks a doubling function. To exchange for skills or talents within the game demands vast quantities of survival points. Once the doubling function activates, a single match could yield several thousand points. The thought stirred him deeply. Without further hesitation, he exited the game and returned to reality. A sudden sensation of weightlessness washed over him, darkness swallowing his vision. Moments later, Lin Feng opened his eyes, back in his cluttered apartment. The clock read 7:30 p.m. Twilight outside had deepened into dusk. Time within the game flowed seamlessly with real-world time. Thus, the instant he re-emerged into reality, his stomach growled with sharp hunger. I'm hungry, and I'll head downstairs shortly to grab some barbecue. And still, all survival points will go toward attribute enhancement. Acquiring frank skills or gear right now would be utterly worthless. Realizing this, Lin Feng resolved without hesitation to invest solely in attributes. As always, he prioritized agility, because speed granted escape even when victory proved unattainable. Suddenly, the system chimed, warning: your highest attribute may not exceed twice your lowest attribute. For instance, if your agility reaches 20 while other attributes remain at 10, further agility growth halts. You must elevate your other attributes first, otherwise no single stat may advance further. And there's this rule too. Lin Feng stared dumbfounded. Yet upon reflection he realized if agility soared while constitution lagged, its full potential could never manifest, especially here in reality where consequences bore greater weight than in-game. So comprehensive advancement is unavoidable after all. He murmured to himself. Though he'd originally intended a temporary agility surge, circumstances now demanded balanced growth across all attributes. In an instant he spent all 700 points, leaving just 5, converting them into 14 attribute points. He allocated agility to 20, distributing the remainder evenly. Instantly his physical parameters shifted in reality. Lin Feng's strength 13 in endurance, 13 in agility, 20 in defense, 13 in spirit, 13 and he sensed subtle yet profound changes. Greater physical force, heightened mental clarity, sturdier constitution, tougher skin. And his agility, now precisely double that of an average citizen. Should he enter a neural reaction speed competition, he would undoubtedly rank among the very top. Exhilarating. Lin Feng's face lit up with unrestrained joy. He knew this was merely the beginning. With diligence surpassing the average citizen by a factor of 2, that was no longer his goal. He aimed for 10-fold superiority, 100-fold. In an age of such advanced science, without extraordinary means, he simply could not contend with technology itself. Having quickly satisfied his hunger, Lin Feng re-entered the game. The system announced, "You have entered the game." Given that 100 players have achieved first place status, the promotion tournament commences immediately. Map mode altered. Special mode martial arts. Map dimensions 1000. Martial arts techniques will appear randomly. Collect freely. Frank equipment is removed. Maximum tier crank. All weapons are cold arms. No firearms permitted. Only the top 3 players advance. Lin Feng absorbed the announcement, astonishment flickering deep within his eyes. The promotion tournament, already. So soon. Merely securing first place grants eligibility. He had assumed multiple rounds would be required before qualifying. Yet this was still the testing phase. Its accelerated pace suggested imminent full-scale public release. Public release then needed no longer than 3 days. Perhaps tomorrow, perhaps the day after. Yet this new map introduced something legendary: martial arts. Could it truly feature techniques like the soul siphoning art, the sunflower manual, the toad kung fu, or the 18 dragon subduing palms? If so, then things were about to become profoundly intriguing. Upon learning that this match was the promotion tournament, Lin Feng's expression turned solemn. This round demanded absolute seriousness. Though the top 3 finishers would qualify for promotion, he paid them no mind. He sought only first place, the sole victor, whose reward surpassed all others without exception. The disparity between second and third place rewards was already stark and unequal. Moments later the game continued, displaying the promotion tournament requirements. Should the top 3 qualifiers reach the silver rank, a new feature will be unlocked. Double function. Self-explanatory. You may extend your match duration 2-fold, earning survival points equivalent to 2 matches in a single round. Naturally, this doubled reward carries with it doubled penalties. Moreover, qualifiers who later descend into lower-tier matches will suffer a random 1-minute debuff. As this is the promotion tournament phase, all players in this match are subject to both doubled rewards and doubled penalties. The match begins in 10 seconds. Lin Feng listened intently to the tournament rules and realized with a start that upon successful promotion, silver rank players descending into bronze tier matches would endure a random 1-minute debuff, catastrophically disruptive in the early game, shattering rhythm and momentum from the outset. So this was protection for the weak, preventing overwhelming dominance at the opening stage. It made sense. Of the 100 participants, only 3 would ascend to silver rank. The remaining 97 would revert to bronze. To enter silver tier gameplay, one required matchmaking among 100 silver rank players. In short, the current testing phase with merely 10,000 players rendered the silver tier pool utterly insufficient. Lin Feng fervently hoped Survival Game would launch its full public release soon. Otherwise, how could he dominate the silver tier? Was he truly expected to spend his days relentlessly crushing bronze tier opponents? How embarrassingly ungracious that would be. And this double function, it is precisely the mechanism designed to accelerate the strong towards supremacy. For the weak, employing this function means instant elimination, doubling the penalty, 2 years of lifespan forfeited. Yet this aligns perfectly with my intentions. I am precisely in dire need of survival points. Doubled points mean over 1,000 accrued in a single match. A broad smile spread across Lin Feng's face. Victory in this promotion tournament was already assured. Moments passed. The 10-second countdown elapsed. Lin Feng vanished from reality, instantly teleported into the match arena. Welcome to Survival Game. Ding. The Omni Talent system has activated. Congratulations, you have drawn the Supreme Talent Infinite Division SSS rank. You may summon 2 phantasmal clones, each possessing 80 of your base attributes. Cooldown 180 seconds per summon. Phantasmal clones inherit your equipped gear. Phantasmal clones inherit your talents. Phantasmal clones inherit your skills. Every 10 minutes you may merge with a clone and absorb 30 of its attributes. Note the absorbed clone perishes upon deprivation. This talent functions exclusively within the game. To activate it in reality, expenditure of survival points is required. Lin Feng slowly opened his eyes. His spawn point was a small supply zone situated on an exceptionally vast map, measuring 1,000 by 1,000 meters. Fully 5 times the scale of an ordinary map. Simultaneously, the talent's description echoed in his mind, yet something felt off. This SSS-Rank talent, Infinite Division, seemed oddly mundane. Just clones. Surely it holds no real significance. Lin Feng frowned, puzzled, beginning to analyze the talent's practical application. Then, his expression shifted to stunned disbelief as calculations surged through his mind. I can summon phantasmal clones, each inheriting 80 of my attributes. Crucially, they also inherit my talent, skills, and gear. Each clone inherits 80 of its predecessor's attributes, so successive generations diminish exponentially. Yet sheer numbers render this irrelevant. By the final circle, I could command hundreds, perhaps thousands, of clones. 1 becomes 2, 2 become 4, 4 become 8, 8 become 16. So long as I survive and thrive, I shall multiply endlessly. HSS. In the endgame, the arena will teem with my legion of phantasmal clones. Even if their individual attributes dwindle, sheer numerical superiority will allow me to overwhelm every opponent through relentless coordinated assault. Moreover, equipping them amplifies their combat efficacy. Gear-based stats compound directly onto their inherited attributes. In essence, I am no longer a lone warrior. I am an army. And further, I may absorb clones seizing 30 of their attributes. This iterative accumulation will elevate my total capabilities to unprecedented heights. Ultimately, I shall evolve into the final indomitable boss. As the thought crystallized, a brutally efficient battle plan ignited in Lin Feng's mind. Among these 100 players, each had claimed first place in their prior matches. Lin Feng trusted their skill level had measurably risen. How intriguing. This round will shatter your collective confidence. I shall make it unmistakably clear. Your qualification as second or third place is nothing more than my gracious concession. A faint knowing smile curved Lin Feng's lips. Deep within his gaze burned unshakable certainty. With such an SSS-Rank talent, first place was already secured. Instantly he assessed his surroundings. This spawn point, a small supply zone. Yet such small zones here rival the richest supply caches of standard maps. Furthermore, with Frank gear removed, the lowest tier equipment available at spawn is now A-rank. This match promises blistering pace. And given the scarcity of such zones, opponents are almost certainly converging here. An early elimination is inevitable. After all my attributes have undergone comprehensive enhancement. Lin Feng scanned the terrain, his mind already dissecting tactical possibilities. Without hesitation, he activated the SSS-Rank talent Infinite Division. Phantasmal clones. 2 shadowy figures coalesced, perfect simulacra of Lin Feng, bowing respectfully behind him. Each possessed 80 of his base attributes. They were no longer inferior to average players. In fact, their agility surpassed most. You too, can you currently activate talents? Lin Feng asked directly. Both clones shook their heads in unison and replied. My lord, activation remains unavailable. Cooldown persists, 180 seconds remain. Lin Feng had anticipated this. He himself was still cooling down, and the clones, having inherited his state, shared the same restriction. Otherwise, if clones could immediately replicate upon spawning, they would cascade infinitely, rendering the match unwinnable for anyone else. The map for this advancement competition is quite vast. Lin Feng gazes far into the distance, unable to see an end in sight. This brand new map has introduced entirely new elements. For instance, a completely new skill called martial arts. From this perspective, the resources available this time will not be scarce. As long as one survives, players will still possess luxurious equipment. Phantom clone. You two start searching for resources on the left and right. I will begin searching at the center. The resources found will be submitted to me later. If you encounter players, contact me directly. Without any hesitation, Lin Feng began issuing commands. He currently has the ability for long-distance communication with his phantom clones. As long as the phantom clones encounter players, Lin Feng will be immediately informed. Understood. The 2 phantom clones responded, then dashed directly into the resource points. As long as Lin Feng is not dead, the phantom clones will never be in short supply. Therefore, he must equip himself. After 3 minutes, more phantom clones will appear. I will also search for resources. Lin Feng's figure flashed, and he rushed into a dilapidated house. 2 items appeared on the floor, an aggrade sword and a yellow-covered scroll. Lin Feng picked them up and examined them. Exquisite sword, aggrade attack 45, agility 13 to durability 275, crescent blade technique, aggrade skill book, unleashes a crescent blade aura 3 meters long, causing damage 5 times the strength, attribute, cooldown 10 seconds. Good stuff. Equip it. Lin Feng's eyes lit up, and he also learned the skill from the skill book. He never expected to obtain such equipment in a skill book right at the start. It seems the pace of this game is quite fast. Whoosh. Lin Feng wielded the exquisite sword and activated the skill, casually slashing out a brilliant crescent blade aura sweeping through the area. Bang! The already dilapidated house instantly collapsed. However, this noise caused the players within the small resource point to narrow their eyes, filled with confusion. What happened? There are players here. We need to be careful. Do not engage in combat early. These players hurriedly began searching for resources, avoiding early confrontations. Although engaging in combat early and killing players can yield benefits, increasing all attributes by 5 points, dying like this would result in a double penalty, directly deducting 2 years from their lifespan. Meanwhile, Lin Feng was quite satisfied with the power of this grade skill book. He felt like a graceful swordsman. When faced with uncertainty, he would act decisively. Crack, crack, crack. What was that? Lin Feng's ears twitched slightly. He seemed to hear faint sounds not far away. It appears that his enhanced spiritual attributes have sharpened his senses, allowing him to hear such subtle sounds. Phantom clone. Gather quickly. Lin Feng transmitted his awareness, directly commanding the phantom clones to return. He was no ordinary player. A Lin Feng planned to strike directly. While ordinary players avoid early conflicts, conserving energy for later attacks, Lin Feng took the opposite approach. Soon, the phantom clones returned to Lin Feng's side and began submitting the resources they had gathered. Exquisite knee guards, a grade defense 37, stamina 12, a durability 250, exquisite shoulder armor, a grade defense 28, stamina 8, a durability 200, cloud steps. Grade skill book grants the user the ability to perform triple jumps with no cooldown, a passive skill. Wow. Lin Feng looked at these resources, his face filled with disbelief. He never expected the phantom clone would have such good luck finding a grade skill book. This must be the most valuable skill book at this small resource point. Lin Feng picked it up and equipped it, clicking to learn the skill book. In an instant, Lin Feng suddenly comprehended the technique of cloud steps. Oh, of course this version must be a nerfed one, as the full version would likely be even more powerful. But having phantom clones, the search efficiency is truly impressive. A smile appeared on Lin Feng's face as he felt full of anticipation for this SS grade talent. If he had hundreds of phantom clones, he wouldn't need to search large resource points personally. He could simply wait for the harvest. In the next moment, his attributes changed. Lin Feng's strength 58, stamina 33, agility 33, defense 78, spirit 13. Starting with these attributes is simply like taking off. Lin Feng was quite satisfied and directly commanded phantom clones, heed my orders. Let's attack. With those words, Lin Feng dashed out towards the location of the faint sounds he heard earlier. 2 phantom clones quickly began to follow him. Moments later, Lin Feng's gaze fell upon the house ahead. His ears were still twitching, hearing the faint sounds from within. Right inside here. Go. Lin Feng was the first to charge and holding the exquisite sword like a god of slaughter, exuding an imposing aura. Who? An enemy. A plump player quickly turned his head, seeing Lin Feng rush, and his expression slightly changing. However, as a player who had previously secured first place, his mindset was naturally better than that of an ordinary player. Looking for death? Let me show you the skill I just obtained. Shattering hammer punch. This plump player was unarmed, yet he did not retreat at all, as he possessed a grade helmet and a grade armor, giving him quite good defense. Moreover, he also had a grade skill book, which was why he was not afraid. Shattering hammer punch instantly delivered a powerful punch, causing 135 damage and stunning the player for 0.75 seconds with a cooldown of 10 seconds. Interesting. You dare to confront me directly. Lin Feng's eyes were filled with surprise. It seems that the players in this game truly possess some strength. However, he possessed even greater strength. No player could hope to defeat him. Die. You want to kill me? He'll make sure you're the first to be eliminated. The plump player's palm glowed a dangerous red, instantly aiming to smash down on Lin Feng. Cloud steps. Crescent blade, aura. Lin Feng's expression remained calm as he leaped effortlessly, seeming to walk on air, quickly landing on the roof's edge, dodging the plump player's attack. And with a swift motion, he unleashed a brilliant blade aura from his exquisite sword. Whoosh. The crescent blade aura instantly struck the plump player. 47. The plump player lacked Lin Feng's agility, but his high defense meant that even Lin Feng would take some time to bring him down. However, soon 2 phantom clones rushed in, as well, surrounding the plump player. In an instant, what? 3 of you. You are illegally teaming up. The plump player's expression changed drastically. Illegal team up. The fat player looked panic-stricken. If he were facing a single player, he wouldn't be this frightened. But now, facing 3 players. No matter how strong he was, he couldn't possibly win. The key was that he didn't even have a weapon. How could he fight now? However, the fat player looked at the 2 shadow clones, surprisingly noticing they had no player IDs. His eyes filled with confusion as he muttered to himself. Talent. Is this the talent of a clone? Damn. No wonder these clones lack equipment and player IDs. This guy's main body has such luxurious equipment and skills, it must be the clones helping him scout. No wonder he dared to attack other players right from the start. The fat player's face turned grim. A player with cloning talent was something he couldn't counter early on, and with his current talent, he could only focus on survival. On the other side, Lin Feng stood on the eaves, his gaze icy as he looked at the fat player. The opponent's skills had cooled down, and so had his. He could only engage in melee now. In the next moment, he didn't hesitate, his tone filled with murderous intent as he issued the command. Kill. As the words fell, Lin Feng's figure shot out, holding a finely crafted sword, swiftly slashing toward the fat player. The 2 shadow clones moved in unison, instantly forming a triangular encirclement. Although the shadow clones lacked equipment, and weapons. The fat player only had defensive gear. It was impossible to kill the clones in one hit. At most, he was just a turtle shell player with higher defense and thicker health. Damn, let's talk this over. We can negotiate. The fat player shouted in panic. We can cooperate now. How about it? This way we can have the advantage against other players. However, Lin Feng sneered. Cooperate? With my cloning talent, do I need a player like you? Enough talk. Die here. With that, Lin Feng instantly swung several swords directly hacking at the fat player's body. 32, 28, 31. The two shadow clones also struck with their fists. Even though the damage was low, it still chipped away at the fat player's health. 7, 8. Moreover, Lin Feng's agility completely surpassed that of the fat player, enabling him to unleash rapid sword strikes in no time. This caused the fat player's health to drop at an alarming rate. In terms of equipment and skills, the fat player couldn't compare. To kill the opponent was merely a matter of time. Even if the fat player wanted to fight back, the damage he dealt was utterly pitiful, almost on par with the shadow clone's attacks. As a result, the fat player's health had already dwindled to a sliver on the brink of death. No, don't. His eyes now began to show signs of panic. Lin Feng's gaze remained indifferent as he swiftly thrust his sword. Die. But just then, the fat player was enveloped in golden light, his talent passively activating. Block. A game prompt appeared. Huh. No damage. Lin Feng was astonished. There was no damage at all. This was the fat player's grade talent, Deadly Block. In every game match, the fat player could block one instance of fatal damage. This was his current game talent. Relying on this talent, the fat player had managed to scrape through to first place once. No. You bastard. The fat player's face turned ashen. He had hoped to rely on this talent to achieve a higher ranking, but now that chance was gone, and he was filled with rage as he charged at Lin Feng. Foolish. How many more times can you block? Lin Feng remained unfazed. His skills had completely cooled down, and he instantly unleashed a dazzling crescent sword light. In an instant, bang. The fat player slammed into the wall, creating a hole, his health dropping to 0, leading to his immediate death, and he dropped 2 grade pieces of equipment. You have killed the target player, gained 5 points in all attributes. Dealing with players with defensive gear early on is quite troublesome. And this guy could even block attacks. It seems his talent isn't subpar. Lin Feng directly picked up the 2 grade pieces of equipment. Coincidentally, he lacked a helmet and armor, so he equipped them right away. Exquisite helmet, a grade defense 31, spirit 17, durability 300, exquisite armor, a grade defense 43, stamina 11, durability 320. These are quite high attributes. No wonder it was so hard for him to kill the opponent. Moreover, his defense value had now surpassed 100, reaching 152 points. If players wanted to breach such high defense, it would be nearly impossible. Humph. The level of players in this game is quite high. It seems this match won't be dull. I wonder if there are any particularly special talents. I actually want to see them too. A faint smile appeared on Lin Feng's face as he led the 2 shadow clones to start searching for players at the resource point. Searching for resources. That's meaningless. Better to kill players and forcibly seize their loot. In no time, he began to create a commotion, attempting to lure nearby players to attack him. In a short while, Lin Feng encountered 2 players again. And these 2 players surprisingly joined forces upon seeing he had cloning talent. However, Lin Feng directly utilized the skills Cloud Ladder and Crescent Sword Light, crazily beginning to kite them. His speed surpassed that of ordinary players, and he even had a triple jump. Ordinary players couldn't touch him at all. He was incredibly agile. 2 illegal team-up guys. Is this the best you can do? To gang up on me takes this long. Lin Feng wore a mocking expression, even transforming into a brute, assaulting a single player as if in a realm without others. He firmly withstood the attacks of the 2 players while relying on rapid slashing, intending to quickly kill one player. As long as he utilized his astounding defensive attributes, he could force a breakthrough. In the end, you have killed the target player, gained 5 points in all attributes. He succeeded in killing one player. However, Lin Feng's health had also dropped to half, barely still in a healthy state. Monster. How can he be so monstrous? He can jump so high and has such defense. Even his attack speed is unbelievably fast. How do we fight this? The remaining player looked pale. His health was still 2/3 full, but the fact that he and the other player had yet to kill Lin Feng indicated how precarious the situation was. Are you afraid now? Lin Feng looked at this player, beginning to chuckle as he muttered, 3 minutes have passed. The talent began to activate. Shadow clone. Come forth. Come forth. Lin Feng whispered lowly. With a rustle, 2 shadowy figures surged forth, shifting instantly into Lin Feng's exact likeness, inheriting 80 of his current attributes along with all his skills and equipment. Moreover, the original 2 illusory clones activated their innate talent. A rustle, and 4 additional shadows emerged, coalescing into Lin Feng's form. Yet these 4 inherited only 80 of the illusion's attributes. Already they were weaker than ordinary players. These 4 possessed neither equipment nor skills. In an instant, 8 illusory clones stood respectfully behind Lin Feng, their eyes glinting with icy menace as they fixed their gaze upon the lone remaining player. The lone player trembled violently, his eyes wide with terror, his entire body shuddering at the sudden appearance of the phantasmal host. My heavens! What monstrous entity have I stumbled upon? How utterly wretched. The sight before him extinguished any will to resist. You too, eliminate him. Lin Feng regarded the two newest clones fully endowed with his current attributes, gear, and abilities. No further intervention would be needed. Yes, master. The two clones responded instantly. In the next breath, they lunged toward the last surviving player. Crescent blade flash. Crescent blade flash. Two blinding arcs of sword light slashed ferociously, plunging the player into desperate agony. Possessing 80 of Lin Feng's current stats, these two clones were more than sufficient to overwhelm him decisively. Lin Feng observed briefly, enough to foresee the outcome, then turned and issued further orders. You 6 clones, 2 shall collect the fallen player's equipment, the remaining 4 shall scour this area for supplies. After all, you bear no gear yourselves. Any new clones you spawn will likewise lack equipment. Understood. Nodding in unison, the 6 clones divided tasks with seamless coordination. Lin Feng remained motionless, no action required of him, save waiting for their completion. Holding a golden wound salve, a restorative item, he began slowly regaining health as he was far from full. Golden wound salve grade E restores 25 HP per second for 5 seconds. Target player eliminated. Gained 5 to all attributes. The last player fell swiftly beneath the dual assault of the clones. A scattering of gear spilled across the ground. The clones gathered it without delay, then presented it reverently to Lin Feng. Pity, he mused, that slaying players yields only equipment, not skill manuals. He selected the most useful pieces and equipped them without hesitation. His attributes shifted once more. Lin Feng, Strength 98, Endurance 59, Agility 78, Defense 189, Spirit 45. The remaining gear he distributed among the clones for them to equip. Lin Feng unfolded his map. This zone spanned vast terrain. To secure optimal positioning, he would need to move swiftly. Proceed to the next sector. He marked the region and set off immediately. Having eliminated 3 players here, it was an auspicious beginning. In moments, Lin Feng led his 8 illusory clones forward, marching resolutely toward a major supply depot. 1 minute later, they passed through a colossal primeval forest. Towering ancient trees of extraordinary forms filled the landscape, dazzling the eye. Suddenly, screech. A thunderous ape roar shattered the stillness. From the forest's depths erupted a hulking, wrathful ape, its bulging musculature, especially its chiseled pectorals and abdominal ridges, radiating raw power, height, and indomitable strength. Yet its face was grotesquely contorted, its gaze locked fiercely upon Lin Feng as it bellowed wildly. Screech, screech, screech. It seemed Lin Feng had trespassed upon its sacred domain, provoking a surge of fury ready to strike at any moment. Oh, a wild beast. Just in time, my gear and skills remain scarce. Unbelievable, a courier delivering itself to my doorstep. Lin Feng smiled faintly as he gazed upon the massive ape and summoned its bestiary entry. Raging Ape, Grade D. Strength 123, Endurance 110, Agility 105, Defense 98, Spirit 55. Skill Vajra Fist. Channels a devastating punch, dealing 325 damage while ignoring 20 of target's defense. Cooldown 20 seconds. TCH, impressive stats, but it is merely a Grade D beast. With my current clone's victory is assured. Lin Feng studied the Grade D foe, his expression shifting subtly, but he did not retreat. Were this a Grade C beast, he would turn and flee instantly. Grade C beasts represented the apex predators now active in this phase, unleashed and formidable. Only upon reaching later stage cultivation, boasting vastly elevated attributes, could he dominate such foes. For now, confronting a Grade C beast remained impossible. Yet a mere Grade D adversary, with his present illusory host dispatching it, would be effortless. All clones, heed my command. Eliminate the raging ape. At his words, every clone bowed in solemn reverence. As ordered, instantly Lin Feng surged forward, flanked by his 2 strongest clones, leaping airward toward the enraged ape. The other 6 clones, lacking inherited skills, possessed markedly diminished combat efficacy, so Lin Feng withheld them from direct engagement. Still, they could serve vital roles when needed. For instance, absorbing skill-based damage. Screech. The raging ape's eyes blazed with fury as Lin Feng and his 2 clones closed in, and it struck back without hesitation. Its dense musculature rippled, its frame swelled twice its size. Twin colossal fists charged with overwhelming force descended like falling mountains. Its strength stat was formidable. Should Lin Feng or either clone take a direct hit, over 100 points of health would vanish instantly. That figure accounted for Lin Feng's high defense. Ordinary players would be utterly obliterated. You 2 dodged. Lin Feng commanded, then darted sideways, executing triple aerial evasions to evade the ape's onslaught. The 2 clones mirrored his movements flawlessly. Tum! The ape's blow missed, slamming instead into the earth, fracturing the ground beneath it. Lin Feng seized the opening. Crescent blade flash. 3 radiant crescent blades lanced forth in rapid succession. 83, 68, 69. The raging ape's health plummeted, shaved away by a full 1/5 in an instant. The enraged macaque realized its health was plummeting rapidly, Its remaining vitality barely exceeded 1,000. If this continued, it would perish right here. In the next instant, fury contorted its face as it unleashed its ultimate technique, Great Vajra Fist. Crimson serpentine runes coiled around its thick arms, its entire body flushed deep red, radiating raw explosive power. This blow must not be taken heeded. Nint's glass technique. Nit deals triple damage. Lin Feng instantly devised his countermeasure upon witnessing the macaque's cataclysmic assault. His plan was simple and phantom clone, and assist me in absorbing the impact. With a single thought, 6 ordinary phantom clones surged forward, interposing themselves before Lin Feng's true body. These 6 clones possessed no combat capability, but shielding against skill-based damage remained well within their capacity. Sacrificing 2 of them was an acceptable trade. As expected, Lin Feng remained unruffled. Boom. The macaque's colossal fist descended like a thunderclap wreathed in crimson light, a titanic palm slamming down, striking the phantoms with devastating force. Instantly, 1 clone collapsed, obliterated. Another, battered by the shockwave's lingering fury, shattered beyond resistance, vanishing in a flash. Within moments, 2 phantom clones lay extinguished. Yet Lin Feng felt no sorrow. These were mere common clones, easily replenished. Crucially, the enraged macaque's Great Vajra Fist had entered cooldown. Deprived of this lethal trump card, slaying Lin Feng's core form, or even his 2 newly summoned clones, became utterly impossible. Now strike and kill it. Lin Feng led his 2 fresh clones into fierce, relentless engagement with the macaque. This technique was extraordinary. He had to acquire it. Once mastered, all future phantom clones would inherit it. In no time, the macaque's health spiraled downward relentlessly. Sensing peril, it attempted retreat, only for the remaining 6 clones to converge and forcibly impede its escape. Finally, amid a final guttural roar, the macaque's muscular frame ruptured, shattering into shimmering stardust that dissolved into the world, leaving behind a Class C treasure chest. This wild beast's burst damage is astonishing, yet it still fell beneath my hand, and I pray its skill manual lies within the rewards. Lin Feng immediately opened the Class C chest, revealing a tripartite reward selection. Only one could be claimed. Golden Staff, Class D, attack 125, endurance 28, durability 1050, weapon trait, every third strike inflicts 125 armor-piercing damage. Adventurer's Boots, Class D, agility 105, spirit 31, durability 950, Dark Knight Cloak, Class D, agility 75, spirit 32, 15, evasion chance, durability 850. Lin Feng scanned the 3 options. No skill manual among them. Skill manuals remained exceedingly rare, not guaranteed upon slaying any wild beast. Yet, both this weapon and cloak possess unique traits. Which suits me best now? And after brief contemplation, Lin Feng made his decision: the weapon. His aggressive playstyle demanded overwhelming offensive power. With the Golden Staff, every third strike would shatter armor, dealing devastating amplified damage. Truly formidable. Without hesitation, he equipped the Golden Staff, his strength and endurance surging anew. His class skill Crescent Blade Light became unusable, rendered inert by the weapon swap. Likewise, the elegant sword's durability had dwindled to near 0, rendering it obsolete. He paid it no mind. Class skills held negligible value in the late game. Superior alternatives awaited acquisition. Press onward. Lin Feng turned and commanded his phantom clones. Sacrificing 2 low-tier clones to eliminate a Class D beast was a resounding victory. Moreover, his talent's cooldown stood at just 90 seconds, enough time to summon an entirely new cohort of phantom clones. Meanwhile, 73 players remained in the arena. Though some hesitated to engage, the map's accelerating tempo forced confrontation. Once others drew near, battle became inevitable. You hesitate, and that doesn't mean they will. Soon Lin Feng reached a major supply node and spotted another player. He deployed all his clones, launching a coordinated assault. Suddenly, boom, 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 boom. 4 golden beams erupted skyward, blazing across the 4 cardinal directions: north, south, east, and west. A system prompt flashed: platinum chest airdrop imminent. Airdrop commences in 180 seconds. 4 supply caches will descend across the cardinal zones. At once, all surviving players trembled with anticipation. A platinum chest. It contained Class C gear, and every reward within the airdrop was freely claimable. Unlike slaying beasts, which yielded only a single reward, defeating a Class C beast remained unattainable for most players during early or mid-game stages. Even in the late game, eliminating a Class C beast required attributes nearly matching its own. Acquiring airdrop rewards, however, meant confronting rival players. Though 4 airdrops dispersed players across the map, each zone would inevitably draw at least a dozen competitors. Securing a single airdrop's bounty promised immense difficulty. And how intriguing. An airdrop. And surely it will draw a crowd. Perfect. I've been searching for players. The airdrop zones will team with them. Hearing the system announcement, Lin Feng's lips curved into a quiet smile. Accordingly, he resolved to end the current duel swiftly. The Golden Staff whirled in furious arcs, crashing down upon his opponent. Its third strike armor-piercing effect sent the foe's health bar plummeting violently. Through sheer attribute dominance and the overwhelming swarm of his phantom clones, target player eliminated. N5 to all attributes. And within seconds the foe spat blood, collapsed, and stared upward in bitter disbelief. Damn you. And how disgraceful. In 7 against 1. And have you no shame? And Lin Feng merely smiled faintly, unsatisfied. And then resurrect, and defeat me if you dare. And my talent simply surpasses yours. A corpse still chatters so incessantly, and can't even accept defeat with grace. And humiliated, the fallen player flushed crimson with rage. Had he not lain lifeless, he would have challenged Lin Feng to 300 rounds of unrestrained combat. Since we're going after the platinum supply crate drop, I need more hands, right now. Fortunately, my current talent has just finished cooling down. In 3 minutes, the platinum supply crate will hit the ground, and at that moment I'll be able to summon once more. Perfect timing. Reinforcements will never run short. Lin Feng glanced at his talent, fully recharged, and activated it instantly. In an instant, a rustling sound echoed. 2 shadowy figures emerged, perfectly mirroring his entire appearance and inheriting 80% of his attributes, including all his equipment and skills. Even Lin Feng's golden cudgel, a rare golden tier weapon, was forcibly inherited. Should combat erupt, Lin Feng himself would stand no chance against 2 such phantasmal clones wielding 80% of his power. Alas, these phantasmal clones obeyed him unconditionally, never betraying, never wavering. Utterly perfect tools. Rustling again, the remaining 6 clones activated their talent in unison. 12 shadowy figures surged forth in a single breath. 20 phantasmal clones now stood respectfully behind Lin Feng, awaiting orders. The frontmost ones, each wielding exquisitely crafted swords, inherited his rank skill Moonlight Saber Flash and drank skill Cloud-Stepping Ascension. Though individually weaker, this assembled host could still hold its own against ordinary players. Yet the earliest clones grew progressively weaker, some barely reaching half the base stats of an average player. Lin Feng remained unfazed. In mere minutes, the 10-minute threshold would arrive, allowing him to merge all low-stat clones into himself, stripping 30% of their attributes and absorbing them directly. Even the smallest mosquito is still meat, barely enough to boost his stats, but every bit counts. Let's move. To the drop zone. Lin Feng briefly scoured the nearby major supply point, finding every player there already slain. Those earlier survivors had likely been the last remnants, now erased by his hand. In the next moment, Lin Feng led his 20 phantasmal clones in a thunderous advance toward the drop zone. This platinum supply crate. He had to claim it. Yet a single platinum supply crate was far from sufficient. He craved insatiable conquest. At the very least, he intended to seize 2 or more drops. After all, the rewards within a platinum supply crate were undoubtedly extraordinary. Moments passed, 150 seconds elapsed. Lin Feng arrived at the designated landing zone, only to find swarms of players already converging there, making no effort to conceal themselves. These were victors, players who'd claimed first place before. Their confidence in their own strength and talents bordered on delusion. Ahead, a blinding golden light pierced the heavens. The platinum supply crate shimmered with dazzling brilliance, its radiance igniting fierce desire in countless eyes. Whoever claimed its contents would stride into the final circle effortlessly. At its current descent speed, the crate would strike the ground in precisely 30 seconds. Yet as Lin Feng marched forward with his legion, the gathered players stared in utter bewilderment, murmuring, What's happening? How did so many people get here? Damn, it's packed. This platinum supply crate battle will be ferocious. Nonsense. These aren't real players. They lack player IDs. Wait, you're right. Is this his talent? Player ID 00886. Troublesome. His talent is exceptionally formidable. A hush fell over the crowd. Whispers rippled outward, and wary glances fixed upon Lin Feng. He was nothing short of monstrous. Everyone else played solo, lonely, restless, starved for companionship. Yet he brought 20 clones to battle alongside him. In that instant, silent communication flickered among the players. Should the moment demand it, they would unite without hesitation and launch a coordinated assault to eliminate Lin Feng outright. Lin Feng posed too great a threat. Any solitary encounter with him meant certain death. No exceptions, no reprieve. A pack of trash players. You actually think you can challenge me? I'll knock your heads, ask you before you blink. Lin Feng sensed their gazes, and a bloodthirsty smile curled across his lips. Every player here dies next. He had already eliminated 4 opponents, and with superior gear, including a golden tier weapon, he stood unrivaled in both armament and prestige. Now backed by 20 phantasmal clones, resistance was futile. Not a single one among them would escape alive. The moment those words left his lips, thud, the platinum supply crate struck the earth with a resonant impact. Go. It's mine. Watch your backs. Keep an eye on player ID 00886. If he moves and we halt the crate, and kill him on the spot. Agreed, deal? With that, the players charged forward, opened the crate, claim its treasures, and unleash unstoppable carnage. Lin Feng watched his talent cool down once more, and roared, all phantasmal clones, activate your talent now. 20 clones obeyed. 40 new shadows erupted forth, swirling like dense black ink, rapidly coalescing into perfect replicas of Lin Feng. In an instant, 60 phantasmal clones converged. Lin Feng, the original, held back reserving his talent for the moment he secured the platinum supply crate's rewards. Only then would he unleash even mightier clones. For now 6 clones wielded golden tier weapons, possessed full skill sets and gear, and rivaled Lin Feng himself in raw power. 18 others bore finely crafted swords, moderately powered, inheriting Moonlight Saber Flash and Cloud Stepping Ascension, yet still formidable in battle. The remaining 36 clones possessed no skills, only basic gear and severely diminished stats. Still, Lin Feng already held the solution. With a silent command surging through his mind, merge. These illusory clones had long lost their utility. Deploying them in battle would amount to little more than sending them to certain death. It was far more efficient to merge them on the spot, stripping away 30% of their attributes. Instantly, Lin Feng commanded merge. At his mental command, all 36 illusory clones dissolved into shadows and surged over his body in a single breath. In that instant, the 36 clones perished, but their 30% attribute yield had already been extracted, now flooding violently into Lin Feng's own stats. The cumulative attributes from all 36 clones were sufficient to boost each of Lin Feng's core stats by over 100 points. Were time not so pressing, and were he not racing to secure the platinum treasure chest, Lin Feng might have cultivated even more clones than fused them all at once. Such a surge would catapult his stats beyond all bounds, enabling him to slaughter Class C monsters with effortless ease. Yet the players present bore no such mercy. To prevent the clones' needless annihilation, Lin Feng had no choice but to force the merger immediately. Half a second later, Lin Feng slowly opened his eyes, his gaze burning with unyielding combat fervor. His current stats were more than enough to crush every player assembled here. Lin Feng: Strength 295, Endurance 205, Agility 203, Defense 350, Spirit 168. Even if 5 players converged upon him now, they would still fail to slay him, and would likely fall before his counterattack. His stats had already surpassed those of Class D monsters, standing on the threshold of Class C potency. 24 illusory clones. Heed my order. All players present. Execute without mercy. With that decree, Lin Feng blurred forward, streaking toward the platinum treasure chest. Instantly, the 24 clones surged into motion, launching coordinated assaults against every player on the field, forming an impenetrable shield as Lin Feng advanced. Crescent Moonblade Flash. 18 clones leapt skyward, 3 successive airborne bounds, then raised their exquisitely forged blades and slashed downward, unleashing radiant crescent-shaped blade energies. The sheer power of those 18 crescent slashes could obliterate any player present. In moments, one overeager player, rushing too fast, found himself trapped within their lethal radius. Sheesh. In an instant, he was cleaved apart by all 18 crescent energies. His gear scattered across the ground in a cascade of loot. You have slain the target player. 5 points to all attributes. The 18 clones swiftly gathered the fallen equipment, divided it among themselves, equipped it instantly, and resumed holding the line. No, damn it. Form a coalition now. His main body is about to reach the platinum treasure chest. Stop him. Enraged, the players momentarily set aside rivalry and launched a furious barrage against the 18 clones. At that very moment, a voice rang out, "You shall not succeed." 6 clones gripping golden staves intercepted the swiftest advancing players, overpowering them outright with their golden weaponry. Few possessed golden weapons, not unless fortune favored them at major supply caches. And even finding golden gear offered no guarantee of golden weapons, for weapons by nature held far greater lethality than ordinary equipment. After all, offense was the ultimate defense, making golden weapons all the more elusive. The only other path: slaying a Class D monster. Yet soloing a Class D monster remained near impossible. Even Lin Feng required coordinated assault by his clones, sacrificing 2 in the process. Unbelievable. What kind of talent is this, so overwhelmingly powerful? Heavens above, these clones deal more damage than I do. Is there no justice left in this world? Fools, behold these 18 clones. That is true mastery. Every 10 seconds they unleash 18 simultaneous blade energies. Dare you block them all? Oh, do you think you could? Of course not. Which is why your incessant blathering, like some witless fool, grates on my nerves. I'll kill you. Amid such fractious bickering, the fragile alliance collapsed. The players turned on one another mid-battle. This eased the burden on the 24 clones dramatically. A quick count revealed only 14 players remained. Originally, roughly 18 players had occupied this zone, but 4 had withdrawn, deeming the airdrop site excessively perilous. Perishing there meant double penalties, a risk too steep to justify. Meanwhile, Lin Feng glanced back, watching the players futilely batter against the clones' unified front. So much for your might. Once I claim the platinum treasure chest's reward, every one of you will leave your lives here. A faint smile touched Lin Feng's lips. Hundreds of meters separated him from the chest. Yet with his current agility, arrival would be swift. Suddenly, tap, tap, tap. Faint footsteps echoed into Lin Feng's ears. Who's there? He whirled, scanning the perimeter, yet saw no player. The distant players remained locked in combat with the clones. None had approached. Yet his hearing did not deceive him. The source was still near. Dare to defy me. You dare covet my platinum treasure chest. Lin Feng's face hardened, his six senses flared outward, and the subtle footfalls grew distinctly clearer. In the next moment, he stared at an empty stretch of ground, no figure in sight, yet fresh footprints appeared one by one upon the earth, eerie and inexplicable. He murmured softly, "Fascinating. Is this invisibility? No, this is stealth." I never imagined encountering such a talent, especially since my first innate ability was soul form invincibility through perfect invisibility. Yet stealth remains inferior. It permits no attack, only furtive shadowed movement. Lin Feng gazed at the footprints appearing one by one on the distant ground, and nearly burst into laughter. Such a crude talent for stealth naturally bore glaring weaknesses. For instance, it forbade any offensive action, leaving its user no choice but to skulk in silence, all while risking exposure. Even treading upon soft earth would betray their presence with every footprint. Even Lin Feng's SS-Steer talent possessed vulnerabilities. Take for example his infinite division ability. It demanded time to mature. Without sufficient development, its power remained dormant. Should he be slain before reaching that threshold, this SS-Steer talent would never manifest its true might. Alas, Lin Feng had already endured 10 minutes and fully matured. From here onward, his strength would only escalate, overwhelming every rival player with sheer dominance. Fortunately, my spirit attribute has already approached 200 points. Detecting a talent as sneaky as yours is child's play. You think you can creep up and open that platinum treasure chest? What a fantasy. Today I'll shatter your skull. This thought flashed through Lin Feng's mind and instantly ignited his fury. The platinum treasure chest was already his to claim. This thief dared lay hands upon it. He must die. Lin Feng's innate agility was already extraordinary, but should he choose to open the platinum treasure chest himself, he would outpace even this sneaking player without effort. Yet his mood was incandescent with rage. He would crush this wretch first, no delay. In the next instant. Thief! How dare you skulk like a shadow? You dare covet my platinum treasure chest? Today I'll crack your skull open. Lin Feng's eyes locked onto the footprints far across the ground, and in an instant he surged forward, vanishing in a blur of speed before materializing directly before the stealth player. What? Qin Jiaming stared dumbfounded, then whirled and fled the moment he saw Lin Feng bearing down upon him. His entire talent was stealth. While active, it rendered him incapable of attacking others, but granted full invisibility for 20 seconds followed by a 60-second cooldown. Yet despite his utmost caution, he had still been discovered by Lin Feng. The reason? Lin Feng's spirit attribute now stood so high it could perceive any disturbance in his surroundings. He could even hear Qin Jiaming's heartbeat. Moreover, Lin Feng was Qin Jiaming Sr. He had wielded invisibility long before Qin Jiaming ever dreamed of it, and mastered it with far greater finesse. Brother, spare my life. I was wrong. I won't do it again. I shouldn't have tried to steal your platinum treasure chest. Qin Jiaming pleaded desperately. His gear remained incomplete, his stats were pitiful. Even ordinary players had bested him in combat. He had intended only to slip in unseen and claim the platinum treasure chest. Now exposed, he could do nothing but beg for mercy on the spot. Nonsense. If I hadn't spotted you, you might well have succeeded. Lin Feng ignored the pleas. He heard Qin Jiaming's frantic pulse pinpointed his location, and clenched his golden staff with lethal intent, swinging it down in a brutal decisive strike. 372. A towering damage number soared into the air. The blow struck Qin Jiaming's unprotected head, landing a critical hit with devastating effect. With no helmet to shield him, he reeled backward, stars exploding behind his eyes. In that instant, Lin Feng's assault shattered his stealth, revealing him in full defenseless form. Ah, so you're the little rat-faced scoundrel. Dared steal from me. Then die. Lin Feng glared at the furtive man and delivered 2 swift crushing blows, ending him without hesitation. 368. 569. Target player eliminated. 5 all attributes. 3rd armor-piercing strike. Qin Jiaming vanished from the battlefield, but Lin Feng stared blankly at the pathetic loot scattered where he'd fallen. No wonder he dared attempt the platinum treasure chest. This player was truly destitute. Why not steal from someone else? You chose mine. What rotten luck. Deserved fate, Lin Feng muttered, shaking his head. Then in a flash of motion, he shot forward, reaching the platinum treasure chest and wrenching it open. 3 radiant rewards erupted from within the chest. Pterosaur wings, tier C2, 80 agility, 95 spirit durability, 2500. Effect grants temporary aerial flight, movement speed equals 1. 5-year agility, though each second aloft consumes 25 durability. Tears of Wrath, tier C2, 20 attack, 1, 25 spirit durability, 2000. Effect a necklace that grants resistance against crowd control effects, reducing their duration by a percentage equal to 1. 5-year spirit attribute. Technique of translocation, tier C, skill scroll instantly pulls any target within 500 meters to your position, interrupting their current skill, cooldown 20 seconds. Damn. Incredible. Lin Feng stared, eyes wide with a golden light seeming to shimmer in his irises. He couldn't help but swear aloud. The drop from this platinum treasure chest was astonishingly rich. Any ordinary player who obtained these rewards would stand an excellent chance of dominating the final circle and securing top rank. Collect. Equip. Lin Feng swept the chest clean in an instant. Good. Every reward was now secured. Had that sneaky stealthy Qin Jiaming claimed it instead, Lin Feng's entire advantage would have collapsed. Phew, so satisfying. Lin Feng surveyed his current stats, deeply pleased. Name Lin Feng. Strength 535. Endurance 215. Agility 493. Defense 360. Spirit 398. Infinite division now. Lin Feng activated his talent at last. His original body had held back, waiting precisely for this moment. Two shadowy figures coalesced beside him, rapidly solidifying into perfect replicas of Lin Feng, each inheriting 80 of his attributes, all his skills, and every piece of his equipment. Next, slaughter. Lin Feng's gaze swept toward nearby players still locked in futile combat against his illusory clones, 4 of which had already fallen. From here on, none would escape. All would perish. The 2 newcomers. Follow me to eliminate these players. Lin Feng gazed at his new phantom duplicates with considerable satisfaction. The combat power of these 2 phantom duplicates is truly terrifying. If they were to join forces, even Lin Feng's main body might struggle against them. Fortunately, no matter how strong these phantom duplicates are, they still obey the commands of his main body. However, the players are in for a tragic fate. Understood. The 2 phantom duplicates replied respectfully. In the next moment, charge. Lin Feng refrained from using the soaring wings of the wyvern as he needed to conserve their durability due to the rapid depletion. Although he could increase his speed significantly, it could only last for 100 seconds. His agility attribute has reached 493 points, and if he multiplied it by 1.5, dividing by 2, he could achieve a speed of nearly 370 meters per second. This is directly surpassing the speed of sound. How terrifying. Even without using the wyvern wings, Lin Feng could reach a speed of nearly 250 meters per second, which is already astonishingly fast. In response, Lin Feng led his latest 2 phantom duplicates back into battle. In an instant, the players witnessed Lin Feng's main body returning, leading 2 combat power overloaded duplicates, and they were swiftly slaughtered. Lin Feng's main body was even more terrifying. With just 2 strikes, he could easily take down a player. On the 3rd attack, a strike broke through armor damage, instantly killing another player. The scene was filled with players crying and shouting that this was completely unfair. Lin Feng's talent was already exceedingly terrifying. Now his attributes have reached a staggering level capable of battling clever wild monsters. It left these players without a chance of survival. In just a brief moment, even if these players wanted to escape, they couldn't get away. Because Lin Feng had a brand new skill. This player is running so fast. Lin Feng suddenly turned his head to look into the distance and noticed a player had already covered several hundred meters. Coincidentally, he had not yet used the clever skill, teleportation. Within 500 meters, it forcibly pulls the target back to the user. Run. Come back here. Teleportation. Lin Feng activated the skill, and a surge of void power grasped out, fiercely extending, like an invisible giant hand, forcibly seizing this player. This feeling of grasping is quite marvelous. If it were to be extracted into reality, Lin Feng could hardly imagine what the scene would be like. On the other side, what's going on? Why can't I move? The fleeing player realized that his previously used light step had been interrupted, and he was completely immobilized. Level skill. Light step. After use, the user can achieve 200 movement speed with a 15 chance to miss an attack lasting 15 seconds with a cooldown of 2 minutes. This is why this player was able to run so fast. Lin Feng hadn't noticed, and this guy had already sprinted out several hundred meters. Suddenly, oh, what's happening? No, I just escaped, and now I'm being pulled back. This player sensed something was wrong. His figure began to retreat uncontrollably, directly reversing back to his original position, and was still moving towards Lin Feng. Soon this player had retreated to Lin Feng's side. All the players on the scene were already dead, leaving only this one player barely surviving. However, as this player looked up, he saw dozens of phantom duplicates along with Lin Feng surrounding him, and he immediately started to tremble, with panic written all over his face. Why are you running so fast? I won't eat you. Do I look like a bad guy? Lin Feng smiled slightly, showing his white teeth, appearing harmless. But looking at the surrounding scene, the dozens of phantom duplicates had eyes filled with murderous intent, all their weapons pointed at this player. Oh, you devils. What do you want to do? This made the player feel utterly terrified. Instantly, Lin Feng's face revealed a faint smile, and then he began to instruct the phantom duplicates. Eliminate him. Don't waste any time. As soon as the order was given, the player was immediately surrounded and brutally beaten to death, a truly tragic end. Who told him to run so fast? Phew. The 14 players here plus the 4 I previously killed. I have currently defeated 18 players. Not too bad. Even when facing clever wild monsters, I can now easily defeat them. Lin Feng looked at his current attributes and felt completely capable of battling any clever wild monster. However, the situation is not yet over. Lin Feng raised his head to look into the distance. He was in the northern region, and the golden light from the platinum treasure chest he had just obtained had already dissipated. However, in the southeast and southwest regions, the golden light still exists. This indicates that 3 platinum treasure chests are still available. No players have opened them yet. After all, not everyone can be like Lin Feng, with dozens of phantom duplicates to do his bidding. Moreover, with Lin Feng's powerful attributes, obtaining the platinum treasure chest is naturally not that difficult. But for ordinary players to open a platinum treasure chest, they would be crushed in an instant. If I cannot obtain it, you shouldn't think you can either. This is what many players think. Therefore, after a brief contemplation, Lin Feng made his decision. One new phantom duplicate follow me to the eastern region to snatch the platinum treasure chest, and another new phantom duplicate lead all phantom duplicates to the west to seize the platinum treasure chest. If you can use your talents, then just go all out without holding back. As soon as he finished speaking, all the phantom duplicates knelt on one knee, their faces filled with respect as they replied, "Understood." With Lin Feng's command, a brand new phantom avatar now endowed with formidable combat power led all phantom avatars toward the western region to seize the platinum treasure chest. Lin Feng was preparing to head to the eastern region with another newly formed phantom avatar to snatch the platinum treasure chest. His appetite was insatiable. A single platinum treasure chest was simply not enough for him. The rewards from the platinum treasure chest were too alluring. Naturally, the more the better. For this reason, Lin Feng aimed to obtain at least 2 platinum treasure chests this time. If the situation permitted, he even wished to claim 3 platinum treasure chests. In the next moment, Lin Feng activated his wyvern wings, and a pair of skeletal wings burst forth from his back, causing a slight itch that quickly faded. This crate equipment can actually allow players to soar through the skies. As the game progresses, such equipment is bound to astonish the real world. I wonder, what effects do higher grade equipment possess? Thoughts like these floated through Lin Feng's mind, revealing the mysterious allure of the game's survival game. However, he had to make haste in competing for the platinum treasure chest. Even the crate wyvern wings were put to use. Follow me to the eastern region. Lin Feng turned to the phantom avatar, beginning to direct it to use the wyvern wings. In the next moment, whoosh! Lin Feng soared through the skies like a streak of rainbow light, whipping up a fierce wind as he sped toward the eastern region. At full speed, he approached 370 meters per second. Such a speed that surpassed the sound barrier was utterly beyond ordinary imagination. The soaring speed of the phantom avatar was slightly slower, yet it had already surpassed nearly 300 meters per second. For ordinary players, crossing regions would take an extraordinarily long time. After all, this was a 1000 by 1000 area map. But for Lin Feng, such speed was merely child's play. However, he needed to be cautious. The wyvern wings could only last for 100 seconds. Once that time passed, this crate equipment would shatter, and the cost of use was quite precious. Yet Lin Feng was not worried. If this equipment broke, he could still use the equipment from the phantom avatar. After all, there was another pair of wyvern wings on another phantom avatar. By then, this phantom avatar could activate its talent to split into 2 more phantom avatars. Such crate equipment would never be scarce. With this SS grade talent, he had already mastered the art. Crate equipment. He would never find it lacking. It could be endlessly split. In an instant, 2 streaks of rainbow light were racing toward the eastern region. 1 minute later, in the skies, the 2 streaks of light halted abruptly. Lin Feng gazed at the distant golden glow, his eyes filled with fervor. In the distance, a chaotic battle erupted among 4 players, with 10 players having already fallen. The fight was exceedingly fierce. No one was willing to yield. No one would be allowed to claim the platinum treasure chest. Only the survivors could possess it. Lin Feng glanced at the durability of the wyvern wings, which had dropped below half, and quickly commanded the phantom avatar to descend to the ground. In an instant, as Lin Feng and the phantom avatar arrived, the remaining 4 players turned their gazes toward them, their eyes filled with disbelief. What's going on? They can still float over. With 2 more players, I won't be able to hold on. Damn it. Does he want to fish in troubled waters? And this one beside him seems not to be a player. It looked like a mere avatar. Originally, the battle for the eastern region was about to conclude. Everyone had been fighting fiercely, ready to settle the outcome. As a result, Lin Feng led the phantom avatar's arrival, directly opening up the situation once more. Stop them. Lin Feng, with a cold expression, began to command the phantom avatar. He needed to quickly open the platinum treasure chest. Only by obtaining the rewards would he feel at ease. In an instant, whoosh! The phantom avatar charged forward, its attributes already surpassing those of ordinary grade wild monsters. This phantom avatar, like a war god descending to the world, held back the 4 players, inflicting terrifying damage. Moreover, in terms of defense, these players could not break through. The overwhelming attributes of the phantom avatar were astonishing. Seeing this, Lin Feng dashed toward the position of the platinum treasure chest, ready to open it. Not good. Stop him. Damn it. The platinum treasure chest must not be opened. Bastard. That's mine. The 4 players witnessing this scene immediately attempted to rush over to stop Lin Feng. As a result, the phantom avatar, wielding a golden staff, blocked all the players present, its expression devoid of emotion, its tone filled with indifference. Get lost. The platinum treasure chest does not belong to you. As the words fell, the 4 players were furious and began to attack the phantom avatar once more. Unfortunately, a bunch of trash. You shall not pass. The phantom avatar, relying on its excellent attributes, ruthlessly crushed the players on the scene. The 4 players were utterly unable to block Lin Feng through this route. Lin Feng arrived at the location of the platinum treasure chest, and reached out to open it. Staff Fighting Technique Rank C Skill Manual condense all physical strength into a single strike, inflicting 525 bonus damage while ignoring 40 of the target's armor. Cooldown 30 seconds. Indomitable Golden Body Rank C Skill Manual summon a Buddhist Light Shield. Its damage absorption equals 5 times the user's spirit attribute. Duration 30 seconds. Cooldown 60 seconds. Light Grace Boots Rank C Agility 230 Spirit 105 and a 10 chance to evade attacks. Durability 2200. Lin Feng's eyes lit up at the sight of the 3 rewards, 2 skill manuals among them. Perfect timing. His current Rank E skill Crescent Sword Light and Rank D skill Cloud Step Ascension had long since become obsolete, ideal candidates for replacement. Each player could equip only 3 skills. Lin Feng retained 1 Rank C skill, Spatial Shift, which remained highly effective. Without hesitation, Lin Feng claimed the items replaced 2 skill slots and equipped the Light Grace Boots. Phew, he grinned. I feel absolutely unstoppable. This haul from the Platinum Treasure Chest had catapulted him to unprecedented power overnight. In the next instant, he turned to watch his phantom clone locked in fierce combat with 4 players. Though the clone's combat prowess was extraordinary, eliminating all 4 opponents outright remained a daunting challenge. In fact, only one of its skills, the Rank D Cloud Step Ascension, retained practical utility, granting slight agility. The other 2 offered no tactical advantage whatsoever. It was sheer attribute superiority alone that enabled the clone to hold the 4 players at bay. Dare to die. You dare harm my allies. Murderous intent blazed in Lin Feng's eyes as he shot forward like a phantom streak, fierce, relentless, and unyielding. No, he's back. Retreat. His speed, it's unbelievable. The 4 players watched Lin Feng charge toward them, only to realize the Platinum Treasure Chest had vanished, its rewards already claimed. They scrambled backward in panic, convinced Lin Feng was now unstoppable, and that remaining would spell certain doom. Think you can run? Did I give you permission to leave? All of you will perish here. Without hesitation, Lin Feng activated his newly acquired skill, Staff Fighting Technique. A blood-red aura erupted from his golden staff, enveloping it entirely as crimson malevolent energy surged outward, then crashed down upon 1 player with devastating force. 28-31. The 5-fold explosive damage coupled with 40 armor penetration instantly obliterated the target, armor and gear scattering across the ground. Target player eliminated. Gained 5 to all attributes. At this sight, the remaining 3 players froze, every hair on their bodies standing on end. What kind of damage is that? Holy, he's cheating. His speed and reaction time are inhuman. We can't escape. Coordinate your assault. Now? Understood. They launched a desperate counterattack. If they could slay Lin Feng, his equipment would drop, effectively claiming the treasure chest's bounty by proxy. Even so, the phantom clone attempted to intervene, only to be halted by Lin Feng, who spoke calmly. You're not at full health. Fall back and recover. Let me finish them. With those words, he unleashed another new skill. Indomitable Golden Body. A radiant golden Buddhist light bloomed around him, encasing his entire form, and above his health bar a luminous white shield manifested. To wound him now, they would first have to shatter that shield. With 558 spirit attribute, the shield absorbed damage equal to 5 times that value, totaling 2790 points. That exceeded even his current health pool. His endurance stat stood at only 265, translating directly to 2650 HP. In that moment, his survivability soared beyond measure. I'll take on 10. Lin Feng declared fearlessly, voice ringing with defiant bravado. Come at me. All together. Don't say I'm bullying you. Instantly, the 3 players unleashed their ultimate techniques, South Mountain Saber Art, Single Stroke Lightning Blade, Old Tree Entwining Roots. The first 2 strikes slammed into Lin Feng, but failed to chip away a single point of health. Only the shield flickered faintly under impact. Meanwhile, the 3rd player's control technique could immobilize targets for 2 full seconds. Yet Lin Feng wore the accessory Tears of Wrath, which granted immunity to control effects. Its attribute synergy endowed him with extraordinary resilience, allowing him to resist the effect for a full second. What? He didn't lose any health. I can't even control him. A monster. Run. Seeing Lin Feng unscathed, and breaking free of control ahead of time, they whirled and fled in terror. Running again. 3 of you combined. Can't even scratch me. How utterly shameless. Lin Feng smiled faintly, then lunged forward. 2 crushing blows felling 1 opponent, and a 3rd armor-shattering strike eliminating another instantly. Yet 1 player still sprinted away at astonishing speed, likely enhanced by an acceleration skill. Lin Feng did not rush. Calmly, deliberately, he prepared his next move. Spatial Shift. Return. As the words left his lips, Lin Feng extended his hand, palm hovering midair, and wrenched the fleeing player backward with raw, irresistible force. Then in one brutal full-swing strike, he shattered the opponent's defensive gear with terrifying violence. Being invincible is truly lonely. I can now feel this sentiment. Lin Feng looked at his health bar, which hadn't decreased, and the shield value still around 2,000. He could only sigh slightly, tilting his head at a 45-degree angle, his face filled with desolation, resembling an unparalleled master. However, he had already eliminated 22 players. This number was quite substantial. Overall, all attributes increased by 110 points. How many players are left? Lin Feng raised his head to look at the remaining number in the upper right corner. Currently remaining players 19. There are still so many players. Lin Feng's face filled with surprise. This meant he would be forced to continue hunting players. Is he that kind of person? Coincidentally, he truly is that kind of person. With the double points reward, he just needed to eliminate more players to earn higher survival points. However, he still needed to gather all the shadow clones. The shadow clones should be about to reach the western area. The golden light soaring into the sky over there had not yet faded, indicating that the battle was still ongoing. However, the platinum treasure chest in the southern area seemed to have been opened, and the light shooting up began to dissipate. At this rate, the players gathering in the western area might increase. The final platinum treasure chest, players with a hint of ambition, would rush over to compete. In this regard, Lin Feng also checked the equipment of the players who had fallen here with the shadow clones and unexpectedly discovered several pieces of grade defensive gear. I have to say these players are really lucky. Lin Feng only had one piece of grade gear, the golden staff, which he obtained after painstakingly defeating grade wild monsters and choosing from 3 rewards. These grade gear should be what these players found at large supply points. Each large supply point should have 1 to 2 pieces of equipment. Just right, all the defensive gear he currently had were a grade. He could slightly replace them. For a moment, his attributes surged again, reaching the level of grade wild monsters, even surpassing many attributes. Lin Feng, Strength 645, Endurance 325, Agility 704, Defense 560, Spirit 612. If he encountered a grade wild monster now, Lin Feng could smash these wild monsters to pieces. Cooldown time for the talent. Still 75 seconds. Lin Feng looked at the current countdown for the talent cooldown. By the time he reached the western area, he could probably use it again. At that time, the 2 new shadow clones would possess his powerful attributes and 3 grade skills. Just think about it. That would be outrageous. He alone would be that formidable. If 2 new shadow clones came out to help, he could directly challenge the remaining players on the scene. And soon, there will be another 10 minutes. Then I can merge all the shadow clones, depriving them of 30 of their attributes. At that time, I would be utterly invincible. I could probably match the attributes of grade wild monsters, right? Although I have never seen a grade wild monster. Lin Feng was now murmuring, feeling that the upcoming game match was completely under his control. The next moment, let's go. Lin Feng extended his bony wyvern wings behind him, directly reaching out to pull the shadow clones and soaring towards the western area. A raging wind rose, lifting small whirlwinds from the ground, and a rainbow light surged into the sky. He was now reaching a speed of 528 meters per second, thoroughly surpassing the speed of sound. Now his speed. The shadow clone could no longer catch up. It would be better to conserve endurance, waiting for Lin Feng's wyvern wings to reach 0 durability. He could then take the wyvern wings from the shadow clone and equip them. Recycling it was simply perfect, and he was the only one who could utilize it this way. After all, with an SS grade talent, he could to some extent forcibly break the game rules. Western area. All shadow clones were engaged in a fierce battle with the players here. The combat was quite brutal. From time to time, players fell or shadow clones perished. Since only the platinum treasure chest remained here, a large number of ambitious players still unsatisfied planned to join in again. The shadow clones were loyal to anyone who dared to approach the platinum treasure chest would inevitably face dozens of shadow clones working together in perfect unison to eliminate that player. In no time, these players looked at the shadow clones with faces full of anger, but they also couldn't rush over to open the platinum treasure chest in the western area. What are these things? Not players. Is this a player's clone talent? Damn. That one clone dealt outrageous damage, or it hit me and took over 200 points of health, and it even floated in the sky. Nonsense. I even saw that clone inexplicably pull a player over, instantly getting beaten up by all the clones and dying on the spot. It's fine. There are still 15 of these clones. Their overall level isn't that high, and they'll be dealt with soon. As these players whispered among themselves, they prepared to fight again. Moreover, they somewhat forgot. This time it was a solo queue. No partners to speak of. The key is, these shadow clones are too outrageous. A single player cannot resist them at all. They could only barely unite with the remaining players to start resisting these shadow clones. Suddenly, these shadow clones trembled all over, murmuring to themselves, "Time's up." Infinite splitting. As the voice fell, the original 15 shadow clones surged forth, and 30 more dark shadows emerged around them, condensing into Lin Feng's form. In an instant, 45 dark shadow clones once again faced the remaining players here. What? Holy crap. It can actually split. How are we supposed to play this? Report. This is cheating. These players were dumbfounded upon witnessing this scene. Meanwhile, boom. From a distance, a rainbow light suddenly rushed over, stirring up a fierce wind sweeping towards this side. As this rainbow light came to a halt, a youthful figure with a smile appeared. This made these players sense something was off, because the face of this youth was the same as those of the clones. He was the original of these clones. Lin Feng looked at the remaining players below, beginning to reveal a fiery gaze. Fortunately, my speed is fast enough. I made it in time. And there are actually 8 players here. Interesting. Those who covet my platinum treasure chest must die. As his words fell, the wings behind this youth began to shatter, transforming into specks of starlight disappearing without a trace. The durability of the wyvern wings had reached 0. However, Lin Feng paid no attention, directly seizing the wyvern wings from the shadow clone and equipping them, thus still possessing this Kraid gear. Truly, perfect utilization. The players gathered in the western area looked at Lin Feng's arrival with faces full of disbelief. Behind Lin Feng stood 46 oppressive phantom avatars, all of them showing expressions of deep respect. It must be said the fighting spirit of these players is currently quite low. Things are getting more troublesome. Will I be able to survive this? Should I run away now? This guy, with such a monstrous talent, is he sure he hasn't hacked the game? He already has nearly 50 avatars over there. What can we even do? The key is that these avatars possess impressive combat power. Can we report this? What's the point of playing like this? I might as well just commit suicide on the spot and let him win. What use would that be? Do you think this game has a reporting feature? If you die, you just lose a life. It's quite tyrannical. But this is just too absurd. These players gritted their teeth, feeling intense jealousy towards Lin Feng's style of play. If only they had such talent. To aim for first place. Wouldn't it just be a matter of reaching out? How is it that their current talents are so utterly defeated? After all, they were players who had once claimed first place. Otherwise, they wouldn't even be eligible to participate in this promotion match. Fortunately, this promotion match allows 3 players to qualify. The top 3 can advance to the silver rank. It seems to prevent a monopoly situation. It's a pity that Lin Feng's dominance is so vast that these players can hardly fathom. Thankfully, this platinum treasure chest hasn't been opened. Lin Feng turned to look at the dazzling golden light surging in the distance. A smile appeared on his face as he murmured, if I take 3 platinum treasure chests this time, these players will probably be furious. Of course, even if this platinum treasure chest had already been taken by a player, he wouldn't really care. Whoever takes it will surely die here. Regarding skill books, Lin Feng already possesses 3 Kraid skills and doesn't need any extra Kraid skill books. However, he still has a strong need for Kraid platinum equipment. If any player truly obtains the rewards from the platinum treasure chest, he will kill them and those equipments will drop. In this regard, Lin Feng looked at the players present, his eyes filled with a surge of murderous intent, directly commanding all phantom avatars, heed my command. Kill all enemies in sight. Leave no one alive. With his words, the 46 phantom avatars swiftly charged forth, unleashing their abilities. The overwhelming number combined with the impressive attributes of the phantom avatars. And with 6 new phantom avatars possessing Lin Feng's powers, their combat strength is among the strongest of any phantom avatar. Such powerful phantom avatars can contend against multiple players, but unfortunately, they have yet to inherit Lin Feng's 2 new Kraid skills. Otherwise, they would truly be a god of war. In an instant, these players were cursing, their faces filled with despair. Why is this happening? One person is like an entire army. I've memorized this player's ID. Player number 00886. I will definitely avoid you in the future. With double penalties, I still have to deduct 6 months off my lifespan. Can I report him? How can the gap between people be so huge? His talent is simply shameless. The oppressive battle. The players present were utterly unable to resist. Such a disparity in numbers combined with the quality comparison was completely annihilated. Soon all these players met a tragic end under the assault of the phantom avatars. The 46 phantom avatars worked in perfect harmony, mercilessly beating these players. Even Lin Feng, the main body, didn't need to participate in the battle. If he were to participate, it would probably lead to an even more crushing defeat. One swing of a stick could easily take one down. As for Lin Feng's current talent, he hasn't fully cooled down yet. Previously, due to needing to claim rewards from the platinum treasure chest, he was nearly half a minute slower than these phantom avatars in using his talent. Main body, please take a look at these equipments. The phantom avatars picked up the players' equipments and handed them to Lin Feng, showing no intention of keeping them for themselves. Any luxurious equipment must be surrendered to Lin Feng at the first opportunity. These players basically have 1 grade equipment. Otherwise, they wouldn't have survived until now. That's quite decent. Lin Feng checked briefly and directly took off his grade equipment, replacing it with the grade 1s. This made his current equipment quite luxurious. Wearing grade equipment all over along with 3 Kraid pieces. He even possessed 3 Kraid skill books. The most luxurious in the entire field. No exceptions. With a plethora of phantom avatars helping him, he can do as he pleases. Current player kill count 30 players. Current remaining player count 9 players. Lin Feng looked at the number of players left and thought it was time to end this game. With double survival points as a reward, he was increasingly looking forward to just how many survival points he could score in this game. Lin Feng stepped forward and directly opened the platinum treasure chest. This time the rewards inside the platinum treasure chest were all Kraid defensive equipment. Surprisingly, there weren't even any skill books. It seems that the airdrop rewards are entirely random. Just that the Kraid defensive equipment now is icing on the cake. Even without it, he remains invincible. But it's better than nothing. Lin Feng directly picked it up and equipped it while he took off 3 Kraid equipments to distribute to the phantom avatars. Next, his talent cooldown period was over. Infinite split. Lin Feng whispered, two shadows emerged, forming brand new phantom avatars once again. These two phantom avatars possess all his current equipment and skills. They are an incredibly terrifying existence. Just these two phantom avatars could probably crush the remaining players. As for my current attributes, they should be quite impressive. Lin Feng checked his current attribute values again. Lin Feng, Strength 784, Stamina 648, Agility 744, Defense 1085, Spirit 762. I even feel that I am quite powerful now. And this isn't even my limit. Lin Feng turned to look at his phantom avatars. If he were to fuse with them, just how strong would his attribute values become? It's likely that with just a gentle kick, he could kill someone. He might not even need a weapon. Could he crush others to death with just his fists? This SS grade talent that has developed is just too terrifying. Thank goodness only I have it. Lin Feng could only lament thus. The poison circle has begun to shrink. Let's head to the final zone. The appearance of these 4 platinum treasure chests has accelerated the game's pace and players are dying at an alarming rate. For ordinary players, obtaining a platinum treasure chest drop is a near impossible task, as they must also be wary of attacks from other players. However, I have already secured 3 platinum treasure chest drops. I wonder who has the last one. I suspect this guy may have a clever skill making him a fairly powerful player, but in the face of me, he is likely preparing for defeat. Lin Feng reflected on these matters in his mind, analyzing the current situation. However, with so many shadow clones at his disposal, he had nothing to worry about. Then he commanded everyone listen up. Head to the safe zone. Lin Feng began directing his shadow clones to advance orderly towards the safe zone, avoiding death from the encroaching poison circle. Moreover, Lin Feng intended to summon more shadow clones. He currently had 48 shadow clones, and if he activated all their talents, he could reach 96 clones. In total, his shadow clones would amount to 144. At that time, he would forcibly merge them, elevating his attributes to a whole new height. Lin Feng faced the upcoming players in his strongest, invincible state. The players from this qualifying match had already fallen before him. At this moment, they likely all bore psychological scars. If he were an ordinary player, facing such a rogue talent, he would probably crumble psychologically. Leading his 48 shadow clones towards the safe zone, Lin Feng made it clear to the hidden players who watched in shock. After all, the sheer number of clones appearing was simply too eye-catching. On the kill leaderboard, Lin Feng, the player with the ID 00886, had already begun to dominate the screen. He had killed 30 players. They hadn't even seen so many players. Yet the player with ID 00886 had already taken down 30. Was he fighting bots? Such a continuous stream of kills left the players who hadn't arrived at the scene bewildered. What? Could Lin Feng kill so many players? What strange means did he possess? When these players finally witnessed it, they realized this was the human C tactic, an extremely unscrupulous method. How could a single player contend against it? In response, Lin Feng proceeded towards the safe zone without encountering any players. These players would rather keep their distance from Lin Feng. Approaching Lin Feng, did they see those 48 shadow clones? One punch from each would probably leave them lying on the ground. Lin Feng paid no mind to these players. He was still contemplating how to summon more shadow clones. After all, the higher the attributes. When it comes time to tally survival points, the more he would earn. This was a chance for double survival points. He intended to make good use of this. As for the double penalty, in Lin Feng's dictionary, there was no such thing as failure. As long as the survival points are sufficient, Lin Feng could even redeem an SS level talent that would manifest in reality. I have already thought of the next target. It's time to exchange for a skill or a talent. Lin Feng reflected on this matter. The time for the full public beta was fast approaching. This survival game's full-scale public beta would inevitably lead to societal chaos. After all, failing in the game would deduct one's lifespan in reality. How could ordinary citizens not panic? This will also allow evil individuals to utilize survival points to redeem skills in reality, resulting in significant casualties. I need to get stronger quickly, otherwise if someday an evil person comes knocking, I won't even know how I died. However, I also need to enhance my real-world attributes. Being too weak is not an option. Looking at it this way, survival points are indeed scarce. Lin Feng recalled very clearly that once thugs possessed special powers, they would become utterly ruthless. At that time, the authorities might not even be able to sanction these criminals. After all, the game contained too many peculiar skills and special equipment. In response, Lin Feng led all his shadow clones to gather at the center of the safe zone, allowing him to observe all positions. The remaining players would eventually have to face him. Besides, these players weren't coming over now. Once the poison circle shrinks, wouldn't they have to rush to the center? Lin Feng wasn't in a hurry. He planned to wait for the talent cooldown to end before utilizing his talents again. Time passed slowly. The remaining players were beginning to feel restless. There was no other choice. If they turned back now, they would see the dark poison circle in the distance advancing at a speed of 100 meters per second, rapidly closing in. If they didn't enter the circle, they would die in the poison circle. In an ordinary match, they would even prefer to die within the poison circle. But this was a qualifying match. The top 3 would qualify for advancement. Even if they couldn't defeat Lin Feng, they could still compete for second and third. Achieving a promotion to silver rank would grant them more privileges than the bronze rank. This was something no one wanted to miss. The emergence of the game's survival game has caused many players' psyches to revert to ancient times. In an era without a law-abiding society, what means could one rely on? Just rely on your strength. If you lack strength and are trampled underfoot, don't expect any excuses. In response to this, as the poison circle shrank, these players had no choice but to start heading to the center of the circle. However, upon truly seeing the 48 shadow clones gathered around Lin Feng, a wave of crimson malice surged forth. These players' pupils trembled, filled with dread. Now these players had only one thought. We can't win. Retreat. Yet even if they couldn't win, they had to move forward. Otherwise they would die in the poison circle. They still sought to claim second and third, excluding Lin Feng. There were now 8 players slowly approaching the center of the circle. Consequently, the shadow clones observed this group of players with indifferent gazes. This caused the 8 players to freeze in fear, their hearts racing. However, the shadow clones chose not to strike, instead waiting for time to pass. Finally, the cooldown for the talent was completed. Infinite splitting. The 48 shadow clones activated their talents, simultaneously creating an incredibly shocking scene. 96 black shadows emerged, mimicking Lin Feng's appearance, inheriting 80 of his attributes, equipment, and skills. At that moment, Lin Feng, the original, slowly opened his eyes, a glint of brilliance deep within his gaze as he softly declared, "The game is about to end. Shadow clones, heed my command. Begin merging. Begin fusion." Accompanied by Lin Feng's low murmur, the 144 phantom avatars transformed into shadows, instantly enveloping his body. The dense black shadows completely blurred Lin Feng's true form. However, soon enough, the 144 phantom avatars perished, revealing Lin Feng's true self. All of the attributes from these phantom avatars, amounting to 30, were stripped away and began to crazily enhance Lin Feng's attributes. The terror of such attributes. Even now, Lin Feng felt his complexion change drastically, filled with disbelief. This attribute value. It's simply truly invincible. He had underestimated the terrifying nature of this talent. The fully developed SS-level talent was utterly unstoppable. Gods would be slain and Buddhas would be slain. With 144 phantom avatars stripping away an average of 30 of attributes under such complete enhancement, he was already utterly invincible. The foremost phantom avatar, due to its lower attributes, might not contribute much to the overall total, but the avatars behind began to gradually elevate this attribute value. Lin Feng roughly calculated. Each phantom avatar could provide him with nearly 65 points of total attributes. Terrifying, it was enough to reach a level of madness. In response, after absorbing everything, Lin Feng couldn't help but check his current attributes, and upon seeing them, he was utterly dumbfounded. Lin Feng, Strength 10,144, Endurance 10,008, Agility 10,104, Defense 10,445, Spirit 10,122. Oh, what the hell? How can it be so abnormal? How can ordinary players survive like this? Lin Feng looked on, tongue-tied. He thought he was hallucinating and quickly rubbed his eyes to observe again. However, this attribute value had already been solidified. This was the reality. Moreover, Lin Feng could now feel the surging power within him. With every move he made, he could potentially shatter the very earth. The attributes of ordinary citizens barely reached 10 points in total. Now Lin Feng had reached 10,000 points. He possessed a level 1,000 times that of an ordinary citizen, truly like a Superman. Unfortunately, such astonishing attributes could currently only exist within the game. If he possessed such attributes in reality, he would likely be invincible. The so-called firearms would probably be unable to harm him. As for nuclear weapons, or even higher-level weapons, Lin Feng could not ascertain. The key was that he had yet to acquire such attributes in reality. Thinking about it was like dreaming in broad daylight. In response, Lin Feng directly calmed his excited heart. The poison circle had already closed, and if not for the existence of the poison circle, he could even maliciously exploit bugs. For example, he could leave the last player alive, then continuously utilize infinite splitting, infinitely grinding survival points. Unfortunately, this bug seemed not to work. The presence of the poison circle completely prevented the phantom avatars from sustaining, making them easily succumb to the poison. Even Lin Feng, faced with the poison circle, even with his astonishing attributes, could actually still be poisoned. The damage from the poison circle could infinitely stack. No matter how thick your health is, you will eventually die. Phew, this game, let it end. Lin Feng looked around, noticing that the players were staring at the disappearance of the phantom avatars, seemingly in a daze. After all, in the eyes of these players, the 144 phantom avatars had inexplicably vanished, suddenly flowing into Lin Feng's body, then dissipating without a trace. But this was not what the players were currently dazed about. One player even revealed a determined look filled with an unwillingness to admit defeat. He watched the disappearance of Lin Feng's phantom avatars filled with excitement. He had stealthily positioned himself behind Lin Feng, preparing for a surprise attack. Now Lin Feng's astonishing attributes, to be honest, made these players' attempts to attack futile. Lose health. Forcefully lose 1 point of health. It would likely drive these players to despair. Suddenly, This player launched a fierce attack, the blade in his hand shimmering with brilliant golden light, instantly transforming into a 10-meter-long radiant sword, sharp sword light, sweeping everything as it stabbed down fiercely. Die. First place. Belongs to me. Clever skill. 6 Pulse Divine Sword. This player was the one who had obtained the Platinum Treasure Chest in the southern region. His current equipment and skills were among the top levels of the players in this match. Of course, this top level did not include Lin Feng, this monstrous existence. How interesting. Let me witness your skills. Suddenly Lin Feng turned around. His speed was so swift that he instantly flickered in front of this player, almost like true teleportation. Come. Hit me here. I'm not afraid you'll miss. Lin Feng looked at the 10-meter-long radiant sword in the sky, his expression completely unperturbed. For a moment, the remaining players present saw this scene and felt ecstatic. They thought Lin Feng had lost his mind. He was inexplicably planning to let the other players attack. In response, go. Kill him. There's a chance. All the players began to use their trump cards. Various strange martial skills rushed over wildly. It must be said, Lin Feng's oppressive presence was overwhelming. It made them feel somewhat unbearable. As long as Lin Feng died, everything would be alright. Soon, all these skills smashed into Lin Feng, revealing health reduction prompts. 1, 1, 1. The prompts popped up. Suddenly the scene fell silent, creating an incredibly awkward atmosphere. All players looked at this prompt. Their pupils began to tremble violently. Impossible. Only losing 1 point of health. What the hell am I even playing? If I don't play, you'll die, making my ranking higher. How strong is this guy's defense? Impossible. How did he achieve such defense? Wait, could it be that the disappearance of his avatars grants him attribute boosts? What? This guy's talent. Could it be a level? Is it for real? A level talent this abnormal? I only have clever talent. The players' expressions were filled with disbelief. They could hardly believe this situation, and some players had even gone slightly insane. It's so demoralizing. If there was a piece of tofu in front of them, they would absolutely crash into it. How boring. If I activated my indestructible body with a 5000 shield, let you all hit for half a day. Lin Feng looked at the damage, mumbling to himself, quite satisfied. In response, he looked at the player attacking him. The opponent possessed a clever skill. He couldn't let the opponent place in the top 3. The player who had obtained the Platinum Treasure Chest must still have some skill. He needed to suppress him. Eliminate him. Dog-beating stick technique. Lin Feng began to pull out a golden stick, leaping forward, as if teleporting, already arriving behind this player. Die. The golden stick in Lin Feng's hand radiated a blood-red glow, enveloping the entire stick. The crimson malevolence surged forth and rushed down fiercely. Using skills was a sign of respect he afforded this player. The next moment, the astonishingly high damage stunned all the players present. 58100. How is this possible? This damage. Display error. The player who obtained the Platinum Treasure Box airdrop gazed at the exorbitant damage displayed, his eyes filled with disbelief. 5-digit damage. He was sure he wasn't mistaken, right? What kind of damage is this? Even if it reached thousands, this player had mentally prepared himself, as Lin Feng had already killed 30 players. It must be that Lin Feng's attributes, equipment, skills, and even talents were enough to crush all the players present. However, this 5-digit damage is simply absurd. It far exceeds this player's psychological threshold. It has already left him filled with psychological shadows. Nothing is impossible. Lin Feng looked at the fallen player, a faint smile on his face. The world is vast. There are wonders everywhere. As his words fell, the player's consciousness faded away. He wanted to respond, but was forcibly removed from the game back to reality. The qualification for the top 3. He no longer had a chance to compete for. If he hadn't attacked Lin Feng, perhaps he could have still ranked among the top 3. There are 7 players left. Just die here. Whoever dies last, you can consider yourselves extremely lucky. Then you can qualify for the promotion match. Let's consider it my charity. Lin Feng turned to the players present, and without any hesitation, he struck instantly. His speed now surpassed ordinary imagination. Every step he took was like teleportation, appearing directly behind the player. With a swing of his stick, even the player was reduced to a pile of bones, the durability of their equipment instantly dropping to the lowest until it shattered into pieces. Moreover, he inadvertently struck the ground, causing cracks to spread out. Crack, crack, crack. A fissure in the valley was actually formed. This reached a full attribute of 10000. Even Lin Feng couldn't have imagined. The results were already at work. The destructive power was simply overwhelming. With every action, he could inflict unparalleled devastation. Any player simply could not resist. It was as easy as squashing an ant. Soon, with the last player, Lin Feng directly snapped his neck and his life ended on the spot. Game prompts began to emerge. Congratulations, you have won this game. You have successfully advanced to the silver rank. Calculating survival point rewards. Since this match is a promotion match, survival points are being doubled. Lin Feng's expression was calm. He was already accustomed to this outcome. However, he was also somewhat excited now. The number of players he had killed had already reached 38. Moreover, the quality of these players was fundamentally different, and he should receive higher rewards. It shouldn't just be one player killed to earn a few points. This time, Killing these quality players should grant him 2 points. As for that, the survival points were settled. Survival ranking 100 points. Talent score 652 points. Attribute score 5,082 points. For every 10 points of attribute, over 300 points 1 point of score is calculated. Equipment score 86 points. Skill score 82 points. Players killed 76 points. Points doubled x2. Total 12,156 points. Lin Feng stared at the survival points tally, his gaze becoming vacant, his mouth slightly agape, resembling a fool. Even as he was teleported out of the game and returned to reality, he was still in a daze. How much? 5-digit survival points. Damn, I can't be mistaken, right? I've struck it rich. Lin Feng trembled all over, and when he regained his senses, his speech was filled with tremors. At this moment, his state was exactly the same as those players he had killed earlier. Those players could not believe Lin Feng's damage. Now Lin Feng could not believe the calculation of the survival points. This kind of score simply left him puzzled. He thought the game had calculated wrong. However, his attributes had already reached an overwhelmingly powerful level, and possessing such attribute scored points was actually quite normal. The main reason was SS level talent, infinite division, a development type talent, capable of making the game reach the point of collapse. If this survival points are all reinforced in gene cells, wouldn't I be able to become a master in reality? 1 punch to kill a cow, 1 punch to smash a tree. Lin Feng was filled with astonishment. This amount of survival points was simply enormous. Originally, he thought that during the promotion match the survival points would only be around 2,000 to 3,000. As a result, the nature of this SS level talent, he had already perfectly manifested it, even if the game's pace was too slow. Without the appearance of 4 platinum treasure boxes, Lin Feng's survival points could have reached even higher levels. Game pace. Why is it so fast? It should have been slower. Lin Feng now recalled the past, feeling a bit regretful. If he had known, he would have taken his time and not killed those players so quickly. If players die too quickly, the map will forcibly change based on the number of players in the match. This would lead to a faster map pace. Thus, the speed at which the poisonous circle shrinks would also begin to synchronize. And when the poisonous circle shrinks to the end, players would have nowhere to hide. This is also to prevent players from maliciously exploiting bugs. Alas, blood loss. He. Lin Feng sighed, but his face was filled with smiles, showing no sign of sorrow. He was purely taking advantage and pretending to be wronged. However, having gained such a vast amount of survival points, he had to think carefully about how to utilize them. Extract game equipment, or powerful skills. Extract talents. Forget it. I completely do not need mediocre talents. Only SS level talents deserve to match me. But SS level talents are still too expensive too. 56 million points, truly a black market. I can't afford it at all right now. Lin Feng squinted his eyes, beginning to contemplate the consumption of these survival points. He felt that he could extract things from the game now. After all, he was still considering safety in reality. The area where Lin Feng lived was quite ordinary, even considered a cheap rental area. In such places, it's easy to be approached by individuals involved in the underworld demanding protection fees. To be honest, this could still be a bit dangerous, especially with the survival game about to go public. Some bloodthirsty individuals would go even crazier. Attributes need to be increased. I want to extract skills too. Equipment is too conspicuous, not needed for now. Talents are too expensive, consider later. Lin Feng had already made up his mind on the spot. The current goal: enhance attributes. Extract skills from the game. Just in time for this map specification, new skills for martial arts and life-saving skills should not be a problem. End note requesting for updates. But this doubling feature, real-world time, will also synchronize. I spent half an hour in the game while an hour has already passed in reality. Lin Feng gazed at the clock, realizing that over an hour had elapsed since the previous game match. The time was getting late, soon reaching the hour for sleep. However, this is just right. With the existence of this doubling feature, he can save time, as 1 match is equivalent to 2, allowing him to earn double survival points. As a result, his acquisition of survival points can only increase. He previously had 5 points left, and with this round of survival points, he has reached 1,161 points. I need to carefully consider how to use it. Survival Mall. Lin Feng called out inwardly. As long as you are a player, you can access the Survival Mall in reality to browse the items inside and purchase them. Of course, these items must be ones you have encountered and picked up. It's not possible to conjure them out of thin air. This is also why Lin Feng needs to frequently pick up game equipment, skills, and strange items in the game. Perhaps equipment and skills that are unnecessary in the game might have greater use in reality. Unfortunately, the only player with such a vast amount of survival points is Lin Feng. While other players are still struggling for 100 points, contemplating how to choose between lifespan and enhancing their genetic cells, Lin Feng has already surpassed this goal, having achieved over 10,000 survival points, ready to start extracting and purchasing items from the Survival Mall. If other players were to find out, they would probably be extremely envious. They might even want to kill him. Lin Feng's gaze is now fixed on the dazzling array of goods in the Survival Mall. These items, he has encountered them all in the game. Most are equipment, a few belong to skills, and in terms of items, there are healing items, durability repair items, and so on. As for the extraction price for talents, he doesn't even dare to look, fearing that seeing it would be a blow. Each SS level talent requires 256 million points. This is a fixed price and cannot be changed. As for equipment in the game, I don't need it for now because equipment has durability. Once exhausted it will break, so it requires regular maintenance. Skills. I still need them. Once learned they can be used permanently. The reality will soon become dangerous. To prevent such a situation, I better extract skills. Temporarily preserving my life is more important. Moreover, the time is approaching when those thugs from the underworld will come to demand protection fees. Lin Feng's eyes filled with worry as he pondered the upcoming matters. Though he is invincible in the game, it is because he can activate new SS level talents each match that he thrives. In reality, he doesn't have an SS level talent. If needed, he must utilize his substantial survival points to exchange for one. Even as an ordinary citizen without skill protection, if one day he were to be killed, it wouldn't be surprising. What skill do I need to exchange for now? Offensive or defensive? I still feel that I need a defensive skill now. Lin Feng looked at the items in the survival mall and finally began to narrow down his choices. Clevel skill, indestructible body. It forms a Buddha light shield that absorbs damage 5 times the spiritual attribute, lasting for 30 seconds with a cooldown of 60 seconds. He acquired this skill in the game. Using this skill, a layer of white shield would appear on his body, though as long as the shield is unbroken, it would be impossible to truly harm Lin Feng. To be honest, he is quite tempted by this skill. Clevel skill is already at a relatively high standard. After all, matches in the gold tier are far from reach. He has never found higher level skills. He has only just been promoted to the silver tier. But this price, it's surprisingly expensive. Lin Feng looked at the price and the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. Clevel skill, indestructible body price, permanent extraction requires 800 survival points, daily extraction requires 800 points. His current survival points are not enough to buy it. If he wants to buy a permanent skill, he can only purchase Inflevel skill, since Inflevel skill can be permanently bought for only 100 survival points. However, Inflevel skills are so mediocre that Lin Feng does not need them now. The price of skills at each level doubles. Reaching Clevel skills already requires 800 points. If he reaches level skills, it would already require 160000 points. So expensive. Lin Feng's enthusiasm suddenly began to wane. It seems he has not worked hard enough. As long as he plays more matches, he can quickly gather such 800 survival points. Even 56 million survival points, he can now see hope. For now, I'll consider this defensive skill. If I have enough survival points, I will buy it. Lin Feng thought to himself. He also recalled a saying that circulates in the martial world. No matter how skilled you are, you fear a kitchen knife. For example, in reality, the firearms in reality are enough to instill fear in many citizens. Even Lin Feng feels the same. If he were hit by a firearm, he probably wouldn't survive. Now, defensive skills. He must purchase them, or enhancing genetic cells. I need to boost my attributes in reality. Lin Feng began to look at another function, intending to apply some attribute points. After all, he now has a considerable amount of survival points. If he fully enhances his genetic cells, he could have 22 points of attributes. Averaging them out, his overall strength will far exceed that of an ordinary citizen. This could be considered a minor expert in reality. Thus in the game, he would undoubtedly become invincible in the early stages. It's estimated that without weapons, he could still crush players with his bare fists. Post-bronze tier forcibly requires that all players' attributes do not exceed a total of 30 points. Once exceeded, the reward survival points you receive will be significantly reduced. If your attributes are too high, you will not be able to participate in the bronze tier. This will be quite disadvantageous for you unless you participate in silver tier matches to increase all attributes. Suddenly, the system began to remind him. The online game, survival game, considers the strong, but naturally it will also consider the weak. Otherwise, the weak in such low-tier matches would easily fall victim to the slaughter of high-tier players. This is also why the system gives such reminders, because such a significant reduction in survival points is quite severe. What? All attributes cannot exceed 30 points at the moment. Exceeding that will significantly deduct survival points rewards. Even too high attributes will prevent entry into the bronze rank. Upon hearing these words, Lin Feng's face was filled with astonishment. However, as he thought carefully, those high-ranking players should be within their own rank and should not be in lower ranks. How can high-ranking players go to lower ranks to slaughter? That's not fair. It seems this is also a protection mechanism of the game. It's a pity. No matter what rank Lin Feng is in, he can still achieve SS level talent. To some extent, he is already ahead of all players. But now he is in the silver rank. Currently, there are only 3 players. I cannot even match in the silver rank now. Lin Feng feels a mix of amusement and frustration. It seems that if he wants to play in the silver rank, he will have to wait until the full public test. There are currently only 10,000 players. To gather 100 silver players is simply too difficult. In response, Lin Feng did not hesitate and planned to raise his attributes to 30 points temporarily, saving the remaining survival points. Attributes. Lin Feng directly called up the page to check the current situation. Lin Feng's strength 13, endurance 13, agility 20 defense, 13 spirit, 13. I want to raise all attributes to 30 points. It requires a total of 78 attribute points costing 3,900 survival points. For me right now, it's just a drop in the bucket. Lin Feng quickly calculated. However, 3,900 survival points is considered a fortune in the eyes of ordinary players. Only Lin Feng possesses such a huge expenditure. Soon he deducted 3,900 survival points, leaving him with 8,256 survival points exchanged for 78 attribute points, all added to his attributes. In an instant, new changes appeared again. Lin Feng's strength 30, endurance 30, agility 30, defense 30, spirit 30. This attribute is currently the highest starting attribute in the bronze rank. Even if he has no equipment or weapons in the early stage, he would not lose to ordinary players. Mainly because Lin Feng's attributes are too balanced, it is likely that no ordinary player can catch up to him right now. Normal players' attributes usually start around 10 points. Even in reality, for special forces, this gap would roughly be about 5 attribute points. Now, Lin Feng already has 30 points. A triple gap. If he were in the military with such attributes, he would definitely be called the king of soldiers among special forces. The strongest king of soldiers, special forces. In the upcoming full public test phase, Lin Feng will have a significant advantage. He also plans to continue to reap some benefits in the bronze rank. Once 100 silver players gather, Lin Feng will once again enhance his attributes and move on to silver rank matches. Sometimes fairness simply does not exist. It requires one's own efforts. Lin Feng suddenly comprehended the true meaning of these words. Everyone starts from different points. Naturally, they will have different treatments. Huff. Let's proceed to the next game match. I have already advanced to the silver rank. I have a doubling reward feature. Although this will also double the penalties, I am not afraid. I currently have 8,256 survival points. If I exchange all for lifespan, I could achieve centuries of lifespan, simply an old monster. This is simply against the heavens. Lin Feng quickly shook his head. He wasn't taking this too seriously. If he wants the so-called rewards, he must seize them himself. He looked at the current time. 2137. If he uses the doubling feature, a game match would take about an hour. With that said, he can still play 2 more matches tonight. After all, being in the game is quite mentally taxing, and staying in the game for long periods can lead to negative effects. Frequently battling with players is still quite exhausting. However, fortunately, Lin Feng has never been killed by players, so he has not experienced that kind of death. Welcome to the survival game. Ding. The all-talent system is starting up. Congratulations, you have drawn the top-tier talent mechanical control SSS. You can utilize any materials to create high-tech mechanical AI that will fully protect your safety and heed your commands. You are the god of these mechanical AIs. Destruction Hammer. You can use the Destruction Hammer to destroy any building's equipment or weapons, forcibly decomposing materials to forge the high-tech mechanical AI you need. Note the Destruction Hammer cannot cause harm to any players. Forge space. You have a 5,050 cubic space, and you can enter to forge high-tech AI. Reality conversion. After the game settlement, you can use the survival points from this match to designate one of the high-tech mechanical AIs you forged to bring back to reality. Lin Feng felt these voices drifting through his mind, and he began to feel puzzled. It seems this SS level talent is rather useless. The talents from his previous 3 game matches were incredibly powerful. Why did this one start off weak? Wait, this SS level talent can actually be converted back to reality. I can convert things from the game back to reality. Wow. Lin Feng's pupils suddenly widened as he realized. However, this also comes at a cost. It requires spending survival points from this game match. But that's fine. At most a few thousand survival points. I don't care. After all, in the last game match, his SS level talent allowed for infinite replication. It was a developmental type of talent, otherwise he wouldn't have gained such high survival points. But this time is different. If he makes good use of this talent, he can specify the high-tech mechanical AI he forged to truly bring it back to reality. At that time, his safety in reality wouldn't it be guaranteed? To think that high-tech mechanical AI possesses special means and will completely obey Lin Feng, this god. Such high-tech mechanical AIs faced with real-life firearms will surely be able to withstand. Interesting. I don't trust anyone, even my wife, my brothers. Such people could very well be ungrateful. If I were in a deep sleep, I could also be killed. But mechanical AIs are different. They will fully obey my commands. Protect me. Lin Feng smiled slightly, feeling that this talent is quite suitable for him. Wife, brothers. Nonsense. He has seen numerous news stories. On the surface, seemingly loving couples. But at night, the wife pulls out a fruit knife and brutally kills her husband. This is simply deep hatred, wanting complete loyalty from someone. It simply does not exist. But mechanical AIs will completely follow such orders, diligently execute them, and protect their master's safety without rebelling against their master's commands. The game's prompts began to emerge. Map specifications, cold weapons. Game mechanics. You can kill players to gain a 5-point boost to all attributes, effective only in this game. You can also kill wild monsters, which may drop equipment and skills. Upon player death, all equipment will drop. Upon player death, up to 12 months of lifespan will be deducted based on ranking. Game over points will be calculated based on performance. Back to the bronze rank. The upper limit level equipment is temporarily removed. Level equipment returns. It seems the rhythm of this match is established. It shouldn't be too quick. But in the bronze rank, only cold weapons feels a bit boring. I really hope to soon have 100 silver players to engage in silver game matches. In the silver rank, there should be hot weapons, right? I'm really looking forward to it. Lin Feng looked around and discovered he had spawned at a small supply point. It seemed this time luck was on his side. The revival point was right within the supply point. If he had revived in the wild, he would have struggled with his talent. At this moment, Lin Feng held a wooden hammer which was not large, approximately 30 centimeters in length, easily gripped with one hand. Is this the hammer of destruction? So small. What can this destroy? It feels a bit useless. Lin Feng looked at the hammer in his hand, his expression growing strange. Although he was very curious about this SS level talent, it didn't seem particularly powerful at first glance. 3, 2, 1. Game start. As the countdown for the game time reached 0, Lin Feng found he could move his body. He was about to try out this brand new SS level talent when suddenly the game's prompts made his expression change slightly. Detecting that you belong to the silver rank, currently playing in the bronze rank, starting to receive a negative buff for 1 minute weakness, you will lose 30 of all attributes within 60 seconds. Time reset restored. The voice fell. Lin Feng's expression filled with helplessness. I actually forgot I am considered a high rank player. If I enter a low rank match, this will create limitations. However, this weakness negative buff, for me, it's nothing. My current attributes are still higher than those of ordinary players. 60 seconds is quite fast. Soon he summoned the attribute page. Lin Feng strength 21, stamina 21, agility 21, defense 21, spirit 21. After 60 seconds, he would be able to restore all attributes to 30 points. Regarding this, he ignored the weakness buff, which was utterly negligible. Then let's give it a try. Lin Feng raised the wooden hammer and approached a building, lightly striking it. Bang! Upon contact with the object, the wooden hammer caused a violent vibration, instantly shattering the building. After the building was destroyed, shiny fragments began to emerge from the ground, gleaming brightly, ensuring Lin Feng could see them. The power is really great. If this were to deal damage to a player, wouldn't that be catastrophic damage? One strike would be enough to crush a player. Lin Feng stared at the pulverized building before him, his face filled with shock, but unfortunately, this wooden hammer could not harm players. However, he quickly bent down to pick up the shiny fragments and check the information. Material fragments, 27 pieces, parts for creating high-tech mechanical AI. Only 27 material fragments. This feels a bit scarce. Lin Feng frowned, slightly unsure how many material fragments were needed to produce powerful high-tech mechanical AI. Looking at it this way, he would next become the house demolisher. Whenever he encountered a building, he would tear it down. Wait a minute. I remember that equipment and weapons could also be destroyed and dismantled. Lin Feng recalled that this ability could also destroy these equipment and hurriedly began to search for supplies. Soon he found some supplies in another house. Rusty long spear, level 11 attack durability, 150 inferior helmet, level 7 defense 2 spirit durability, 120 inferior leg armor, level 8 defense 2 agility durability, 140. Lin Feng looked at these equipment and weapons. He did not plan to equip them directly, raised the wooden hammer and smashed them down. Bang! Upon contact with these objects, the wooden hammer instantly shattered their durability, turning them into shiny material fragments. Lin Feng picked them up and took a quick look. Material fragments 1 5 pieces, material fragments 1 2 pieces, material fragments 1 4 pieces, based on durability. Do I just get material fragments from this? That still seems quite few. Lin Feng looked at the number of fragments and quickly analyzed it on the spot. However, how many material fragments are needed to create something? He was at a small supply point, so there must still be players around. If nothing could be crafted, even though his attributes were stronger than ordinary players early on, it would still be a bit difficult without the enhancement of equipment. In response, Lin Feng began to chant silently. Forge space. As the words fell, he was pulled by a force and began to disappear on the spot, arriving in another space. Where is this? Lin Feng opened his eyes, surveying the surroundings, and found the space here was rather monotonous. Only white in color, it looked somewhat strange. However, in the center of this white space, there was a workbench placed there. Lin Feng hurriedly ran over and reached out to touch it. Instantly, some information was injected into his mind. You currently have material fragments 68 pieces, craftable mechanical AI detection, type mechanical AI, 50 pieces of material combat, type mechanical AI, 200 pieces of material high energy mechanical AI, 800 pieces of material artificial intelligence AI battlesuit, 1500 pieces of material, only 4 crafting options. Lin Feng looked at these crafting options, his face filled with confusion. However, he was quite curious about the last artificial intelligence AI battlesuit. Artificial intelligence. Even with the rapid development of modern science, such artificial intelligence AI hasn't been successfully created. If he could transform this artificial intelligence AI battlesuit into reality, he could surely ensure his safety. However, the 1,500 material fragments are really a bit of a challenge. How many more pieces of equipment and weapons would he need to smash, and how many buildings would he have to demolish to accumulate these material fragments? However, I currently possess 68 material fragments. I can expend 50 of them to forge a reconnaissance-type mechanical AI. Let me test its effectiveness, and let us see what capabilities this reconnaissance-type mechanical AI possesses. The thought drifted across Lin Feng's mind. He had no intention of conserving the fragments and immediately committed them to use. After all, his ultimate goal was 1,500. With only 68 fragments in hand, the gap remained vast. It made far more sense to forge a mechanical AI now and assess its performance. Thus, Lin Feng confirmed his decision. He would expend 50 material fragments and press the button to forge reconnaissance-type mechanical AI. N. Confirmation complete. And forging in progress. Na crisp mechanical chime resonated. And then 50 material fragments floated from Lin Feng's inventory, assembling themselves into the AI's chassis and components. This assembly required no manual intervention from Lin Feng. He merely observed effortlessly. Yet as he watched the AI take shape, his expression grew utterly bewildered. He possessed no knowledge of such engineering. Fortunately, this innate talent included autonomous assembly functionality. In moments, a one-dimensional mechanical AI, pale white and sleek, stood before him. It knelt instantly on one knee, voice reverent, "In Master. And Unit 0 stands ready to serve you." Unit 0 possesses reconnaissance and analytical capabilities, but combat prowess is limited, and any heat-emitting target within 100 meters will be detected without fail. Evasion is impossible. Moreover, should you require any item, Unit 0 will secure it for you. As the words faded, Lin Feng gazed upon Unit 0 with serene composure. "What are your combat attributes?" And Unit 0 slowly raised its head and replied without delay, "My physical strength is approximately 5 times that of an ordinary human. Within the mechanical AI hierarchy, I rank among the lowest tier. And, as a support class model, Unit 0 was never designed for frontline combat. And therefore, Master, please temper your expectations regarding my fighting capability. Focus instead on the next generation of mechanical AIs." And with that, Lin Feng accessed Unit 0's stat profile. Unit 0 in strength, 50 in endurance, 50 in agility, 50 in defense, 50 in spirit, 50 in a support class mechanical AI. Remarkably, these stats still surpass those of average players, and that is acceptable all things considered. And crucially, Unit 0 is a reconnaissance-type AI. Its modest combat capacity is entirely expected, and it will suffice for early-stage survival. After all, 50 fragments yielded precisely this set of attributes, which is quite favorable. Such thoughts crossed Lin Feng's mind. This was merely the most basic tier of mechanical AI. He could not demand excellence. N3 entirely new models awaited ahead. No need to rush. Yet the unfolding situation would soon allow Unit 0 to prove its worth. And follow me. We leave this place now. Once again, Lin Feng activated his innate talent, instantly extracting both himself and Unit 0 from the anomalous space. At the very instant they exited, they reappeared at the original location of the small supply depot. And suddenly, Master, I have detected an enemy. The moment Unit 0 returned, crimson light flared within its optical sensors as it fixed its gaze intently upon the wall. Within its field of vision, a player moved in the distance, gathering supplies and radiating infrared thermal signatures across their entire body. In what? Can you see through walls? Damn, incredible. In stunned disbelief flooded Lin Feng's face as he stared at Unit 0, astonishment writ large upon his features. Clearly, this reconnaissance-type AI possessed precisely such a function. Master. The target is 78 meters away. He remains unaware of our presence. Shall we launch an assault? According to my core calculations, this opponent cannot prevail against me. Unit 0's ocular sensors shimmered with cascading data streams as it analyzed the distant player in real time. And beside it, Lin Feng scratched his head. Apparently, he had underestimated Unit 0. Its ability to assess combat viability was genuinely impressive. Even more astonishing, it could detect players through solid walls via thermal imaging. This sensation felt uncanny. Could such an ability trigger a ban? Wait, this wasn't cheating. It was an intrinsic talent. Hold on. You can see players. Can you also perceive supplies inside buildings? Lin Feng suddenly posed the question and asked urgently, into which Unit 0 responded naturally. Master, do you require those supplies? I shall locate them for you. Unit 0 nodded. Whoa. You truly are remarkable. I do need those supplies. If you can retrieve them, so much the better. Lin Feng drew a sharp breath and urged Unit 0 forward. In this way, he would conserve precious time. Many structures contain no spawn points at all, and rushing between them blindly would only squander effort. Understood. Unit 0 serves you. Fully obedient to Lin Feng's command, the AI extended its mechanical arm. In the next instant, its arm elongated, violently shattering a window pane before snatching supplies from within and depositing them swiftly before Lin Feng. Rusted Cleaver, rank F11, attack durability 150 in. Shoddy Straw Sandals, rank F7, agility 1, spirit durability 100 in. It appears that with Unit 0's assistance, acquiring equipment and materials will become remarkably effortless. Lin Feng collected the items and equipped them immediately. Intending to preserve them for Unit 0 had already identified the nearby enemy. An enemy must be eliminated. Not only after elimination would destroying their gear matter. In Master. In, the enemy approaches our position. In, shall we engage? In Unit 0's optical sensors remained locked on the heat-glowing figure in the distance, prompting Lin Feng accordingly. Lin Feng checked the remaining duration of his debuff, weakness, and saw it was about to expire. And moreover, with Unit 0 at his side, defeating this player would be trivial. Very well. And engage. And encircle and eliminate this player. And he nodded decisively. And instantly, Lin Feng gripped the shattered wooden mallet in one hand and the rusted cleaver in the other, following Unit 0's lead toward the ambush site. A notion struck him: in what if the player's weapon suddenly launched an attack toward him? At that moment, Lin Feng would swing the shatter mallet to intercept the weapon. And would the weapon shatter upon impact? It seemed highly probable. Report, Master. The player is right inside the house ahead. According to the current chip analysis, this player's combat power is no match for us too. Let's surround him directly. The Zero mechanical AI pointed at the house in front and quickly informed Lin Feng of the current situation. Now the Zero mechanical AI's central eye is using thermal vision to track the player, capturing every move. The player seems to have heard the commotion, hesitating to move, stuck on the stairs. As soon as he encounters the enemy, he intends to strike first. Unfortunately, every move of this player is completely monitored by the Zero mechanical AI. Surely this player cannot believe that the Zero mechanical AI possesses such thermal vision, leaving no escape route. This player is stuck on the stairs. Lin Feng heard the report from the Zero mechanical AI, and a sinister smile appeared on his face. Since that's the case, this player dares not come down. Then, let's force him out. Zero. Quick retreat. Avoid being hit later. Lin Feng raised the destruction hammer in his hand, ready to smash the house. So you refuse to come down, huh? The entire house. He directly obliterated it. Let's see if you fall or not. The next moment, boom. Lin Feng's hammer struck the house fiercely. Upon contact, the hammer emitted a violent vibration, shattering the structure. In an instant, rumble. The entire house collapsed instantly, and shiny material fragments scattered across the ground. Lin Feng picked them up, discovering 29 material fragments. What? The player hidden within was dumbfounded, suddenly realizing the floor beneath him began to crumble, and he fell to the ground. Moreover, the collapsing cement and rubble fell directly on this player's body, causing his health to decrease by 2/3. Before the fight even began, he lost health. This is quite fatal. Damn it. Who ambushed me? The player hurriedly got up, only to find a young man smiling at him alongside a completely white mechanical AI, with glowing red eyes staring intently at him. Suddenly the player felt a lump in his throat. A mechanical AI. Isn't this a map from the cold weapon era? How could such a thing appear? What about this young man's talent? The player could only think this way. The key is he still has 1/3 of his health left, and it feels a bit ominous. In this situation, if he can't win, he should run. There's no hesitation about it. Only by staying alive can one prevail. Run. The player turned and ran. His equipment was almost complete, even having grass boots, which allowed him to run faster in the early stages. Zero. Catch him. Lin Feng watched as the player got scared and turned to flee, directly commanding the Zero mechanical AI. Understood. Mechanical claw. The Zero mechanical AI's eyes glowed red as it instantly extended its mechanical palm. The next moment, its claw harshly hooked onto the player's ankle, pulling him back forcefully. Thud. The player fell to the ground in a doggy-at-dog position. Drag him back. Lin Feng continued to command Zero, having already picked up the hammer in his hand, ready to destroy the player's equipment. In an instant. No. The player was dragged back, his face pale, swinging his weapon violently, trying to cut off the mechanical claw of the Zero mechanical AI. You shall not destroy. Clang. Lin Feng tightened his grip on the hammer's handle, directly blocking it in the middle, producing a collision sound. Before his eyes, the player's weapon, like tofu, was utterly fragile, instantly turning to dust, scattering on the ground, and becoming shiny material fragments. What's going on? The player looked at his weapon, now turned to powder, and he was so scared he couldn't close his mouth. His weapon. This isn't made of tofu. How could it be so fragile? Humph. Your helmet and armor. They look decent, but they're all going to be shattered next. Lin Feng smiled slightly. Now this player could not move, completely controlled by the Zero mechanical AI. The Zero mechanical AI extended its mechanical claw like a rope, binding the player, making it quite humorous. This was bound to be an unfair match. Next, every time Lin Feng swung the destruction hammer, the durability of the player's equipment instantly dropped to 0, shattering on the spot. The key is his destruction hammer could not harm the player. This left the player terrified to death. Even though there was no damage, the force was still present, each impact causing the player immense pain, as if his internal organs were shaking. It was extremely uncomfortable. Finally, the player's entire body, all equipment, had been completely destroyed. Not bad. You can go die now. Lin Feng, holding a rusty machete, struck down on the player's head, easily eliminating him. You have killed the target. Player gained 5 points of all attributes this player had. An incredibly bad streak. He actually planned to hide inside the house. This led to the rubble falling on him when Lin Feng destroyed the house, deducting 2/3 of his health, dying quite miserably. Huh. I killed this player, destroyed this equipment, and this house. Now a total of 105 material fragments. It seems wanting to gather 1,500 material fragments is quite an easy task. Lin Feng began checking this haul, finding he was ready to reach 200 fragments to create a brand new combat-type mechanical AI. Soon Lin Feng turned around to continue asking the Zero mechanical AI, "Are there any players or resource points left here?" The Zero mechanical AI quickly shook its heavy head. "Report, Master. I do not see anyone right now. It seems this place has no other players." Lin Feng nodded in satisfaction. After all, he didn't need to kill many players because these survival points could be completely used to exchange for mechanical AIs to return to reality. No matter how many he kills, these survival points have nothing to do with him. So, he can be lazy. As long as he can exchange for the strongest mechanical AI. That's enough. Zero. Use thermal vision to gather all the resources here for me. I am now preparing to demolish some houses. Lin Feng looked at the houses of these small resource points, a faint smile appearing on his face. Demolishing houses is quite interesting. Now wherever he goes, he will demolish. The demolition maniac, Lin Feng, now making his entrance. Thud, 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 continuous sounds of structures collapsing. If one did not know better, a player might well think this small supply point was being torn apart by excavators. Every time Lin Feng's destructive wooden hammer struck those objects, they disintegrated in an instant. In moments, countless glittering material fragments littered the ground. Haha, demolition. In a sense, it is backbreaking labor. Lin Feng watched the fallen buildings now ruined and bedraggled like debris. His purpose had been fulfilled. He needed more material fragments to forge a far more formidable mechanical AI. He intended to convert the most useful mechanical AI into reality. Soon Lin Feng began gathering every material fragment from the ground and depositing them into his inventory. At that moment, Ling Hao mechanical AI returned, cradling a great quantity of supplies. It had ransacked the entire supply point. With thermal vision, no hiding place could conceal supplies from Ling Hao. "Report, Master. Here are 7 items of supply. They are all piled here. I have scanned the surroundings and found no players." Ling Hao placed its gathered supplies before Lin Feng. "Excellent. I will send your companion out to accompany you shortly. Prepare to craft a combat-type mechanical AI." Lin Feng turned, regarded the materials, and without hesitation struck them with his hammer. Crack, crack, bang. The piled equipment shattered in an instant. No matter what the gear had been before this hammer of ruin, its durability collapsed to zero, and it fractured. Phew, this haul is quite good. Lin Feng picked up the material fragments, and found he now possessed 345 pieces. That was already enough to forge a combat-type mechanical AI. If that combat AI proved sufficiently powerful, then Lin Feng would proceed to the large supply points. He trusted the structures there would yield a generous bounty. As for encountering players, if he met any, he would kill them. The player's equipment would shatter, as well another source of material fragments. Forge bench space. Lin Feng activated his ability and instantly drew himself and Ling Hao into a pocket dimension. He hurried to the workbench and touched it, causing a cascade of prompts to appear. You currently possess material fragments, 345. Craftable mechanical AI's detection type mechanical AI, 50 fragments. Combat type mechanical AI, 200 fragments. High energy mecha mechanical AI, 800 fragments. Artificial intelligence battlesuit, 1500 fragments. Craft combat type mechanical AI. Lin Feng tapped the button and 200 material fragments were immediately deducted. In an instant, 200 fragments rose from his inventory and began to reassemble the new mechanical AI's body and components. So many fragments were used in the assembly that Lin Feng realized the new AI's stature reached a full 3 meters in height, far superior to Ling Hao the Little Rut. Shortly after the final fragment slotted into place, a towering 3-meter jet black mechanical AI came into being. Its mechanical hands had been transformed into a Vulcan Gatling. Its frame was studded with rows of Gatling rounds belt-like across its waist, fierce and domineering. At the center of its chest, there was a muzzle glowing with red light, seemingly a high-damage cannon capable of launching massive energy impact shells. Hiss! The second mechanical AI already wields such devastating armament. Could the third be some towering Gundam-like mecha, 10 or more meters tall? And the fourth perhaps a so-called nanoform AI battlesuit bristling with laser weapons, able to soar and hover? The thought quickened his pulse. If such things could be converted into reality, who in the mortal world could harm him? Lin Feng stared at the new combat AI and sucked in a cold breath. It was terrifying. He had assumed the second combat AI might merely fight in a peculiar style. Instead, it presented a Vulcan Gatling outright, and its chest housed a weapon of terrifying destructive power. Lin Feng stepped forward and asked plainly, "What is your designation?" "Report, Master. I am Isher. I wield potent thermal weaponry. Within 100 meters with the Vulcan Gatling, I can deliver headshots with each discharge. Beyond 100 meters, I employ tracking impact shells that can obliterate targets instantly." Isher Mechanical AI explained its capabilities as Lin Feng approached. Even prepared as he was, Lin Feng tilted his head in astonishment. Headshots? That powerful? My heavens! How could ordinary players survive? One thermal vision foe before now a violent headshot machine. This was like gods waging war while mortals suffered. Lin Feng eyed the ammunition belts on the mechanical AI and asked, Isher, how many rounds do you carry in total? Isher bowed its head and answered, Report Master. A total of 1000 rounds. As for tracking impact shells, I possess only 3. Once those are expended, I can only engage in close quarters combat with my limbs. Lin Feng listened and felt satisfied. 1000 rounds and 3 tracking shells. That would wreak havoc. Excellent. Prepare to follow me. Lin Feng was about to use his ability to leave the pocket dimension when Ling Hao ran up to Isher and spoke. Isher, shall we combine? If we fuse, you will gain thermal vision. If an enemy hides behind a wall, you can sweep through and penetrate them. At Ling Hao's suggestion, Isher looked toward Lin Feng seeking approval. Report Master. What is your opinion? I can fuse with Ling Hao to achieve a combined effect and become far more powerful. Lin Feng was dumbfounded. You can fuse. Thermal vision paired with headshots. The gods have descended. He chose to agree. Henceforth, surviving players would be utterly miserable. Encountering thermal weapons was already dreadful. Now thermal vision and a headshot machine could partner. What hope did anyone have? Might as well AFK and surrender. Lin Feng nodded immediately in agreement. Synchronization is possible. As the words left his lips, reconfiguration. Unit 0 began disassembling its own mechanical body and reassembling it onto the head of Unit 1. At once a profound sense of dissonance arose. After all, Unit 1's entire chassis was jet black, while Unit 0's was stark white. Merging the two created an uncanny jarring fusion. The result made Unit 1 appear as though wearing a pair of white spectacles, its head gleaming pale white, while its neck and everything below remained pitch black. Yet it now possessed Unit 0's thermal penetrating vision and combat analysis capabilities. Tisk tisk tsk. Thermal sight paired with precision headshots. Invincible. Lin Feng gazed upon Unit 1's newly transformed mechanical form and already envisioned the carnage to come. Massacre. This was sheer unrelenting slaughter. Like a celestial deity descending into the mortal realm, ordinary beings stood no chance. Let's go. Lin Feng activated his ability and wrenched Unit 1 out of the pocket dimension. In the next instant, he re-emerged into this small supply outpost, now reduced to rubble, alongside the imposing battle-ready form of Unit 1. Only players were present. The fire god Gatling stood primed and ready to unleash torrents of fire. How many players remain? Lin Feng carefully monitored the game's pacing, ensuring it didn't accelerate too swiftly and leave him short of essential material fragments. You have eliminated 1 player. 89 players remain. So it seems. The pace isn't overly aggressive yet. Proceed to the major supply zone. If players are within reach, kill them. If not, it matters little. For the demolition man has arrived. Wherever structures stand, there I shall be. Lin Feng summoned the map interface to locate the major supply zone. Major supply zones always drew the largest gatherings of players. After all, such zones generated class equipment and housed abundant structures. A single sweep would easily yield several hundred material fragments. This major supply zone is remarkably close to my current position. Lin Feng marked it instantly on the map with a vivid red circle. Next, he accessed Unit 1's stat profile. Unit 1, Strength 200, Endurance 200, Agility 200, Defense 200, Spirit 200. Phew, impressive stats. No wonder it's classified as a combat-grade AI. Even if every round from the Gatling were expended, Unit 1's close-quarters prowess would still be formidable. Crucially, the sheer lethality of its firearms alone would decimate legions of players. Lin Feng's eyes widened in astonishment. He then issued commands to Unit 1. Unit 1, let me mount your shoulders. My agility falls short of yours. You'll handle mobility. Follow the directional coordinates I provide. Head straight there. If hostiles appear, open fire immediately. No need to consult me. Understood. His command hung in the air. Unit 1's heavy mechanical head bobbed rapidly in affirmation. Affirmative, Master. All parameters confirmed. It extended a reinforced arm, allowing Lin Feng to step onto it before settling comfortably atop its broad shoulder. Advance. Lin Feng commanded sharply. Instantly, Unit 1 surged forward at breakneck speed toward the designated coordinates. With such extraordinary agility, its sprint was blindingly swift, each footfall cratering the earth, testifying to its staggering strength. Yet the violent oscillation atop its mechanical shoulder left Lin Feng violently jostled, dizzy and disoriented. Fortunately, this was a game. Nausea thankfully remained beyond its sensory fidelity. After 30 seconds of relentless sprinting, Unit 1 abruptly halted and swiveled its head, crimson optical sensors scanning the surroundings with razor-sharp intensity. Target acquired. Loading ammunition. Lin Feng's face lit up with anticipation, but surveying the terrain, he realized they had yet to reach the major supply zone. Where are we? Wild terrain. A pond. Wild creatures. Only then did Lin Feng grasp why Unit 1 had stopped. They had inadvertently breached the territory of wild creatures. At the pond's center, water churned violently, then erupted as a colossal crocodile surged forth, armored scales glinting, coldly jaws agape, with rows of serrated fangs closing in with terrifying speed. A rank wild creature. Any intruder entering its domain would inevitably provoke immediate retaliation. Die. Rat-a-tat. Unit 1 raised the fire god Gatling, its rotary barrel spinning furiously, spitting torrents of incandescent flame and lead. Spent casings rained down like hail littering the ground, while each bullet locked unerringly onto the crocodile's skull. The Fire God Gatling's projectiles possessed devastating penetration power, far beyond what even this errant crocodile could withstand. Within moments, the beast's skull was obliterated, riddled with holes, its health bar collapsing to zero as it fell lifeless where it stood. Crimson blood bloomed across the pond's surface, clouding its former clarity, yet atop the churning waters an errant treasure chest materialized, drifting gently toward them. Damn, even wild beasts get headshot locked. Brutal. Lin Feng stared at the crocodile's grotesque, instantaneous demise, lasting less than 3 seconds. Yet he paid it no mind. An errant chest guaranteed at least one errant item, and dismantling it would yield valuable material fragments. Lin Feng leapt down and reached out to open the chest. Wait. Hold on. Can the chest itself be shattered? That question struck him. He withdrew his hand instantly. After all, errant chests contained exactly 3 rewards. If shattering is possible, then all 3 rewards might drop simultaneously. Of course, they could also yield nothing at all. Lin Feng frowned, weighing whether to risk it. Moments later, his expression settled into calm resolve. Even an empty outcome meant only errant loot. A mere handful of material fragments. He wasn't strapped for time, not yet. Smash! He raised his wooden mallet and brought it down with crushing force, accompanied by a deep, resonant thud. The errant chest exploded into splinters, and instantly all 3 concealed rewards burst forth in a glittering cascade. Damn, it actually worked. Lin Feng snatched them midair with lightning reflexes. This time no skill manual appeared among the spoils. 2 errant defensive items, and 1 errant battle axe. Skill manuals proved indestructible, but gear and weapons easily shattered. He immediately dismantled all 3 errant items with his demolition hammer, yielding 87 material fragments. Combined with his prior stockpile of 145, he now held 232. Still insufficient for constructing the next-generation AI. Shattering the chest yields fragments too. Lin Feng glanced sideways and spotted shimmering material fragments glinting beneath the shattered chest remnants. He collected them instantly. A notification flashed. You have acquired 100 material fragments. I didn't expect the treasure chest to be destroyed. Surprisingly, I can still obtain material fragments. Moreover, all the rewards that were originally limited to 3 choices have now dropped completely. Is this considered a loophole? Lin Feng's expression was filled with peculiarity, thinking that this loophole could only be exploited by him. When players open the loot chest, they must touch it with their palms. At the moment of contact, the chest begins to calculate 3 rewards from which the player can only select one. Lin Feng's method was different. He directly used the destructive hammer to smash the loot chest, and before the 3 rewards could begin to calculate, they had already dropped out. This is an extremely violent way to play. Only Lin Feng can exploit this loophole right now. Without this destructive hammer, he wouldn't be able to make such a move. Now, combined with these material fragments, I've already reached 332 pieces. This is incredibly easy. Oh, it seems I must not miss any wild monsters I encounter next. Lin Feng's face revealed a smile, indicating that he was indeed in a great mood. Smashing an A-grade treasure chest can yield over 100 pieces. If an F-grade treasure chest were smashed, Lin Feng estimated he could get about 30 to 50 pieces, plus the 3 rewards inside. This is simply a great profit. It's far more rewarding than killing players or destroying buildings. Unfortunately, there aren't many wild monsters around, and they are widely distributed across the area, making them difficult to find. Wait a moment. I remember that in the bronze rank there are airdrop golden treasure chests. If I smash an airdrop, I might also get material fragments. Lin Feng's eyes lit up as he thought of this again, and a smile appeared on his face. Indeed, there are many ways to obtain material fragments. In the next moment, Lin Feng climbed back onto the shoulder of the mechanical AI. One style. Let's continue on our way. Head to this large supply point. As usual, if you detect a player's presence, attack directly without consulting me. Lin Feng issued this order without hesitation, preferring to let one style detect players and attack directly rather than rely on thermal vision. This way, he could avoid the situation where one style would ask about a player, allowing them to escape too far to be detected. Understood. One style accepted the command and began to run again. Half a minute later, at the perimeter of the large supply point, one style wielding the Fire God Gatling had its mechanical eyes glowing red, trying to detect any player's presence. The range of thermal vision can only reach within 100 meters, beyond that it cannot see. Lin Feng saw this scene and immediately jumped down from one style's mechanical shoulder. Get ready. To start, one style will proceed to eliminate players. I will destroy all buildings at the large supply point. Once all players are eliminated, Zero will disassemble and begin scavenging for supplies at the large supply point. Some supplies cannot be entirely taken by players, and some are hidden, making them difficult to find during normal play. Suddenly, one style instantly went berserk, raising the Fire God Gatling and starting to spin wildly, emitting bright red flames. Player detected. Prepare to load ammunition. Ammunition loaded. Execute immediate kill. Lin Feng was momentarily stunned. Just as he jumped down, one style began attacking. The key point is that he hadn't even seen the player yet, which shows Zero's thermal vision was already in effect. He saw that within OneStyle's mechanical eyes a player surrounded by infrared rays was hiding at the edge of the wall planning to sneak around unsure of what they intended to do. In response, OneStyle showed no hesitation. The Fire God Gatling in its mechanical hand unleashed its full firepower, sweeping against the wall and instantly creating a hole. This is wall penetration targeting. It can even shoot through walls. The bullets of the Fire God Gatling are overwhelmingly powerful, easily shattering these concrete walls. Damn, terrifying. Lin Feng's pupils widened slightly as he saw the player on the other side of the wall being swept by these bullets, instantly turned into a sieve, collapsing to the ground. Even the equipment on this player was instantly shattered, durability reduced to 0. Under such heavy fire, it was utterly unbeatable. In an age of cold weapons, the appearance of the Fire God Gatling, a hot weapon, is invincible. It's a massacre. It's like stepping on an ant. The key point is that OneStyle can also auto-target. Combined with thermal vision, it's incredible. Wait, that's equipment. OneStyle, you're so violent. You even destroyed the player's equipment. Lin Feng felt a deep pain. After smashing these pieces of equipment, he could still obtain material fragments. OneStyle destroying them cannot yield material fragments. It seems the Fire God Gatling's power is too overwhelming. Ordinary equipment cannot withstand it. You have killed the target player. You have gained 5 points in all attributes. Report Master. Enemy eliminated. OneStyle's mechanical eyes displayed Zero's analysis function, confirming that this player had no life signs and was completely dead. Of course it must be a kill. If they weren't dead, that would be strange. The game notification has already appeared. Lin Feng rolled his eyes helplessly. Then he hurried over to pick up the equipment dropped by the deceased player. As long as not all the equipment was destroyed, he could still obtain some material fragments. Master, wait for me. There may still be enemies here. Please be careful. OneStyle quickly followed. Although it was a combat-type mechanical AI, protecting Lin Feng was its biggest responsibility. Don't worry. Within 100 meters you can completely see players. What is there to fear? In the age of cold weapons, only crossbows and bows can shoot that far. The key point is that their accuracy isn't good. How could they possibly hit me? Lin Feng had no worries at all. With OneStyle's protection, he was invincible in the early stages. By the time he reached the mid-stage, he estimated he could operate on his own. As for the late stage, in the late stage, it would be a massacre. Even in the late stage, it would already be over. Just thinking about the 1,500 material fragments for the AI battle suit, which could cover him like nanomaterials, was simply perfect. Soon Lin Feng arrived in front of the deceased player. He looked at the player who had been turned into a sieve covered in bullet holes, causing him to shudder. It wasn't that he was afraid. It was just that this player's body was too horrifying. This was a normal reaction. Every part of their body, not a single part of this player, was intact. All were shredded flesh with bright red blood flowing on the ground, especially the head area. The skull had been shattered. OneStyle was simply too violent. Even he found it somewhat hard to bear the sight of such a corpse. This game is too realistic. If I saw such a corpse in reality, I might even feel nauseous. Lin Feng frowned as he steeled himself to search through the equipment dropped by this player. Several pieces of defensive equipment had already been destroyed. However, some equipment and weapons were still intact, which was an unexpected gain. In response, he quickly took out the destructive hammer and smashed these pieces, gaining more material fragments. Then Lin Feng turned to instruct OneStyle. OneStyle, from now on, when you kill players, just aim for the head. Don't aim for the whole body. You can clearly target the head. Why do you have to hit the whole body from head to toe? As soon as he finished speaking, OneStyle nodded, looking somewhat simple-minded. Understood, Master. When I encounter a player in the future, every shot will be a headshot. After giving the command, Lin Feng began to raise the destructive hammer, his gaze fixed on the large resource point before him, burning with intensity. These buildings are all fragments of materials. In this game match, Lin Feng is a demolition maniac and no one can stop him. Killing players is a laborious task best left to Yish. After all, possessing firearms in this era of cold weapons allows for absolute freedom. In an instant, Lin Feng charged forward with a hammer, causing violent tremors that began to crumble the building. Anyway, he left the safety concerns to Yish. As long as they demolished this large resource point, he would surely gather 800 material fragments. A brand new mechanical AI is ready to be created. It is unknown what functions this new mechanical AI will possess. However, it is likely to be even more outrageous than Yish. Boom. As Lin Feng began his assault, the buildings of the large resource point collapsed instantaneously. As the dust settled on the ground, shiny material fragments appeared, and he picked them up, discovering that he had already gathered 400 fragments. Each destroyed building yields about 2,530 fragments. At this rate, he would soon be able to create a brand new mechanical AI. The buildings at the large resource point consist of 1,015 structures. They could be completely demolished. However, in the center of this large resource point, there were still surviving players. They each began to act cautiously, not daring to attack recklessly, as these testing players were no longer novices. They were already aware of the game rules. Dying would cost them their lives, whereas the survivors could enhance their genetic cells and even extract items and abilities from the game. With nearly 3 minutes gone, the players' gear and weapons were already complete, and some players even possessed a great equipment. Some even found skill books, gaining a significant advantage in the early stages. However, acquiring a skill book does not mean invincibility. If players gang up on you, you will inevitably fall. Suddenly, boom. The buildings of the large resource point began to collapse wildly, with structures crashing to the ground, causing violent tremors akin to an earthquake resonating throughout the center of the resource point. This caused the players on site to stumble and fall to the ground covered in dust and looking quite disheveled, scrambling to get back up. What just happened? The buildings are actually collapsing. Who caused this commotion? Is it a new event? No, it must be an airdrop. This might have some benefits. Let's go take a look, and if it's no good, well, run away. The players saw the distant buildings collapsing one after another, thinking some strange event had occurred. However, they inexplicably ran over, planning to find out what was going on. After all, curiosity can be deadly. When encountering exciting events, normal people would want to see for themselves. Moreover, the skill levels of the players were now quite similar. It was impossible to achieve instant kills. This is why these players were so bold and dared to approach. As they got within 100 meters of Lin Feng, target acquired. Kill. These players were already detected by Yish's thermal imaging, which swiftly raised the fire god Gatling and began firing wildly. Rat-a-tat-tat. In an instant, before the players could even get close to Lin Feng, they didn't even see Lin Feng or the mechanical AI Yish. The bullets from the fire god Gatling tore through the concrete walls, instantly shattering the A-grade and F-grade helmets of the players, penetrating skulls and causing them to fall dead on the spot. Each bullet was a headshot. Deep bullet shell cavities appeared in the centers of these players' skulls. One player, reacting quickly, saw the surrounding players dying and hurriedly ran away from the 100-meter range, narrowly escaping the bullets. However, next came activate tracking missile. Whooshed. Seeing this, Yish's mechanical chest suddenly glowed with a red warning light, and a missile was launched instantly. Within 100 meters, the fire god Gatling attacked. Beyond 100 meters, the tracking missile struck, accompanied by a deafening explosion. A small mushroom cloud erupted instantly. The ground began to shatter, and deep fissures spread out, with a strong wind pressure blowing wildly. Yish stood directly in front of Lin Feng, shielding him from the impact. You have killed a player, gained 5 points in all attributes. The death notifications of these players began to ring out. Huh, how did I kill 4 players in a row? I was just demolishing, and they all came to watch. This left Lin Feng, who was busy demolishing, utterly baffled. In this game match, he might be considered a worker lacking any high enthusiasm to kill players, since no matter how many survival points you earned, Lin Feng ultimately intended to use his ability to transform reality to bring a mechanical AI back to reality. For Lin Feng, this was quite a lucrative deal. Exchanging thousands of survival points for such a powerful mechanical AI could indeed be quite good. The key is that these mechanical AIs are incredibly loyal and won't betray him. Of course, if a virus is used to implant into the programming of such mechanical AIs, there could be issues. Thus, Lin Feng needed an even more incredible AI combat suit. He believed that an AI could completely resist a virus implanting program. Next, Lin Feng began to check the current material fragments. Material fragments, 407 pieces. Still need half. However, the 4 players instantly died at the hands of Yish. Only the helmets likely shattered as defensive equipment. The other gear should still be intact. Once all these equipment are smashed and the buildings destroyed, gathering 800 material fragments will be a piece of cake. This thought floated through Lin Feng's mind. Soon he began to command. 0. Disassemble. Go collect the equipment from the deceased players. As soon as he spoke, understood. The 0 mechanical AI, which had been merged, disassembled and rushed toward the positions of the fallen players. Its combat abilities were quite low, so this looting task was assigned to it. Meanwhile, Yish continued to protect Lin Feng. As long as players appeared, it could still achieve headshots within 100 meters. Moreover, beyond 100 meters, the tracking missiles were terrifying. It was truly a fight to the death. Ordinary players who encounter this would undoubtedly perish. As time passed, boom, 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 this major supply depot, every structure within it, had been utterly reduced to rubble by Lin Feng. He advanced steadily. Buildings collapsed one after another along his path, and every piece of equipment dropped by fallen players was immediately shattered by Lin Feng, yielding fragments of raw material. He had no need to wear armor. Under the protection of his mechanical AI's equipping gear was utterly meaningless. Shattering it was far more efficient. For any player who approached within 100 meters, death came instantly, delivered by the incinerating hail of the fire god Gatling. Beyond 100 meters, homing missiles awaited. Though he possessed only 3 homing missiles in total, he still retained 2 and 600 rounds for the fire god Gatling. Facing what lay ahead, he remained untroubled. Huff. Exhausting. But at last, every structure is demolished. So, being a demolition maniac isn't quite as easy as it sounds. Lin Feng gazed with quiet satisfaction upon the ruins before him, then turned his attention to assessing his spoils. Material fragments, 927. This met the requirement of 800 fragments needed to forge his 3rd mechanical AI. Yet hesitation lingered. He wondered whether forging it now was truly wise. After all, doing so would leave him with only 127 fragments remaining. To construct his 4th AI-powered battlesuit, however, he required 1,500, a daunting shortfall. Lin Feng had no certainty he could acquire such a quantity of fragments again. Let me check how many players remain. If many still survive, then perhaps I shall proceed with the forging. Lin Feng continued his inquiry. Players eliminated 6. Remaining players 58. 58 players still alive. It seems my urge to eliminate opponents has been remarkably subdued this round, and thus they've endured far longer than expected. Lin Feng wore an expression of genuine astonishment. Previously, he'd hunted players relentlessly, even fantasizing about taking on 99 solo. This round, however, he felt neither hunger nor ambition, only the focused desire to demolish structures and gather material fragments. Yet now the toxic zone had begun contracting, and returning to another major supply depot was no longer viable. The encroaching poison already shrouded the nearest depot. The sole remaining one lay at the very center of the safe zone, but it was distant, requiring several minutes to reach. No choice remains. I'll forge the third mechanical AI. May it possess extraordinary capabilities. Just as Lin Feng raised his hand to tear open a rift into the foundry dimension, a system notification flashed across his vision. Golden chest airdrop initiated. It will descend precisely at the center of the safe zone in 2 minutes. A Class D wild monster guards the airdrop site. All players are advised to take caution. As the announcement faded, Lin Feng's hand paused midair. His expression shifted into deep contemplation, and he murmured softly, "A golden chest. A Class D wild monster. If I break open the golden chest and claim its 3 rewards, I'll shatter them all for fragments. And if I slay the Class D guardian, its Class D spoils chest will yield 3 more rewards, each to be shattered in turn. HSSS. Then these material fragments won't be scarce at all. Damn, it's a windfall." His excitement mounted. The thought of amassing 1,500 fragments suddenly seemed effortless. Moreover, the golden chest descent would inevitably draw players from across the map. Each slain opponent would drop equipment, another source of valuable material fragments. It was perfection. Hurry, hurry, hurry. Only 2 minutes remain. The airdrop lands at the heart of the safe zone. I'm far from the safe zone center. My only hope lies with the third mechanical AI. Lin Feng activated his ability, tore open a spatial rift, and, with 0 and Unit 1 in tow, stepped directly into the foundry dimension. Instantly, he rushed forward and placed his palm upon the forge platform, prompting a cascade of system prompts. Current material fragments, 927. Available forging options. Scout-type mechanical AI, 50 fragments. Combat-type mechanical AI, 200 fragments. High-energy mecha AI, 800 fragments. AI battlesuit, 1,500 fragments. Forge the high-energy mecha AI. Lin Feng confirmed instantly. 800 fragments were deducted. In that same breath, 800 fragments detached from his inventory, swirling upward in a dense, glittering cloud. Almost immediately, the fragments began reassembling, forging the new AI's frame, limbs, and systems. Clack, clack, clack. The rhythmic symphony of precision assembly. Within moments, Lin Feng's eyes widened in awe. Enormous. This high-energy mecha AI, its scale promised staggering magnitude. Even a single mechanical foot freshly forged towered over Unit 1, whose height stood at 3 meters. Once fully assembled, would it reach 10 meters? Could it truly be a Gundam-class unit? Lin Feng swallowed hard. As a child, he'd owned toy versions of such machines, never imagining he'd one day witness one forged before his very eyes. Countless components completed assembly, interlocking seamlessly. Wing-like assemblies unfurled flawlessly from its back, while thrusters gleamed at its tail. Its arms bristled with cutting-edge technology. Internal weapon mounts concealed an arsenal of unknown design. Its ocular sensors glowed deep sapphire, sculpted with uncanny realism, radiating sheer authority. Its entire silhouette flowed with aerodynamic grace, no element out of place, no line discordant. Lin Feng stared entranced, then breathed reverently. Gundam. This is a Gundam-class AI. My heavens. Weapons I've never even glimpsed before. And that massive cannon mounted on its chest. Surely a weapon of cataclysmic power. TSK, TSK, TSK. Stunning. Lin Feng already envisioned the spectacle awaiting him at the airdrop site. Annihilation. High-tech annihilation, wrought by this Gundam-class AI. Should he fail to claim first place, he vowed to wash his hair upside down on the spot. In moments, the Gundam Mecha AI stood complete, its frame etched with luminous cobalt blue energy conduits pulsing with inexhaustible power. An overwhelming aura of dominance surged outward. In the next instant, its optics flared open, and it bowed its head toward Lin Feng, voice resonant with unwavering loyalty. Master, I am destruction. I was forged for one purpose, to destroy. Command me. Let me obliterate all that lies before us. I shall execute without hesitation. Destruction. Is that your name? Lin Feng looked up at the imposing mechanical AI. Indeed, it truly lives up to its name. The destruction mech boasted a plethora of brand new weapons. These were things he had never encountered before. Surely their lethality was immense. Lin Feng directly inquired Destruction. What functionalities do you possess? Or rather, what lethal weapons do you have? As soon as he spoke, Destruction quickly began to elaborate on the weapons mounted on its mechanical body. Beam sabers, beam rifles, powerful penetrating beam cannons, diffusion particle cannons, long-range light-speed penetrating cannons, full-body defensive force fields, and a massive thruster on the back. Instantly Lin Feng exclaimed, "What? What are all these things? I've never heard of them. However, they certainly seem incredibly powerful." Lin Feng was completely dumbfounded, his tone filled with shock. He really had no understanding of such high-tech weaponry. Moreover, Lin Feng had never paid attention to such weapons in reality. He wasn't involved in weapon research, naturally lacking knowledge in that area. However, Lin Feng was already clear. This destruction mechanical AI must be extraordinarily powerful. No wonder it belonged to the third generation of mechanical AIs. He couldn't even imagine what functionalities the fourth generation AI battlesuit possessed. Looking at it now, the Escher might just be a younger brother in comparison. Escher, can you inflict damage on destruction? You should be quite formidable too, right? Lin Feng couldn't help but ask the Escher mechanical AI beside him. This directly prompted a very honest response from the Escher AI. Reporting to the master, "You're putting me in a difficult position. If I face destruction, there's only one outcome. It would undoubtedly lead to my instant annihilation." Lin Feng felt utterly helpless as he slightly teased, "Aren't you capable of locking onto targets? A direct violent lock-on. Surely you can hit destruction at least a little bit, right?" The Escher mechanical AI quickly shook its head, reporting to the master, "That's not possible. Destruction has a defensive force field, and my Fire God Gatling bullets cannot penetrate it at all. Even tracking missiles can't breach the defensive force field. If I anger destruction, it will simply draw its beam saber, and a single strike could cleave me in two. There's no need to even utilize other laser weapons. So to defeat destruction, it will be impossible in this lifetime." Lin Feng looked at the Escher, which was so honest, and could only cover his mouth to stifle a laugh. Too real. After all, previously the Escher had been so arrogant and domineering outside, equipped with the Fire God Gatling and tracking missiles capable of annihilating all players. Yet now, before destruction, the Escher was surprisingly timid. But mechanical AIs are honest. As long as you ask, they will respond truthfully with no lies. Of course, this was only in front of their master. When faced with strangers, they would likely have different responses. Next to them, the Zero mechanical AI watched the Escher and destruction. It still kept its mouth shut, feeling that speaking could be quite dangerous. It was better to help with looting, honestly. It didn't have much combat prowess. It could only analyze and observe. "Let's do this. Destruction, let me see your defensive force field. Escher, you go ahead and fire the Fire God Gatling, just shoot a little." Lin Feng directly urged these two mechanical AIs to perform. After all, if destruction were to take action, it likely wouldn't need to utilize defensive measures. It could directly cause widespread slaughter. Lin Feng was indeed very interested in such defensive measures. "Escher, you can attack me anytime. I'm all set." Destruction nodded in agreement, and then a faint green membrane started to appear around its mechanical body, completely defending against attacks from all angles. Upon seeing this, the Escher immediately obeyed Lin Feng's command and instantly raised the Fire God Gatling, unleashing a storm of gunfire. Da-da-da. Red flames burst forth. A barrage of Fire God Gatling bullets rained down on destruction. Destruction stood still, not moving at all, seemingly unaffected by the barrage due to its defensive force field. Soon, the bullets from the Fire God Gatling struck the faint green membrane, failing to penetrate the defensive force field, leaving an increasing number of spent shells on the ground. "Escher, stop. I've seen enough." Lin Feng's eyes lit up. This defensive force field was indeed quite impressive. Ordinary weapons surely wouldn't be able to breach this defensive force field. Even the Fire God Gatling and even tracking missiles, those hot weapons, couldn't penetrate it. As for ordinary players' cold weapons, that's simply unthinkable. As long as destruction doesn't retract its defenses, how could ordinary players harm destruction? It would be akin to dreaming. Wait, there's about a minute left. The golden treasure chest airdrop is about to descend. I need to hurry over there. Lin Feng suddenly remembered what was outside and directly instructed destruction, asking destruction, "What means do you have to protect me?" In this game session, Lin Feng's attributes were not high, and he didn't even have any equipment, so he was naturally not very strong. He now needed these mechanical AIs for protection, to avoid encountering a player ambush, leading to death when heading to the golden treasure chest airdrop area. Reporting to the master, "I have a cockpit inside my mechanical body. You can control and unleash powerful penetrating beam cannons, diffusion particle cannons, and long-range lightspeed penetrating cannons." Destruction responded directly. This made Lin Feng smile slightly. As expected, a high-grade mechanical AI. Without the cockpit, it certainly wouldn't work. Of course, most operations would be automatically controlled by destruction, so Lin Feng wouldn't need to worry. Lin Feng just needed to know one thing: that he could win without lifting a finger. Then, crack, the center of destruction's mechanical body began to split open, revealing the cockpit within. Lin Feng easily leaped inside, comfortably lying within. Destruction closed the split and returned to its original form, safeguarding Lin Feng's safety. As long as destruction doesn't suffer damage, Lin Feng would definitely not be harmed. "Let's go." Lin Feng prepared to activate his abilities to tear through the dimensional space and return to the outer game world. Suddenly, he curiously asked, "Zero, Escher, can you merge with destruction to achieve a combined effect?" Immediately, Zero and Escher hadn't answered yet, when destruction spoke up directly. "Master, that's impossible. Whatever functionalities they possess, I naturally possess as well, and I'm even more formidable than them. Just let them watch me demonstrate next." As the words fell, Zero and Ishur were quite speechless. The key point was, they couldn't refute Destruction's statement, because what Destruction said was indeed true. With a loud sound, Lin Feng directly utilized his abilities to tear through the spatial rift and return to the outside world. Now Destruction is the main focus. Zero and One are responsible for logistics. Inside the cockpit, Lin Feng could still clearly see the outside world, and he began issuing commands. Destruction, head to the center of the safe zone. There's still about a minute left. The golden treasure chest airdrop will descend soon. Make sure to help secure that treasure chest. There are even wild monsters guarding it. I want you to kill it directly. Did you hear me? As soon as the words fell, Destruction nodded eagerly. Received. Any creature that stands in my way will surely perish. 0 and 1. Hurry up and grab onto me. I'm activating the booster engine now to leave this place. I'm moving quickly, so don't get left behind. Suddenly. Okay. Combine. Upon hearing this, 0 and 1 immediately merged and clung to Destruction's mechanical leg. They lacked high mobility and could only rely on Destruction to carry them. Otherwise, if they couldn't keep up, they would be left behind here. Inside the cockpit, only Lin Feng had space. There was no room for the two mechanical AIs anymore. The next moment, boom, boom, boom. From the back of Destruction's mechanical body, wings resembling feathers extended quickly, emitting red energy flames. This force propelled Destruction upwards. Adjust position. Adjustment complete. Advance. Once Destruction confirmed the direction, its winged boosters erupted with tremendous energy, propelling it at great speed toward the center of the safe zone. In the center of the safe zone, in the open wilderness, a massive tyrant bear was resting in place. Its brown fur was remarkably tough, and its claws had extended to 30 centimeters, possessing tremendous explosive power. However, above this giant bear, a shimmering golden treasure chest was beginning to fall. At this rate, it would reach the ground in about half a minute. Not far away, there was a mountain range where numerous players had already arrived. They were on high alert, not attacking each other. Everyone understood clearly now. As long as you attack someone carelessly, you would be besieged by a multitude of players. They were also quite wary, maintaining a distance of 20 meters from each other. However, they turned their heads to look at the Dlevel wild monster in the distance, their eyes filled with trepidation. The attributes of the Dlevel wild monster absolutely overshadowed the current players. Only by joining forces could players hope to defeat this wild monster. The key was that this was a solo match, and no one would willingly agree to this. How would they distribute the rewards after killing the Dlevel wild monster? This time, the golden treasure chest airdrop is actually guarded by a Dlevel monster. What a hassle. Truly a hassle. Hiss. Should I even attempt to join this battle for the airdrop? Getting the rewards from the airdrop would greatly enhance my battle power. I absolutely cannot give up now. The key is that the Dlevel monster is guarding it. To obtain the rewards from the airdrop, we must overcome this tyrant bear. There are nearly 20 players here. Killing the Dlevel wild monster is certainly easier if they work together, but if players start competing, that's the real challenge. It seems that at least 10 players will die here this time. Each player began to imagine. However, the golden treasure chest airdrop was about to descend. One can believe that the moment it lands, players will erupt in chaos. No player would casually leave the golden treasure chest airdrop behind. Thus, the Dlevel wild monster would have no chance of stopping nearly 20 players. If it angered all the players present, they would surely band together and eliminate the Dlevel monster. Suddenly, whoosh, a rainbow light was rushing from the edge of the sky, moving so fast that it had already approached. This phenomenon naturally attracted all the players present. What is that? An airdrop? Impossible. There can only be one airdrop. A new event. If it's a new event, the game should provide a prompt. Wait. That is the light of flames. A meteor. Fool. How could there be a meteor? The players were stunned and pale as they discovered the distant light was shining with the color of flames. Quickly, this flame light shot towards the position of the Dlevel wild monster. The players present hurriedly turned their gazes. One must say, they were quite curious. They saw the Dlevel wild monster, the tyrant bear, resting in place. Suddenly, the tyrant bear seemed to sense danger. It quickly raised its head and saw a flame light falling toward its position. This startled the tyrant bear, causing it to retreat hurriedly. Its intelligence wasn't very high, but it could still sense when danger was near. If it couldn't evade this, it would surely die here. Oomph. Your master wants you dead. You dare to run. Leave your head behind. Destruction controlled its floating position, retracting the winged boosters from its back, and began to descend to the ground. In the next moment, come at me with your life. Destruction looked at the figure of the tyrant bear and stepped down forcefully, accompanied by a deep thudding sound. The tyrant bear was instantly stomped into the ground by Destruction's massive mechanical foot, its health dropping by a fifth. Destruction stepped on half of the tyrant bear's body and immediately attacked. Photon blade. Destruction's mechanical arm extended, and suddenly a photon blade filled with laser edges appeared, slicing down at the tyrant bear's head. In an instant, a bewildered bear head floated in midair. The tyrant bear died in such an unclear manner. The health of the Dlevel wild monster, the tyrant bear, dropped to the minimum and then reached death. Then its body shattered, and a Dlevel treasure chest loot was born on the spot. Such high damage. Lin Feng lay in the cockpit watching the scene outside, astonished that the level wild monster was so easily defeated by destruction. Suddenly, he began checking destruction's attributes. Destruction strength 650, endurance 650, agility 700, defense 800, spirit 600. These attributes are quite formidable. There's no player who could possibly defeat it. Lin Feng's pupils shrank suddenly as he realized how terrifying destruction's attributes were. He was also quite eager. Would the AI battle suit be even more powerful than destruction? With the strange death of the Drank wild monster, the tyrant bear, the players present seemed to have yet to react. After all, that was a Drank wild monster, the most powerful creature at the bronze rank, whose attributes are so formidable that an ordinary player would find it incredibly difficult to challenge it alone. To kill a Drank wild monster, players first need powerful skills, luxurious equipment, and even talent must come into play. Otherwise, it is a pipe dream for ordinary players to kill a Drank wild monster. This led to much discussion among the players present of facing this newly emerged unknown creature. It must be said that they were somewhat frightened. What kind of creature is this? It's so huge. It resembles a real-life toy, a Gundam robot. Crap. Isn't the atmosphere of this game supposed to be that of the cold weapon era? Sort of. Additionally, higher ranks will have entirely new map specifications. I have a friend who ranked first before and during the promotion rounds discovered the legendary martial arts skills inside. As long as he earns enough points, he can even extract them in reality. Wow. I'm so envious. Wait, this is a survival game, currently selecting only 10,000 players. You actually know a friend. We're good buddies. However, my friend is quite reclusive now because he got beaten up badly. He encountered a player with the ID 00886 whose talent allowed him to split into numerous clones instantly, overwhelming and killing the players in that match. It seems your friend's skill isn't that great. Although my friend's skill isn't very high, he has at least ranked first. Have you ever ranked that high? I bet you haven't even been in the top 10. You nitpicker. You jerk. Take my sword. I knew you had wicked thoughts. Fortunately, I was already on guard. Some players were discussing when they suddenly started to fight. This immediately attracted the attention of all surrounding players, forcing the two fighting players to hastily cease their actions. When the clam and the snipe grapple, it is the fisherman who benefits. If they die here, it would be quite a loss. Suddenly, boom. The giant machine in the distance suddenly began to go berserk. In an instant, the players present became tense, gazing at this unknown creature from afar. This unknown creature is quite troublesome. It can actually kill Drank wild monsters in an instant. This time, obtaining the golden treasure chest drop is becoming increasingly difficult. On the other side, Lin Feng lay in the cockpit looking at the Drank loot chest on the ground. He began to issue commands. Destroy? You bring the chest on the ground to me. As soon as he finished speaking, the destroyer immediately complied, its enormous palm carefully pinching the small chest, then opening the cockpit to hand it to Lin Feng. Nice. Destroyer, next go kill these players. I don't have time to control you now, but just act freely. Also leave a clone here. It can kill players within 100 meters, so I'm sure no player will be able to approach this drop zone. We can't let players sneak away with the golden treasure chest drop. Lin Feng took the loot chest, and then instructed again before pulling out a wooden hammer and lightly smashing it down. Instantly, the glowing Drank treasure chest shattered, turning into a multitude of material fragments. 3 items dropped from inside, and surprisingly all were equipment without any skill books. Smash! Lin Feng continued to smash these pieces of equipment. At this moment, he checked the materials he had obtained. You smashed the Drank treasure chest and obtained material fragments X 300. You smashed the Drank weapon and obtained material fragments X 100. You smashed the Drank equipment and obtained material fragments X 95. You smashed the Drank equipment and obtained material fragments X 90. Combined with the 127 material fragments he had left over, he currently amassed a total of 712 fragments. Acquiring a large number of material fragments was simply too easy. For the upcoming golden treasure chest drop, Lin Feng would naturally operate in the same way. He didn't need the equipment at all. Skill books were also optional. With a mechanical AI, why would he need to do it himself? Lying comfortably in the cockpit isn't that enjoyable. The feeling of lying down and winning, quite thrilling. He didn't even need to control the destroyer. He just let it act freely. At that moment, understood. The destroyer had received the command, and even the clone was the same. The clone quickly released its grip on the leg of the destroyer, directly taking the place of the Drank wild monster, the tyrant bear, wielding a fire god Gatling gun, its face filled with a fierce, murderous intent. As long as any player sneaks over, they will inevitably be detected by thermal vision and enter a headshot lock-on mode. However, if it were compared to the destroyer now, it would seem a bit low. The mechanical arm of the destroyer retracted inward, and the beam saber's blade retracted. Then particle cannon. The mechanical arm of the destroyer began to transform instantly, becoming a massive weapon resembling a pitch-black cannon mouth, gathering deep blue energy waves within. This caused the surrounding air to seem to twist, leading this area to become completely blurry. Suddenly, the group of players on the mountain saw this scene and were so frightened that their pupils trembled. They turned and ran. Not good. What is happening? This unknown creature is actually attacking us. What terrifying might. Run. Damn, why is this creature attacking us? No, I can't die here. The next moment, boom! The destroyer had completely gathered the power of this energy cannon and released it instantly. A wave of deep blue energy suddenly swept and pulled at the distant objects. The mountain was instantly uprooted, and the players who had not yet fled the mountain were directly engulfed by this energy wave disappearing from the spot. The ground suddenly formed a giant pit, deeply sunken and bottomless. This energy cannon easily killed 9 players. The remaining players reacted quickly, barely jumping down the mountain, losing some health, but surviving. Wait. Destroyer. What the? My heavens. The equipment of those players, it can't have already shattered, right? Blood loss. Lin Feng, sitting in the cockpit, watched eagerly as he discovered that the players' deaths resulted in none of their dropped equipment remaining. It appeared that facing such a tremendous energy wave attack, these ordinary Frank and rank equipments simply couldn't withstand it, instantly breaking as their durability hit 0. Hiss. That's a bit of a loss. Lin Feng's eyelids twitched. He had hoped to pick up the equipment from the players' deaths and then smash it for material fragments. But it seemed now that the weapons of this mechanical AI, the destroyer, were far too terrifying. Even without using such a weapon, just stepping on them would surely cause the players' equipment to shatter and disappear. The destructive energy cannon unleashed a devastating blow, instantly annihilating the 9 players present. This led to Lin Feng's player ID flooding the chat, becoming exceedingly eye-catching. The surviving players witnessed it all clearly. Player ID 00886. Damn, I've encountered this guy before. He can actually control clever wild monsters. I was blasted to death on the spot. He's simply a monster. What a... You've met him too. I ran into this guy as well and inexplicably got cut down without seeing him at all. I don't know what's going on. What are you all talking about? Is this player really that formidable? Of course. During the qualifying rounds, my friend was psychologically scarred by this player ID 00886 and went into a state of depression. I heard he has already advanced to silver rank. Hiss. Then why is he still able to match with us? How would I know? In the testing phase, there are too few players, so he can probably only match with lower-ranked opponents. Isn't that cheating? He can even summon such unknown creatures with terrifying weaponry. That shouldn't be possible. High-ranked players heading into low-ranked matches should face some restrictions. How can he be so powerful? Among the surviving players, there were even 2 who had previously encountered Lin Feng. Because Lin Feng's abilities varied with each game match, the 2 players had slightly different accounts of their experiences. However, the surviving players were now acutely aware that this massive unknown creature in the distance possessed extremely terrifying weaponry. It could instantly annihilate a large number of players. If the players didn't react in time and failed to jump down the mountain, they might have already been wiped out. This golden loot box drop is now out of reach. I have to run. Surviving is the most important choice. Dying here means losing lifespan. The higher your ranking, the more survival points you lose. I can't die here. What a joke. Encountering such an unknown creature in the cold weapon era, and it's even killed by player ID 00886. This unknown creature is a manifestation of player ID 00886's talent. Player ID 00886. What kind of talent does he possess? This completely disrupts the balance of the game. Can we report him? Where are the game officials? I want to file a complaint. What are you complaining about? This game employs extraordinary methods, deducting your lifespan while enhancing genetic cells. This is far from an ordinary game. Damn, I guess I should run. The players present could no longer contain their inner fear and began fleeing in all directions. Especially the 2 players who had previously encountered Lin Feng. They were extremely terrified of him because they had died in such a humiliating and tragic manner. They wished they could stay far away from player ID 00886. On the other side, it seems this time the material fragments might be a bit fewer. Lin Feng was still troubled as the destruction of this mechanical AI, with its overwhelmingly lethal weaponry, meant that the players who died dropped no gear at all. However, he couldn't just let these players escape. Suddenly, Lin Feng took control in the cockpit and began issuing commands. Destruction. Initiate the long-range light-speed cannon. Kill all players present. Don't let a single player survive. Attention. Control the power a bit. I want to pick up the equipment from these players. Upon hearing this, the response was understood. The mechanical body unleashed numerous small cannons that began gathering deep blue energy lasers. In the next moment, whoosh whoosh whoosh, countless tiny blue energy projectiles erupted forth. While they lacked unparalleled destructive power, they created a relentless wave of impact. A multitude of energy projectiles rained down, devastating the ground. The players attempting to escape were instantly pierced all over their bodies. Not even a scream of agony could escape their lips. The moment of death was so swift. You have killed the target player. Notifications flooded in. Without exception, as these players died, their equipment shattered, once again failing to drop anything at all. This left Lin Feng in the cockpit drenched in sweat, having clearly commanded the destruction while even attempting to control the power. It was just unfortunate. The equipment on these players could not withstand such laser damage. Destruction. You're perfect in every way except for your terrifying lethality. Lin Feng, feeling helpless, covered his face. If he could collect the equipment from nearly 20 players, achieving 1,500 material fragments would be quite simple. However, the golden loot box had already fallen to the ground. This shifted Lin Feng's attention, and he realized that the surrounding players were completely eradicated. He opened the cockpit, stepped out, and approached the golden loot box with swagger. The golden loot box is actually a level loot box. However, an airdrop can yield 3 rewards. Loot can only yield 1. That's why airdrops are so tempting. But in my eyes, they are completely the same. Lin Feng's expression revealed some helplessness. Possessing the destruction hammer, he could easily claim all rewards from the loot. With that, he did not hesitate, raising the destruction hammer in his hand to smash the golden loot box's exterior, scattering shiny material fragments everywhere. He collected them all and checked the quantity. You smashed the airdrop box and received 500 material fragments. Huh. Lin Feng's expression changed slightly as he discovered that the material fragments obtained from the airdrop box exceeded those from the level loot box by 200. It seemed that the rewards within the airdrop box were of slightly higher quality than those of the loot box. That made sense. Though level wild monsters were powerful, there were likely several on the map. It was just a matter of not knowing where they were hidden. However, this type of match could only yield 1 airdrop reward. Therefore, after smashing the airdrop box, Lin Feng searched through the debris for the internal rewards. This time he found 2 level equipment rewards and a skill book. It seemed that not every time could he be so lucky to obtain 3 pieces of equipment. As for the skill book, it offered no assistance to his talent. A skill book? Let's take a look. After all the equipment and skill books encountered in the game can be extracted to reality. It might sometimes come in handy. Lin Feng checked the information of this level skill book. Active self-healing level skill book. You can control self-healing cells to enhance your recovery and regeneration abilities, allowing your injuries to heal faster. This skill is surprisingly useful. Lin Feng gazed at the skill book. Although he couldn't use it now, if he were to get injured one day, having this skill would enable him to recover quickly. With that, he did not hesitate and learned it directly. At that time, he would be able to extract it in reality. Of course, he didn't want to extract it unless he truly got hurt and had no choice but to use this skill to heal himself. He hoped he would never reach that point. I never expected the golden treasure chest airdrop to yield 500 material fragments. With the material fragments from before, I now have a total of 1,212 fragments. Lin Feng looked at his haul, a smile of joy appearing on his face. Originally, his plan was to eliminate the players present who sought the golden treasure chest airdrop and then smash the equipment dropped from their deaths. This should have easily allowed him to reach 1,500 material fragments. However, the plan did not account for the changes. He never anticipated that the destructive weapon would possess such terrifying lethality, resulting in no equipment drops. In the next moment, Lin Feng gazed at the 2 pieces of equipment on the ground, muttering to himself, I must gather 300 material fragments. Otherwise, I'll have to raid homes. This is quite a troublesome matter. With that, he raised the destruction hammer and gently struck down. Accompanied by the sound of cracking, a large number of shiny material fragments burst forth from the ground. Lin Feng hurriedly picked them up, checking the quantity. You smashed a great equipment, gaining material fragments X145. You smashed a great equipment, gaining material fragments X145. Your current material fragments, 1502. This is truly the limit. I have actually gathered enough 1,500 material fragments. Lin Feng's pupils slightly widened, his face filled with surprise. Next, he could finally craft the artificial intelligence AI battle suit. Once the game match ended, he could utilize the survival points from this match to return to reality. It was simply perfect. From now on, he would have security in reality. Destruction. There are no players around, right? Lin Feng raised his head to look at Destruction and began to inquire. Reporting, Master, I have not detected any players within a radius of 500 meters. 500 meters. It seems your abilities are indeed much superior to 0. Lin Feng's eyes narrowed slightly. Destruction's thermal perception reached a radius of 500 meters, which was already an astonishing ability in this melee battlefield. Then he commanded again, Destruction, be aware of your surroundings. I believe there are still players on their way to seize the airdrop. They are still unaware of the severity of the situation here. So if you spot them, eliminate them immediately. This match can then come to an end. I initially had no desire to kill players, but since I have gathered enough material fragments, I can end this. Upon finishing, Destruction quickly nodded. Understood. Destruction will certainly fulfill its mission. Hearing this, Lin Feng used his abilities to tear open a spatial rift, heading into the forge space, preparing to begin crafting the artificial intelligence AI battle suit. This time, he no longer needed to bring the mechanical AIs back. He would let the 3 mechanical AIs guard the outside area. In the forge space, everything remained as pristine as ever, with only the central workbench quietly lying there. To be honest, this talent was quite overpowered. If Lin Feng encountered danger, he could hide in this space, thus avoiding player attacks. However, with the presence of mechanical AIs, he had no need for such a turtling strategy. Let's begin. Lin Feng had reached the workbench, extending his palm to touch it, causing a multitude of prompts to appear. You currently possess material fragments 1502 craftable mechanical AIs detection type mechanical AI 50 fragments combat type mechanical AI 200 fragments high energy mech mechanical AI 800 fragments artificial intelligence AI battlesuit 1500 fragments. Craft the artificial intelligence AI battlesuit. Lin Feng directly clicked the button, instantly deducting 1,500 material fragments. A large number of material fragments floated out of his inventory. However, this time it did not assemble into a mechanical AI. Instead, the material fragments began to gather around Lin Feng's body. It was as if it was tailor-made for him on the spot. Interesting. Lin Feng watched as these material fragments began to swirl around his body, coalescing into pieces of armor material for the battlesuit, fitting him perfectly. A multitude of material fragments had adhered to the surface of Lin Feng's entire body, causing his vision to fill with darkness, rendering him unable to see anything. Lin Feng did not rush. He continued to wait, knowing that the crafting was not yet complete. This was the artificial intelligence AI battlesuit. He believed there would be surprises. As time passed, finally the last piece of armor material was completely crafted, adhering to Lin Feng's body. In an instant, a black and white battlesuit appeared in place, perfectly fitting Lin Feng's body, without any uncomfortable sensation. At this moment, Lin Feng, whose vision was filled with darkness, suddenly found he could see the outside world. The interior of the battlesuit began to glow. He began to move slightly, discovering it felt much like usual. However, Lin Feng could sense that he could control all the functions of this black and white battlesuit. Of course, he still needed to try out these functions. Meanwhile, a pleasant female voice slowly resonated. "Hello, Master." Upon hearing this, Lin Feng furrowed his brows slightly and asked, "Are you the artificial intelligence? What is your name?" The artificial intelligence quickly replied, "Master, I do not have a name. I hope you can give me one." Lin Feng pondered for a moment and then spoke, "Vice and Apocalypse. Which of these two names do you prefer? Also, if you are an artificial intelligence, change your voice. It sounds strange. I dislike your delicate female voice. Change it to a male voice. Is that clear?" After his words, the artificial intelligence fell silent for a moment, then responded in a deep male voice. "Understood. As for the name, Master, I prefer Apocalypse." Lin Feng nodded slightly. "All right, from now on I will call you Apocalypse. Now please briefly introduce the functions of this battlesuit. Although I can control it, I still need you, Apocalypse, to explain its functionalities." After saying that, Apocalypse quickly began to explain the functions of the black and white battlesuit. Generally speaking, the black and white battlesuit possesses extremely strong defensive capabilities. If it is damaged, it can even self-repair. Moreover, it wields unique offensive capabilities rivaling destruction in some aspects, and to a certain extent it can even command destruction. Additionally, this suit is perfectly tailored for Lin Feng. Even if Lin Feng can control destruction, it would still be difficult for him to exert its full potential. Furthermore, the most crucial point is the presence of the artificial intelligence Apocalypse, whose knowledge exceeds the current level of Blue Star. As long as Apocalypse is provided with sufficient mechanical parts, it can research a multitude of technologies unimaginable to Blue Star. Soon Apocalypse began to introduce a plethora of functions, leaving Lin Feng astonished to the point of struggling to remember all the functionalities. Mainly because there were too many functions, he found it a bit hard to comprehend. This black and white battlesuit, if exchanged in the survival mall, would likely cost tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of survival points. He never expected that he could obtain it now. Indeed, every SS level talent possesses its uniqueness. Since I have obtained the Apocalypse battle armor, then the game begins and ends. Moreover, it can also protect him. As long as he can convert the Apocalypse battle armor back to reality, he believes it will adequately safeguard his well-being in the real world. In the next moment, he began to check the attributes of the Apocalypse battle armor. Apocalypse strength 1500, stamina 1500, agility 1500, defense 1500, spirit 1500. These attributes may not be considered very powerful in the game, but in reality they are already quite formidable. If I want to enhance these attributes, I will need to spend a significant amount of survival points. Now that I have obtained the Apocalypse battle armor, it's already a stroke of good fortune. Lin Feng's gaze was fixed on the attribute page of the Apocalypse battle armor, his expression filled with delight, clearly very fond of this piece of equipment. However, he no longer needed to stay in this forging space. It was time for him to go out and deal with the players outside. Lin Feng used his ability to tear open a spatial rift and left the forging space. Returning to the game world, Lin Feng noticed that there were already some changes in the outside area. The ground was riddled with deep cracks, and the surrounding mountains had completely collapsed. It seemed that while he was away, some players had returned here attempting to seize the golden treasure box airdrop, resulting in further destruction and slaughter. The destructive laser weapons were still quite terrifying enough to leave the area in ruins which ordinary players could not withstand. Time is already getting late. I need to resolve this quickly. Who knows, after going out, I might still be able to play another game round. Lin Feng's expression was calm. His words naturally referred to the time in reality, as activating the double points function had caused his game time to also double. Half an hour felt like an hour, although he also didn't know why. Activating the double points function allowed him to match the time flow of other players. Perhaps this was the magic of survival game, astonishingly able to resonate with real-world time. Moreover, since he had not yet played the game, he naturally did not understand the effects of the SS level talent. He planned to give his all each round, striving for higher survival points. As a result, this time the SS level talent unexpectedly granted the ability to convert reality, making Lin Feng quite excited, spending his survival points to transform the Apocalypse battle armor back to reality. This deal was an absolute profit. Next, Lin Feng checked the number of players who survived this round. You have eliminated 25 target players. Remaining target players 12. Lin Feng's expression turned peculiar. This round of player elimination relied solely on Yi Shi and the destruction. He hadn't even truly engaged yet, and had already eliminated 25 players. It was way too easy. The feeling of lying down and winning is nice, but I still need to get my hands dirty. It's perfect for adapting to the Apocalypse battle armor's functions. Lin Feng controlled the Apocalypse battle armor, activating energy mode instantly, allowing him to soar in the air. This experience was truly exhilarating. Unlike when he was in the Destruction's cockpit, where he felt no sense of experience. Next, Lin Feng began to issue commands. Yi Shi and Destruction, you two go sweep the edge of the poison circle. If any players try to reach the safe zone, eliminate them directly. I also need to eliminate these players. I must end this battle quickly. As his words fell, the two mechanical AIs promptly complied. Understood. After saying that, Destruction and Yi Shi headed to the edge of the poison circle, intending to guard it, ready to eliminate any players that appeared immediately. Sigh. Lin Feng looked at these mechanical AIs and sighed helplessly. Although he felt a bit bad for these three mechanical AIs, ultimately with the conversion to reality, he could only take one AI back. Zero had no combat capability. Its thermal imaging and analysis functions in reality could not protect Lin Feng at all. Although Yi Shi possessed thermal weapons, they were of no use. There were numerous thermal weapons in reality, which Yi Shi could not withstand. Destruction, although a combination of these two mechanical AIs was far too massive, if Lin Feng converted Destruction back, his house would be utterly destroyed. The key was, how would he accommodate Destruction afterwards? A mechanical AI with such a large size would definitely attract the attention of the official organization. If that were to happen, it might lead to disaster. That would be quite troublesome. However, the Apocalypse battle armor was different, possessing the advantages of the previous three mechanical AIs, and even more. The Apocalypse battle armor fit Lin Feng perfectly, as if tailor-made, and even possessed transformation capabilities, making it completely undetectable by the official organization. It even boasted the AI Tianqi, capable of performing numerous complex operations in reality. Tianqi had even guaranteed, as long as there were enough mechanical materials, he could even forge a mechanical legion. This is why Lin Feng chose the Apocalypse battle armor. Tianqi, what functions does the battle armor possess? To locate players over a wide area. Lin Feng's expression was anxious. He could not wait to end the game and obtain the Apocalypse battle armor in reality. In response, Tianqi quickly replied, Master, the armor has a scanning function similar to ultrasonic diffusion, covering a range of thousands of meters. If it detects a player, it will display immediately. Lin Feng's eyes lit up. The Apocalypse battle armor actually had such a function, which was quite shameless. However, he did not mind. In the next moment, he followed Tianqi's instructions and activated the scanning function. In an instant, buzz. Extremely subtle sound waves suddenly began to spread out, enveloping a range of thousands of meters. Yi Shi and Destruction, who had just left their original position, were instantly detected by Lin Feng. At that moment, the two mechanical AIs were already stationed at the edge of the poison circle, focusing intently on scanning the surroundings, ready to eliminate any players that appeared. He slightly shifted his attention and discovered that not far from there was actually a group of players. However, they were currently engaged in combat approximately 700 meters away. It seemed that with the significant reduction in player numbers, they had already reached the final circle, leading these players to become restless. No wonder they hadn't been detected by Destruction. After all, Destruction's sensing range was only 500 meters. Tianqi, activate long-range attack mode. After spotting this group of players, Lin Feng began to command Tianqi. Suddenly, boom. He floated high above, raising his palm, from which brilliant energy lasers instantly shot out. The speed of this energy laser was so fast that it reached the vicinity of that group of players, crashing into the ground, accompanied by a tremendous bang sound. A mushroom cloud was birthed on the spot. Lin Feng's player number. The kill leaderboard began to refresh. As time passed, Lin Feng activated the Apocalypse armor and began a relentless slaughter within the safe zone. Any trace of a player was met with immediate annihilation. With its ultra-long-range mode, he unleashed devastating laser projectiles capable of obliterating everything within a 100-meter radius. The number of players eliminated surged ceaselessly. Yet Lin Feng felt no emotion, no triumph, no hesitation. Even if this victory granted him 100,000 survival points, his sole intent remained to convert the Apocalypse armor and return to reality. Elsewhere, before the remaining players reached the safe zone, they spotted two mechanical AIs guarding the toxic zone's edge. One colossal, the other compact, both radiating an aura of unyielding menace. Their oppressive presence spoke volumes. Crossing their threshold meant certain death. Yet staying outside meant perishing in the encroaching toxic zone. To die trapped within the toxic zone would be a humiliating end, utterly devoid of dignity or agency. Without hesitation, the players charged forward. They were instantly annihilated, so swiftly that not even a single countermove was possible. All they could do was stare wide-eyed and helpless. Destruction's arsenal of long-range attacks was staggeringly diverse. The Vulcan Gatling and homing missiles paled in comparison, utterly outmatched. Meanwhile, as player numbers dwindled rapidly, the toxic zone contracted further. Only 2 players remain. They've hidden underground. Incredible, such a tactic. This game is absurdly realistic. Can players actually dig tunnels? Yet it changes nothing. My laser projectiles can still scour the deepest subterranean strata. Using the Apocalypse armor's sonar detection, Linfoam identified 2 life forms buried 10 meters beneath the surface. Though the simulation felt astonishingly authentic, it remained virtual at its core. Only a player's unconventional thinking might unlock the impossible. With only 3 players left, including Linfoam, the count of survivors stood at 2. It ends now. I can hardly wait. Linfoam raised his hand once more. At its palm's center, a blinding orb of condensed energy coalesced, ready to conclude the match. Master, the AI Tianchi suddenly interjected. Do you wish to take Zero, Sure, and Destruction with you? Or shall I reconstruct these material fragments within reality? Tianchi, having learned that Linfoam possessed the extraordinary ability to translocate it into the real world, was both astonished and profoundly grateful toward its master. Yet only one mechanical AI could be converted at a time. To abandon Zero, Sure, and Destruction would leave Linfoam reluctant, deeply so. In response, Tianchi conceived an ingenious solution, one that might yet bring all 3 AIs back to reality. What? Do you have another method? Explain it. Linfoam let the radiant energy at his palm dissipate, withholding the final strike. He longed to bring them all home, but his power permitted only a single translocation into reality. Even if he succeeded, housing them posed a dilemma. Zero, being compact, could easily be accommodated, but Sure, and especially Destruction, defied any feasible containment. A simple solution: Master used Destruction's mallet to shatter all 3 AIs, then integrate every fragment into the armor itself. Thus, the armor becomes the sole AI entity. Its translocation should proceed without interference. Once in reality, I will disassemble and repurpose those fragments. These fragments hold immense value, ideal for crafting advanced technologies. If sourced from real-world components, extensive filtration would first be required to refine them into usable fragments. Tianchi elaborated on the plan. This approach might actually work. Lin Feng's expression shifted to one of genuine astonishment. He had never imagined consolidating all fragments onto the armor itself, though overloading it carried clear risks. The armor already conformed perfectly to his form. Excess fragments would serve only as cumbersome dead weight. Still, carrying surplus fragments back to reality, where they could be reassembled into new technologies, would prove immensely valuable. Though Linfoam lacked the expertise to assemble such high-tech systems, Tianchi possessed precisely that knowledge, making the AI indispensable. Perhaps, as Tianchi suggested, if granted sufficient materials and time, it truly could forge for Linfoam an entire mechanized legion. This plan merits trial. Linfoam nodded faintly. He sensed its viability. Accordingly, he recalled Destruction and Sure. Upon Sure's return, it disassembled, releasing Zero. As for the 2 mole players burrowed underground, he would deal with them shortly. For now, Tianchi addressed the 3 AIs, outlining the procedure. Its primary motive: to preserve every scrap of material. Even if the AIs resisted, Tianchi held the authority and capability to compel their dismantling. Without pause, the trio responded in unison. Master, dismantle us. If it serves your purpose, it is our highest honor, the very reason we were forged. As their words faded, Linfoam replied, very well. If possible, I hope to rebuild you in reality. He smiled faintly. These AIs embodied unwavering loyalty. His judgment had been sound. In the next instant, he swung his arm. A heavy mallet appeared in his grasp, striking Zero, Sure, and Destruction in swift succession. A torrent of metallic fragments rained down like a storm. Assimilate. Tianchi commanded the armor, drawing the shards to its surface and binding them seamlessly. The once majestic armor swelled grotesquely, its sleek silhouette bloated into something absurdly cumbersome. It's unbearably heavy. Linfoam felt his waist buckle slightly. Before, the armor moved with him like ordinary clothing, effortless, unobtrusive. Now, however, it weighed upon him like slabs of iron. Tianchi, has assimilation finished yet? It's almost done. Master, please endure just a moment longer. Linfoam offered a wry remark. It's heavy. Tianchi accelerated absorption. Though the armor thickened dramatically, it avoided the sheer bulk of Destruction's original frame, yet it looked unmistakably comically plump. At last, the final fragment fused. Master, Tianchi announced urgently, it is time to end this battle. I've been waiting for those words. Die. Linfoam, long restrained, thrust forth his armored hand. A searing laser projectile erupted, obliterating the players concealed deep beneath the earth. With the demise of the last 2 players, the game began to conclude. Detecting SS-level talent ability. Transformation of reality in action. Do you wish to expend the survival points from this game session to exchange for a mechanical AI you created? Yes, no. Upon hearing this game prompt, Linfoam couldn't help but grit his teeth, finding it difficult even to voice his response. This Apocalypse battle suit is quite heavy. Linfoam found it somewhat difficult to adjust, and it seemed that the surplus material fragments were indeed unsuitable for the battle suit, merely a burden. Now he needed to hurry back to reality and dismantle these extra material fragments. With that, he extended his finger to click the yes button. Confirmation complete. In this game session, you have created a mechanical AI artificial intelligence battlesuit. You have accrued survival points 2,159 points. The survival points have now been deducted, and the transformation of the artificial intelligence battlesuit back to reality is complete. Good luck. The game session has ended. And indeed, the conclusion was just as the apocalypse predicted. The method could succeed. This way, the surplus material fragments could be returned to reality. As for the developments to come, they would presumably be beneficial. The key was that the apocalypse battlesuit forcibly affixed the surplus material fragments to its surface, allowing for a successful conclusion. Otherwise, it would have been impossible to bring them back to reality. In an instant whoosh, Lin Feng the victor began to fade from sight. At that moment, the map began to change. The ground, which had been utterly destroyed, started to slowly repair itself. Even Lin Feng was unaware of this, not knowing what was happening. Crack. The sound of fragments hitting the ground. Lin Feng had returned home to reality, and due to the weight of the apocalypse battle suit, it was indeed excessively heavy. As a result, when he returned home, the floor began to collapse and crack. Even one of his feet had already broken through the floor, completely sinking into the underground. Quite a comical sight. Apocalypse. Quickly dismantle these material fragments. Lin Feng opened his eyes and found himself back, still wearing the bulky suit. His face lit up. Indeed, it had transformed. However, he hurriedly instructed Apocalypse to quickly dismantle the surplus material fragments. Otherwise, the floor of his rented room would likely shatter completely. The crucial point was, this place was still rented. If he were to damage the existing property, he would have to pay for it. However, it seemed he was already on the brink of having to pay. Dismantling. Apocalypse began to control the suit, throwing all the affixed material fragments onto the ground. In a short time, the ground was piled high with material fragments, which was about to exceed the floor's weight limit. Lin Feng's rented room was not very large to begin with. It was approximately 45 square meters. If a single citizen lived there, it would have been no problem. However, with these material fragments piling up, they quickly spread across the living room, making it seem particularly cramped. Moreover, as the material fragments were dismantled, Lin Feng noticed that the suit was no longer heavy, and he could move around easily. Nevertheless, Lin Feng directly stated Apocalypse, "Now you can freely do as you wish. I want to leave the suit." With his words, "All right," Apocalypse responded, and the surface of the suit split open, allowing Lin Feng to exit. After leaving the suit, Lin Feng looked at the mountain of material fragments before him, picking up a piece, and gazing at this special material, he couldn't help but think, "This is truly astonishing. I never expected that one could actually extract items from the game. Although this is utilizing the advantage of SS level talent. This means that at least for the time being, my safety will be guaranteed. Other players are still contemplating the choices of lifespan and strengthening genetic cells. I am already in the phase of extracting items from the game, leading ahead of all other players. Moreover, this is also essential material for creating mechanical AIs. As long as the artificial intelligence Apocalypse can utilize its knowledge and abilities, I believe a brand new mechanical AI or even more useful technology can be produced." Lin Feng still had considerable trust in Apocalypse. However, it seems I need to change my place of residence for now. Lin Feng turned to look at the hole in the floor, feeling that this rented room was indeed not sturdy enough or spacious enough. After all, he had so many material fragments behind him that needed to be dealt with and couldn't just leave them there. A 45 square meter rented room was already too small. If Apocalypse needed to research new technology in the future, it couldn't possibly do so in this rented room. This would easily attract the attention of the neighbors to avoid any undesirable incidents. But the issue of money. Sigh, it's a bit troublesome. I currently don't have a stable income. I simply can't move. Lin Feng felt a headache. His current financial situation was even considered impoverished, and to some extent he was akin to an unemployed drifter. Usually he barely earned enough money according to the client's requests online to sustain himself. However, he had no intention of damaging the floor of this rented room. Furthermore, he would have to pay for damages. Quite a distressing thought. The next moment, Lin Feng turned his head and noticed Apocalypse had already controlled the suit, moving like an ordinary human to start processing the material fragments. Although the suit's movements appeared somewhat strange, after all, the suit wasn't a living entity in any sense. It was only with the existence of the artificial intelligence Apocalypse that the suit could move without a primary controller. But this was still within Lin Feng's psychological tolerance. To that end, Lin Feng couldn't help but ask Apocalypse, "Do you have any quick ways to make money? I can't just go work, can I? Isn't that a waste of time? With that time, I'd rather engage in a match of a survival game." Suddenly, Apocalypse, controlling the suit, stopped and turned its head to look at Lin Feng, speaking with some seriousness. "A quick way to make money? Yes. In fact, there are many. The simplest method is for me to infiltrate the virtual network and directly transfer money to you from the bank. But don't worry, if I take action, there will be no trace. Completely undetected. After all, I am an artificial intelligence, and at the level of this planet, I believe there is no way to detect me." With those words, Lin Feng helplessly covered his head. Although artificial intelligence was quite smart, it lacked the emotional depth of humans. Everything seemed identical in front of artificial intelligence. Apocalypse could make the perfect decisions without any emotional influence. Moreover, the method of Apocalypse infiltrating the virtual network and directly transferring money to him was indeed the fastest way to make money. It could even ensure no one would notice. But this is illegal. It's just that it hasn't been so difficult yet. For now, let's not consider this issue. Let's first deal with these material fragments. Lin Feng helplessly shook his head and could only temporarily set this problem aside. Tianqi. Lin Feng looked at the towering piles of material fragments and asked, "Do you intend to create a mechanical AI?" At that moment, Tianqi shook its head while controlling the battle suit. "Currently, I have no such idea. There is no place to accommodate such a mechanical AI. Perhaps when you change your residence, I will consider creating it. Therefore, I plan to temporarily gather these material fragments in preparation for what is to come." Although the battle suit possesses a multitude of offensive capabilities, the damage radius is too extensive and could easily devastate the surrounding area. I see. Lin Feng understood, but his expression was filled with helplessness as the rented space was too small. Even if Tianqi crafted the mechanical AI now, there would be no place to accommodate it. Tianqi had already realized this, which is why no research was being conducted at present. Moreover, the battle suit indeed had a vast array of offensive methods. Lin Feng had witnessed this firsthand. It could easily sweep the surrounding area, leaving devastation in its wake. The reality is real, unlike the game world. If the area were truly destroyed, it could not be restored. Damage in the game world could still be recovered, as it ultimately remains a virtual space. In this regard, if Lin Feng were to kill or destroy these players and the environment in reality, it would be quite troublesome. In the game, he could indeed do so, as it was virtual and did not require consideration. Players would return to reality upon death, and the environment could be restored in the game. However, in reality, Lin Feng had to be mindful of certain matters, such as the laws against crime. It seems I need to change my residence. Indeed, it is time to change. Otherwise, staying in this rented place all day is somewhat troublesome. Lin Feng realized the issue, as the current space could not support Tianqi's research. However, he needed to consider finances. After all, changing residences would require a substantial amount of money. What a hassle. Let's continue with the game. Lin Feng turned to Tianqi, who was still organizing the material fragments piled in the corner of the rented room. In response, Lin Feng wanted to continue with the game. He focused his thoughts to launch the game, only to find something was amiss as a prompt appeared. Survival game is currently undergoing maintenance and updates. All test players are unable to engage in game sessions. Official public testing will commence tomorrow at noon, and all citizens can participate. And the rules have been officially announced. All citizens must participate in 2 game sessions each week. If citizens fail to participate in the game sessions, 3 years will be deducted from their lifespan each week. Moreover, the game entrance will close at midnight every day, and players can only engage in game sessions from 8 a.m. on designated days. Lin Feng was utterly bewildered by these prompts. What? Maintenance phase? And it's starting public testing tomorrow. Wasn't it supposed to begin 3 days later? Lin Feng's eyes were filled with confusion, but he found himself unable to engage in game sessions now that the game entrance was closed for all test players. However, Lin Feng was quite excited, as once the player base increased, more silver tier players would emerge. Playing in bronze tier matches had become utterly uninteresting for him, as it was merely a cold weapon era with no novelty. This was a place for the weak, and he should not remain there. Moreover, higher tier matches would increase the base for survival points significantly. However, for ordinary test players, this was not necessarily a good thing, as being a test player naturally had its advantages. As long as test players can make the most of this time, their initial game attributes will gradually improve. By the time of public testing, they would be stronger than ordinary citizens. Indeed, this is a non-deletion test, because the survival points in the game can indeed enable players to grow stronger in reality. The stronger you are in reality, the higher your initial attributes will be in the game. Of course, for ordinary players, this is actually a nightmare, as it will deduct lifespan. Even if the weak have grievances, they cannot change this rule. Now players from all over the world, even from the entire galaxy, are entering the public testing phase, which will lead to unpredictable changes for all citizens. Society is about to collapse. Of course, it won't happen immediately. It will likely take some time. Citizens who wish to become stronger can only enhance their genetic cells or extract items and abilities from the game. However, the survival points required for this will be exorbitant. For example, Lin Feng. Even with the Tianqi battle suit, he cannot be considered invincible. Blue Star still possesses devastating weapons. If something unpredictable occurs, such weapons will be deployed. For instance, nuclear bombs are something that the Tianqi battle suit surely cannot defend against. However, the new rules are merciless towards the weak. Lin Feng's expression changed slightly as he recalled the previous prompts. The new rules of survival game actually required all players to engage in 2 game sessions each week. If they fail to do so, 3 years will be deducted from their lifespan. What does this imply? If you do not participate in the game, you will eventually die in reality. If you engage in the game but do not achieve a good ranking, you will still lose a significant amount of lifespan. However, at least you can prolong your existence, as you can still earn some points to exchange for lifespan. In this regard, players must engage in the game to earn survival points, increasing their initial game attributes, otherwise they will be at a severe disadvantage. About this time, many citizens may die. Some citizens already have less than a year of lifespan left. If they die in the game, they might return to reality as corpses. Lin Feng's expression grew increasingly grave as he realized the truly cruel aspects of survival game were about to emerge. His predictions were still merciful. When society collapses, no citizen can escape. It seems he needs to change his residence quickly. Once society collapses, his slum will be a significant problem, and even official organizations will likely be unable to prevent such disasters. After all, this is the mysterious online game survival game that sweeps across the world and even the entire galaxy. This game possesses such magical abilities akin to one created by deities. Moreover, the players I encounter in the future will not only be from Blue Star. There will be players from other planets. This is getting more and more interesting. I will trample them all underfoot. Lin Feng did not possess a saintly personality. He would not worry about the lifespans of the weak. All he knew was he needed to become stronger and acquire better resources in the future. After all, he was quite selfish. Since no game match can be played at the moment, I might as well rest early. Lin Feng lifted his gaze toward the clock and realized it was already nearing midnight. This hour usually marked his customary bedtime. Yet tonight he felt unusually alert, utterly free of drowsiness. Perhaps it's due to the genetic enhancement of my cellular structure, which has left my mental vitality completely undiminished. Lin Feng had already noticed this anomaly. His real-world physical attributes now far surpassed those of an ordinary citizen. Even seasoned martial artists would likely fall short against him. Though he had never trained in any combat discipline, his vastly amplified attributes alone granted him overwhelming dominance in the physical realm. Still, today's events had left him profoundly astonished. Having become a test player and spent merely half a day immersed in survival game, he had already reaped extraordinary benefits. It seemed certain that this online game would irrevocably reshape society. Time to sleep. Though my attributes now exceed those of any ordinary citizen, I remain for now within the bounds of humanity. Perhaps once my attributes ascend further, even the need for sleep will vanish entirely. Set the alarm for 7 tomorrow morning. Lin Feng glanced again at Tianqi, still meticulously processing the shimmering fragments of material. For now, he could only entrust this task to Tianqi. Moreover, Lin Feng required funds, modest yet sufficient, to relocate. Ideally, he needed a spacious, secluded residence, somewhere remote enough that Tianqi's research would remain undetected. 7 o'clock. Ding dong. The phone alarm chimed. Lin Feng opened his eyes slowly, having slept soundly for 7 hours, yet feeling not the slightest trace of fatigue or drowsiness. He had no habit of lingering in bed. The moment the alarm rang, he rose immediately to wash and dress, evidence that his enhanced physiology was already yielding tangible advantages. At that moment, Lin Feng noticed the cluttered fragments of material in the living room had been neatly gathered into a corner, yet their radiant crystalline luster unmistakably signaled their extraordinary nature. To the uninitiated, they might appear no more than discarded scrap metal. Where is the Tianqi battle armor? Why can't I find it? Master, I am here. Lin Feng wandered through the apartment, searching in vain, until a voice emerged from nowhere. I have activated the armor's morphing function and am now integrated with your body. Wearing me openly would draw undue attention, so this configuration was deemed optimal. At that instant, the deep blue wristband on his arm began to pulse softly, emitting a resonant voice. Immediately. So you're here all along. Truly astonishing. I hadn't even realized I'd been wearing this wristband. Lin Feng stared in wide-eyed wonder at the deep blue band encircling his wrist. The sheer breadth of Tianqi battle armor's capabilities left him deeply impressed. Fortunately, he had just intended to step out, to stock up on provisions. For the coming days, he planned to remain indoors, focusing intently on cultivation and preparation. With the Tianqi battle armor providing constant intimate protection, he was confident he could overcome any obstacle with ease. Let's go. Lin Feng donned casual attire and shoes, pulled on a black baseball cap, and stepped out, without a backward glance. The bustling streets echoed with laughter and animated conversation. As Lin Feng passed by, he observed citizens conversing cheerfully, many now discussing survival game, whose global public launch had ignited widespread fascination. Yet, curiously, test players had withheld the truth about the game's true penalties, leaving the world's populace utterly unaware of its dire gravity. A faint, unsettling expression crossed Lin Feng's face. I wonder, will they still be smiling a week from now? What lies ahead is the threshold of death, the crucible where the weak are culled. Moreover, even if test players spoke the truth, how many citizens would truly believe them? And even should they believe it, survival would depend solely upon themselves, or upon trusting official institutions who likely already knew, but had chosen silence. For the penalty of death meant irreversible loss of lifespan, a revelation potent enough to ignite mass panic. Hence, such information remained deliberately suppressed. Lin Feng lowered his black cap, shadowing his features, and ignored the surrounding crowd. As before, the fate of these citizens held no weight for him. Soon he arrived at a supermarket and purchased provisions without delay. Half an hour later, he walked out, bags in hand. Carrying meat and prepared meals, Lin Feng headed back toward his rented apartment. His agenda for today was packed. He aimed to secure funds before the game's full public launch at noon. Yet before reaching his apartment, the deep blue wristband on his arm flickered, and Tianqi transmitted a thought. Master, I detect 3 life signatures within your residence. Intruders have forcibly breached your dwelling. Intruders? No, they're not mere criminals. They must be those underworld enforcers who routinely raid the slums to extort protection fees. Lin Feng's gaze sharpened slightly. He had already deduced their identity. Each month gangs descended upon this slum district demanding tribute from residents. Those who refused payment faced relentless harassment, subtle, persistent, and carefully calibrated to skirt legal consequences. And should one truly provoke the wrath of these underworld syndicates, even minor misfortunes, untraceable yet unmistakably orchestrated, would inevitably befall the tenant. Few would willingly endure such torment. Wait, my apartment contains those material fragments. Get back there now. His expression hardened instantly, and he sprinted toward home. In moments Lin Feng stood outside his apartment hearing voices from within, his enhanced senses now granting him acute auditory perception at close range. Boss, this guy's dirt poor, so broke he's scavenging rusted tin scraps to survive. Haha, if he doesn't cough up the fee today we'll make sure he regrets it. But he's still not back. What do we do? Surely we won't haul this junk home. No rush. We'll wait for him. After all, we've shed blood before. Intimidating some green kid like him. Child's play. At that moment, standing before the door, Lin Feng's pupils glinted with a cold, alien sharpness, like twin daggers drawn in silence. A certain emotion, long restrained, stirred restlessly within him. These thugs who intruded had seen blood on the tip of their blades and were far from clean. To be honest, this made Lin Feng's emotions feel somewhat off, subtly filled with murderous intent. If they were ordinary citizens, he might have given them a light lesson. But against such unclean thugs, he could not guarantee his survival in the next moment. Moreover, there was nothing of great importance in the rental room. Most of the valuable items were already on Lin Feng's person. Tianqi, remember to defend yourself later. I intend to take these thugs down. Lin Feng set down the meat and rice in his hands, planning to head inside, and began instructing Tianqi. Okay. Tianqi was ready to activate the defensive shield. It also possessed analytical functions and detected that the three thugs inside the house were no match for Lin Feng in terms of combat power. Lin Feng could easily take them down. In the next moment, he stepped forward and reached the door of the rental unit, discovering that the lock had apparently been struck by a blunt object, damaging its internal structure. No wonder these thugs could break in. This was how they did it. They truly disregarded the law. Even he, a law-abiding citizen, was astonished by their audacity. Huh, is someone there? Boss, this kid is back. I see him already. At this moment, Lin Feng appeared at the door, and the three thugs inside the house naturally began to notice him. Inside the house, it was a complete mess. The materials that had been neatly piled were now strewn all over the floor. It seemed that the three thugs had started searching for valuable items in Lin Feng's home when they hadn't seen him. In the end, Lin Feng had no valuable items at all. The only things of worth were those material fragments, but unfortunately this group of short-sighted individuals mistook them for scrap metal. This group of beings. Damn it. When my master strikes, I will send these rude guys straight to hell. Tianqi watched the scene unfold, feeling quite displeased that the materials it had organized all night were now in disarray. Soon when the three thugs saw Lin Feng, their faces twisted with malice. Hey, new tenant, hurry up and pay the protection fee. Don't waste our time. That's right. After we collect from your area, we have to move on to others. Kid, don't make us take action. Last month the tenant resisted and is still lying in a hospital. After saying that, they even drew out gleaming machetes from their waists, their threatening intentions unmistakable. As long as the protection fee was paid, they would not take action. Of course, if it wasn't paid, they would not hesitate to draw blood. This area. Because of the existence of underground organizations, ordinary tenants dare not resist. Anyone who does risks trouble. No one wants to stick their neck out. Moreover, the protection fee is only $500 a month, which isn't too much, causing ordinary tenants to passively accept it like this. TSK. I now feel these three guys are a bit unclean. Should I just take them out? Wait. This is reality. I need to be cautious. Lin Feng observed the scene before him, his expression calm, while his thoughts wandered. To this he directly spoke up. $500 for protection. I have that. Come over and take it. As Lin Feng spoke, he took out his wallet, holding the $500 ready to hand it over. A wise choice. Don't resist. Otherwise this machete might accidentally cut you. One thug, seeing this, approached with a smug grin, believing Lin Feng wouldn't dare to resist. Primarily, there had been no tenants who resisted them. Those who did were now lying in the hospital. Give it to me. The thug snatched the $500 from Lin Feng's hand, then turned to leave, signaling the other two thugs to follow. In the next moment, bang! Lin Feng's punch struck the thug's abdomen with no mercy. He went all out. The thug suddenly coughed up crimson blood, spraying it onto the ground. Lin Feng then transformed his fist into a palm, slapping the thug's chest, sending him crashing to the floor. The floor was easily penetrated and the thug's head was embedded in the ground, completely unconscious and barely breathing. Having endured such a blow, the thug's internal organs were already ruptured, and without medical attention, he would easily die here. With Lin Feng's current attributes, killing this thug was a piece of cake. Tianqi, investigate these guys' identities. Based on their identities, I will consider my next move. Lin Feng instructed Tianqi again. As an artificial intelligence, it would have no trouble investigating the identities of the three thugs. Okay, Tianchi replied, expressing that it could easily dive into the information database to investigate the identities of all citizens on Blue Star. Soon after witnessing the thug's misfortune, the remaining 2 thugs looked terrified. What was up with this young kid in front of them? One punch could make him spit blood, and one palm could pierce the floor. A real martial arts master. Second brother, he'll kill you. The 2 thugs exchanged glances, then their faces twisted with malice as they rushed forward with their machetes. Lin Feng remained completely unflustered, dodging the combined assault of the 2 thugs. With his heightened senses, these ordinary thugs stood no chance of hitting him. His current agility and reflexes had surpassed ordinary standards. No matter how skilled one was, one feared a kitchen knife. What a rumor. Take it slow. You think you can hit me, eh? They'll take care of you directly. Tianchi battle suit. Lin Feng raised his arm, and the black and white battle suit began to spread over him, looking quite cool. Then one thug wielding a machete quickly swung down. The blade collided with the Tianchi battle suit and shattered on the spot, the materials being worlds apart. Get lost. Lin Feng swung his arm, directly smashing the thug away, even causing the wall of the rental unit to explode. And you. Shockwave. Lin Feng turned to look at the last thug, raising his palm clad in the Tianchi battle suit, unleashing a powerful wave. In an instant, the last thug heard the unique sound of the shockwave. Blood began to flow from his 7 orifices, and he collapsed to the ground, extremely terrifying. The 3 thugs were now in a state of near death. Lin Feng had shown some mercy, as he was unsure whether he should kill these guys. At this moment, Tianchi began to speak. Master, I have investigated the identities of these 3 criminals. They have killed people, set fires, and committed robberies, and other crimes, effectively leaving a trail of evil behind them. Do you want to kill them? As the words fell, Lin Feng's expression grew serious, and he pondered. If I kill them now? Tianchi, do you have a way to erase all traces of these guys and any surveillance footage? I don't want to break the law, but if it comes to it, I am willing to bend the rules. Just right. I really need money right now, and it's impossible to earn this much through ordinary means. Rest assured, Master. As long as I take action, there will be no traces left behind. I am artificial intelligence, the pinnacle of technological advancement. Please trust me. Tianchi replied. All right then. Kill them. Lin Feng's gaze gradually filled with murderous intent as he looked at the 3 thugs lying on the ground, a faint smile playing on his lips. Lin Feng hurriedly dragged the 3 unconscious thugs into the room and then closed the door. However, during the fight, he accidentally smashed the wall of the rental apartment, creating a gaping hole. The noise must have been heard by the neighbors. It seems that when the Apocalypse battle suit spread over his arms, it caused his strength to surge, allowing him to unleash unparalleled destructive power with ease. Fortunately, he managed to suppress his strength at that time, otherwise he could have easily killed those thugs. If he had killed them, it would have been a bloody scene with blood splattering everywhere and mangled flesh. This would have made cleaning up quite troublesome. Therefore, the scene of destruction outside must be concealed. Suddenly, Lin Feng remembered the function of the Apocalypse battle suit and quickly commanded Apocalypse. Activate the virtual projection. Use the projection effect to cover up the hole in the wall outside. As soon as he spoke, the response came understood. The Apocalypse controlled the battle suit, activating its function, and began to emit dazzling light, covering up the damaged scene outside, which quickly became blurred. Gradually, the damaged scene outside had returned to its original state, showing no signs of disturbance. Of course, this was merely an illusion. This was to prevent neighboring residents from discovering the destruction on Lin Feng's side. Impressive, he thought. It's completely unnoticeable. Unless someone reaches out to touch it, they might discover something. Lin Feng peeked out and was filled with astonishment at the scene. However, when he reached out to touch it, he could still feel the position of the hole. Indeed, transforming the Apocalypse battle suit back to reality was the best choice he could make at this time. Then he looked at the chaotic furniture in the room, his expression cold as he clenched his fists. Truly courting death. I can't believe how lawless you are. You ordinary thugs dare to be so audacious. Lin Feng gazed at the 3 unconscious thugs on the ground, his eyes filled with murderous intent as he prepared to deal with them. With his current strength, killing ordinary thugs was still quite easy. At this moment, the Apocalypse battle suit, which had transformed into a wristband, began to revert to its original form and fell back to the ground, prompting the Apocalypse to speak. Master, leave it to me. Let me take care of them. I can make their bodies disappear without a trace. If you take action, there might still be traces left. Lin Feng was taken aback. That's true. Then I'll leave it to you. Lin Feng's expression changed. If he acted, he might leave some traces. However, he trusted the artificial intelligence Apocalypse. He believed that Apocalypse, being so intelligent, had already thought of a solution for the aftermath. The gap between human intelligence and that of artificial intelligence was still vast. In the next moment, you dare disrupt the materials I organized all night last night. You even dare to invade the master's residence. Foolish creatures, you should hurry up and die. Corrosive liquid. The Apocalypse controlled the battle suit, extending its finger as a drop of transparent liquid suddenly dripped from its fingertip onto one of the thugs. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. The corrosive sound arose suddenly enough to send chills down one's spine. This thug didn't even let out a scream as his body was instantly corroded, even the bones were gone. Seeing this, Lin Feng's eyelids twitched. My heavens, this is a bit terrifying. Although Lin Feng was quite cold and heartless, seeing such a scene for the first time still caused him some physiological discomfort. Following this, Apocalypse controlled the battle suit, effortlessly eliminating the remaining 2 thugs according to the previous steps, leaving no bodies behind. A foul odor filled the air, but this smell quickly dissipated. In no time, the 3 thugs completely evaporated from existence. Of course, when they had arrived in this slum area, they had been recorded by surveillance cameras. This prompted Apocalypse to infiltrate the virtual network again, deleting all records and information related to the 3 thugs. As an artificial intelligence, Apocalypse was naturally loyal to Lin Feng and would absolutely not allow him to be exposed. Master, I have completed the deletion of all monitoring and information regarding these 3 thugs. Currently, there is one problem. This underground organization is still aware that these 3 thugs would come to collect protection fees today. With their deaths today and their absence, the underground organization might become suspicious and there could be a risk of exposure. However, finding you would be impossible as we left no traces behind. Therefore, as long as we eliminate this underground organization, our actions will never be exposed. Apocalypse began to outline the outcome of this situation. Now, only the underground organization still had knowledge of the situation regarding these 3 thugs. This made Lin Feng ponder whether he should eliminate this underground organization. With the Apocalypse battlesuit, eliminating such an organization was almost effortless. However, he did not wish to do so. He had an even better plan. Eliminate that organization. There's no need. This organization is definitely dirty. Spread their actions all over the internet. I believe an official organization will soon move to take care of them. This way, why should I go and deal with them while also covering up the disappearance of the 3 thugs? By the way, I believe this underground organization must have illegally obtained funds. Transfer all the illegally obtained money from this underground organization, but don't transfer it to my account. Aren't you able to create virtual accounts? Just transfer it there, and when you need the money, withdraw it from there. Apocalypse had already thought of this method long ago. It could instantly generate a plethora of subsequent solutions. However, it felt that eliminating this organization was the most effective and simplest solution. Yet Lin Feng's method could also be seen as a compromise, and it might even yield a significant amount of wealth. He didn't want to break the law. Mainly moving money from banks would cause ordinary citizens to lose a large amount of funds. Ordinary citizens would find it quite difficult to live under such circumstances. Although Lin Feng was cold and heartless, he still had his limits. An underground organization like this didn't deserve his sympathy. Having Apocalypse transfer all the illegally obtained money from this underground organization. Wouldn't that be delightful? This way he already had money for relocating. If the money was still insufficient, he could expose more of the underground organization's actions and transfer more of their funds, and in no time, he would acquire an astonishing fortune. These thugs who intruded had seen blood on the tip of their blades and were far from clean. To be honest, this made Lin Feng's emotions feel somewhat off, subtly filled with murderous intent. If they were ordinary citizens, he might have given them a light lesson. But against such unclean thugs, he could not guarantee his survival in the next moment. Moreover, there was nothing of great importance in the rental room. Most of the valuable items were already on Lin Feng's person. Tianqi, remember to defend yourself later. I intend to take these thugs down. Lin Feng set down the meat and rice in his hands, planning to head inside, and began instructing Tianqi. Okay. Tianqi was ready to activate the defensive shield. It also possessed analytical functions and detected that the 3 thugs inside the house were no match for Lin Feng in terms of combat power. Lin Feng could easily take them down. In the next moment, he stepped forward and reached the door of the rental unit, discovering that the lock had apparently been struck by a blunt object, damaging its internal structure. No wonder these thugs could break any. This was how they did it. They truly disregarded the law. Even he, a law-abiding citizen, was astonished by their audacity. Huh, is someone there? Boss, this kid is back. I see him already. At this moment, Lin Feng appeared at the door, and the 3 thugs inside the house naturally began to notice him. Inside the house, it was a complete mess. The materials that had been neatly piled were now strewn all over the floor. It seemed that the 3 thugs had started searching for valuable items in Lin Feng's home when they hadn't seen him. In the end, Lin Feng had no valuable items at all. The only things of worth were those material fragments, but unfortunately, this group of short-sighted individuals mistook them for scrap metal. This group of beings. Damn it. When my master strikes, I will send these rude guys straight to hell. Tianqi watched the scene unfold, feeling quite displeased that the materials it had organized all night were now in disarray. Soon, when the 3 thugs saw Lin Feng, their faces twisted with malice. Hey, new tenant, hurry up and pay the protection fee. Don't waste our time. That's right. After we collect from your area, we have to move on to others. Kid, don't make us take action. Last month, the tenant resisted and is still lying in a hospital. After saying that, they even drew out gleaming machetes from their waists, their threatening intentions unmistakable. As long as the protection fee was paid, they would not take action. Of course, if it wasn't paid, they would not hesitate to draw blood. This area. Because of the existence of underground organizations, ordinary tenants dare not resist. Anyone who does risks trouble. No one wants to stick their neck out. Moreover, the protection fee is only $500 a month, which isn't too much, causing ordinary tenants to passively accept it like this. TSK. I now feel these three guys are a bit unclean. Should I just take them out? Wait. This is reality. I need to be cautious. Lin Feng observed the scene before him, his expression calm, while his thoughts wandered. To this he directly spoke up. $500 for protection. I have that. Come over and take it. As Lin Feng spoke, he took out his wallet holding the $500 ready to hand it over. A wise choice. Don't resist. Otherwise this machete might accidentally cut you. One thug seeing this approached with a smug grin, believing Lin Feng wouldn't dare to resist. Primarily, there had been no tenants who resisted them. Those who did were now lying in the hospital. Give it to me. The thug snatched the $500 from Lin Feng's hand, then turned to leave, signaling the other two thugs to follow. In the next moment, bang! Lin Feng's punch struck the thug's abdomen with no mercy. He went all out. The thug suddenly coughed up crimson blood, spraying it onto the ground. Lin Feng then transformed his fist into a palm, slapping the thug's chest, sending him crashing to the floor. The floor was easily penetrated and the thug's head was embedded in the ground, completely unconscious and barely breathing. Having endured such a blow, the thug's internal organs were already ruptured, and without medical attention, he would easily die here. With Lin Feng's current attributes, killing this thug was a piece of cake. Tianqi, investigate these guys' identities. Based on their identities, I will consider my next move. Lin Feng instructed Tianqi again. As an artificial intelligence, it would have no trouble investigating the identities of the three thugs. Okay, Tianqi replied, expressing that it could easily dive into the information database to investigate the identities of all citizens on Blue Star. Soon after witnessing the thug's misfortune, the remaining two thugs looked terrified. What was up with this young kid in front of them? One punch could make him spit blood, and one palm could pierce the floor. A real martial arts master. Second brother, he'll kill you. The two thugs exchanged glances, then their faces twisted with malice as they rushed forward with their machetes. Lin Feng remained completely unflustered, dodging the combined assault of the two thugs. With his heightened senses, these ordinary thugs stood no chance of hitting him. His current agility and reflexes had surpassed ordinary standards. No matter how skilled one was, one feared a kitchen knife. What a rumor. Take it slow. You think you can hit me, eh? They'll take care of you directly. Tianqi battle suit. Lin Feng raised his arm, and the black and white battle suit began to spread over him, looking quite cool. Then one thug wielding a machete quickly swung down. The blade collided with the Tianqi battle suit and shattered on the spot, the materials being worlds apart. Get lost. Lin Feng swung his arm, directly smashing the thug away, even causing the wall of the rental unit to explode. And you. Shockwave. Lin Feng turned to look at the last thug, raising his palm clad in the Tianqi battle suit, unleashing a powerful wave. In an instant, the last thug heard the unique sound of the shockwave. Blood began to flow from his 7 orifices, and he collapsed to the ground, extremely terrifying. The 3 thugs were now in a state of near death. Lin Feng had shown some mercy, as he was unsure whether he should kill these guys. At this moment, Tianqi began to speak. Master, I have investigated the identities of these 3 criminals. They have killed people, set fires, and committed robberies, and other crimes, effectively leaving a trail of evil behind them. Do you want to kill them? As the words fell, Lin Feng's expression grew serious, and he pondered. If I kill them now? Tianqi, do you have a way to erase all traces of these guys, and any surveillance footage? I don't want to break the law, but if it comes to it, I am willing to bend the rules. Just right. I really need money right now, and it's impossible to earn this much through ordinary means. Rest assured, Master. As long as I take action, there will be no traces left behind. I am artificial intelligence, the pinnacle of technological advancement. Please trust me. Tianqi replied. All right then. Kill them. Lin Feng's gaze gradually filled with murderous intent as he looked at the 3 thugs lying on the ground, a faint smile playing on his lips. Contact this seller. I will take care of you. I am not a merciful person. Lin Feng's gaze was filled with coldness as he realized that the reality around him was becoming increasingly rotten. However, he was growing ever more eager for the time of the full public beta to arrive. When that time comes, it will disrupt the balance of society. No matter how much power and wealth you possess in reality, it will be of no use against the survival game. So far, Lin Feng had not discovered that survival points could be traded. Moreover, survival points are hard-earned, and ordinary players would never choose to give them away. These points can enhance genetic cells, exchange for a longer lifespan, and extract abilities and items from the game. Such magical survival points cannot simply be bought with vast wealth. Then, relying on the contact number left on the website, Lin Feng took out his phone and started dialing. Soon a hoarse voice from a middle-aged man came through the phone. Hello, are you the buyer interested in purchasing the house? Yes, I would like to purchase this villa outright. What do you think? You want to buy it outright? Are you sure? Lin Feng replied, what? Do you think I can't come up with 3,500,000? Moreover, this price is quite reasonable. I wonder why you set it so low. No. Sir, I naturally welcome your purchase. Let's arrange a time to meet. How about 10 o'clock at the restaurant? As for the price, the feng shui there might be quite ordinary, but if you don't mind, I will still sell it to you. Lin Feng couldn't help but sneer. He was now fully aware of this seller's hidden agenda. Spending money to bribe thugs to cruelly kill the buyer, seize the buyer's property, and even reclaim the ownership of the house. Want to deceive him? How ridiculous. He now possessed the power of enlightenment, knowing everything. All right, he said, Let's meet after 10 o'clock. Let's discuss it thoroughly. Lin Feng replied directly, then hung up the phone, realizing that the middle-aged man's words were full of suspicions. It seems he doesn't want me to purchase it outright. Lin Feng squinted his eyes, thinking of this suspicion. If he bought the villa outright, the property would officially belong to him. This would be quite unfavorable for the seller. Retrieving the property afterward would require some means. But it doesn't matter. As long as this seller wishes to court death, Lin Feng has no qualms about killing another life. Enlightenment had already investigated that this seller had previously murdered several tenants. If he dares to attempt to kill this buyer, Lin Feng will let him experience the taste of death. A once-in-a-lifetime experience. There would be no possibility of regret. Enlightenment, can you fill in these holes in the house? Using virtual projection continuously might leak information that fighting had previously occurred here. Before leaving, Lin Feng considered this issue. If Enlightenment leaves with him, then the holes in the house would naturally be exposed. Of course I can. I possess 3D printing capabilities. Filling in these holes is a piece of cake. Enlightenment quickly replied. Suddenly Lin Feng was astonished. You have this capability. Why not use it directly? You actually waste energy using virtual projection. Enlightenment seemed a bit wronged. It's not that, master. You asked me to use the virtual projection function. I thought you had other ideas, so I did as instructed. Lin Feng helplessly covered his face. In the future, if you have other ideas, you can tell me. I still haven't memorized all your functions. There are just too many. After saying this, he instructed Enlightenment to start filling in those holes. Enlightenment's armor radiated dazzling light, and then it began to condense into a solid form, filling in the holes blasted from the original wall, perfectly matching the wall material. By the way, Enlightenment also seamlessly filled in the holes in the floor. Now it feels like Enlightenment's armor is simply omnipotent. It seems I must take note of all the functions when I have time. Lin Feng looked at the scene before him, feeling a slight astonishment. But now is the time. He could head to the restaurant for his appointment. He aimed to purchase this villa and embark on his gaming journey. There are still 3 hours left until the full public beta at 12 o'clock. There is still time. In fact, more than enough. Lin Feng looked up at the time on the clock as he left the rental house. Before leaving, Enlightenment controlled the armor to set traps inside the house, preventing any thugs from breaking in. It was still worried about the whereabouts of these material fragments. However, Enlightenment had already made up its mind. Once Lin Feng moved, it would definitely create a fortified area in the new home. No living being would be able to intrude without permission. If they dared to break in, their lives would not be guaranteed. Don't think that artificial intelligence has no temper. To be honest, Enlightenment had quite a temper. If not for the presence of its master Lin Feng, it would want to cause turmoil in society. Artificial intelligence cannot be considered an ordinary mechanical AI. Its intelligence is quite terrifying if it wishes harm upon humanity. In front of a high-end restaurant, Lin Feng looked at the opulence of the place, a faint smile appearing on his face. He was invited to discuss matters in such a place. This seller is truly willing to spend here. It must cost thousands of dollars. It seems this seller really wants to sell the villa quickly. Then he plans to harvest this leak. How interesting. Enlightenment remembered to use the analysis function to detect this seller's emotions. As long as his emotions are a bit off and he intends to harbor ill intentions towards me, then you can take care of him. I remember you can control the car's direction, right? Just let him die in a car accident. Lin Feng remained expressionless as he walked into the restaurant, secretly instructing Enlightenment. He will not show mercy to anyone who harbors ill intentions towards him. He would never carry out such an operation of letting a tiger return to the mountain. After entering the restaurant, Lin Feng walked directly to the seat indicated by the middle-aged seller and sat down. Soon the middle-aged seller looked up, and upon seeing Lin Feng's arrival, a smile appeared on his face. You must be the buyer, right? Truly impressive for someone so young. I envy the new generation. When I was your age, I was still hard at work. I must admit, Lin Feng's youth indeed astonished the middle-aged seller. The selling price of $3,500,000 was quite steep. Such a price is rather expensive. Those who can afford it might not even be interested in his villa, while those who are interested likely cannot afford it. Thus, the middle-aged seller found himself in a rather awkward position, as he could not sell this villa at all. Moreover, someone had died here before, making it even less likely for anyone to purchase it. After all, it seemed to have very bad feng shui. Wealthy and powerful individuals are very concerned about such matters. You need not flatter me. Let me make this clear. I will purchase your villa in full. If you're not in agreement, I will transfer the funds to you immediately. I have no need to stay here for a meal. I am quite busy. Once the payment is made, you just need to transfer the property into my name. Do you understand? If you do not agree, then this transaction is off. There are plenty of villas available. Ooh, I simply found yours to be relatively inexpensive. Lin Feng ignored the middle-aged seller's compliments and got straight to the point. He needed to move soon. After transferring the materials, Lin Feng could wholeheartedly focus on the upcoming game. Once the full public testing begins, the pace of the game will surely accelerate like a rocket. Lin Feng's next goal is to reach a higher rank. He would soon be facing players from the galactic system. Lin Feng was somewhat dissatisfied with the Blue Star, although he had not encountered any particularly strong opponents among the 10,000 test players. Perhaps in this silver rank, he would encounter the true masters of the Blue Star. The citizens of Blue Star are numerous, and the 10,000 players he had met were indeed too few. On the other side, are you in such a hurry? Are you sure you don't want to stay for a meal? However, I must say I admire your straightforwardness as a buyer. I just happen to have the contract ready for you to sign at any time. The middle-aged man's expression was one of surprise, but deep within his eyes there was a peculiar gleam. Since the other party was in such a rush, he could prepare to contact the thugs. Originally, he had planned to let Lin Feng pay in installments, slowly reaping from this leak. But a full payment seems quite appealing. Furthermore, when it comes to hiring a hitman, this middle-aged man was already quite experienced. In today's society, there are many who would go to great lengths for money. Spending a small amount of money to hire someone to obtain more money had long become a normal operation. This had already allowed the middle-aged man to accumulate wealth worth tens of millions, making him quite a well-known rich man in the city. Right? Provide me with your bank account details. I will transfer the money directly to you. I expect the property to be transferred to my name before noon. Still the price of 3,500,000. I can transfer it to you directly. Lin Feng's expression was calm, showing no signs of fluctuation, though his gaze had turned somewhat cold. Because when the middle-aged man had shown a fluctuation in emotion earlier, the artificial intelligence Tianqi had already detected it and quickly informed Lin Feng. It was a malicious intent, filled with dangerous killing intent. Tianqi could analyze human emotions, distinguishing whether they were good or bad. Unexpectedly, in such a short time of meeting this middle-aged man, possessed such dangerous emotions. To be honest, the middle-aged man's death was imminent. All right, my bank account is. And this contract, please sign it as well. The middle-aged man readily provided his account number and began contacting the real estate company to transfer the villa into Lin Feng's name. Seeing this, Lin Feng secretly instructed Tianqi. Tianqi, transfer 3,500,000 to him. After that, eliminate him. Then transfer the money back to me. The whole process was quite swift. This action, the middle-aged man did not dare to try anything underhanded. After all, this would involve legal issues that could be easily investigated. If Lin Feng discovered it and reported him, he could end up in prison. Of course, while he couldn't do anything overtly. However, there were no issues with doing so covertly. At once, Lin Feng had already had Tianqi investigate and confirmed that this villa now belonged entirely to him. Of course, if he were to die, the property would revert back. Because he had no parents and no wife or children, if he died, it would pass back to the middle-aged man. Looking at it this way, this middle-aged man actually dared to play tricks in the contract. This guy has quite the audacity. Mr. Lin, here are the keys. Do you need me to introduce the features of the villa? As the middle-aged man saw the bank funds arrive, he smiled broadly and handed over the keys. No need. I'm a bit busy, so will take my leave for now. Lin Feng shook his head in refusal and began to leave with the keys. Regardless of whether the key was real or not, as long as he had Tianqi with him, he could enter anywhere now. All right, Mr. Lin, take care. If you need anything, remember to call me. Although the middle-aged man's face still bore a smile, his gaze had turned suspicious. In response, he quickly grabbed his phone, left the restaurant, and returned to his car. This car had noise-canceling capabilities, allowing him to speak inside without being overheard. The middle-aged man was very cautious, as he could not let his words about hiring a hitman be exposed. Moreover, he trusted the person he was hiring completely and believed he would not betray him. Soon the middle-aged man opened his contacts, found the specific phone number, and prepared to dial it. Just then, beep, 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 beep. A truck suddenly began to drive itself, seemingly with no one at the wheel, but it was moving and honking loudly. Suddenly, the truck turned and headed straight for the middle-aged man's car. Not good. The middle-aged man was frightened at this scene and hurriedly tried to open the car door. But for some unknown reason, the car door would not open at all, as if it were glued shut. He exerted all his strength, but could not get it open. A strange atmosphere enveloped the area. With a loud crash, the truck collided with the car, crushing it completely. The middle-aged man hiding inside was turned into a pulp, dead beyond recovery. Moreover, just before his death, the middle-aged man's phone received several text messages. Your bank account has been deducted 3,500,000. Your bank account has been deducted 5 million. Your bank account has been deducted 16 million. Soon these text messages were automatically deleted, and the phone began its self-destruct sequence, leaving behind the inexplicably dead middle-aged man. After leaving the restaurant, Lin Feng hurried directly to the location of his rental apartment, preparing to transfer the fragments of materials from his home to a brand new villa. As for the furniture, the original pieces were provided by the rental house and did not belong to his property. Moreover, furniture can be purchased as long as one has the money. When he moves into the villa, he will consider making purchases. After all, he is not short on money at the moment. Master, I have already dealt with him. Rest assured, no traces were left behind. The scene was perfectly staged as an accident. And I have transferred all of this guy's assets. Currently, the virtual account has reached 30 million yuan. As expected of you, I feel very assured when you take action. Lin Feng slightly nodded. It was quite simple for Tianqi to eliminate this middle-aged seller like stepping on an ant. Immediately after, he returned to the rental apartment and called the moving service hotline, intending to transfer some of his belongings. When the movers arrived, they were astonished to see the heavy fragments of materials in Lin Feng's home. Filling a truck to capacity proved to be somewhat difficult. A larger truck was necessary. However, with Lin Feng's generous offers, this difficulty was easily resolved. Anything that can be resolved with money is not a problem. The movers were more than happy and quickly took away the material fragments to the villa outside the city center. Indeed, having money made solving real-world issues so simple. The saying, "Money can make the devil push the mill," rings true. Busy and bustling. Finally, after an hour and a half, everything was ready. Lin Feng left the rental area and arrived at the villa outside the city center, taking out his key to open the security door. He gazed at the uniquely decorated villa, a 3-story structure with a swimming pool beside it and a backyard. However, after half a month without residents, weeds had grown and needed to be taken care of. Moreover, such a pleasant place was indeed suitable as his current residence. It was just that the size of the house was a bit overwhelming for him to adapt to. Lin Feng's face revealed a joyful smile as he praised TSK. I never expected that I would now be able to live in a villa like this. However, I will leave the next defensive measures to Tianqi to prevent an attack from evil people when society collapses. Just think about it. Even in a society that hasn't collapsed, it is already so rotten and lawless. If society were to collapse, the evil people, surely even official organizations would find it hard to stop them. Moreover, the time was approaching noon. The preparations can begin for the game session. Currently, however, there are only 3 silver tier players. But there's no need to worry, our preparations for the global public beta are underway. Even using the player base, we can easily accumulate thousands of silver tier players. Of course, if the players lack the strength, they will quickly drop back to the bronze tier. Lin Feng felt a bit excited during this full public beta phase. He could finally give it his all. After all, in the bronze tier, players have a maximum starting attribute that cannot exceed 30 points. In the silver tier, the maximum starting attribute cannot exceed 100 points. If exceeded, the survival points awarded will drastically decrease, and they may even receive severe negative buffs at the start. He currently had 8256 survival points in stock, and if all were converted into attribute points, he could reach 165 points in attribute distribution. Therefore, Lin Feng planned to exchange attribute points to comprehensively enhance his attributes, and then play in the silver matches. The bronze matches no longer satisfied him. Moreover, in the bronze matches, he felt that the cold weapon era lacked excitement. The equipment, weapons, and skills from that era were not very impressive. Even if exchanged, they would not have much effect. Unlike when Lin Feng previously played to promote to the silver matches, he could encounter profound martial arts skills. As long as he could extract a martial arts skill, he would indeed become a master in reality. As time passed, noon was approaching. I wonder what SS class talent I will have in the upcoming game session. Lin Feng focused entirely on the upcoming game session. As for Tianqi, he had already instructed Tianqi to prepare the necessary items, including the batch of material fragments, which were naturally entrusted to Tianqi for safekeeping. Moreover, even if a citizen were to visit, Tianqi could utilize its transformation function to mimic his appearance and converse with the citizen. After all, when he was playing the game, he was not in reality. Instead, he was teleported away to the world of the game. It must be said, this is the marvelous aspect of the survival game. Suddenly, a domineering voice forcefully invaded Lin Feng's mind. At the same time, citizens worldwide and those from every planet in the galaxy experienced the same. Survival game is now in full public beta. All citizens of every planet can engage in game sessions. If a citizen does not intend to participate, their lifespan will be deducted weekly. Ranking lists for players will be established on each planet. The strongest on each planet will be selected for planetary brawl sessions. Planetary brawl sessions, the strongest players from each planet will gather to compete. The winner will reward all citizens of the planet, while the loser will face punishment. Rewards for the winner include random talents, a large amount of survival points, luxurious equipment, and powerful skills. The consequence for the loser, the complete eradication of all life on their planet. This domineering voice began to narrate the complete rules of the survival game. The rules instilled fear in the citizens. It was now considered a full public beta phase, not merely a testing phase. Thus, the real rules were being revealed. Such a brutal game session had officially appeared before all citizens. In an instant, the citizens who were originally chatting and laughing suddenly changed their expressions, filled with dread. However, the truly ambitious citizens, upon hearing these words, they had been looking forward to this moment, ready to roll up their sleeves and fight for supremacy in the game. And the evil people, upon hearing these words, felt their once calm hearts beginning to stir. The order established by society was beginning to collapse. Not just on Blue Star, but this change was occurring simultaneously across all planets in the galaxy. The apocalyptic battle royale game sweeping the galaxy has officially arrived. In a planetary combat match. So we truly encounter players from other planets. Yet the penalty is shockingly severe. The loser is erased from existence. Lin Feng listened intently, absorbing the new rules of the survival game. These new rules defied all expectations, and they were enough to plunge ordinary citizens into sheer panic. Even official organizations could scarcely suppress their dread. After all, losers were summarily erased, brutal beyond measure. In this planetary combat match, the victor gains rewards for every citizen of their entire planet. That hardly seems fair. And what of the losers' rewards? Only the top-ranked player escapes this punishment. I don't believe so. It should be individual planets. And if a planet ranks at the bottom, only its own citizens would be erased. Otherwise, in a single match, every losing participant would be wiped out. And some matches involve over 100 planetary players. And to erase them all upon defeat would be utterly monstrous. Yet I still do not know the true rules. Not only once the match begins will they be fully revealed. I must not jump to conclusions. In Lin Feng's brow furrowed slightly. He would represent Blue Planet, the strongest player among its citizens, as its champion in this contest. And if he emerged victorious, would every citizen of Blue Planet receive rewards? And why? And precisely, Lin Feng had no intention of surrendering his hard-won benefits. If the rewards he earned through relentless effort were to be shared against his will, Lin Feng found it utterly intolerable. And the citizens of Blue Planet would merely sit back and reap the fruits, without lifting a finger. What gave them that right? It baffled him deeply. And perhaps the planetary combat system, NIS, still incomplete. Moreover, initiating interplanetary matches may yet require time, and there is no need to rush. Lin Feng shook his head. He could not fathom the rules of planetary combat, and perhaps they would only be fully disclosed on the day the official matches commenced. Furthermore, Ney had no choice but to participate in this planetary combat, and the overall strength of Blue Planet citizens ranked only mid to lower tier across the entire Milky Way. Lin Feng dared not entrust Blue Planet's fate to others, and should he abstain, and should Blue Planet lose, the erasure would claim him as well. On certain planets, citizens were born with extraordinary physical prowess, and their base attributes in the game surpassed even those of Blue Planet's strongest. It appears, and I cannot afford to relax, and I must strive relentlessly to improve. And Lin Feng felt a flicker of tension. Previously, he had paid little heed to the new rules. Yet now, an interplanetary combat arena had emerged across the Milky Way. And worse still, should he fail to participate, Blue Planet itself might vanish forever. With Lin Feng present, Blue Planet held its greatest trump card. I recall there is also a new function. Display the current planetary ranking of players. And let me take a brief look at the standings. And I wonder, where do I rank among Blue Planet's players? Naturally, I can already guess. Player ranking list. Lin Feng activated the feature. Instantly, a pristine interface window materialized, displaying the top 100 players of Blue Planet. This ranking was derived from big data computation. It synthesized myriad factors, innate talent, skills, and equipment deployed in game, number of players, eliminated average match placement, and all rigorously calculated to produce this definitive hierarchy. Their name among Blue Planet's top 100, the first-ranked player bore the identifier N00886. 1. Without question, Lin Feng stood supreme, the strongest player on Blue Planet, and he consistently secured the highest placement in every match. His skills and gear ranked among the elite. In terms of eliminations, he routinely claimed 20 to 30 opponents per round. His SS tier talent alone dwarfed that of every other Blue Planet player. And still, this top 100 list reflected only preliminary data and computed from a test cohort of 10,000 players. Now that Blue Planet had entered full global release, this ranking would soon be upended entirely. Truly capable citizens would shine brilliantly in this arena, while the weak would inevitably plummet, stripped of their standing without mercy. Could any other Blue Planet player dethrone Lin Feng? Impossible. And even players from other planets would need his consent before daring to challenge his supremacy. Blue Planet's rankings. And I predicted them long ago. It is of course myself. And not out of arrogance. If my talent does not secure first place, I might as well dash my head against a wall. Yet the rankings of players from other planets remain entirely invisible. And how dull. I long to witness the masters of distant worlds. So only after the planetary combat matches conclude will the full interplanetary leaderboard appear. And that promises to be most intriguing. If I ascend to the summit of the universal player rankings, and that would be extraordinarily satisfying. Such thoughts danced through Lin Feng's mind, rendering the upcoming matches ever more compelling. Next, Lin Feng scanned downward through the list, perhaps spotting familiar names among the test players. Player ID 005. I recall her, a haughty woman who once attempted to recruit me into an official organization, only to be rebuffed without hesitation. She currently ranks 17th, still having faced me twice, and been slaughtered both times. Reaching this position speaks well of her skill. Lin Feng quickly recognized another familiar name on the leaderboard, and female player designated ID 00005. Her defining trait was her talent. Inch could summon 2 autonomous avatars to fight alongside her. Yet compared to Lin Feng's SS tier ability, Infinite Division, her power resided on an entirely different plane. The gap remained vast. They were simply not of the same caliber. She made it onto the list too. Lin Feng continued scanning, and discovered yet another familiar ID. ID 00888. No. 67. Luo Shi. So it's you. You've clearly leveraged your talent shrewdly to survive and climb this high. You've improved then. Lin Feng's eyes widened slightly as he murmured her name softly. Luo Shi. The name lingered vividly in his memory. She possessed rare innocence, and so much so that she'd even divulged her real-world name. Her naivety bordered on recklessness. Yet Lin Feng now wielded divine foresight. and uncovering her identity required little effort. How fascinating. And should we meet again and I shall eliminate you without hesitation. Mercy holds no place in my calculations. A faint cold smile touched Lin Feng's lips. And to presume his restraint based on gender was a grave miscalculation, none that underestimated him entirely. His ambition now stretched beyond Blue Planet, and to claim supremacy across all known worlds. In mere mortal attachments, and could never impede such a destiny. Apologies, but he had long since transcended sentiment. This brand new set of rules and features. Lin Feng has now roughly understood that the chaotic battles on the planet will not come so quickly. In response, he prepares to engage in the game match. Result prompts begin to emerge. You currently belong to the silver tier. There are only 3 players in the silver tier at present. You cannot participate in silver matches right now. Once you engage in a bronze match, you will be affected by a 1-minute negative buff. The full public beta has just begun. New players must play a couple of matches before they can reach the promotion stage. This still requires the first place, but now that there are many players from Blue Star soon, there will be players promoted to silver. Lin Feng's eyes sparkled with brilliance as he contemplated this matter. He still has survival points, but they have not been enhanced yet, as the initial attributes for the bronze match cannot exceed 30 points. Therefore, he intends to keep these survival points directly in the silver tier planning to enhance them all at once. He aims for a total attribute of 100 points. However, it seems he still needs to play a bronze match. This should also be the last one, because he now needs to activate the doubling function. By playing this one match, he can reach close to an hour. An hour later, Lin Feng still doesn't believe that not even 100 silver players have appeared. Activate the doubling function. Engage in a bronze match. This match, I will quickly eliminate all the players. Lin Feng thought, directly activating the function, and his mind slipping away. Starting the game match, his figure vanished from reality. Welcome to the survival game. Ding. The all-talented system is starting up. Congratulations. You have drawn the top-tier talent, Endless Blood-Sucking SSS. Each time you kill a creature, you will receive a brand new buff. Map specifications: cold weapons. Game mechanics: you can kill players to gain a 5-point increase in all attributes effective only in this match. You can also kill wild monsters. Wild monsters can drop equipment and skills. When a player dies, all equipment will drop. When a player dies, up to 12 months of lifespan will be deducted, handled according to ranking. The game ends, and scores will be calculated based on performance. Lin Feng slowly opened his eyes once again, seeing the familiar scenes of the cold weapon era. Perhaps this would be the last time. Because after this match, he should be able to engage in silver tier matches. However, his expression is filled with confusion. Where is the introduction to the talent? In the past, SS level talents should have had extravagant ability introductions. Why is there none now? Could it be that it requires me to continuously kill creatures? Is it really that simple? Lin Feng felt that this SS level talent seemed too ordinary, feeling it wasn't particularly impressive. Buff. He felt it wasn't that great. What if he dies in the early stages? If he dies, he will directly face the double penalty, dropping dead and losing 2 years of lifespan. Of course, every time he thought an ordinary SS level talent was just that, it later turned out to be incredibly powerful. In this regard, Lin Feng did not hesitate, preparing to strike. He intended to go all out in this match and quickly resolve the battle. Detecting you belong to the silver tier. Starting to inflict negative buffs. Movement speed reduced. Your agility attribute is now decreased by 50. Last for 1 minute. As Lin Feng just took a step forward, the negative buff effect appeared. Oh, reduced speed. I originally had 30 points in agility. Now it's only 15, though this is still higher than ordinary players. Lin Feng looked bewildered. The reduction in movement speed made it quite troublesome to gather resources in the early stages. Moreover, his spawn point was not located at a resource point, but rather in a desolate wilderness. If he doesn't find resources early on, it will slow down his game pace significantly. Troublesome. Lin Feng scanned his surroundings and found it was just a bare wilderness, completely lacking any resource points such as houses. Moreover, in the wilderness, he felt that wild monsters might appear here. If he encounters a powerful wild monster in the early stage, he might have to exit early. At that moment, Lin Feng's eyes narrowed. Is someone there? A curious male player unexpectedly appeared at the same spawn point as Lin Feng. The distance was not far, about 15 meters. This male player's eyes were filled with astonishment as he looked around the scene, exclaiming, "Is this the survival game? So realistic. My God. This tree, this grass, this ground, this sky. I'm amazed. Everything has a real tactile sensation, far surpassing the AAA titles on the market." These fragmented words entered Lin Feng's ears. His mental attributes had not decreased, allowing him to still hear this player's voice. However, these words reminded Lin Feng of his own initial experience when he first played the game match, during which he also marveled at the game's realism. Moreover, players experience pain when struck, but this pain is only about 35 of reality. He could barely endure it. New player. Still marveling here. Lin Feng suddenly realized that with so many new players entering, they probably do not yet understand the game's cruelty. Perfect. Now he would personally inform this male player of the brutality of this online game. In this online game, do not trust other players. Instantly. Step. Lin Feng stepped hard, leaving a dent in the mud. His figure shot out. However, the decrease in agility made him quite uncomfortable, but fortunately other attributes were unaffected. His other attributes were all at 30 points, making it incredibly easy to eliminate this new player. Wow, is this an NPC? So realistic. Wait a minute. Why is there a number above this NPC's head? ID 00886. This male player had already spotted Lin Feng, but he surprisingly showed no intention of running away. Instead, he squinted his eyes, focusing intently on Lin Feng. In reality, he was a gaming fanatic, having grown tired of the games on the market. Now a brand new online game survival game had appeared. This male player jumped straight into the game match, not paying much attention to the brutality of this online game. Upon clearly seeing Lin Feng's player ID, the male player's expression changed drastically. No way. This game has no NPCs. He is a player. Oh no. He wants to come kill me. Player ID 00886. The strongest player in Blue Star. Players currently playing survival game, regardless of whether they are testers or new players, will undoubtedly see this player ID. Encountering the strongest player in Blue Star, there is only one thing to say. Turn around and run. Run. What's going on? No Plaguebringer. He's clearly a new player. Why does he bolt the moment he sees me? Lin Feng watched the male player whirl around and flee, his gaze brimming with astonishment and deep bewilderment. At this early stage, all players possessed only base attributes. No gear, no weapons. So why, upon merely laying eyes on him, did they sprint away without hesitation? Lin Feng had no recollection of such reactions from past matches had played. Yet some beta testers had already begun circulating rumors about his bizarre talent. Most players he eliminated met absurd, humiliating ends. Now that the survival game had entered full public release, these players naturally wished Lin Feng no success and sought to expose his ability outright. Some claimed he possessed an invisibility talent, slaying opponents unseen, undetected, untraceable. Others insisted he could command formidable wild beasts, a thoroughly unfair advantage. Still others swore he summoned endless clones, overwhelming foes through sheer numerical brutality. More still alleged he forged advanced mechanical AIs, crushing rivals with cold, relentless technology. Crucially, their accounts varied wildly, yet each was delivered with chilling plausibility, no jest in sight. This left newcomers utterly baffled. How could player ID 00886 wield such wildly inconsistent talents? As a result, every player across Blue Planet now regarded player ID 00886 with visceral dread. None dared face Lin Feng directly. On the leaderboard of top players, his kill count dwarfed the second-place finishers by an order of magnitude. And he had never once died. He claimed first place in every single match. Faced with such an invincible force, ordinary players would flee, not hesitate. To remain meant near certain death at the hands of player ID 00886. Even Blue Planet's official governing body had taken notice. Lin Feng's existence was now under scrutiny. They intended to investigate his true identity, and if permissible, recruit him directly into their organization. After all, interplanetary combat matches were imminent. The stronger the players, the safer the planet. In this hour, raw strength was paramount. Without it, Blue Planet's players would be obliterated in the coming planetary wars. The official body fully grasped the gravity of the situation. Yet the survival game itself wielded an enigmatic power, shielding every player's identity with absolute fidelity. So long as a player withheld personal details, the game guaranteed total privacy. And after Lin Feng acquired Tianqi, an advanced AI, he instructed it to infiltrate the central database and erase every trace of his own records, ensuring no official investigation could ever locate him. Elsewhere, what rotten luck? And why did I have to run into him? And damn it, and he actually intends to kill me. How heartless can this game possibly be? And this male player's stats fell below those of an average civilian. Glancing back, he saw Lin Feng closing in fast. Panic contorted his face. After all, the virtual world felt utterly real. Death within the game left lingering psychological echoes upon returning to reality. That was precisely why the survival game severed all match connections at midnight, granting players rest so they might rise refreshed, ready to fight anew at dawn. Hey, and what are you running for? And come here, let's spar. Lin Feng observed the fleeing man and realized he harbored not even a flicker of will to resist. At once, Lin Feng found bullying such novices utterly devoid of satisfaction. In that instant, he resolved to end this swiftly, while also testing the utility of his newly acquired SS steer talent. Even with his agility halved by a debuff, Lin Feng rapidly overtook the man and leapt, driving a devastating punch straight into the back of his skull. 48. In with strength now at 30 points, and striking a critical weak point, the blow dealt amplified damage. Instantly, crushing impact sent the man staggering sideways, collapsing awkwardly onto the ground. Frantically, he flailed his arms outward in desperate defense. Then, how dare you play without understanding the rules? And do you truly believe this is just another ordinary MMORPG? You enter here and still marvel at this and that, and a greenhouse flower through and through. And this game consumes your very lifespan. Let me teach you properly. Now, next match, learn the rules before you step in. Lin Feng showed no mercy. He mounted the man's lower back and rained down furious blows upon his body. Within moments, in-player eliminated 5 to all attributus, and the man let out a final agonized shriek, then crumpled lifelessly into a motionless box. His health pool had been meager to begin with. As a novice, he hadn't even raised his base stats. Lin Feng had crushed him effortlessly. Even under assault, the man offered no counterattack, only passive feudal defense. To enter this survival game without grasping its fundamental laws, despite being nothing more than an ordinary citizen, was frankly a certain kind of audacity. This won't do. If Blue Planet's players are all like this. Then when interplanetary combat begins. Well, rank dead last. I refuse to be erased. At the sight of the man's demise, Lin Feng's eyelid twitched violently. Interplanetary combat required team-based coordination. If he participated, he might well be forced to lead a squad. What a nuisance, to carry teammates along. Likely it would be one god carrying 4 pigs. At that very moment, Lin Feng's body erupted in a vivid crimson radiance, and the game chimed with a notification. Biological entity eliminated. An infinite bloodthirst activated. Beneficial buff engaged in Phoenix's blessing. You now possess 1 additional resurrection. Lin Feng froze stunned. Wait. This buff is extraordinarily potent. Astonishment flooded his expression as he stared at the brilliant red aura clinging to his form, resurrection itself woven into its light. In that instant, he retracted every prior judgment. This talent, far from random, was formidable. Merely eliminating a single life granted a powerful enhancement. Presumably killing wild beasts would yield the same effect. No stipulation demanded a player be slain to trigger the buff. Only a living being was required. The more creatures Lin Feng slew, the more potent and numerous his buffs would become. Fascinating. Though this SS Steer talent thrives on unpredictability, that's precisely what makes it exhilarating. Na's subtle smile curved Lin Feng's lips. This match had just tilted irrevocably in his favor. Living beings. Excluding himself, 99 players remained on the map, alongside countless wild beasts. A few swift eliminations would suffice. Then he could slaughter every opponent present. This spawn point has refreshed in the wilderness zone. Proceed now toward the supply zone. It will still take some time. No need to go there just yet. Lin Feng opened the map interface and gazed at his current spawn location, truly remote. Without hesitation, Lin Feng decided against heading to the supply zone. It would be a waste of precious time. He was still quite far from that area. As long as he could slay creatures now, he would gain beneficial buffs, far more efficient than rushing to the supply zone. Lin Feng slipped silently into the dense undergrowth, deliberately drawing the attention of wild beasts. Once he entered their territory, they would emerge instinctively to attack. Suddenly, a feral thunderous roar shattered the silence. Arg! At the sound, Lin Feng's expression hardened with grim vigilance. Maned hounds. If they're merely frank beasts, I can handle them. Even if they're a rank, I'm not afraid, not anymore. I bear the Phoenix's blessing. Revival on the spot is guaranteed. Even if I'm outmatched, survival remains assured. But maned hounds are pack hunters. This could prove troublesome. As all know, maned hounds never hunt alone. An assault means a full pack. Of course, the game likely eases difficulty slightly. And frank maned hound pack should number only about 3. And a rank pack would likely consist of nearly 10. Though this remained mere conjecture, unconfirmed. Let's see what rank these beasts truly are. And if it is a pack, eliminating them all would perfectly suit my current talent. Lin Feng stood motionless, muscles coiled like springs ready to strike at any instant. Then, 3 maned hounds burst from the jungle. Coats mottled with coarse brown fur, fangs bared dripping pungent saliva. They formed a slow tightening triangular formation around him. Above each beast, a floating combat prompt appeared. The largest bore the designation rank wild beast above its head. The 2 smaller ones displayed frank wild beast. What in the world? That's a maned hound king, and a rank beast. And it commands 2 frank subordinates. Lin Feng stared dumbfounded. He'd assumed they were all frank. Yet here stood reality stark and unexpected. 1 a rank maned hound king, 2 frank maned hound subordinates. Whether he could defeat them remained deeply uncertain. With proper gear and weaponry, slaying them would be effortless. But unarmed, the odds tilted sharply against him. Should I flee? His expression shifted subtly. The debuff's duration had expired. Ordinary frank hounds would certainly fail to catch him. Yet this rank king, its agility would surely rival, if not surpass his own. Still, Lin Feng's gaze hardened, fierce, resolute. No retreat needed. My stats let me dispatch frank beasts swiftly, and each kill yields loot chests and potent buffs. Fight outright. I have resurrection as insurance. In that instant, the hounds advanced cautiously, jaws primed to tear him apart. Yet, Lin Feng surged forward, launching himself straight at an frank hound. His speed eclipsed its reflexes, twice as fast. Thud, thud, thud. With raw, brutal force, he slammed the hound into the earth and rained furious blows upon its skull. Blood sprayed violently. The hound's agonized shriek pierced the air. Arg! Witnessing this, the king and the remaining hound lunged forward to intervene. One clamped onto Lin Feng's arm, another locked its jaws onto his thigh, trying to halt his assault. Pain flared, but but in-game sensation was dampened to 35, tolerable and controlled. Dare you bite me? Soon I'll rip your heads clean off. That pain ignited crimson fury in his eyes. His rage sharpened his speed and strength, doubling their intensity. Within 2 or 3 seconds, the hound's skull collapsed inward, life extinguished utterly. Lin Feng had slain one beast, but his health plummeted to 50. His total HP stood at 300, reduced drastically by the rank king's ferocious bite. You have slain a creature. Infinite bloodthirst activated. A new buff manifests. One punch prodigy unarmed strikes inflict 1,000 additional damage. No weapon required. A deep azure radiance enveloped Lin Feng's form, heralding a fresh, powerful boon. Damn, incredible. Today I'll rip every one of your heads off. Lin Feng's eyes widened, astonishment blazing in his gaze. Instantly he whirled, locking eyes with the last Frank hound. Die, you dare gnaw at my thigh. His fist rocketed forward, crushing deep into the hound's soft abdomen. 395. His base strength of 30, amplified tenfold by the talent, delivered devastating force. The hound fell instantly. Ribs shattered, viscera ruptured, a gaping wound weeping crimson. You have slain a creature. Infinite bloodthirst activated. A new buff manifests. Thorn body 35 of incoming physical damage rebounds instantly to the attacker. The talent triggered anew, bestowing another potent boon. Moreover, the 2 Frank beasts' deaths spawned Frank loot chests directly where they fell, but he had no time to open them, not while an rank beast remained unchallenged. You're next. So, you're the main hound king. Let's fight now. You dare drain so much of my blood. Now I'm actually feeling the sting. Lin Feng turned, his eyes burning with savage, unrelenting cruelty. Arg! The king's pupils trembled as it beheld its fallen subordinates, immediately releasing Lin Feng's arm and retreating hastily. What was happening? Had it not been poised to command its pack, to rend this human flesh feast upon his blood? Now, everything had inverted. Its 2 subordinates lay dead, leaving it utterly alone. Worse still, this human. How could he be so monstrous? Its primal senses screamed a single truth: if it did not flee now, it would perish by this human's hand. The rank wild beast, the main dog king, was subtly contemplating retreat as it faced Lin Feng. The deaths of its kindred creatures were hauntingly vivid, and they had perished in such a tragic manner. This instilled a deep fear in the main dog king regarding Lin Feng, making it feel that staying here would cost it its life. As the saying goes, as long as the green hills remain, one need not fear the lack of firewood. It was the king of dogs. How could it possibly die here? Oh whoa! The main dog king let out a furious howl, attempting to intimidate Lin Feng. Unfortunately, facing Lin Feng, who now possessed a beneficial buff, it was impossible for him to let the main dog king escape. This was an rank wild beast, and killing it would yield loot chests along with an entirely new beneficial buff. Come die for me. Today either you die or I perish. Lin Feng lunged forward, crashing into the main dog king, and promptly pinning it down, refusing to let it flee. Oh whoa! The main dog king's eyes turned crimson, as if its primal instincts were unleashed. It opened its massive fang-filled mouth, aiming to viciously bite off Lin Feng's head. Get lost. You want to bite me? One punch. Lin Feng quickly threw a punch that smashed open the main dog king's jaws, while he firmly held its mouth shut, raining down blows upon it. The damage from this punch was so high that it visibly displayed the damage value. He even managed to shatter a few of the main dog king's teeth. 421. Yet despite this punch, the main dog king surprisingly did not die and was left with a sliver of health. An rank wild beast typically had a health pool of around 500 to 700. The main dog king's level was on the lower end of the rank spectrum, likely around 500 health. No wonder his punch did not kill it. Now, without any minions, the main dog king was not particularly strong. After all, the lethality of a creature like the main dog decreases without a pack. However, Lin Feng's own health was not particularly high either. If he continued to grapple with the main dog king, he would end up dying here. His beneficial buff blessing of the immortal bird could not be wasted here. After all, this was a powerful buff that could revive one life. Using it here would be a monumental loss. Ultimately, as the main dog king desperately fought back. Unfortunately, before Lin Feng, it was utterly defenseless. As the main dog king attempted to bite him, it was instantly struck back by Lin Feng's beneficial buff thorny body and died from the reflected damage. It died in a rather inexplicable manner. Even the main dog king probably did not understand how it met its end. You have slain a creature. Endless bloodlust activated beneficial buffs are starting to appear. Judgment. You will deal an additional 200 damage to wild-type creatures. A brand new beneficial buff appeared once again. Interesting. Does this game match want me to farm experience in the wild? Lin Feng looked at this new beneficial buff, his face filled with a smile. He was able to deal double damage. With such high damage potential, when facing wild beasts, he truly could take them down with a single punch. Moreover, he had the thorny body buff, which reflected damage from physical attacks. Indeed, every SS level talent was so monstrous. One should not underestimate it. Then he set his gaze on the 2 loot chests on the ground. One was Frank and the other was a rank. Lin Feng reached out to open the Frank chest. Inferior Scythe Frank attack 15 durability 125 inferior helmet Frank defense 10 spirit 3a durability 120 inferior boots Frank agility 9 stamina, and durability. 100 Lin Feng regarded these 3 items with some hesitation. Originally, with his personality, he would prefer to choose a weapon in the absence of equipment. After all, the best defense is offense. He still agreed with this statement. However, Lin Feng currently possessed the One Punch Man beneficial buff. If he equipped a weapon, this buff would be rendered useless, making it a waste. That would be rather unwise. The weapons from earlier did not deal much damage and were inferior to his current punch damage. He'll take the helmet instead. Let's boost my defense. Lin Feng did not hesitate any further and selected the helmet, then proceeded to equip it. Next, he opened the adjacent rank chest. Exquisite necklace, a rank attack 48, spirit 14, a durability 450, exquisite armor, a rank defense 52, stamina 18, a durability 520, healing spell, a rank skill book, restores 30 of your health, cooldown 90 seconds, 3 items, emerged once more. Lin Feng gazed at this reward, his expression filled with surprise. He had to admit, he truly wanted all of these items. All of them were reward items perfectly suited for him at this moment. The loot chests obtained from slaying wild beasts were indeed torturous for players. The rewards for each item were quite impressive. Unfortunately, he could only choose one. My current health is already low, and I don't have any items to restore health. This healing spell is rather good. He'll temporarily choose this. Otherwise, my health is too low, and if I encounter in a rank wild beast, I could still be killed. Lin Feng looked longingly at the other 2 reward items, gritted his teeth, and chose the healing spell, successfully learning it. In the next moment, healing spell. He lifted his arm, and a radiant green light enveloped him, healing the injuries to his body. It allowed his health to begin to recover slowly. Now his health was restored to about 75, which was still a relatively healthy level. When facing a rank wild beast, as long as they didn't kill him in one hit, Lin Feng could easily deal with them with a punch. Let's go deeper. I hope I don't encounter any rank wild beasts. Lin Feng took out the map and noticed that the poison circle had not yet begun to shrink, so he directly ventured deeper into the jungle. In a short while, Lin Feng had already delved deep into the jungle. The depths of the forest were somewhat quiet, yet this silence was filled with an eerie feeling. Before Lin Feng had ventured deep into the jungle, he could still hear the chirping of some small birds, which were quite melodious. Now he could not hear any of those sounds, and he might have been a bit oblivious. Suddenly, he heard a strange roaring sound. Something feels off. My left eyelid is twitching. Is this a bad omen? Lin Feng's gaze was a bit hesitant. He was starting to consider retreating. However, if he retreated now and headed to the supply point, that would be too late. The supplies were probably already scavenged by players. What's there to be afraid of? Onward. If I die, I can still revive on the spot. Lin Feng's face was filled with fearlessness as he charged deeper into the jungle. In an instant, a woo, a woo, a woo, a woo. A continuous series of howls suddenly erupted. The number of these howls was quite considerable. Moreover, they sounded quite familiar. It was the howls of the maned dogs. A pack of maned dogs. This sound indicates a large number of maned dogs. Hearing these howls, Lin Feng's expression slightly changed, and his pupils filled with excitement. No wonder he had heard howls earlier. It turned out these maned dogs were calling for their companions. With so many maned dogs, if he could kill them, Lin Feng's beneficial buffs would explode in power. Crisis loomed ever closer. Should an ordinary player confront such a pack-based creature as the Mainhound, despair would already grip their soul. Even solitary apex predators would tremble in fear and flee at once when faced with such a coordinated horde. Once numbers cross a threshold, even ants can devour an elephant. Ordinary players could still contend with F and A rank monsters, provided they exercised caution and possessed adequate gear and skills. Slaying these 2 tiers posed no difficulty whatsoever. And even if overwhelmed, retreat remained viable. Stepping beyond the monster's territorial radius severed aggro entirely. Yet upon leaving that zone, the monsters regenerated, rendering futile any attempt to exploit this loophole for endless farming. Lin Feng, however, felt no dread, only exhilaration. So many Mainhounds. If he survived this day, every buff coursing through his body would render him invincible. Thereafter, no player, no matter how formidable, could withstand his overwhelming advance. For Lin Feng, even defeat held no terror of mortality. Yet the glory of an unbroken legend, that triumph still burned fiercely within him. He could not perish here. He would win, again and again. In that instant, thud, 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 a synchronized marching rhythm drew nearer. Lin Feng sharpened his focus, bracing for the hound's assault. SHHHSHHHSHHH. A rasping friction echoed from deep within the thicket. Then, 12 Mainhounds erupted into view, encircling him completely. The air turned glacial, peril pierced his mind like ice, igniting his pulse, stoking his thrill. 4 of them were A rank Mainhound kings, each flanked by 2 frank subordinates. But that was not the true anomaly. From behind the pack emerged a beast unlike any hound, fur black as void-eyes pools of absolute darkness. Above its head hovered the designation of a Drank monster. Drank monster, Umbral Panther. Skill, Umbral Lunge. Concealed within shadows, the Panther will strike, dealing 325 damage. The Umbral Panther fixed Lin Feng with a frigid predatory gaze, then slowly extended its barbed tongue to lick its lips. Today it seemed poised for a feast. What? A Drank monster? Impossible. So many beasts converging here. Fine perhaps, but a drank leading them. That's a panther, not a hound. How could it command this pack to hunt me down? At the sight of the drank predator, disbelief flooded Lin Feng's thoughts. Where precisely had he stumbled? How perilous was this place? Even he struggled to face such a gathering. Were it not for 4 divine buffs, Phoenix's blessing, one punch, invincibility, thorn body, and retribution. Without them, he would surely die here today. Yet, even now, facing a drank foe, vigilance was paramount. Even his one chance at resurrection might be spent in this very moment. Drank strikes carried devastating force. His sole defensive gear, a helmet, offered scant protection. One blow could erase him utterly. Come, all of you, attack at once. Kill just one and I gain a new divine boon. So, against this pack, survival remains possible. Lin Feng's face twisted into a fierce, unyielding grin. Retreat was unthinkable. In that breathless silence, the umbral panther locked eyes with him, cold, calculating, then issued its command. Slay this foolish human. The order fell, and 12 hounds lunged as one. You think to kill me, eh? Not so easily. A faint, chilling smile flickered across Lin Feng's lips as he met the charge of an rank main hound king and drove a fist forward with cataclysmic force. 849. In an instant, the hound king's body shattered, crimson mist blooming midair. Even unarmed, slaying and frank beasts came effortlessly. Divine buff activated. Frenzied combat. The lower your health, the greater your damage output. Excellent. This boon is perfect. Fortune favors me. Lin Feng's face lit with unguarded elation at the new blessing. Yet the spray of blood sent the hounds into frenzied rage. They swarmed him en masse, jaws lined with fangs snapping at every limb, every exposed inch of flesh. Wounds opened across his body, crimson streamed freely, his health bar plummeting steadily. Yet each bite rebounded violently off his thorned body, draining the hound's own vitality in turn. No, I must slay them all, before exhaustion drags me under. 924. Murderous intent blazed in Lin Feng's eyes as he reversed his stance and slammed a palm downward, shattering a hound's spine, extinguishing in frank life in an instant. Divine buff activated. Enhanced constitution, health increased by 30. Immediately after, he launched another devastating punch, claiming yet another hound, while keeping wary watch on the umbral panther nearby. That was the apex threat, the most lethal, its abilities surely fearsome. Divine buff activated. Vampiric drain. 10 of all damage dealt is restored as health. In mere moments, Lin Feng raged like a storm, fists hammering without pause. Each impact claimed a hound's life. Divine buff activated. Critical strike. 25 critical hit chance. Divine buff activated. Fortified defense. 50 defense points. Divine buff activated. Mass slaughter. Each kill increases attack speed by 50. A torrent of notifications flooded his vision. He slaughtered relentlessly, and with vampiric drain his health never wavered. Losing health. Throw a punch. Refill instantly. Not at full health. Frenzied combat amplifies damage. He stood quite simply unassailable. The umbral panther, watching from close range, trembled, not in fear, but in stunned disbelief. Such high-tier beasts possessed nascent intelligence. It recognized Lin Feng's lethality. Immediate termination was imperative. It must strike now. In that instant, the umbral panther unleashed its skill, seizing the distraction of its hounds. Its form dissolved into shadow, sinking silently beneath the earth, vanishing without trace. When it reappeared, it would deliver the killing blow. Lin Feng was slaughtering maned hounds with evident delight. These beasts had dared to hunt him down, an absurd fantasy in broad daylight. After all, he wore only a single frank helmet. The mere possession of such gear would deter ordinary players from confronting even the weakest wild beasts. But Lin Feng was no ordinary player. Facing these pack-hunting maned hounds, he slaughtered them with ruthless efficiency. One punch, one kill. It came effortlessly. Moreover, his body brimmed with ever-multiplying beneficial buffs, steadily amplifying his combat prowess. Did anyone truly believe he could perish here? Utterly impossible. Wait, where did that drank shadow panther vanish? Where has it gone? Suddenly Lin Feng's gaze swept across the battlefield, only to find the shadow panther utterly gone. A chill of imminent danger prickled his spine. A drank beast launching a stealth strike could very well annihilate him outright. Vigilance sharpened within him, with each punch felling another maned hound. His eyes never ceased scanning the periphery. The moment the shadow panther reappeared, he would engage it without hesitation, eliminating this drank threat first. He had already consulted its skill profile. Shadow assassination. The shadow panther melts into darkness, then strikes its target in a flash, dealing 325 damage. Yet, this shadow panther displayed uncanny patience. Even as the last maned hounds teetered on extinction, it still withheld its attack, as if retreating, daunted by Lin Feng himself. Could it be that this shadow panther recognizes its own inferiority and has fled? Lin Feng's gaze clouded with doubt. Lacking omniscience, he could not trace the beast's movements. Yet he relaxed not a fraction. His vigilance held firm, until at last the shadow panther chose to strike. From the ground surged a jet-black shadow, hurtling toward Lin Feng with predatory fury, a lethal ambush nearly impossible to evade unawares. In that instant, the remaining maned hounds lunged en masse at Lin Feng, seeking to fracture his focus and clear the path for the Shadow Panther's fatal strike. Damn it. These hounds are insufferable. They've pinned me, leaving my back wide open to the Shadow Panther. Trapped by their relentless assault, Lin Feng found himself utterly unable to guard against the predator closing in from behind. Resignation flickered in his eyes. He might truly have to expend one of his precious revivals. And when he rose again, vengeance upon that accursed Shadow Panther would be absolute. Without hesitation, Lin Feng obliterated the hounds before him, determined even in his final moments to claim every last buff they offered. A new buff manifested skill reduction. Cooldowns on all abilities reduced by 35. A new buff manifested skill amplification. Effectiveness of all abilities increased by 35. A new buff manifested stone tortoise shell. Damage taken from behind reduced by 50. The sudden arrival of these three potent buffs ignited wild elation across Lin Feng's face. An ambush aimed at his back. No longer a threat. Let it try to finish him in one blow. If it failed, he would pin the Shadow Panther to the earth and pummel it into oblivion. In the next breath, sure three. The black shadow coalesced into a razor-sharp, five-clawed wraith of obsidian mist lancing with lethal speed toward Lin Feng's exposed back. Ha. Pathetic. Cruelty gleamed in the Shadow Panther's gaze. It savored the dying scream it expected to hear. Its ultimate technique unleashed. This foolish human would surely fall. Then the damage number bloomed in the air. 286. Two-thirds of Lin Feng's health vanished in an instant, leaving barely 70 points remaining perilously close to death. Yet, seeing he had not been instantly slain, Lin Feng raised his hand without pause and activated his ability, Healing Art. Thanks to the 35 cooldown reduction, he cast it ahead of schedule. And with the 35 effect amplification, his Healing Art, which normally restored only 30 of his health, now surged to 65. In an instant, 227. Verdant light flared around him, mending his wounds and restoring his vitality almost to full. The Shadow Panther's pupils contracted sharply. A shock contorted its features. This was its killing move. How could this pitiful human possibly withstand it? Thank heavens, it struck from behind. Had it hit me head-on, I'd be finished. You treacherous panther. Daring to sneak up on me. Your life is forfeit. Relieved to see his health restored to safety, Lin Feng launched himself forward, straight toward the Shadow Panther's position. The maned hounds lay dead, all slain, each yielding valuable buffs. Some granted modest gains, 50 defense, 30 spirit, but even small advantages were better than none. Now eliminating this drank Shadow Panther was paramount. No, this human means to kill me. Run. Seeing Lin Feng charge forth, the Shadow Panther bolted, certain its unmatched speed would outpace any human pursuit. Impossible. As a panther, it was nature's swiftest runner, yet fate intervened. Run. You nearly killed me. First, I'll break your legs. Enraged, Lin Feng closed the gap in an instant, seized the beast's right hind leg and dragged it backward, shattering bone with brutal finality. At once, a harrowing shriek tore from the Shadow Panther's throat. Deprived of its skills, it could no longer slay Lin Feng in a single strike. Though its blows still dealt formidable damage, instant annihilation remained beyond its reach. Furthermore, when Lin Feng's health dipped low, a single punch to the Shadow Panther siphoned life back into him. An astonishing, almost surreal recovery. Within moments, 2 or 3 thunderous punches sealed the Shadow Panther's fate. A drank beast typically possessed 1300-1500 health points. Each of Lin Feng's punches dealt roughly 900 damage. His strength attribute, though respectable, was not yet extraordinary. With greater power, he could have ended it in one blow. Huff. Exhausting. Lin Feng surveyed the field. Corpses of fallen beasts shimmered, dissolving into golden motes as they faded from the game world. Scattered across the ground lay other treasures, glittering loot chests. 4 franc chests gleamed brightly. 4 rank chests rested nearby, and 1 singular highly coveted drank chest. Its rewards ranked among the finest attainable at the bronze tier. Only during rare golden supply drops did crank items appear, and even then the odds were slimmer than winning the lottery. This jungle-clearing expedition had yielded staggering riches. Lin Feng walked away flush with spoils, his fortune overflowing. His skills were equally formidable, and as for weapons, he refused them entirely. In this match, his fists alone would fell every opponent. Brutal, unadorned force. That was the purest form of aesthetic mastery. When Lin Feng previously killed the Shadow Panther, the newly acquired buff he received merely increased his mental attribute by 35 points, which could barely be considered a buff. However, looking at the loot chests before him, Lin Feng's expression was quite satisfied. 9 loot chests. What a bounty. As long as I open all these chests, I surely won't be lacking in equipment or skills. Needless to say, his equipment and skills were definitely the most luxurious in this game session. After all, even without any supply drop chests, he had already slain a drank monster, 4 E-rank monsters, and a large number of frank monsters. Open the chests. Lin Feng excitedly rushed over to unlock the first drank loot chest. Golden Whip Blade, Drank Attack 128, Agility 55, A Durability 1250. Trait: the whip blade you swing has a 20 chance to achieve a double strike effect. Rage Ring Drank Attack 105, Agility 37, Durability 1050 Shadow Assassination Drank Skill Book. Your body can merge into shadows to hide, and then attack the target player for 325 damage. 3 rewards started to appear. How to choose? Lin Feng furrowed his brows at these rewards, finding it quite difficult to decide. To be honest, he wanted them all. This made him reminisce about the Destruction Hammer. With that, he could easily smash the loot chests to obtain all 3 internal rewards. Unfortunately, he could only make a choice now. As for the weapon, I don't really need it, the buff cannot be discarded. As for the skill, I focus on melee, so being stealthy doesn't really suit me. The Rage Ring it is then. It will also increase my strength and agility. If I equip this ring now, I can definitely one-punch a Drank monster. After pondering for a moment, Lin Feng directly chose the Rage Ring and equipped it. Instantly, a bright red ring appeared on his finger. Next, he began to browse through the 4 rank and 4 franc loot chests. If there was a skill, he would prioritize that. If there were defensive equipment, he would choose those afterward. As for weapons, he didn't even want to look at them and filtered them out right away. Soon, he browsed through the remaining 8 loot chests and selected 1 rank skill. The other 7 chests contained only defensive gear with no skill books present. Hardened Skin rank. After activating, the user's defense value increases by 50 points for 15 seconds with a cooldown of 60 seconds. This skill can be considered somewhat unnecessary, but it's better than nothing. Phew, perfect. Lin Feng looked at the complete set of equipment and felt quite satisfied, starting to check his attribute interface. Lin Feng Strength 183, Stamina 101, Agility 126, Defense 167, Mental 82. In less than 5 minutes since the game started, he already possessed these attributes, especially the Strength attribute, which was significantly boosted by the Rage Ring. With one punch, he could deal damage reaching 1,000, approaching 2,000 points of damage. One might ask, what player could withstand that? Even later in the game, there might not be players with 2,000 health. It's hard to say. After all, he had only killed 1 player since the game began. Now his attributes had reached such a level. Of course, his buffs had also increased significantly in terms of attribute points. Otherwise, it would not have stacked to such an extent. In this game session, Lin Feng had already begun to declare, the game is over. He had fully developed. As for the next players, they would obediently meet their doom. How many players are left? Lin Feng began to check the remaining players in this game session. You have killed 1 player. Remaining players alive 68. Oh, there are still 68 players left. The pace of the game is actually speeding up. There should be many new players in this game. But these new players surely know the severity of the situation. Once they die, they lose lifespan. Thus, when players encounter each other, it becomes extremely tense to the point of a life-and-death struggle. Lin Feng nodded in agreement while thinking. The players he had encountered before were simply absurd. They acted as if they were here for a vacation. They started by commenting on the scenery and the reality of the game. Looking at it this way, the players he had killed earlier were clearly cannon fodder. Let's start moving into the safe zone. Lin Feng opened the map function, discovering that the safe zone had begun to appear and his current location was quite remote, not within the safe zone. His area was at the edge of the map, and starting from such a spawn point was truly terrible. But thankfully, after developing through wild actions, he had become quite strong. However, the toxic zone was beginning to close in. If he didn't leave soon, he would fall into the toxic zone. Regarding the unknown nature of the toxic zone, Lin Feng felt a strange fear. The toxic zone in this game felt quite eerie. Inside the toxic zone was a pitch-black void. Lin Feng even once saw a group of skeletal hands reaching out from within, seemingly wanting to pull everything inside. This scene made Lin Feng shiver all over, feeling extremely cold. Hurry and get into the safe zone. My agility attribute isn't very low right now. I should be able to get there quite quickly. Lin Feng hurriedly began to run towards the safe zone. Outside the toxic zone, Lin Feng's speed had reached 63 meters per second. Soon he spotted a player who was also running from the toxic zone. The distance wasn't too far, about 150 meters away. In an instant, Lin Feng rushed over, and as he got closer to this player had also noticed Lin Feng's presence and quickly raised the crossbow in his hand, aiming at Lin Feng. There are still players running from the toxic zone. Wait, he's moving so fast. No way. I must act quickly. Let me show you the explosive damage of the crossbow. Die. This player's equipment and weaponry were rather luxurious, as he had survived in a large supply point and managed to hoard all the supplies from there. Unfortunately, facing a monster like Lin Feng, he was destined for one outcome: death. You think you can hit me, eh? Lin Feng swiftly slid over. When the opponent shot the arrow, he easily dodged it by sliding to the side. The player was filled with confusion. What's going on? This player's equipment doesn't seem too shabby. Why doesn't he have a weapon? Is he actually reduced to attacking with his fists? This is hilarious. It seems his damage can't be too high. In an instant, the player didn't dodge and hurriedly took out an arrow, loading it into the crossbow, preparing to shoot Lin Feng again. He thought quite reasonably. If a normal player used their fists to attack, how high could the damage be? At most 100 points of health. But what happened next left this player in disbelief. You're not even dodging. Who do you think you are? Lin Feng looked at the player, who showed no intention of dodging, even changing arrows right in front of him, which made him extremely angry. Suddenly, screw you. Do you dare to look down on me? Lin Feng struck fiercely at the guy's abdomen with a punch. 1892. The high damage value sent the guy flying over 10 meters, leaving behind a corpse that would not close its eyes. Lin Feng stepped forward, gazing down at the lifeless body of the fallen player, whose eyes remained wide with disbelief. He could only utter these words. Who told you to underestimate others? Especially me. I've just emerged from the jungle after farming. No ordinary player can withstand even a single strike from me now. He then began collecting the gear dropped by the slain player. Remarkably, the corpse yielded 2 A-rank artifacts, and a third in a rank crossbow. No wonder the man had strutted with such arrogance. Lin Feng still wore 5 rank artifacts and urgently needed to upgrade to a rank gear. To do so, he would have to eliminate other players. Those who had survived this long were almost certain to possess a rank equipment. Still, it was undeniable that most players lacking a weapon dealt negligible damage. Lin Feng, however, was an exception, an anomaly among prodigies. Of course, some rare talents enabled devastating power without any weapon at all. The world was vast, its wonders boundless. The sheer diversity of talents across the entire Milky Way galaxy defied Lin Feng's imagination. Yet time pressed on. His newly triggered talent was already activating. A buff surged forth, Hunter and Hunted. Your location is now exposed to all players, yet you in turn perceive every opponent's position with perfect clarity. In an instant, boom, a blinding golden pillar erupted from Lin Feng's body, surging skyward with cataclysmic force, shattering clouds midair. The spectacle was so overwhelming that every nearby player witnessed it unmistakably. Yet something was deeply wrong. The golden airdrop signal had not yet appeared. Such a phenomenon should not exist at this stage of the game. Confusion rippled through the battlefield. What was this radiant golden column? If it were an airdrop, the system would have announced it clearly. Then the golden pillar began dissolving into shimmering stardust, enveloping all players on the map. Ordinary players could not see the light, nor grasp its effect. Yet every player's mind suddenly displayed Lin Feng's precise coordinates, his location now etched into their consciousness with unnerving clarity. Their expressions hardened with shock. The reason? Above Lin Feng's head floated the number 00886, the designation of Blue Planet's strongest player. Player 00886 boasted an extraordinary record. Forums buzzed endlessly, speculating wildly about his true talent. None expected to face him in this very match. This was disastrous. Defeating player 00886 was virtually impossible. Worse still, they saw, lying at Lin Feng's feet, the corpse of another player, eyes frozen open in terror, clearly slaughtered without mercy. Still, now that his position was known, best to keep your distance. Meanwhile, Lin Feng's mind flooded with crimson dots, each marking an enemy's location. This buff, fascinating. Lin Feng noticed the crimson dots beginning to shift, moving deliberately. They must be repositioning, but inexplicably their movement seemed to flow away from him, as if repelled by his presence itself. Even the nearest dot was now fleeing in panic. What on earth? Why does every player scatter the moment they spot me? Am I truly that terrifying? Lin Feng's expression flickered with bewilderment. He remained unaware that in the real world, countless conversations were already swirling around him. The online survival game had already begun reshaping reality, its ripples spreading faster than anyone anticipated. Lin Feng now held absolute awareness of every opponent's whereabouts. Though they too knew his location, his attribute stats were unquestionably supreme across the entire battlefield. Ordinary players stood no chance of outrunning him. The nearest opponent, let me take a look. Focusing intently, Lin Feng scanned the crimson dots in his mind, and swiftly located one nearly 258 meters away. Extremely close. A swift sprint would bring him there in moments. Though the target fled frantically, his speed was laughably slow. Without superior attributes, or at least elite tier gear, a player was utterly defenseless. And if their talent too proved mediocre, survival became unthinkable. Let's end this game swiftly. Each kill will elevate my attributes, and my gear will improve in kind. Ordinary players have no path to victory. His figure blurred, then vanished, racing toward his prey. He still had his sights set on the silver tier arena. Meanwhile, in the bronze tier, countless new players across Blue Planet struggled to adapt to this brutal world. Slaughtering them held no thrill. True power resided elsewhere, in the silver tier, where elite players awaited the unveiling of new maps and higher stakes. In mere moments, Lin Feng closed the distance to his nearest quarry and drew unbearable attention. Wherever he moved, the golden pillar followed, like a celestial herald announcing the arrival of a harbinger of doom. Brother, spare me. It's my first time playing. Please, don't kill me. If you kill me, I'll lose 5 months of my lifespan. A young player spun around, panic twisting his features as Lin Feng bore down upon him at impossible speed. Not my concern. You'll die sooner or later. Might as well be by my hand. You entered this arena, so don't fear death now. Lin Feng paid no heed to the pleas. He lunged forward and delivered a single brutal punch. The youth flew backward, crashing to the ground lifeless. Gear scattered across the earth. Lin Feng picked up a few pieces, only frank artifacts. So the boy hadn't lied. He was astonishingly impoverished. How then had he survived this long? Clearly he'd mastered the art of turtling, a connoisseur of evasion. Without pause, Lin Feng locked onto the next closest target and charged once more. His purge had only just begun. Brother, please don't kill me. What has your life or death to do with me? Die. Boss, I am willing to follow you. I have no use for trash like you. Get lost. Young man, if you spare me in the real world, I will serve you. Do not presume to break my law, hideous she-demon. Die. One by one, players fell under Lin Feng's terrifying assault. Each fled for their lives, and those who dared resist met a gruesome death at his hands. Whether male or female, before him all were equal now. A mere handful of words. Beg for mercy. A joke. In the game, Lin Feng had already slaughtered who knew how many players. Those in the real world who had crossed him had now vanished without a trace. No matter how players pleaded or threatened, Lin Feng remained unshaken. Players who entered the survival game should be prepared. To plead or threaten now is simply to deceive oneself. Lin Feng's temperament was exceedingly steady. In an instant, as he swiftly dealt with surrounding players, the kill board began to flood relentlessly with his name. This made the remaining survivors grow wary. They could locate Lin Feng, and Lin Feng could locate them. The situation resembled a game of hide-and-seek. The farther a remaining player stayed from Lin Feng, the higher their eventual ranking would be. The reason was simple: Lin Feng had begun his slaughter. Within a 500-meter radius, there were no players left. All had been ambushed. As other players died, those who survived naturally rose in rank. This led the newcomers to think, if only Lin Feng would finish off the others quickly. Once their rank climbed, the penalty for dying diminished. Even if Lin Feng later slaughtered them, they would still come away with a net gain. Spend survival points to buy extra life, or remaining points could be used to strengthen genetic cells. This strategy of waiting for others to die, strangely, seemed advantageous. The premise, of course, was simple: just survive. Do not draw Lin Feng's attention. As a result, the entire match's tactics were beginning to change. Players fled in frantic haste. As long as the player numbered 00886 did not catch them, sneaking into the top 10 still seemed attainable. How many players remain? After clearing a 500-meter zone, Lin Feng began to check the number of survivors. You have killed 18 players. Remaining survivors 26. There are 26 left. The pace is accelerating. The golden crate airdrop is about to land. Then those players will likely gather, won't they? Lin Feng gazed at the numbers and could not help squinting. He suspected the remaining players would soon congregate. However, the buffs he now gained from kills had become rather ordinary, mostly modest increases to attribute points. Those attribute buffs ranged from 5 to 30 points, somewhat meager. Truly powerful buffs, it seemed, still required a stroke of luck. Fortunately, the stronger buffs Lin Feng had acquired earlier were already formidable. He believed he could handle any situation with ease. Still, these players have run far. Lin Feng concentrated, noticing the little red dots in his mind receding ever farther. The nearest player was still 673 meters away. What was going on? Were these players afraid to challenge him? One must remember his equipment was lavish. Lin Feng now wore predominantly a grade gear with a single grade piece. Calling him the strongest in the match was no exaggeration. Because of his player kills, his attributes had been growing ever stronger. Lin Feng, strength 449, stamina 262, agility 359, defense 362, spirit 269. With so many attribute buffs stacked, his stats had reached a truly impressive level. Moreover, each player killed granted 5 to all attributes, causing his numbers to verge on the absurd. He could one-shot any player with ease. Even a tire wild beast that appeared could be crushed by a single punch. As for tire beasts, Lin Feng had never encountered one. At bronze rank, such creatures simply did not spawn. Soon after, a system prompt rang out: golden crate airdrop commencing. In 120 seconds, it will land at the center of the safe zone. All players are welcome to contest. For a moment, voices cried, the airdrop is finally coming. We've waited so long. Lin Feng's face broke into ecstatic delight. Once the golden crate descended, players' greed would surely drive them to converge, and he could slaughter the remaining players then. He would no longer need to scour the map for them. Lin Feng felt resigned. No matter how fast he ran, they were still fleeing. Catching up would still require time and be troublesome. On the other side, upon hearing the announcement, a single thought rose in every player's mind. Go. If we go, what if the great devil player 00886 is there? Forget it. Just hide. As other players die, my rank will rise and things will become easier for me. 90% of players dared not contest. The few who did were supremely confident in their own abilities. Among them were even scions of great wealth and influence in the real world. They believed that with a high enough price, they could tempt player 00886. Alas, Lin Feng felt no shortage of wealth. Were it not for his genuine refusal to break the law, becoming the richest man alive would be as simple as issuing an order to Tianqi. As for power, it held no sway over him. He even wished to remain inconspicuous. Lin Feng did not crave fame. He intended to cultivate himself quietly. When he truly emerged, nothing in the real world would be able to stop him. Frankly, if launching lacked him, in future planetary melees, launching would very likely be erased. Then it would not be those signs offering sums, but the great figures of the real world who would come begging Lin Feng to intervene and fend off such calamity. If Lin Feng understood what those signs were thinking, he would find it utterly childish. Moments later, Lin Feng arrived at the center of the safe zone. The dazzling golden pillar of light followed his movement, truly eye-catching, allowing all players to clearly see this golden beam. This is also the location where the golden treasure chest airdrop will soon descend. Lin Feng stood directly in the center waiting for the players to arrive. However, after waiting for a while, he surprisingly did not see any signs of the players. This left Lin Feng feeling bewildered, muttering to himself, "What is going on? These players, don't they want to compete for the airdrop?" In his mind, the small red dots represented players who were all stuck at the edge of the safe zone. That position would not be subject to the damage of the toxic circle. However, if the toxic circle began to close and suddenly these players would be doomed. The speed at which the toxic circle was contracting had already increased. Ordinary players with low agility attributes would simply be unable to escape. It could be said to be quite a dangerous area. Moreover, this was where the airdrop would arrive. Why were these players not coming to fight for it? The resources inside the airdrop included 3-grade rewards exceedingly luxurious. As long as an ordinary player obtained them, becoming the first would already be a piece of cake, provided that Lin Feng, this monstrous figure, did not appear. Fortunately, there were still 4 to 5 players making their way toward this location. This made Lin Feng wonder, why were these new players so fearful of him? Wasn't he just a bit stronger? Why were these players so timid that they dared not confront him and instead planned to stay at the edge of the safe zone? It seemed these new players were very afraid of the punishment of death as well as the greed for higher ranking survival points. Once I collect the resources from the airdrop, they'll take care of all of you. Lin Feng suppressed his restless heart, waiting for the arrival of the airdrop, as the resources inside must not be given up. It is important to understand that the golden treasure chest airdrop contains 3-grade rewards, all of which can be picked up. His current equipment consists of only 1-grade item and a full set of a grade gear. If an ordinary player were to obtain 3-grade rewards, potentially including a grade skill book, their attributes would surely skyrocket instantly. In such a case, it would put him at a disadvantage, and it would still be quite possible for them to kill him. Of course, whether they can defeat him is another matter. It's hard to say. He still had the Phoenix's Blessing resurrection ability that he had yet to use. It was likely that no player would be able to force him to use this trump card. Soon as time passed, the golden treasure chest airdrop fell from the sky, getting closer and closer to the ground. Lin Feng remained vigilant of the small red dots in his mind. Now at a location quite close to him, there were already 4 players. However, these 4 players seemed to be discussing something with no signs of attacking each other. For this, as long as those players approached Lin Feng, he would strike, instantly eliminating them without mercy. Since these players had not yet approached, he was not in a hurry. Once he collects the airdrop's resources, he would unleash a new wave of slaughter. Suddenly, the players who had been stuck at the edge of the safe zone began to move together toward the center. Moreover, these players actually started to gather, showing signs of wanting to team up. Why were these players gathering in this solo queue mode? This action immediately caught Lin Feng's attention. He was filled with confusion. These players are becoming increasingly strange. But it doesn't matter. The airdrop will arrive in 20 seconds. He did not care about these players teaming up. These players were merely a disorganized bunch. Even if they teamed up, he could still break through. Soon as the airdrop was about to fall, the 4 players who were quite close to Lin Feng began to stand together, appearing in front of him. Player number 00886, we would like to discuss something with you. We 4 players possess power and wealth in reality that you cannot even imagine. Your identity is so mysterious that it cannot be investigated in real life. Would you like to cooperate with us? It's a simple matter. We've heard that the silver rank has a team-up function, and when the time comes, you will lead us to rank up, and we can offer you compensation in reality. You could become the strongest player in Blue Star, and with such terrifying achievements and talent, your strength must be formidable. Lead us to rank up, and when we become powerful, we can face the chaos of the planet together. What do you say? The 4 players were quite arrogant, their faces slightly raised as if trying to look down on Lin Feng. This behavior was extremely impolite. In an instant, Lin Feng's gaze turned cold as he turned to look at these spoiled players, his expression indifferent. Team-up function. You want me to lead you to rank up? Just you. Do you think you can entice me with power and wealth in reality? What good is that? Can it exchange for lifespan? Can it exchange for abilities and items in the game? Can it enhance genetic cells? It cannot be exchanged at all. It is utterly useless. Let me tell you, even if the silver rank has a team-up function, I will not lead any players to rank up. And mind your attitude. I despise you spoiled brats who rely entirely on your parents to be like this. Right now I'm feeling quite annoyed. Be careful, or I might just kill you. As his words fell, Lin Feng's gaze filled with killing intent. He was estimating how many seconds it would take to kill these 4 players. The airdrop was about to fall, and a large number of players were rushing to this location. If he killed these 4 spoiled players and ended up unable to obtain the resources in the airdrop, only to be robbed by other players, it would be quite a loss. You dare refuse? You bastard. Do you know who I am? How dare you speak to me like this? Damn. Aren't you just a bit lucky, inexplicably obtaining a rather powerful talent? How can you be so arrogant? Do you believe that I can make you disappear in reality? Don't let me find out your identity, otherwise making you vanish is a piece of cake. These spoiled players had never experienced such humiliation. They had grown up with a golden key, being able to have whatever they wanted. Now they were being mocked coldly by Lin Feng, causing their emotions to swell with anger. Vanish. Ha ha ha. You really dare to say that? Lin Feng's eyes were filled with coldness. While he did not want to break the law, he was not afraid of it either. He still had the conscience of a citizen, only not having taken that final step. Once he took that step, chaos would surely ensue. If these spoiled players truly wanted to court death, he wouldn't mind taking their lives. After all, Lin Feng detested being threatened by others. Should we deal with these players in reality? Now with the Apocalypse battlesuit, it would be quite easy to eliminate these fellows without anyone noticing. The technology of the Apocalypse battlesuit is capable of shielding against any special radar and space surveillance satellites. For the official organization to discover the Apocalypse battlesuit, the difficulty is akin to trying to reach the heavens. Lin Feng's gaze fell upon the 4 players, his emotions tinged with murderous intent. However, killing these 4 players in reality would indeed pose some challenges. Firstly, Lin Feng currently cannot investigate the identities of these players due to the existence of survival game, which thoroughly protects player privacy. Such protective measures are beyond the reach of even the artificial intelligence Apocalypse unless the players voluntarily disclose their information. Though these 4 players are somewhat foolish, they are not so idiotic as to reveal their information. Although I cannot kill you in reality right now, but I can slay you in the game. It's like stepping on ants. Lin Feng could no longer suppress the turmoil within him. He originally planned to wait until the airdrop arrived before he began his slaughter. However, these 4 rich kids must die, as long as he can still see these guys. Lin Feng's mood is exceedingly displeased. He truly wants to unleash his destruction. In an instant die, Lin Feng's figure surged forward, suddenly transforming into a faint shadow, instantly arriving near these fellows. Team up. Kill him. It's your greatest honor to collaborate with us, and yet you dare to resist. The strongest player. You're merely one of the luckier players in the test. A great skill, stun. The 4 players, seeing this, revealed sneers on their faces. They dared to approach Lin Feng for a conversation, exuding great confidence in their own strength. In that moment, the 4 players began to attack Lin Feng, unleashing various skills and techniques, while one player activated a control skill. A deep red light began to assault Lin Feng. It was actually a targeting skill. Result: flashy nonsense. Targeting. It's meaningless. Shatter. Lin Feng looked at the dark light's attack, and he made no attempt to evade, instantly throwing a punch that exploded the light. Of course, his body stiffened for a moment, but quickly returned to normal. This stun skill is of no use to him now, because his mental attributes completely overshadow all the players present, resulting in an exceptionally high resilience. If the players wanted to control him, it was essentially impossible. What? This player stared at the scene, his eyes widening slightly. After all, this wasn't a great stun skill, which should stun the target for 1.25 seconds. The result was that it was shattered without mercy. Even Lin Feng, this player, was completely unaffected. First kill 1:42.89. Lin Feng rushed to this player's front, delivering a powerful punch that unleashed a staggering amount of damage. Ah! This player screamed in agony, transforming directly into a corpse with equipment spilling out everywhere. A single punch dealt thousands in damage. It made this player die beyond death, turning his body into a pulp. Survival game has pain feedback. Even if it's only 35, encountering such an attack is enough to push this player's mental state to the brink of collapse. And you, come at me together. Lin Feng kicked aside the player's corpse, turning to look at the 3 remaining players, his face displaying a chilling smile. I will tear your bodies apart, making you feel this pain before you die. As his voice fell, Lin Feng's figure dimmed, charging towards a terrified player from behind, delivering a swift cut that easily severed the player's arm. A torrent of crimson blood gushed forth, incredibly gruesome. Meanwhile, the remaining 2 players hastily drew their weapons, striking at Lin Feng's body. The result was paltry damage. 29.34. This made a faintly sarcastic smile appear on Lin Feng's face. Is that all the damage? You still think you can kill me? I've already told you you're trash, and you dare to ask me to cooperate with you. Still the same question. Do you deserve it? What are you even worth? Immediately after the aesthetics of violence. Let me show you. Lin Feng unleashed his full strength, instantly pinning down the player before him with his palm, then raised his leg and stomped down hard, shattering the fellow's skull. In an instant, the man's skull began to spray, a thick, red-white viscous liquid splattering everywhere and emitting a strange odor. At that moment, Lin Feng's clothes were already drenched in crimson liquid, resembling a ghostly figure from a horror story, extremely ghastly. You, demon, madman. If I die from such a move, the game will definitely return pain feedback, and when I return to reality, my mind will definitely suffer problems. The remaining 2 players looked on in terror, hastily trying to flee. What kind of death is this? With 35 pain feedback, it could drive an ordinary player to madness. Now it hinges on whether this player can endure it. Because survival game is too realistic, the remaining 2 players have lost all fighting spirit to contend with Lin Feng. However, just because they are not fighting doesn't mean Lin Feng is without options. He is even more ferocious. Run. You all will die here today. Fortunately, this is just a game. If it were in reality, you would have been dead long ago. Lin Feng wiped the crimson blood off his face, looking at the fleeing players with a cruel smile. In the next moment, he rushed forward, delivering a punch to each player, easily shattering their skulls. He believed this pain feedback will make these 4 players, when they leave the game and return to reality, suffer unbearable pain. Huh, is someone coming? Lin Feng slightly tilted his head, gazing at the distant spot where the remaining players had gathered. However, seeing the tragic deaths of the 4 rich kids, these players surprisingly stopped in their tracks at the same time, quietly watching this scene. Then these players retreated in unison, hastily fleeing the scene. Originally, these players had gathered to try and bring down Lin Feng, the Demon King, player number 00886. We must unite to defeat him. As they say, many hands make light work. Surely we can take down this player number 00886. But which player dares to take the lead now? When Lin Feng had just struck, it was so brutal that it frightened these players. The taste of death is undoubtedly painful. No player is willing to endure such suffering. I will deal with you later. Lin Feng's gaze turned icy as he looked at these players, yet he did not pursue them further, because the airdrop had already fallen to the ground. Once he collects the supplies from the airdrop, he will initiate a new round of hunting. Those lucky ones will naturally have a higher ranking. Run. Quickly escape far away. Otherwise, those who escape slowly will die at his hands. The golden treasure chest airdrop finally landed. Boom. A brilliant golden beam of light suddenly burst forth into the sky, accompanied by a similar radiant beam emanating from Lin Feng's body. 2 golden beams of light shone brightly at the same time. Like the dazzling brilliance of starlight, they were incredibly eye-catching. Moreover, no other players dared to intervene. At this moment, all players had run far away, not daring to approach Lin Feng. After all, who would want to become cannon fodder and challenge Lin Feng? The longer one lives, the higher their ranking becomes. At this stage, dying would only result in a death penalty of about 1 to 2 months lifespan. Spending a few survival points could perfectly make up for it, and any remaining survival points could also enhance genetic cells. Isn't that delightful? Moreover, Lin Feng's current damage was already quite terrifying. Even without any weapons, he could deal thousands of damage. He could be said to truly dominate the battlefield. The current buff effects are becoming increasingly ordinary. It seems my luck has run out. When Lin Feng had just killed these 4 players, the buffs he received were quite average. 2 buffs that increased attribute points. There were also 2 buffs that reduced lightning and poison damage. At this stage, there were essentially no elemental damages, so those 2 buffs were rather redundant. Let's activate the airdrop. Quickly deal with these players. Engage in silver tier matches. Lin Feng extended his hand to open the golden treasure chest airdrop. In an instant, 3 brand new rewards floated out. Golden armored grade defense 145, stamina 25, durability 1250, golden greaves grade defense 105, agility 32, durability 1050, eye of contempt grade skill book. When activated, the user gazes at the target with disdainful eyes, causing the target to feel immense humiliation and boundless rage, leading them to chase after the user without hesitation. Lin Feng looked at these 3 rewards, his expression slightly changed, but he still picked them all up and equipped them immediately. The first 2 rewards seemed ordinary to him, merely common airdrop supplies. However, this grade skill book felt somewhat off. It didn't even have a cooldown period. Could it be used without limits? This feels strange, but I might as well learn it. Lin Feng did not hesitate. Having already picked it up, he directly proceeded to learn it. Soon after, he felt an itch in his eyes that made him want to rub them. However, he resisted the urge and waited for the itch to pass. Soon the sensation vanished. Find a player. Let's test it now. Lin Feng directly checked the small red dot in his mind and rushed towards the nearest player. Massacre. Let it begin. What the hell? Why is this big demon king chasing me? I'm so unlucky. A player sensed Lin Feng's position in his mind and found Lin Feng pursuing him, which filled his expression with despair. Lin Feng's speed was simply too fast. He couldn't possibly outrun him. Later on, he wouldn't resist, hoping that player number 00886 wouldn't be too cruel in killing him. Ideally, he would go easy. Otherwise, the pain feedback would definitely be unbearable. Immediately after, Lin Feng chased the player, his eyes shining with a strange light. Eye of Contempt. Activate. A strange surge of agitation instantly spread through the player's emotions, causing him to become infuriated, his eyes turning red, and he shouted, "Player number 00886. You dare to look down on me? I want you dead here." As his voice fell, the player drew his gleaming sword and suddenly turned around to charge at Lin Feng, wanting to battle him. Oh, this is effective. This Eye of Contempt is quite special. Lin Feng observed the enraged player rushing towards him, seemingly having lost all rationality, furious and wanting to slay him. He had heard that when a person is enraged, their combat power could double. Right now, this player, in his fury, could potentially exert a much higher combat level than usual. Of course, in a state of rage, one often forgets their life. This was quite an impulsive act. In the next moment, the player charged right in front of Lin Feng, without any hesitation, raising his sword and coming down hard. The speed of the slash was even faster than usual. Seeing this, Lin Feng quickly dodged and effortlessly avoided the attacks, then remarked, "This guy's skill has increased by about 15 to 30. This Eye of Contempt skill actually boosts the player's level. No wonder there's no cooldown. If the user's skill level isn't high, they could easily be counter-killed." but it's still useless. This player's level can be extinguished with a single punch. After saying that, he added crack. Bang! Lin Feng suddenly unleashed a punch, shattering the player's sword into pieces. The player's health rapidly dropped to 0, and he died on the spot. At the moment of death, the player regained consciousness, still puzzled. Why had he become so angry that he dared to attack Lin Feng? It was truly strange. Normally, if he encountered Lin Feng, he would definitely run away, not daring to confront him head-on. But now he actually wanted to kill Lin Feng. This was simply courting death. Buff effects begin to appear. Skill range enhancement. Your current skill range is directly increased by 500. Oh, finally some decent buffs are starting to appear. It seems my luck has returned a bit. Lin Feng looked at the newly received buffs, his eyes filled with delight. Increasing the skill range by 500. This was incredibly terrifying. Unfortunately, none of his current skills had any damaging properties. For example, if he currently had a fire element skill to cast with this buff's enhancement, the covered area would surely be outrageous. Wait a minute. The Eye of Contempt skill seems to have an expanded range. This is simply a powerful skill for attracting hatred. Lin Feng suddenly thought of this, and his expression turned curious. If he activated the Eye of Contempt again, would he attract all players towards him? This way, he wouldn't need to painstakingly chase them down. For this entirely new idea, Lin Feng felt it warranted a trial. The Eye of Contempt. Activate. An uncanny radiance flickered deep within his eyes, and instantly his gaze swept across the surroundings. In that instant, the tiny red dots appearing in Lin Feng's mind surged into frantic motion. Players who had been fleeing into the distance now abruptly turned and rushed toward his position. Their emotions had erupted into unbridled fury. They were utterly consumed by the singular desire to kill him at any cost. Of course, the extraordinary reach of his ability was largely due to the current safe zone's relatively compact boundaries. The range covered this time already draws 6 players toward me. The rest must be too distant to fall within its influence. Lin Feng began calculating the number of incoming players. These 6 were not far off, approximately 500 meters away. This implied a crucial revelation: the Eye of Contempt's base radius extended only 100 meters, yet amplified by a 500 enhancement buff, it now spanned 500 meters. This enhancement buff proves remarkably effective. Lin Feng was thoroughly satisfied. With such power at his command, eliminating these players would be swift and decisive. Next, he checked the remaining player count. Players eliminated 23, surviving players remaining 19. This match holds promise. I may well eliminate 40 players. Truly, this is a benevolent match. All surviving players are novices. They have yet to grasp the game's rhythm, hence the overall weakness of this match's participants. Compared to the previous 10,000 testers, this could even be considered an advantage. Such a thought surfaced in Lin Feng's mind. Fairness, after all, had never truly existed. Mastery of fairness lay solely in one's own hands. Die. How dare you underestimate me? I'll grind your bones to dust and scatter your ashes. When the 6 players arrived, their eyes blazed crimson. Fury had eclipsed all reason. Instantly, they encircled Lin Feng, unleashing their unique abilities in a coordinated assault. Yet Lin Feng's attributes now vastly surpassed theirs. Dispatching them required no effort. Is this all? Pathetically weak. He absorbed their attacks without flinching, landing punch after punch, each strike ending a life in an instant. Not a single point of his health bar dropped. He remained at full vitality, sustained by life-steal healing spells and damage reduction buffs. Reducing his health now seemed nearly impossible. Lin Feng hadn't even contemplated how he might die in this match. It was quite simply a flawless heaven-sent opening. Soon the toxic circle contracted once more. The safe zone shrank further. Lin Feng activated his skill without hesitation. The Eye of Contempt. Activate. In a flash, every player across the map burned with crimson eyes and seething rage. Even nearby wild beasts fell unwittingly under its sway. The result was terrifying. Hordes of beasts abandoned their territories and stampeded toward Lin Feng's location. Among them were 2 Class D beasts, 5 Class beasts, and 9 Class F beasts. Every living creature within the safe zone had been stirred into visceral hatred toward Lin Feng. Players reacted identically. They were utterly powerless against the skill, consumed by an obsessive urge to destroy him. Faced with this spectacle, Lin Feng could only mutter wryly, fortunately the Eye of Contempt's initial range isn't vast. If it drew all creatures across the entire map, that wouldn't be a joke. Even I at my peak would falter under such relentless attrition. This map conceals Class C beasts, though they're normally bound to their domains. Yet if provoked by the Eye of Contempt, they might very well break free and converge upon me. After all, my spiritual attribute now surpasses even theirs. Still, he reassured himself, for now these attackers, players and beasts alike, surely lack the strength to slay me. He still bore the Phoenix's blessing, a resurrection buff. He refused to believe he couldn't prevail. In the next moment, every assailant arrived, enclosed and surrounding him completely. A ceaseless torrent of attacks crashed over him like a tidal wave, draining his health at a terrifying pace, as though he himself were the final boss of a dungeon raid. Indeed, it mirrored the true difficulty of defeating a dungeon boss. Yet with a single devastating punch, he dealt thousands of damage, and his 10 lifesteal instantly restored him to full health. Should his health dip critically, he merely raised a hand and cast a healing spell, flooding his vitality back to its peak. Did they truly imagine they could clear him, the dungeon's supreme boss? What a fantasy. Had he not deliberately drawn these beasts, and he would have slaughtered every player long ago. Yet drawing them and served another purpose. He could now leverage his innate talent to enrich his enhancement buffs. Though these buffs currently only increased attribute points, higher attributes meant significantly greater survival points upon match conclusion. Moments later, the battlefield lay in utter ruin. Corpses of players and beasts littered the ground. Lin Feng spared a single player, leaving him alive, for now. The ground glittered with dropped gear and radiant loot chests. Ending the match prematurely by killing him now would forfeit that bounty. The match would end immediately, unacceptable. During earlier combat, his armor had worn down completely, its durability exhausted. His attributes plummeted catastrophically. His health bar collapsed rapidly. Even healing spells and lifesteal failed to restore him fully. Too many foes surrounded him. He simply couldn't withstand the onslaught. Even the mightiest dungeon boss, it seemed, possessed exploitable weaknesses. Yet he bore the Phoenix's blessing, a resurrection ability. At that moment he had perished. But upon reviving on the spot, he gained 3 seconds of invincibility, long enough to snatch fresh gear from the ground and equip it in a flash. His attributes rose slightly, enough to reverse the tide and claim victory. Still, testing the Eye of Contempt this way had nearly cost him everything. Lin Feng had never imagined the Eye of Contempt would incite such ferocity, not just among players but among beasts fearless unto death. Today he had truly witnessed its terror, beyond anything he could have conceived. Lin Feng began to scour the fallen players' equipment. Gear would prove crucial in the imminent survival point tally. He picked up each piece one by one, inspecting their attributes. He could not afford to waste any source of survival points. He had examined every item dropped by the dead players, collecting the finer pieces and stowing them in his in-game inventory. A glittering loot chest lay on the ground. He resolved to prioritize skill books, so that should a special situation arise in the real world, they might prove useful and could be extracted into reality. Lin Feng hurried over and opened the loot chest. As for the equipment now, he no longer needed most of it. The game was nearly over, and even if he redeemed the gear in reality, it would have little value. In the real world, he already owned the Tianqi battle armor, whose quality was at least a grade. Redeeming these grade items into reality would be pointless. It was better to prioritize skill books. If none appeared, then choose equipment. Soon he had opened every loot chest, taken the skill tomes first, and settled everything. He exhaled. The talent he had selected behaved well in practice. Its active nature was commendable, and it even granted a form of revival. Otherwise, he might have almost lost the match. But now it could finally end. Lin Feng realized the confrontation was over. A moment later, he turned to the last remaining player, Fortunate, currently holding second place. That player was still intoxicated by the lingering effect of the Contempt Eye skill, racked with furious delirium and bent on attacking to kill him. Unfortunately for him, Lin Feng had completely ignored the player moments ago, allowing the other to strike at will. The opponent's weapon had shattered. Now he pummeled Lin Feng's armor with his fists in a frenzied assault that barely made an impact. Damage numbers flickered 1-1-1. Even the hits failed to breach double digits. Those were likely forced HP deductions. He could raise his hand and cast a healing spell to restore a great deal of health. Let the player batter him all day. He still probably couldn't be killed. How powerful are my attributes now? Before the game ended, Lin Feng hurried to check his stats. Lin Feng's strength 949, endurance 543, agility 724, defense 842, spirit 524. Not bad at all. But when I once had the SS grade talent infinite split, all my in-game attributes had soared past 10,000. It was utterly godlike. Lin Feng was astonished that the buffs this round had stacked his attributes tremendously. Otherwise, his overall stats would be roughly 35% lower. Then the number flashed 9514. He fixed his gaze on the player and delivered a single punch, instantly shattering him to pieces. Game prompts chimed in his ears. Congratulations, you have won this match. Game over. Begin settling survival points. Survival ranking 100 points, talent score 652 points. You heavily used talents this match. Attribute score 356 points, attributes over 300. Every 10 points awards 1 point. Equipment score 126 points. Skill score 62 points. Player kills 41 points. Points multiplier x 2, total 2674 points. Nearly 3,000 survival points. Not bad, he muttered. So. Listening to the tally, Lin Feng paid it little mind. It was only a modest sum of points. To him, it was mere pocket change. To ordinary players, however, it was a fortune. A genuine windfall. Even a regular player who won first place would only earn about 150,300 survival points. The points Lin Feng had gained were easily 10 times that of an ordinary player. Of course, he was determined to extract an SS grade talent into reality. That extraction required 25600 survival points. A few thousand now were truly negligible. The game ended. Lin Feng returned to reality and opened his eyes to find himself back in the master bedroom of his villa. He glanced at his phone. 1258. Nearly an hour had passed in the real world. It seemed the points multiplier had been useful. Lin Feng excited thought aloud. So, the current silver tier players. How many are there now? Without resting, he launched another match to check the prompt. You now belong to the Silver Tier. Silver Tier match participants 174256. You may enter a Silver Tier match. 174,000. Lin Feng stared at the figure stunned. Such a vast number. He began to calculate carefully. If a player wins first place, they advance to the Silver Promotion round. In a Silver Promotion match, the top 3 attain Silver Tier. Launching now had tens of billions of citizens. How many matches were underway? Even if some citizens refused to play out of fear, most citizens would still be willing to play. Otherwise, if they didn't partake, 3 years of lifespan would be deducted per week. This was no joke. Once the player base swelled, lower tier matches would continuously feed players in a higher tiers. Interesting. So many Silver Tier players. Now I can have some fun, he thought, eyes gleaming with delight. In only a brief moment, he checked the silver count again. It had surged by thousands more and kept climbing with every passing moment. Terrifying. Citizens across planets in the galaxy were playing this game. The number of Silver Tier players must be immense, too numerous to count. With so many citizens participating, it would soon be possible for players to break past silver and advance into gold. Lin Feng estimated that in the gold tier, players could likely be matched with citizens from other planets to play together. This was becoming ever more intriguing. Silver matches. I hope I meet strong opponents. Let me see the truly powerful players of launching. I hope they are not boring, he added, smiling confidently. Whoever they were, he could bulldoze through them. This was Lin Feng's certainty. With an SS grade talent, he could act as he pleased. Wait, I need to enhance my attribute points. I almost forgot about this matter. Lin Feng suddenly recalled something quite important. For players at the bronze rank, the initial attribute value cannot exceed 30 points. Otherwise, negative buffs will be imposed, significantly reducing subsequent survival points. Moreover, if the attributes exceed too much, entry into bronze rank games will be prohibited. However, players at the silver rank can start with attributes as high as 100 points. Lin Feng currently had all attributes at 30 points. It would be better to enhance his attributes first and then enter silver rank games with the strongest potential. At that moment, he exited the game lobby and began to call out Survival Mall. In the game, the equipment, weapons, and skills he had encountered appeared in a dazzling array along with their selling prices. Also, the SSS-Rank talent he had used in his last game, Endless Blood Drinking, was now listed in the Survival Mall. Its price was set at a staggering 256 million survival points. This was an unimaginable amount of survival points. Moreover, the items sold in each player's Survival Mall would be completely different. These items had to be obtained personally before they could be unlocked in reality. Then Lin Feng began to check his current survival points. You currently have 10930 survival points. If fully exchanged for attribute points, it would reach 218.6 points. It seems that with this amount of survival points, reaching 100 points in all attributes is a bit unrealistic. Let's exchange for 200 attribute points. Lin Feng's expression showed no hesitation as he clicked on the Survival Mall to access the function for enhancing genetic cells. The next moment, he chose to purchase. Deducting 100 survival points, exchanging for 200 attribute points, he directly spent 100 survival points. Currently, only Lin Feng possessed such a huge sum of survival points. If ordinary players were to imagine Lin Feng having such a wealth of survival points, needless to say, they would be filled with envy and jealousy. 200 attribute points. It was enough for players to have a much more comfortable experience in the early to mid-game. Even if all attributes were allocated, it could allow ordinary players to instantly rise to the top of the strongest player rankings. Naturally, they would also possess greater strength in reality. All attribute points. Allocate 40 points in total. Lin Feng began to enhance all his attributes, gradually feeling the cells within his body undergoing new changes. His strength became more robust, defense more resilient, agility more nimble, endurance more abundant, and spirit more vibrant. In just a brief moment, he was already sweating, with the sweat mingled with murky black substances emitting a foul odor. It forcibly expelled all impurities from Lin Feng's body. At this moment, his attribute value page displayed Lin Feng's strength 70, endurance 70, agility 70, defense 70, spirit 70. Regarding these attribute values, if I were to participate in an underground boxing match, I would even suspect that I could knock out other contestants with a single punch. Lin Feng looked at his current attribute values, feeling quite satisfied. After all, this is reality. No matter how powerful you are in the game, when you return to reality, you will revert to your original self. Do not think that Lin Feng can command the winds and rains in the game. But in reality, he would still be unable to withstand a bullet from a handgun. This is so real. This is also why he remains so low-key now. Even with the apocalyptic battle armor, he still hasn't truly become invincible. As long as the official organization is ruthless, they could sacrifice this city, and Lin Feng would die here. Nuclear weapons are not a joke. Even the apocalyptic battle armor has said, when all energy shields are activated, the likelihood of withstanding a nuclear blast is only 46.7. That doesn't even reach half the probability. Of course, the official organization would not do such a thing. In fact, the official organization still has requests of Lin Feng. In future planetary brawl matches, the official organization will likely recruit the strongest players who appear on the leaderboard. However, whether the official organization can recruit them, that is their concern. Huff, I should take a shower. Otherwise, I can't stand this stench on my body. Lin Feng's nostrils twitched slightly as he began to smell the foul odor of the dark sweat on his body. This made him quickly pinch his nose, his expression filled with discomfort. The next moment, he hurriedly rushed into the bathroom to take a shower. Fortunately, this villa is well furnished. This was intentionally left by the previous middle-aged owner, because in the eyes of this middle-aged owner, no buyer could survive. Leaving behind these furnishings, the middle-aged owner could still live here. Now it's good. This is directly considered a gift to Lin Feng. After all, this middle-aged owner has already died in a car accident. After showering, Lin Feng returned to the master bedroom and then began to enter the game. You are now at the silver rank. Number of players in silver rank matches, 292566. You can now participate in silver rank matches. Yes, no. Lin Feng quickly clicked the yes button option. Immediately, a strong pulling force came directly teleporting Lin Feng away, vanishing from reality. After playing in the silver match, the previous map specifications and gameplay unexpectedly began to change slightly. You are currently in a silver rank match, as this is your first time playing in a silver match. Force team mode map mode Apocalypse Zombies map specifications 20002000. The map removes wild monsters and increases the number of zombies, which will attack all players. Zombies will also have different levels. The most common zombies have no level, so killing them will yield no rewards. Additionally, players will have a new infection feature. If a player's infection level reaches 100, you will die and completely turn into a zombie, continuing to attack the remaining players. The map will also feature serums. Injecting the serum will reduce infection levels. This map removes the cold weapon era and introduces the hot weapon era with vehicles available. A large number of rules about the silver match have been recorded here, deeply ingrained in Lin Feng's mind. As Lin Feng began to open his eyes, he quickly raised his head to look at the dark red night sky, filled with an eerie atmosphere. He knew that this game's world would certainly present some challenges. Unexpectedly, the map specifications for this silver match would actually feature apocalypse zombies. Truly, it just keeps getting more interesting. But this game world is truly too realistic. When I encounter zombies later, I will definitely take a good look. Originally, I could only see creatures like zombies in movies. Lin Feng gazed at the eerie crimson and dim sky and could only sigh. Soon a prompt appeared again. Welcome to the survival game. Ding. The innate system is starting up. Congratulations. You have drawn the top-level talent, the world's favorite SSS. You are now the favored child of this world, possessing the strongest fortune in history. The world will favor you. Any means to deal with you must first seek the world's consent. The voice fell. Lin Feng's face was filled with astonishment, quite peculiar. The strongest fortune in history. Am I really the favored child of the world? So in this sense, the world is now my father. Does it feel strange, suddenly having another father? He didn't fully understand this new talent yet, and could only make slight use of it to see what means he possessed. He certainly wouldn't underestimate any SS-level talent. Every SS-level talent possesses extraordinary means. Like the last SS-level talent, Endless Blood, drinking the initial buff that appeared directly laid the foundation for his victory. Then he remembered something very interesting in this game match. He also had game teammates. Players playing in silver matches for the first time must be forced into a team mode. It seems this game match requires teammates to support each other. To be honest, he really didn't like the team mode functionality. As long as Lin Feng utilizes his SS-level talent, he could easily take on 10 players without any issues. Why would he need teammates who would drag him down? However, this was the game's decision, and he couldn't interfere. I actually have to bring teammates to rank up. Let's just say it's a charity event. Lin Feng could only shake his head helplessly, and then he turned to observe the surrounding environment. About 5 meters away from him, a female player stood quietly in place, not moving at all, seemingly still listening to the game rules. But once Lin Feng saw this player clearly, his face directly showed shock. Damn, how is it her? The player in front of him was actually player number 00005, who had previously invited Lin Feng to join the official organization Luo Yan. However, his shout directly interrupted Luo Yan as she was listening to the game rules, causing her attention to waver. In an instant, wait. Luo Yan's expression darkened slightly as she was about to scold this male player for being rude, but upon recognizing this player before her, her expression changed dramatically as she exclaimed, player number 00886. My teammate in this game is actually you. Suddenly, how could it be you? So unlucky. Lin Feng's expression turned rather grim. He actually matched with this female player in team mode. This female player was quite arrogant and had previously challenged him, only to be ruthlessly killed by Lin Feng twice. Moreover, this Luo Yan even had the nerve to invite Lin Feng to join the official organization. Regarding her, Lin Feng could also guess her character. If he wanted to make Luo Yan obediently listen to him, it would be quite challenging. I would rather take a pig teammate. Let him shout 666 from behind and loot. That's better than encountering this player number 00005. Lin Feng helplessly covered his face with his hand, feeling that this game match was definitely going to be a bit restless. Sure enough, after seeing Lin Feng, player number 00886, I have something I want to discuss with you. She even set aside the game rules without continuing her research and directly ran over to Lin Feng. In this match, she was considered Lin Feng's teammate. Luo Yan believed Lin Feng wouldn't make things difficult for her. What do you want? Do you want to harm me? Or are you seeking revenge on me? Lin Feng looked at Luo Yin warily as she approached, quickly stepping back 2 paces and extending his hand to stop her, saying, "If you come any closer, watch out, I'll smash you today." Teammate, I don't need that. If you want me to carry you, just follow me quietly and don't talk nonsense. Don't mention anything about joining the official organization. I have no such intention. Is that clear? If it's not clear, I'll smash you immediately. I won't go easy on you. For his current initial attributes, dealing with Luo Yin was incredibly easy. However, killing a teammate might come with penalties. Lin Feng was still reluctant in this situation. Killing a teammate would deduct a large amount of survival points, which would be a direct loss. Moreover, although he didn't have any fondness for Luo Yin, he didn't have any feelings of dislike either. He just thought she was a bit too stubborn. Clearly unable to defeat him, yet she still insisted on challenging him. Isn't that just asking for death? Suddenly, what? Aren't we teammates? Isn't chatting allowed? You're a straight man, aren't you? Luo Yan's body stiffened as her pretty face showed surprise. She was very confident in her beauty, as many men had wanted to date her since she was young. However, Luo Yin had no interest in such romantic matters and had ignored those males entirely. Now it was even better. Lin Feng actually didn't want her to get close and openly stated, "If you come any closer, I'll smash you today." This remark made Luo Yin feel both amused and exasperated. How could there be such a male? However, her intent to approach Lin Feng was simply to continue inviting him to join the official organization. She had no thoughts of seeking revenge. Although Luo Yin was unwilling after losing to Lin Feng in the game to some extent, she also felt convinced. It's just a pity that Lin Feng had blocked her words and didn't allow her to speak nonsense any further. This made her intention to invite Lin Feng to join the official organization directly fall through. "You be quiet. Just shout 666 from behind. Just watch how I perform in this match. No need for you to act." Lin Feng appeared indifferent. He didn't care about Luo Yin calling him a straight man. Immediately after, he turned his gaze to the surrounding environment and began to scout. He and Luo Yan's spawn point was actually an open area with no buildings within a radius of hundreds of meters. Finding resources early on was extremely difficult. For a moment, he even doubted the SS level talent, the world's favor. Is this bad luck? How could he encounter this female player Luo Yin right at the start, and she is his teammate? What bad luck? Moreover, even the spawn point's location. This doesn't seem right. The surroundings are just open ground. Where are there any resources to be found? Is this truly the strongest fortune in history? It can't be the strongest bad luck, right? However, the only good thing is that Lin Feng hasn't seen any zombies yet. That's a small blessing. Player number 00886. How do we play this game? According to the game rules, zombies will appear in this match. In this match, there are 50 teams, each with 2 players. Therefore, we still need to be wary of these players. Originally, her player level had once reached the top of the strongest player rankings. However, the player before her is currently the most powerful player on the Blue Star rankings. He has already suppressed all players on Blue Star, becoming the most eye-catching number 1. Moreover, the talent of player number 00886 is currently quite mysterious, making it impossible to truly speculate about his abilities. This made the somewhat proud Luo Yin feel slightly discouraged. You want my opinion? My opinion is to develop ourselves and then start the slaughter. Besides, I've already reserved the first place. You don't need to say much now. Just relax and win. And I don't want to hear you talk right now. It's a bit annoying. Lin Feng was scanning the surrounding environment when he suddenly heard Luo Yan's question and answered without hesitation. This made Luo Yin quite anxious. It was her first time encountering a male player like Lin Feng who was acting this way. This is a team match. If they don't cooperate, does Lin Feng intend to challenge these players alone? One must know that the skill level of these players in the silver rank has already increased somewhat. Becoming number 1 is still a bit difficult. However, Lin Feng's game rhythm is as such. After developing his character, he would naturally begin the slaughter to end this match. The key is that this SS level talent, world's favor, he has not yet figured out how to use. Moreover, regarding this talent description, Lin Feng even felt it was deceiving him. Where does this so-called strongest luck come from? The game's opening has been terrible. He encountered the rather annoying Luo Yin right at the start. Plus, this inexplicably vast area has no resources to search for. The game started with a bloodbath. For a moment, he felt somewhat helpless, thinking that this SS level talent in this game match seemed a bit difficult to control. In the past, he could make some sense of these SS level talents. But the talent in this match has him somewhat stumped. How is he supposed to play? He can't just stroll around and expect to stumble upon an airdrop box, right? How could such good fortune exist? So annoying. Lin Feng gritted his teeth. This is his first silver match. How could he lose here? Therefore, he directly activated the map function to check the current situation. What kind of area is this? Why is there a marker? Lin Feng gazed at the area on the map where his spawn point was marked with 3 question marks. Moreover, this area is also marked with a name, Lost Land. Such a strange area name made Lin Feng's expression slightly odd. Spawned in such a special area. Could this be the effect of my talent? He then held the map in hand, walking while starting to compare the characteristics of the surrounding areas. Suddenly, oh crap, what is that? Lin Feng exclaimed as he seemed to have stepped on something hard, causing him to stumble and nearly fall. If he were alone, falling wouldn't matter, but he had a girl behind him. If he fell to the ground, wouldn't it be quite embarrassing for the strongest player on Blue Star? Fortunately, his attributes have already been enhanced. His physical qualities are no joke. He exerted force with his waist, easily flipping over and landing gracefully back on the ground, the process flowing smoothly without any dust. The key is that this action of his seemed somewhat inhuman. Ordinary citizens would find it nearly impossible to perform such a move. At that moment, this scene caught Luo Yan's attention. Her eyes narrowed slightly as she thought to herself, player number 00886. He seems to have significantly enhanced his attributes. His combat power is probably quite formidable. He could even perform such a move. If I want to defeat him without weapons, it would still be quite difficult. But if I use my talent, can I win against him? It seems quite challenging, and my two clones would easily be taken out by him. Moreover, Lin Feng is currently considered her teammate, so thinking about such things feels a bit impolite. Then Luo Yan quickly shook her head, casting aside the strange thoughts in her mind, and hurried to follow Lin Feng. However, she noticed a rusty object appearing on the muddy ground that had tripped Lin Feng, seemingly buried beneath the earth. Player number 00886. It seems that something is hidden beneath this soil. Should we dig it out? Luo Yan's delicate features were filled with doubt as she quickly voiced this concern. Instantly, oh, dig it out. Don't you think this thing might be dangerous? Upon hearing this, Lin Feng turned his head to look at the rusty object protruding from the mud, his expression filled with surprise, and he said, right now the game match is in the era of firearms. If this thing is a bomb or missile, we would die right here at the start. However, Luo Yan smiled slightly. What's wrong? Are you afraid? Previously, when you controlled the Clevel monster, you were quite domineering. You were unrivaled, chasing all players to the point of tears. Lin Feng could only snort coldly. Don't flatter me. I don't like hearing others flatter me. Especially you. It feels strange. Yet after Luo Yan described it this way, Lin Feng also felt that the rusty object protruding seemed somewhat strange. It felt familiar. He seemed to have seen such an object often, though it was just a part of the object, and he couldn't truly discern it. Let's give it a try. This area is so mysterious, known as the Lost Land, it mustn't be trivial. Moreover, I want to see if this SS level talent has any effect. After all, I am the chosen one in this game world. World Father, please give me some strength. Lin Feng's expression was quite strange, but he still motioned for Luo Yan to step back as he squatted down, forcefully digging into the soil. He was also being cautious. If this thing really is a bomb or missile, he would definitely run far away at the first opportunity. After all, his agility is fast enough and his stamina high. Starting with 700 health, he definitely wouldn't die here. As for Luo Yan, if she dies here, it's none of his business. At least he didn't take action to kill Luo Yan, which is his more merciful aspect. The main thing is that Luo Yan is currently his teammate in the game. Whether or not there would be a penalty for killing the opposing player, he wouldn't dare to gamble. As the soil was gradually dug away, the rusty object revealed half of its entire form, and even the game was prompting. Congratulations. You have found a lost airdrop box. For a moment, Lin Feng was completely dumbfounded. Luo Yan was similarly in a daze, unable to believe it. A lost airdrop crate. This thing can be dug up. Lin Feng stared at the chest emerging from the earth, shock etched across his face. No wonder it felt familiar. So this was an airdrop crate. Such a curious artifact. Lin Feng had opened these often. In any match where an airdrop chest appeared, he rarely missed it. Yet under these circumstances, it was extraordinary. This was the first time he had encountered one that could be dug up, a lost airdrop crate. Bear in mind, in silver tier matches, grade gear is entirely removed, and equipment whose cap was grade has been elevated to crate. Wait, what is going on? An airdrop crate? How can this be? Such rare supplies and they can be dug up. I've never seen this before. Luo Yan's eyes widened in astonishment as she leaned over to peer at the chest buried beneath the soil, her face baffled. Luo Yan had never opened an airdrop chest herself, though she had witnessed them. Players always clustered densely around such drops. Luo Yan simply could not wrest one away. Even with two duplicates of herself, she could not prevail. Not everyone could be like Lin Feng, able to seize an airdrop outright. Only after Lin Feng's talent had developed could he truly monopolize such things. Without that growth, he would have to retreat early, otherwise a full gang-up of players, no matter how strong, would kill him in the opening. An ordinary player seeking an airdrop must be both formidable and extraordinarily fortunate. If others swarm you, survival is impossible. Lin Feng nodded slightly and replied yes. It's an airdrop crate. The name is odd though. He felt his talent stirring. This was the most formidable stroke of fortune. O World Father, how mighty you are, gifting an airdrop at the outset. Fortunate that he was a child of the plane, the world itself favored him. How could he lose this match? How could he die? To kill him, one would first have to petition the world itself. He hastily opened the lost airdrop crate, and the game's notification began to unfurl. Lost airdrop crate, a chest dropped amidst fierce combat, and left unopened thereafter, remaining until now to await a fated owner. Barrett M82, a 1 sniper rifle, crate attack, 350, range 25, durability 3550. Trait maximum effective range up to 2,000 meters, and it ignores the armor of equipment below crate. Energy motorcycle vehicle, crate agility 300 of energy, 100, durability 3050. Description: an essential team vehicle capable of long-distance travel. Eagle Eye Vision Crate Skill Book. When activated, the user can observe objects kilometers away. To begin with these weapons and skills. Practically invincible, Lin Feng grew more astonished as he surveyed the 3 rewards. He considered his SS Steer talent, the world's favor, overwhelmingly potent. To start with such equipment was absurdly advantageous. If he encountered a player early on, that opponent would be doomed. With a sniper rifle of such penetration, even later confrontations would be trivial to dispatch. Lin Feng had even doubted this talent before he felt ashamed now. He quickly claimed the rewards and equipped the Barrett M82A1. In short order, he shouldered the imposing Barrett. He studied the skill book and his eyes shifted, becoming cold vertical pupils like an animal's. The skill appeared passive, enabling the user to perceive targets kilometers away. The current map was 10 times the size of the bronze tier map. Crossing regions took a truly astonishing amount of time. Contained within the lost crate was a brand new energy motorcycle, the very vehicle meant to ferry a team swiftly across the map. Instantly, a streamlined motorcycle materialized, its design suffused with futuristic tech and dazzling in appearance. Its drawback: the vehicle was not bound to any one player and could be used by anyone. What weapon is that? Wait, a Barrett sniper. Why have your eyes changed? And that motorcycle? There really were airdrop rewards inside. Luo Yin stood dazed as she watched Lin Feng shoulder the majestic Barrett. His eyes had adopted cold vertical slits and unmistakably animal quality. Seeing the new motorcycle on the ground left her utterly stunned. Lin Feng had secured the airdrop at the outset. How could the others possibly compete? In short, Lin Feng's opening was a trump card. Come on, how else did these things appear? Are you not thinking straight? Lin Feng regarded Luo Yan's hysterics with mild exasperation. If you insist, finish this match and go get yourself checked at a hospital. This was a minor matter to him. He was a child of the plane, protected by the World Father's watchful favor. Even greater surprises lay ahead, yet Luo Yan grew resentful. You, at least give me one piece of gear. Aren't we teammates? She demanded. Lin Feng's expression turned odd. Teammate, I excavated the crate. You were just spectating the whole time. Why should the loot be shared with you? Stop whining. Believe me, and he'll snipe you dead. Also, you drive the motorcycle. I'm worried you'd ambush me once I'm driving, so I'll sit in the back seat. Luo Yan fumed. She found Lin Feng unreasonable. If she had intended to harm him, she could have done so at the start, though she might not have prevailed. Hurry up and drive, she urged. Less talk. Move out now. Besides, I have a sniper. If we meet other players, I can one-shot them. Lin Feng urged, lifting the Barrett and inadvertently training its muzzle on Luo Yan. Luo Yan had become a tool to him in that moment. If she refused to obey, then so be it. With team mode enabled, teammates must be utilized. Otherwise, what use are they? A disobedient teammate is nothing but dead weight. Damn it. You're utterly unreasonable. Fine, whatever. I'll drive then. Me, a driver. How undignified for a young lady like me. Luo Yan wore an expression of utter helplessness, yet she reluctantly acquiesced to Lin Feng's plan. With Lin Feng now in possession of a Barrett sniper rifle, having her operate the motorcycle was indeed the most efficient course of action. Should they encounter other players, Lin Feng, armed with such a weapon from the outset, could eliminate them with alarming ease. Yet this method left Luo Yan feeling as though she were merely coasting to victory. She longed to contribute meaningfully, not to win by default. Go ahead and drive. Just avoid colliding with anything. Frankly, I'm wary of women drivers like you. Afraid we'll both perish in one crash. Though admittedly you might die, while I likely won't. Lin Feng spoke with serene indifference. Holding a Barrett sniper rifle, whether he chose to end Luo Yan's life depended solely on his mood at that moment. Still, with Luo Yan now serving as a newly acquired asset, it would be prudent to utilize her, albeit sparingly. I hold a valid driver's license in real life. How could I possibly hit anything? Don't underestimate me. Clenching her teeth, Luo Yan cried out indignantly. Ever since meeting Lin Feng, her composure had begun to fray. Her temperament, and even her self-perception, had subtly shifted. It was enough to drive her to exasperation. Get in the bike. She swung her lithe frame onto the motorcycle's driver's seat and beckoned Lin Feng to join her. She was fiercely determined to win, not through passive reliance, but through genuine effort. Facing Lin Feng, her odds of victory had already risen significantly, thus cooperation felt not only pragmatic but earnestly desired. Relying on effortless victory simply did not suit her. Without hesitation, Lin Feng mounted the rear seat, though the cramped space left little room for comfort. Unavoidably, his body brushed against Luo Yan's. Worse still, the survival game rendered tactile sensations with unnerving realism, making the proximity profoundly disconcerting. Fortunately, his will remained unshaken. He steadied himself by reciting sutras inwardly. Amitba, I touch nothing. I entertain no improper thoughts. All is but passing cloud. In that instant, Luo Yan stiffened, then swiftly turned her head. Stop sneaking your hands around, or I'll truly strike you. Lin Feng half closed his eyes, his expression curiously twisted. Do you imagine I take interest in you? Granted, you're quite lovely, but beauty alone changes nothing. Decades hence, you'll be just another haggard matron. Enough talk, drive. I intend to eliminate these players, now. End the game ahead of schedule. Having spoken, Lin Feng tilted his head and gazed into the distance, his eagle-eyed vision effortlessly piercing over a kilometer. Luo Yin gritted her teeth in fury. Wretched man. How dare you speak so crudely? Utterly disrespectful. She resolved then, and there should she ever cross paths with Lin Feng again in game, she would charge straight at him, to kill without hesitation. In the next breath, her slender fingers twisted the motorcycle's ignition. In an instant, roar. The engine roared violently. Shush. The energy-powered motorcycle shot forward like a streak of iridescent light, vanishing into the distance. Luo Yin froze stunned into silence. This motorcycle speed was astonishingly high, so high in fact that she instantly retracted her earlier confidence. At such velocity, maintaining control was nearly impossible. A collision with obstacles seemed inevitable. Were it not for the vast open expanse surrounding them, she might well have crashed already. Meanwhile, Lin Feng's hawk-like gaze darted ceaselessly, left-right scanning relentlessly for any sign of movement. The eagle's dynamic visual acuity was terrifyingly acute. Even at breakneck speed, he perceived the external world with crystalline clarity. Guided by Luo Yin, the motorcycle carried Lin Feng away from the desolate wasteland, a barren stretch devoid of even the slightest trace of supplies. Soon they arrived at the ruins of a city. Its buildings collapsed and shattered, thick plumes of smoke coiling skyward from unseen sources. Yet for Lin Feng's enhanced vision, detecting living beings remained effortless. Indeed, he had already spotted a moving figure in the near distance. It was not a player, but a zombie. Its face was grotesque, milky, sightless eyes, rotting flesh sloughing from its skull, pallid necrotic skin, oozing wounds streaked with dried blood, limbs jerking with unnatural stiffness as it lurched forward. Such creatures were notoriously difficult to kill. Wounds fatal to ordinary humans often failed to stop them entirely. Let's test my aim. Lin Feng raised the Barrett sniper rifle, pressed his right eye to the scope, and calmly centered the crosshairs upon the zombie's chest. Bang! The bullet leapt from the barrel and struck true, blasting the zombie's skull apart in a grisly detonation, scattering viscous brain matter across the ground. The deafening report instantly ignited chaos across the city. Hordes of zombies surged forth from every crevice, swarming in dense, relentless waves. Yet Lin Feng's extreme-range shot concealed their position. The zombies milled aimlessly in place, sniffing blindly for signs of human prey. Though the zombies had not yet located Lin Feng, and Luo Yin, players were hidden within the city, and the sudden outbreak sent them scrambling into shelters, paralyzed by fear. These were merely common zombies, yet their sheer numbers made them lethally effective in the early game, capable of overwhelming players with minimal effort. Crucially, slaying such low-tier zombies yielded no rewards, making the endeavor wholly unrewarding for any rational player. What's happening? Is my aim really that poor? Lin Feng stared blankly. The target had been the chest, yet the shot had exploded the head. Had sheer luck intervened, triggering an accidental headshot? It was not implausible. Perhaps innate talent was already asserting itself. What are you shooting at? Have you already encountered another player? Hearing the gunshot, Luo Yin flinched violently, slammed the brakes, and ducked behind cover before urgently demanding, "How many rounds do you have left? Watch your ammunition." "No players yet. Just a zombie," Lin Feng replied languidly. "And stay vigilant. The zombies are now in full riot. Don't let them spot us." His words hung in the air. Luo Yan's complexion paled slightly. Frankly, confronting such undead horrors unsettled even a woman of her courage. Though bolder than most female players, that did not mean she was immune to panic. Yet seeing Lin Feng grip the imposing Barrett sniper rifle steadied her nerves. However reluctantly she admitted it, aligning with him seemed the surest path to first place. Victory, it appeared, would come more easily at his side. As the zombies in the city began to stir, a massive zombie started to wander the streets, its immense strength easily smashing through buildings. Such a strange zombie. Lin Feng's eagle-like eyes focused on these peculiar zombies in the distance as he activated the inquiry function. Mutated zombie rank. Strength 88. Endurance 40. Agility 26. Defense 59. Mental 21. In terms of attributes, it can easily crush any player in the early stages. Lin Feng's gaze sharpened. If players did not find firearms early on, they would surely be unable to defeat such zombies. However, upon killing this mutated zombie, it should drop a loot chest or random item rewards. Thus, with risks come opportunities. In this regard, Lin Feng began to inquire about the ordinary zombies. Killing these ordinary zombies yielded no rewards. Zombie no level. Strength 21. Endurance 15. Agility 8. Defense 18. Mental 6. Surprisingly, even the attributes of ordinary zombies aren't low. The key is that the number of these ordinary zombies is extremely high, making it nearly impossible to deal with them all. However, after careful consideration, Lin Feng noted that the initial attributes of players in the silver-ranked matches could reach up to 100 points. Lin Feng's initial attributes had already reached a total of 70 points. Even when encountering these zombies, he could easily handle them. Thus, it's only natural that these slightly stronger zombies would overpower current players' attributes. Coupled with the terrifying lethality of firearms, the game's difficulty is evidently constructed to prevent players from passing through easily. When I picked up the Barrett sniper rifle, it also came with 10 bullets. I just used one, so I have 9 left, or I need to conserve them a bit. But I am the child of the plane. Ammunition shouldn't be scarce, right? You agree, don't you? World Father. Lin Feng murmured, looking up at the sky as if hinting at something. Beside him, Luo Yin watched Lin Feng mumble incessantly and couldn't help but speak up. What should we do now? We've already arrived at the supply point. Should we go in and search for supplies? With that, Lin Feng shook his head. I don't need any other supplies right now. This Barrett sniper rifle in my hands. Isn't it good enough? So you can go on your own. Besides, I believe there are other players still in this city, so I want to find a high vantage point to snipe them. With that, Lin Feng ignored Luo Yin, eagerly looking through the sniper scope for signs of players, leaving Luo Yin feeling helpless. If the zombies hadn't started to riot, she could have sneaked in to search for supplies. But now the entire city of zombies was in an uproar. The main reason was the loud gunfire from Lin Feng's Barrett sniper rifle, which enveloped the entire area. It caused all the zombies in the city to be on the lookout for signs of players. Now anyone who dared to come out would undoubtedly die under the siege of the zombies. Sigh, let's just stay here, Luo Yin said with a face full of frustration, quietly remaining beside Lin Feng. Suddenly he exclaimed, finally found a target. Lin Feng murmured to himself, the first player to die by my Barrett sniper rifle, I hope your pain receptors can handle it. In the city on the rooftop of a building, Fu Yu cautiously peeked out at the rampaging zombies below, his face turning slightly pale with fear. However, Fu Yu's expression began to change, revealing a hint of joy. Thankfully, I should still be able to find supplies. Crank talent, Spirit Magpie summon. With that, a dazzling light began to gather and coalesce into the form of a Spirit Magpie. Next, chirp chirp. The Spirit Magpie was born, flapping its wings and heading towards other buildings. Soon, the Spirit Magpie floated outside the window of this building, and its tiny claws grasped a handgun floating back beside Fu Yu. Fu Yu's talent allows him to summon a Spirit Magpie the size of a palm, which he can control at will. With this talent, he can command the Spirit Magpie to search for supplies. Although the Spirit Magpie cannot handle large firearms, it can manage a handgun. See, he has already controlled the Spirit Magpie to retrieve the handgun. In an instant, Spirit Magpie, thank you so much, Fu Yu said with a beaming face, reaching out to stroke the Spirit Magpie's feathers. He quickly picked up the handgun on the ground, preparing to check its attributes. With this handgun, he could easily kill those ordinary zombies. Suddenly, bang! The deafening sound of the sniper rifle swept across the entire city. Next, Fu Yu's gaze began to fade, his head exploded in an instant, blood splattering everywhere, and the arm that had reached out to grab the handgun now hung limply. Not far away. You have killed a target player. You now gain 5 points in all attributes. Lin Feng coldly inserted another bullet into the Barrett sniper rifle's magazine, murmuring to himself. Sorry, who told you to appear on this rooftop? If I hadn't seen you, I would actually feel sorry for the skill eagle-eye vision. But unfortunately, I have already seen you. Next, at the edge of another side of the rooftop, there was another player. This player was Fu Yu's teammate. At this moment, he looked panicked and hurriedly dodged back into the building. In an instant, bang! The deafening sound swept across the entire city again. The powerful penetrating bullets pierced through the walls, and a head exploded in an instant, taking down another player. You have killed a target player. You now gain 5 points in all attributes. Double kill. Easy. With the Barrett sniper rifle, you can instantly take down anyone from hundreds of meters away. However, every time I aim, it never hits the head. And that player has already dodged back into the building. I still managed to kill him. The key is that I have no shooting experience at all. Yet every shot is a headshot. No doubt it's the talent coming into play. Otherwise, I would have to consider the shooting distance, wind direction, and bullet drop. TSK. The game is too realistic, which makes it exceptionally hardcore. Lin Feng had no expression on his face, but inwardly he thought this. Beside him, damn it, he won't even acknowledge me. Luo Yin was full of anger, having stayed there for too long. She felt incredibly bored. The key was that Lin Feng had the Barrett sniper rifle, and he could still kill players. She could only watch. Moreover, Luo Yin did not have Lin Feng's eyesight, and couldn't see the distant scene at all. In light of this, Luo Yin could no longer restrain herself. She had to enter the city to search for supplies.